Episode 1. Where has the Ice Queen gone? Are you out of your mind? The aloof campus goddess is your online dating partner? This must be a dream. Seriously, dude, you're in online dating now? Have you been reading too many novels? You're actually dating the goddess? The Ice Gold Goddess. There was still a plethora of comments, but Kong Lu lost interest and shifted his gaze to the adorable little sister sitting beside him. Little sister, could you repeat that? What is your sister's name? Gu Chenxi. Why do you ask? Gu Chenxi, renowned for her stunning beauty and frosty demeanor, was celebrated as the most beautiful goddess at Zhonghai University of Technology, notorious among her peers as the Ice Gold Goddess. Logically, Kong Lu should have had no intersection with such a girl, yet on the day of the freshman welcome party, Kong Lu, in a moment of folly, delivered toilet paper to his absent-minded roommate who had forgotten to bring it, inadvertently entering the women's restroom instead. It was one thing to mistakenly enter the women's restroom, but it became even more embarrassing when he discovered that someone was already inside. And the most awkward part? The person he encountered was none other than Gu Chenxi. Afterward, he attempted multiple times to explain himself to Gu Chenxi, but each time he was met with a look of utter disdain that left him tongue-tied, denying him any chance to clarify. Once a misunderstanding takes root, without an opportunity for explanation, it only deepens. He had initially thought that following that incident, their paths would never cross again in such a vast campus. Little did he know, Gu Chenxi was also a student in the business administration program, and more bizarrely, they were placed in the same class. Kong Lu sometimes mused that perhaps this was what one might call a fateful connection. In truth, as time passed, Kong Lu grew indifferent to Gu Chenxi, perceiving him as a pervert who invaded the women's restroom. Since they had little interaction throughout their freshman year, they scarcely crossed paths, and how Gu Chenxi viewed him hardly affected his normal life at school, provided she did not publicize the restroom incident online. Naturally, this aloof campus goddess seemed uninterested in such trivialities. She never took to the internet to disparage Kong Lu, merely harboring a slight disdain for him. Instead, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Gu Chenxi's little sister tugged at Kong Lu's sleeve, inquiring, "Are you very familiar with my sister?" With his classmates. Kong Lu glanced at his little companion's gaming history, where he noticed the username CC is super awesome. He smiled wryly. He too opened his gaming history to review last night's matches, where he found a matching ID, also named CC is super awesome, and this account was linked as a couple to Kong Lu's gaming profile. Indeed, the Ice Gold Goddess who disdained him was not only his gaming partner, but also his online girlfriend, with whom he had been entangled for a year. Had it not been for the little sister's confirmation, he would never have believed this astonishing revelation. Just last week, his online girlfriend had suggested a face-to-face meeting, which he had declined, citing his lack of readiness as an excuse. At this moment, Kong Lu's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions as he contemplated whether to confess to Gu Chenxi. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his online girlfriend, Cici. "Cici, baby, let me tell you, I brought my sister to school to have some fun today. While I was at the school supermarket buying a drink, that little rascal vanished without a trace. I tried calling her, but the line is busy. I'm about to lose my mind." Kong Lu glanced at the message and replied, "Why don't you try calling again?" After sending the message, he turned to the little sister beside him. He asked her, "Did you accidentally turn on Do Not Disturb mode while gaming?" How did you know?" Kong Lu fell silent, instead picking up her phone and exiting the game interface. As soon as he did, a call came in. "Indeed, it seems I have solid proof." Kong Lu stared at the caller ID on the little sister's phone, which displayed sister, and covered his face with a sigh. He never would have imagined that the clingy, playful online girlfriend who frequently sent him cute emojis and gifted him game skins was, in fact, Gu Chenxi, or was the aloofness she claimed to possess. She certainly wasn't acting that way online. The little sister answered the call and informed her sister of her current location. A few minutes later, a girl entered the library, her attention absorbed by her phone. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few rebellious strands falling over her forehead, partially obscuring her fair, rosy cheeks. She wore a beige Chanel-style coat, with a black inner lining adorned with a lace collar. The gray-black skirt and black and white Baroque-style shoes lent her outfit an air of aristocracy. Each time she sent a carefully composed message, Kong Lu's phone chimed with notifications. "Baby, let me tell you, my annoying little sister actually ran off to the library at our school. I have to go find her now. It's so irritating. What are you doing? Why are you replying so slowly? Enough for now. I'm going to teach my sister a lesson. Gong Lu felt a surge of anxiety as he read the messages and promptly silenced his phone. Sister. Upon seeing Gu Chenxi, the little sister immediately raised her hand and called out, "T the sound." Gu Chenxi looked up, her gaze landing on her cheeky sister, and a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. She approached, grasped her sister's ear, and scolded loudly. "I told you not to run off. How would you wander so far? Do you realize how long I've been searching for you? Are you trying to get yourself into trouble? I'm sorry, I was wrong. It hurts. Please stop pulling." "You know it hurts?" After a reprimand, Gu Chenxi turned to the boy standing next to her sister. "Classmate, thank you for taking care of my sister." Before the word sister could escape her lips, Gu Chenxi, upon clearly seeing the other person's face, was momentarily taken aback that a delicate brow furrowed slightly on her stunning visage, and with a tone that was both frigid and tinged with disdain, she remarked, "Kong Lu, how could it be you, you creep?" "Me?" Kong Lu pointed at his own face, a hint of helplessness in his smile. He hastily replied, "No, you must be mistaken. We have a misunderstanding. I am not a creep. Please, allow me to explain." As the individual approached, Gu Chenxi instinctively shielded her sister behind her, warning, "Do not come any closer." All right, I won't approach." Kong Lu raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I truly am not a creep. The freshman welcome party was a misunderstanding. I did not intentionally enter the women's restroom." "Your words hold no credibility whatsoever," Gu Chenxi coldly retorted before leading her sister away from the library. Initially, Gu Chenxi's sister was still in a daze, but as they neared the exit, she finally spoke up, "Big brother, my name is Gu Chenxian. Let's play games together sometime." "Ah." Kong Lu rubbed his temples and sighed. He now had two pieces of news. One good, one bad. The good news was that he had found his online girlfriend right at the start. The bad news was that she seemingly detested him. Episode 2. Young Master. Gu Chenxi's sister, named Gu Chenxian, shared a name with only one different character. She was an exceptionally adorable little girl, sporting twin ponytails and a cherubic face that still bore remnants of baby fat. Lively and talkative, her demeanor and appearance stood in stark contrast to her icy older sister, rendering them nearly unrecognizable as siblings. It was Saturday, and Kong Lu had initially planned to spend the entire day in the library. After tiring himself with reading, he took a break to play a game, but his impressive skills drew the attention of a young girl. This girl, quite outgoing, insisted on playing games with Kong Lu, offering him no opportunity to decline. Not wishing to refuse such a charming little girl, he decided to indulge her for a couple of rounds. To his surprise, she was utterly captivated by his gameplay, exclaiming that he was far more skilled than her sister. She even proceeded to show Kong Lu her sister's gaming achievements. Upon seeing the achievements, Kong Lu was taken aback. The gaming ID of the little girl's sister was identical to that of his online girlfriend. Thus, the earlier encounter unfolded. At this moment, Gu Chenxian had been whisked away by Gu Chenxi, leaving Kong Lu alone in the library, quietly lost in thought. Regarding his online girlfriend, their relationship had begun in the realm of gaming. Initially, they merely played together, but as time passed, the frequency of their chats increased, leading them to inadvertently bind themselves as a couple in the game. Eventually, this whimsical arrangement evolved into a genuine online romance. Perhaps due to their cautious natures, over the course of a year, they had not exchanged a single photograph, nor had they sent a voice message. Video calls were an impossibility. Originally, the online romance between the two seemed destined to continue indefinitely, until last week when Gong Lu sent Cici a photograph of himself purchasing snacks in the alley behind their school. In that moment, they both realized, to their astonishment, that they resided in the same city and attended the same institution. Consequently, Cici insisted on meeting Gong Lu in person. However, Gong Lu was not yet mentally prepared to confront this girlfriend, and thus sought excuses to postpone their rendezvous. In retrospect, Gong Lu considered his decision remarkably sagacious. Had they met last week, the potential awkwardness was too daunting to fathom. Truth be told, the situation had unfolded rather abruptly, leaving Gong Lu at a loss on how to process it all. Rather than dwell on the perplexities, he decided to divert his thoughts, glancing at the clock to note that it was nearly time for dinner. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. An hour later, Gong Lu stood at the entrance of an opulent villa overlooking the river. "Good evening, young master," greeted the butler. Gong Lu nodded and entered the villa with an air of ease. He removed his jacket and tossed it to the servant waiting at the door. Before he could even take off his shoes, a pair of slippers had already been placed before him that a lovely maid, adorned in elegant black stockings and high heels, crouched to assist him with his shoelaces, but he politely declined her offer. Stepping on the back of his shoes, he swiftly removed them and slipped into the slippers as he proceeded into the living room. Would you prefer to shower first or dine? The maid inquired. Neither is necessary. You may continue with your tasks. Gong Lu waved his hand dismissively. I merely returned to collect a few items. There's a gathering at the dormitory tonight, and I shall dine at the school. Understood, young master. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Recognizing Gong Liu's desire for solitude, the maids discreetly returned to their duties. After resting on the sofa for a while, Gong Lu rose and took the elevator to the third floor, which housed his master bedroom. Inside, he gathered several autumn and winter garments, placing them into 2 bags. As the temperature began to drop, his wardrobe contained only summer attire, prompting him to seize the opportunity to retrieve some clothes during the afternoon. Although he could have summoned the housekeeper to deliver them, Gong Lu feared the embarrassment of having the housekeeper arrive in one of the family's luxury cars, revealing his affluent background to his classmates and necessitating a lengthy explanation, which he found overly burdensome. Gong Lu had always been cautious about his identity. As a wealthy heir throughout his life, he had witnessed how people gravitated towards him solely for his wealth. Whether it was the girls he fancied, his closest friends, or even strangers, their demeanor would invariably shift upon discovering his financial status. This was particularly evident during his childhood, when he experienced the trauma of being kidnapped and extorted by a classmate's father. As a result, Gong Lu adopted a notably low-profile existence at school, shunning designer brands, relying on public transportation for his commutes, and leading a remarkably modest lifestyle. While Gong Lu was busy organizing his belongings, the illuminated screen in his bedroom suddenly transformed into a video call, revealing a youthful couple clad in ski attire. Waving enthusiastically at him, "Mom and Dad," he acknowledged. Gong Yu waved at his parents and inquired, "How has your time in the land of clocks been?" "Quite delightful." In the video, a woman donned skiing goggles, yet her beauty was unmistakable. Her slightly reddened nose from the cold contrasted with the radiant smile gracing her lips as she gestured towards the endless snow-capped mountains behind her, saying to Gong, Son, we are currently at the ski resort in Lausanne. Oh, you see that mountain behind us? That is the majestic Alps." Gong Yu smiled and replied to his mother, "That sounds wonderful. Enjoy yourselves." "Envious, are we? Who told you not to join us?" His mother teased, a hint of pride in her tone, "That I suggested you request an extended leave from your instructor to embark on this global adventure with us, but you stubbornly refused." Gong Yu chuckled wryly. "Isn't my academic pursuit of utmost importance? Besides, travel can be undertaken at any time." His mother retorted, "You are on the verge of becoming a bookworm. What more do you need to study?" "All right, our son has a point. He can travel after graduation," interjected his father, who had remained silent until now. "Our son has always excelled academically. We need not worry. And yet you still seem displeased?" "Indeed." Gong Yu echoed his father's sentiment, adding, "Moreover, it would be rather inappropriate for you two, as seasoned couples, to have me along on your honeymoon." "Go on, what seasoned couple? Your mother is still quite youthful." His mother pointed at Gong Yu and quipped, "Don't tell me you've come home just to gather those 2 ragged garments to take back to school." "Ragged? They are perfectly fine." As Gong Yu spoke, he unfurled the neatly folded clothes in his hands for his mother to see. His mother grimaced in disdain, nudging his father and saying, "Old Kong, look at our son, parading around in such bargain bin attire, resembling a commoner, and you have nothing to say about it." Being referred to as a commoner by his own mother made Gong Yu internally choke on a mouthful of blood. End of this episode. Chapter 3. The Gathering. The elderly father sighed with a bittersweet smile. "The money I've transferred to him is sufficient to establish a clothing factory. Yet he insists on dressing this way. What can I do? If you can't manage him, how can I?" Gong Lu, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter with his parents, interjected, "Mom and Dad, enjoy yourselves. I'll tidy up and head back to school." "Very well." His mother nodded, adding, "Quickly discard those ragged clothes and purchase a couple of decent ones. Dressed like that, it's no wonder he can't find a girlfriend." Coughing slightly, Gong Lu blushed and agreed. "Oh, by the way," his mother suddenly recalled as she was about to hang up, "we've sent you some local specialties. They've been dispatched to your school. so make sure to collect them. Specialties? What kind? Before Kong Lu could finish his inquiry, his mother had already ended the call. He offered a wry smile and resumed organizing his clothes. Just as he finished, a notification pinged on his phone. It was a message from his online girlfriend, Shishi. Baby, what are you up to? Have you eaten yet? As he read her message, Kong Lu found it difficult to reconcile the image of Gu Qinsi with Shishi. The mere thought of Gu Qinsi, with her frosty demeanor, calling him baby, sent shivers down his spine. Baby, I'm at home. Just finished tidying up. Haven't eaten yet. I'm heading back to school now. Going to have dinner with my roommates later. Moreover, ever since he discovered that Gu Qinsi was indeed his online girlfriend, every time he typed baby to Shishi, it felt oddly uncomfortable. Shishi, are you going back to Jiaodong University? Kong Lu replied, yes. Then after your gathering, let us find a moment to meet up. Shy little cat. Kong Lu chuckled inwardly at Shishi's determination to meet in person. Noticing his silence, Gu Qinsi followed up with, are you reluctant to see me because you fear I might not be attractive? Kong Lu couldn't help but laugh at the message, thinking to himself, how could I dare to say that the illustrious Gu is unattractive? He replied, no, it's just that I'm too ugly. I'm afraid you might be disappointed upon seeing me. Why say such things? I didn't like you solely for your appearance. Pink little pig, baby. Even if you look like this, I wouldn't mind. Kong Lu smiled at the emoji and responded, I don't fall for compliments from girls. Almost instantly, she replied, what compliments? I am speaking from the heart. As he read Gu Qinsi's message, Kong Lu turned to glance at the full-length mirror in his room. Although his attire was rather plain, his appearance remained appealing. In the business school, handsome boys and beautiful girls were abundant. While Gu Qinsi was indeed the belle of the campus, Kong Lu also held his own among the boys. In everyday life, he had quite a few admirers. At the start of the semester, his name frequently graced the school's confession wall. Despite his confidence in his looks, a flicker of concern crossed Kong Lu's mind. After pondering for a moment, he responded, baby, let us take our time with the meeting. Angry little cat. I'm not talking to you anymore, humph. Kong Lu gazed at Gu Qinsi's message with a wry smile, seated upon his bed as he attempted to console her for quite some time. Gu Qinsi requested that he join her in a game. However, as time was slipping away, Kong Lu informed her of his impending return to school, promising to play with her later that evening. She obediently replied with a cat emoji, expressing her affection for such playful icons. Who would imagine that the sender of such adorable emojis was, in fact, a strikingly elegant beauty? Once Kong Lu had gathered his belongings, he prepared to return to school. The butler suggested driving him there, but Kong Lu declined the offer. He opted for a rideshare instead, prompting the butler to assist him in loading his winter garments into the vehicle while respectfully opening the rear door for him. Only after watching Kong Lu depart did the butler turn and re-enter the house. Inside the vehicle, Kong Lu's roommates were eagerly urging him on. That evening marked a gathering for the four of them in the dormitory, and Kong Lu had yet to arrive. An hour later, at a food stall on the back street of the campus, the four roommates finally convened. Lu, you must drink a shot for making us wait, called out Wang Qi, the dorm leader, as he poured a glass of liquor. Wang Qi, a boisterous northerner, was the elder brother figure in their group. Apologies for the delay. Kong Lu replied with a smile, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. A nearby boy with an edgy hairstyle nudged Kong Lu with his elbow, asking, where were you this afternoon? You weren't in the library. His name was Du Honyuan, a native of Zhonghai, known for his brawling prowess and, more detrimentally, his roguish tendencies. As he would often boast, his lineage traced back to Du Sheng, destined to be a leader in Zhonghai, embodying the traits of power, wealth, and indulgence. I just went home to grab some seasonal clothes, Kong Lu said, then added after a moment's thought, I ran into Gu Qinsi's younger sister this afternoon. Gu Qinsi's sister? Du Honyuan inquired eagerly, is she pretty? Kong Lu shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, get lost, you perv. She's just a middle school girl. Hey, I was just asking. Du Honyuan chuckled, then inquired further, did you see the campus beauty, Gu Qinsi? Kong Lu raised a hand in a gesture of international friendship. Disdain etched across his face as he replied, how dare you bring her up in my presence? Reflecting on the misunderstanding that had arisen between himself and Gu Qinsi, Kong Lu recognized that it was largely due to Du Hongyuan's antics. Chapter 4. What a coincidence had it not been for the night of the new student's orientation. When Du Honyuan fell ill from something he ate, Kong Lu would not have had to deliver him toilet paper, and the subsequent events would have unfolded differently. Their relationship with Gu Qinzi would not have been so strained, and he could have approached her openly. Then, amidst Gu Qinzi's astonished gaze, he would have declared with utmost sincerity, "Indeed, I am your online boyfriend." Regardless of her feelings towards him, Gong Lu felt no need to hide his identity now that he had discovered that she was his online romantic interest. Ahem, I must drink a shot for my indiscretions, Du Honyuan proclaimed, raising his glass in a gesture of contrition. After taking a sip of wine, Du Hongyuan's gaze fell upon the chubby young man beside him, who was quietly sipping on a cola. "Xiao Chun," he said, "stop drinking that soft drink and give this a try. It's far more potent than cola." The chubby young man, Chun Zhiruei, was the youngest in their dormitory, abstaining from both smoking and drinking. He was honest, taciturn, and kind-hearted, often bullied by others, with Du Honyuan and his friends always stepping in to reclaim his dignity. Chun Zhiruei managed a wry smile and replied, "Yuan Gu, please don't tease me. I truly cannot handle this. Always picking on Xiao Chun. I'll drink with you," Wang Qi chimed in, raising his glass to clink with Du Hongyuan's before downing his drink. Du Honyuan, not one to back down, filled his cup and gulped down a drink as well. These two drinkers were always keen to determine a victor whenever alcohol was involved. Although Kong Lu could hold his liquor, he wasn't particularly fond of it, often spending time with Chun Zhiruei, enjoying food and conversation instead. Chun Zhiruei inquired, "Kong Gu, why do you work so hard, running to the library every day?" "Huh? Do I?" Kong Lu glanced at Chun Zhiruei and asked, "Do I really go to the library every day? I only go on weekends, right?" However, Chun Zhiruei pointed out, "But you study diligently in the dormitory too." Sipping his cola, Chun Zhiruei continued, "Isn't your hard work aimed at securing a good job and earning a lot of money in the future?" "Not at all. I'm just bored." When it came to money, Kong Lu was certainly not lacking. As a wealthy heir who went to great lengths to conceal his privileged background, how could he possibly be short on funds? If he had enough money, why would he need to study hard for a job that pays well? Besides, his grandfather had told him that relying on a job would never make him wealthy. As for why he enjoyed going to the library, it was rather amusing. Unlike his affluent peers who often gathered to drink, party, race cars, or indulge in adventures, he had little interest in such pursuits. His only pleasures, aside from studying, were reading and playing video games. Kong Lu picked up a peanut from his bowl and remarked, "This semester has few classes, and I've completed all the necessary certifications. With nothing much to do in the dormitory, I end up playing games every day. On weekends, when there's nothing entertaining, I just go to the library to read. By the way, I've recently developed a fondness for science fiction novels. Do you read sci-fi? I can recommend a few." No. I'm not a fan of sci-fi. I prefer romance novels. Besides, isn't it better to have no classes? I wish every semester were like this, Chun Zhiruei replied, gazing at Kong Lu. "You find time to create tasks for yourself. Sometimes, I truly admire you, Kong Gu. Come on, stop believing his nonsense." Du Honyuan, his face flushed from the drink, leaned closer to the two. With a mischievous grin, he said, "This guy Kong Lu is definitely scouting for studious and demure young ladies at the library. He pretends to be a good student just to woo girls. Only you would concoct such stories." Kong Lu shot back, popping a peanut into his mouth and rolling his eyes. "With that imagination of yours, you should be writing novels." "Huh, I lack the talent for that." Du Honyuan savored the peanuts in his mouth, then picked another from the plate, stuffing it in as he chewed, and remarked, "By the way, I recently heard a rumor circulating around campus that someone is planning to confess to the school beauty beneath the girls' dormitory tomorrow." Wang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Du Honyuan, exclaiming, "Seriously? You actually remember that? You must have quite the fascination with the school beauty. Don't misunderstand." Du Honyuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "While Gu Qinzi is indeed stunning, she hardly warrants my deliberate attention toward her various gossip. It's just that this rumor has spread so widely that I happen to hear it from others." Chun Zhiruei, intrigued, interjected, "Who on earth feels so self-important as to confess to such an aloof beauty? Isn't that akin to courting disaster?" During the early days of their freshman year, several overly confident seniors and wealthy peers had pursued Gu Qinzi, only to be met with rejection. Sometimes, she couldn't even be bothered to voice her refusal. A mere icy glance from her piercing eyes left them feeling utterly humiliated, too intimidated to approach her again. Once everyone became aware of Gu Qinzi's haughty demeanor, few dared to try their luck. Not long after the semester commenced, her reputation as the aloof school beauty spread throughout the university. prompting many to check the class schedule of Kong Lu and his peers, arriving early to claim seats for a chance to catch a glimpse of her. However, those were mere tales of the past. Du Hanyuan shrugged and said, I don't know. I merely overheard a snippet while going downstairs to do laundry today. The details remain vague. Ignoring the fervent chatter of the others, Kong Lu interjected, Are you three ever going to stop? Can't we discuss something else during this gathering? Must we endlessly revolve around Gu Chenxi? I don't even find her that extraordinary. As soon as Kong Lu finished speaking, a series of light coughs echoed from a nearby street corner. The four turned in unison to see two elegantly dressed young women staring intently at Kong Lu. They paused momentarily, and Du Hanyuan slightly parted his lips, murmuring, Gu Chenxi. In plain sight were Gu Chenxi and her close friend, who had just finished shopping and appeared to be making their way to the school through the back entrance. Ironically, Kong Lu had just spoken ill of her moments before, and she had overheard. Gu Chenxi shot Kong Lu a cold glare reminiscent of her demeanor at the welcome party, then held her head high, striding toward the school gate without a backward glance. Old Lu, I have some rather unfortunate news for you. Du Hanyuan chuckled as he patted Kong Lu on the shoulder, reveling in his misfortune. Now, Gu Chenxi despises you even more. Ha ha. Kong Lu offered a wry smile, lifting his glass to take a silent sip. Moments later, he received a message from Cici. Baby, let me tell you, remember that creep who ran into the girls' restroom during our freshman year? Turns out, he's in my class. This afternoon, my sister was hanging out with him. Later, omitting 200 words of Gu Chenxi's grievances, perhaps because I glared at him earlier. He was gossiping about me with his friends, and I caught him in the act. The wronged kitten, my dear, please go and give him a thrashing. The kitten weeps. Kong Lu, upon reading such humble words, could not help but smile bitterly within. Just moments ago, you did not exhibit such an attitude in my presence. Reflecting carefully, Kong Lu recalled that when Gu Chenxi had vented her frustrations online about a pervert invading the women's restroom, he had joined in reprimanding that young man. In hindsight, was he not merely condemning himself? At that time, he had been blissfully unaware that Gu Chenxi was speaking of him, and he had thought it rather coincidental. Kong Lu pondered if he had indeed become rather foolish from his studies. Otherwise, he could have discerned that Gu Chenxi was his online romantic partner a year ago. Had he realized this sooner, he would have severed this ill-fated connection without hesitation. Kong Lu endeavored to comfort her in the manner he usually employed with Cici, assuring her that he would seek an opportunity to deliver a sound beating to that rascal and promised to accompany her for a gaming session following the evening's gathering. He managed to soothe her for quite some time, bringing her a measure of joy. However, certain promises were destined to remain unfulfilled. After all, Kong Lu could not very well administer a beating to himself, could he? After pacifying Gu Chenxi, Kong Lu cast a glance at Du Hanyuan, who was still indulging in drink. In that moment, he yearned to deliver a thrashing to this fellow, who had already put him in a bind more than once. It was one thing to be led astray, but to do so repeatedly in front of Gu Chenxi was intolerable. Kong Lu perceived this lad as a heavenly appointed teammate, complicating his gaming experience. The night passed without incident. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Kong Lu had intended to enjoy a leisurely sleep. Yet his reverie was abruptly interrupted by an untimely phone call. Hello? Kong Lu, eyes still closed, reached for the phone resting beside his pillow, answering it by instinct. A humble voice resonated from the other end. May I speak with Mr. Kong Lu? We are from International Express, and you have a valuable item that requires your in-person receipt. Do you have a moment? International Express? Upon hearing this, Kong Lu's eyes flew open, perplexed since he had not engaged in any recent online shopping. Where could this package have originated? Just as he pondered, the voice continued. The package is shipped from the Clock Country, and the sender is named Kong Chung. Kong Chung was his father's name. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu suddenly recalled that they had just conducted a video call the previous afternoon, during which his father mentioned sending local delicacies from the Clock Country. He had not expected it to arrive so soon. The voice on the line inquired again. Are you available to pick up the package now? Are you already at the university? Yes, I am at the express station's entrance. Very well, please wait for me for 10 minutes. Kong Lu replied, rubbing his eyes as he sat up in bed. The man responded, All right, Mr. Kong, remember to bring your identification. Understood. After ending the call, Kong Lu stretched lazily, rose from his bed, quickly washed up, donned his clothing, and pulled on a hat to tame his unruly hair before slipping into his slippers and heading downstairs. Before long, Kong Lu had received the package, a sizable square box, though he remained uncertain of its contents. Originally, Gong Lu intended to simply take the package and leave, but the courier suggested that he open the package on the spot to verify its contents. After all, with international logistics, any unforeseen issues could complicate subsequent after-sales services, especially considering that this package was insured for over 10,000. Gong Lu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's fine, I'll open it later." The customer's reluctance to inspect the package in person left the courier with little choice but to acquiesce. Holding the package, Gong Lu turned to head back to his dormitory, coincidentally running into his classmate, Chen Zhiwei, who had just returned from the library. "Brother Gong." Despite Gong Lu wearing a cap, Chen Zhiwei spotted him instantly amidst the crowd and greeted him. Gong Lu waved back, standing still with the package in hand. Waiting for him to join on the way back to their dorm, Gong Lu inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be studying at the library? Why are you back so early?" Chen Zhiwei replied, "I was called back by brother Du Hongyuan." Gong Lu tilted his head to glance at Chen Zhiwei and asked, "What did he want?" "I don't know," Chen Zhiwei shrugged. "He just told me to come back, saying there was a good show to watch downstairs by the girls' dormitory." A good show? Chen Zhiwei's words piqued Gong Lu's interest. Just then, Wang Qi and Du Hongyuan emerged from the boys' dormitory. Du Hongyuan approached Gong Lu and said, "You rascal. I just saw you lying on your bed, and in the next moment, you were gone." Gong Lu pointed to the package in his arms and replied, "I just went downstairs to pick up a package." "What do you mean by saying there's a good show?" Du Hongyuan waved his hand, saying, "Don't ask so many questions, just follow me." Gong Lu glanced at the other two, who merely smiled back at him, equally unaware of Du Hongyuan's intentions. Between the boys' and girls' dormitories at Jiaodong University, a road separated them. The three followed Du Hongyuan toward the girls' dormitory, and from a distance, they spotted a crowd gathered below. As they approached, they noticed a circle of flowers and candles arranged at the base of the girls' dormitory, confirming Du Hongyuan's claim that someone was indeed about to confess their feelings to Gu Chenxi. However, it seemed the individual was not particularly astute, choosing to set up the candles during the day when their flames would hardly be visible. Quite foolish, really. The boy confessing, whom Gong Lu recognized as Qin Zizhua, was in the same class as them. He came from a well-off family and was known for his ostentatious demeanor at school. He had long harbored feelings for Gu Chenxi, and nearly everyone in their class was aware of this. Chen Zhiwei, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Brother Du, you brought me here just to watch Qin Zizhua confess to the school beauty?" "Indeed," Du Hongyuan replied, his expression one of eager anticipation. "I just found out that today. The one confessing to Gu Chenxi is this fool, Qin Zizhua." As Gong Lu cast a glance at Du Hongyuan, he concurred wholeheartedly, stating, "Indeed, Qin Zizhua is quite the fool, to profess his feelings with a candle in broad daylight. Such a mindset. He claims to have been born lucky. Yet he would have long been deemed a simpleton otherwise. How fortuitous, I share the same sentiment." Du Hongyuan remarked, returning Gong Lu's gaze. The two, in perfect synchrony, raised their palms and struck a high five. After the applause, Du Hongyuan proclaimed, "This is what we call a meeting of heroic minds." Wang Qi, who was not typically one to hurl insults, chimed in, "That idiot Qin Zizhua has such a poor reputation at school. How could the school beauty possibly take a liking to him?" "Absolutely," Du Hongyuan echoed. "He made quite the scandal when he got a girl from our college pregnant. The entire campus is aware. If Gu Chenxi were to fancy him, I would stand on my head to wash my hair." Gong Lu, naturally skeptical that Gu Chenxi would ever be attracted to such a scoundrel, picked up his phone and messaged her, "Hey, it seems someone is declaring their love at the girls' dormitory. Are you aware?" Gu Chenxi promptly replied, "No, I'm a homebody, uninterested in such matters. I'm currently preparing to take my sister home." Chen Zhiwei nudged Du Hongyuan and Wang Qi, exclaiming, "Enough of your chatter. Gu Chenxi is coming down. Let the spectacle begin." Gong Lu, who was inclined to continue his conversation with Gu Chenxi, set his phone aside and raised his head. He observed as Gu Chenxi descended the stairs, holding her sister Gu Chenxuan's hand. The moment Qin Zizhua spotted Gu Chenxi, he approached her without delay, declaring, "Xiao Shi, since our initial meeting at the welcome party, I have been deeply enamored with you. Today marks the 360th day of my affection. Would you be my girlfriend?" Gu Chenxi, frowning at the approaching Qin Zizhua, leaned down to her sister and instructed, "You go upstairs first." "Oh." Gu Chenxian cast a curious glance at the unfolding scene before promptly retreating to the girls' dormitory. However, instead of heading upstairs, she concealed herself within the building to observe the commotion. With audacity, Qin Zizhua presented Gu Qinzi with a bouquet, imploring, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Gu Qinzi, her expression cold, regarded the flowers and the man standing before her with indifference, stating, "I am already in a relationship. When did you start dating? None of your business. And even if I were single, I would never be interested in a scoundrel like you." With that, Gu Qinzi brushed past him and made her way to the garage beneath the girls' dormitory. Gu Qinzi, do not push your luck. Observing Gu Qinzi's rejection of Qin Zizhua, the onlookers erupted into laughter. "See, I told you Gu Qinzi would never accept this guy. Everyone knows about his past, tricking girls into hotel rooms and leaving them pregnant without taking responsibility. Who isn't aware? He even pressured one girl to the point of suicide. Such a person deserves to be condemned." Exactly. He flaunts his family's wealth, bullying the weak at school. He is truly a despicable individual. Gu Qinzi's rebuke was splendid. It was a delight to witness. Honestly, I wish I could join in and hurl a few insults myself. Do not be foolish. The school bell's family is wealthy and influential. You cannot provoke her. Who do you think you are? If you dare to insult Qin Zizhua, be wary of his retaliation. Amidst the cacophony of insults from those around him, Qin Zizhua clenched the bouquet of flowers tightly, standing frozen in place, his face a tumultuous blend of crimson and ebony, resembling a visage far more unsightly than one who had consumed something vile. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Gu Qinzi, his voice laced with fury. "There are so many witnesses here. Do not overstep your bounds. I, Qin Zizhua, am not one to be trifled with." Insane. Gu Qinzi could no longer contain her frustration and uttered a curse. "Do not think you are so remarkable just because of your looks." Qin Zizhua, incensed by Gu Qinzi's words, shed his facade of civility, revealing his true nature, cursing vehemently as he raised his arm, ready to strike. Taken aback by Qin Zizhua's frenzy, Gu Qinzi instinctively recoiled at the sight of his approaching hand, preparing to retaliate. However, just before his hand could descend upon her, a figure interposed itself in front of her. Upon regaining her composure, Gu Qinzi was startled to recognize the person as the very individual she found most detestable. The peculiar Kong Lu. Having perceived the escalating situation, Kong Lu had rushed in with remarkable speed, swiftly halting Qin Zizhua's assault. Gu Qinzi blinked in astonishment. Amidst the throng, Kong Lu was the sole individual brave enough to intervene and prevent Qin Zizhua from committing violence. Could it be that the boy she had always deemed a pervert had actually acted rightly? Kong Lu seized Qin Zizhua's wrist, twisting it behind his back. Qin Zizhua grimaced in pain, unable to resist, his body bending involuntarily under the pressure. "Kong Lu, he spat venomously, calling out to his two lackeys behind him. "What are you standing there for? Come help me." Upon hearing this, the two lackeys rushed forward. However, Kong Lu's roommates were no pushovers either. The three of them converged swiftly. Wang Qi stood at the forefront, flanked by the formidable Du Honyuan on his left and Chun Zhiwei positioned to the right, forming a triangular formation to shield Kong Lu. With a swift kick, Kong Lu struck Qin Zizhua, sneering, "Are you really going to fight in public and still consider yourself justified?" Having endured humiliation from Gu Qinzi and now being overpowered by a classmate he typically looked down upon, Qin Zizhua's composure shattered completely. "Kong Lu, I will kill you." Ignoring the throbbing pain in his wrist, he lashed out with his leg towards Kong Lu. In a swift maneuver, Kong Lu sidestepped, evading the strike. Yet his lack of proper footing due to his slippers caused him to stumble, landing squarely on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zizhua broke free from Kong Lu's grasp and lunged at him. He mounted Kong Lu, poised to unleash his fury. However, before he could deliver a single blow, the unfortunate fellow was sent sprawling by a sudden kick from Du Honyuan, a seasoned fighter from the alleys. Du Honyuan pointed at Qin Zizhua and shouted, "You little brat. I've long been displeased with you." Qin Zizhua bellowed at his two subordinates. "Why don't you charge in?" Although the two young men felt a strong reluctance within, they dared not defy Qin Zizhua's command and steeled themselves to rush forward. Wang Qi, though not adept in combat, had worked in the field since childhood. His hands tough and strong from wielding farming tools, he effortlessly overpowered Qin Zizhua's two underlings, with Chun Zhiwei assisting him, making the encounter seem almost playful. Du Honyuan and Kong Lu effectively subdued Qin Zizhua, thoroughly extinguishing the boy's rebellious spirit. While it appeared that 7 individuals were locked in a brawl, in reality, it was a one-sided affair, with Kong Lu's 4 members decisively overwhelming the 3 adversaries. The situation unfolded so suddenly that Gu Qinxi stood frozen, having never witnessed such chaotic conflict. As she watched the two factions clash because of her, she was at a loss for what to do. Just as she reached out to pull Kong Lu away, he dashed over to assist Wang Qi instead. Onlookers began to draw out their phones, capturing photographs. Some astute individuals had been recording videos since the onset, and now many were clamoring to add them on WeChat for the full footage. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, grew more boisterous, with those previously wronged by Qin Zizhua seizing the chance to discreetly hurl objects at him from within the throng. As one person did so, others quickly followed suit, and some even joined in to kick at the trio, plunging the scene into utter chaos. "What are you doing?" A thunderous shout echoed as a few security guards stormed into the crowd, their fury palpable. Witnessing the arrival of school security, the onlookers scattered like startled birds. Kong Lu, sensing the imminent danger, promptly shouted to his three companions, "Stop fighting, run." At his command, the others reacted instantly, abandoning the fray and melding into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. Kong Lu could have escaped as well, but after just a few steps, he noticed Gu Qinxi still standing there in shock. He turned back and grabbed her hand, urging her to flee with him. As Gu Qinxi was pulled forward by Kong Lu, her gaze lingered on his retreating figure, and her thoughts began to drift in a haze. In that moment, his silhouette merged with a memory from a decade ago. She seemed to glimpse the image of a small, slender boy, holding her hand, as they sprinted through the darkness of the night. That frail figure suddenly magnified in her mind, overlapping with Kong Lu's form. "Stop!" The throng had dispersed, making the fleeing duo conspicuously visible, and before long, they were intercepted by security. Thus, Kong Lu, Gu Qinxi, and Qin Zizhua were all apprehended and taken to the school's administrative office. In a bid to protect his three loyal friends, Gong Lu resolutely claimed sole responsibility for the altercation involving Qin Zizhua and his companions. However, the administrative teacher was not inclined to accept his word alone. Given Gong Lu's slender frame, it seemed implausible that he could single-handedly overpower three individuals. Qin Zizhua and his associates vociferously recounted the misdeeds of Gong Lu's dormitory, leading to the summoning of Wang Qi and his friends to the office. Accompanying them was their class advisor. As Qin Zizhua threatened to involve the authorities, Gu Qinxi accused the opposing party of initiating the conflict, asserting that Gong Lu and his friends were merely defending themselves. Although they bore more severe injuries, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon them. When Gu Qinxi provided her testimony, Wang Qi presented the recently obtained footage from the scene. The footage, captured from multiple angles due to the presence of numerous onlookers, clearly displayed the faces of all involved. It showed Qin Zizhua obstructing Gu Qinxi's departure and harassing her, which incited him to throw the first punch in a fit of rage. After Gong Lu intervened, Qin Zizhua struck again, leading to Gong Lu's fall, and Du Hongyuan's timely intervention, followed by his command for his subordinates to assist him. The video unequivocally indicated that the primary culpability for the brawl lay with Qin Zizhua, leaving him with no recourse but to acknowledge his initial wrongdoing. Now it was Gong Lu and his friends' turn to protest, clamoring for the authorities to apprehend Qin Zizhua and his companions. Within the office, a heated exchange ensued. Ultimately, through the mediation of the administrative teacher and the advisor, the parties agreed to resolve the matter privately, avoiding further escalation. Qin Zizhua, having endured a beating, found himself compelled to bow in apology, his heart brimming with frustration. He felt as though he might burst with indignation. Never before had he experienced such humiliation. As he watched Gong Lu and his group depart, he clenched his fists, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely within his eyes. "Why did you help me just now?" Gu Qinxi inquired of Gong Lu, standing in the thoroughfare between the male and female dormitories. Meanwhile, his three close friends had discreetly retreated to a distance, allowing them to observe the interaction from the flower bed at the foot of the boys' dormitory. Gong Lu scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well confess, "You are my online girlfriend, and therefore I cannot stand idly by while you are bullied by another man." He hesitated to openly acknowledge their online relationship, uncertain of how they would navigate their encounters thereafter. Their previous conversations had been filled with a certain charm, but if they were to confront the reality of their connection, it could become awkward and uncomfortable. Furthermore, given that Gu Qinxi still harbored some disdain for him, he did not expect that this act of assistance would drastically alter her perception of him. After contemplating for a few seconds, Gong Lu finally replied, "I simply cannot abide seeing a man strike a woman." Gu Chenxi remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "Thank you." Kong Lu chuckled and said, "In truth, perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us. If you are willing to resolve it, we could still become friends. However, the fact remains that you entered the ladies' restroom." "That's not true. I didn't mean to enter the ladies' restroom." Kong Lu sighed and replied, "Please allow me to explain. Kong Gu, you were incredibly handsome just now." Before Kong Lu could finish his sentence, Gu Qinxian, who had been hiding beneath the girls' dormitory, rushed out. She grabbed Kong Lu's hand and exclaimed, "I just sent the video of you heroically saving my sister from trouble to my mother. She wants to invite you to dinner at our home tonight." Gu Qinxian, upon learning that her sister had disclosed the day's events at school to their mother, Gu Chenxi was evidently annoyed. If it weren't for the public setting, she would have loved to give her sister a good scolding right then and there. Gu Qinxian, seemingly aware that her sister would not actually hit her, playfully stuck out her tongue, as if to provoke her further. After some contemplation, Gu Chenxi acknowledged that Kong Lu had indeed helped her today. It was only reasonable to treat him to a meal, and since their mother had extended the invitation, she decided to set aside her prejudice for the time being. Gu Chenxi took her sister's hand and said to Kong Lu, "Wait for me at the school gate tonight." After speaking, she led Gu Qinxian to her exclusive vehicle and departed from the school. Watching the pink Porsche 911's taillights fade away, Kong Lu couldn't help but smile to himself. Truly, she was a young lady of distinction. Even her exclusive vehicle was a Porsche. In his mind, Kong Lu couldn't resist a touch of playful jealousy. Unfortunately, the least expensive car in my garage is a Porsche 3. Hers is still a step above. Once Gu Chenxi had left, 3 roommates immediately rushed out, surrounding Kong Lu and bombarding him with questions. Du Hanyuan exclaimed, "You're incredible. Heroically saving a beauty and securing the top flower of Jiaodong University. Amazing." Wang Qi asked, "What did Gu Chenxi talk to you about? Tell me everything." Chen Zhiruei chimed in, "No way. Kong Gu, are you really going to date the school beauty? I'm feeling a bit envious. You guys are jumping to conclusions. She merely thanked me and invited me to dinner at her house tonight. Please don't misunderstand." The trio responded in unison, "We don't believe you." As they chatted, the 4 of them returned to their dormitory. Once inside, Kong Lu decided to take a shower. As he was covered in dirt from the earlier scuffle and wanted to clean himself, lest he inadvertently bring any misfortune associated with Qin Zizhua, Chen Zhiruei approached, holding Kong Lu's package, and said, "Kong Gu, I picked up your delivery for you." In the heat of the moment, Kong Lu had hastily abandoned his package to intervene in Qin Zizhua's actions, and thankfully, the attentive Chen Zhiruei had retrieved it. Otherwise, it would have likely been lost. Kong Lu gratefully accepted the package, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Xiao Chen. We're brothers. It's too formal for Kong Gu to say thank you." Chen Zhiruei waved it off and turned to return to his seat. Returning to the matter at hand, had it not been for this international courier service, Kong Lu would not have encountered such a series of unfortunate events that morning. As he retrieved a small knife from his drawer, intent on unwrapping the parcel to discover its contents, his phone buzzed with a message from Xi. Evidently, she had arrived home. If she had been driving, she would not have had the opportunity to message him. She sent a flurry of texts, recounting the events of the morning in great detail. Preoccupied with responding, Kong Lu found himself without the time to open the package, so he carelessly stuffed it into his backpack at his feet. Kong Lu had anticipated that Gu Chenxi would seek him out to confide in him, and thus he had already formulated his responses, making the conversation flow effortlessly. The only aspect that felt somewhat out of place was the incessant use of the term baby. Reflecting on Gu Chenxi's stern visage, the term seemed highly inappropriate. To his surprise, Gu Chenxi, for the first time in front of her boyfriend, praised that peculiar male classmate. She exclaimed, "Baby, you won't believe it. The first person to stand up for me today was that strange guy. He brought his roommates to help me out at a crucial moment. He doesn't seem so bad after all." Kong Lu couldn't help but smile at this revelation and quickly replied, "Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. He might have genuinely stumbled into the ladies' restroom. Shouldn't you two have a proper conversation? You might even become good friends." Gu Chenxi retorted, "Nonsense. That guy scolded me last night. Even if he helped me, I have no desire to be friends with him." Facing her message, Kong Lu's smile faded as he anticipated. Reality seldom presented the cliché narrative of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Though Gu Chenxi's perception of him had shifted, it was merely to the extent of being less bothersome. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Time is of the essence. Noticing the hour was getting late, Kong Lu took the initiative to conclude the conversation with Gu Chenxi. He gathered some clothes and made his way to the bathroom, changing into a fresh outfit. Glancing at his phone, he realized the battery was running low. He had forgotten to charge it that afternoon. Consequently, he packed his charger and power bank into his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and departed the dormitory. As he left, the three fellows in the dorm continued their raucous banter. Wang Qi boasted, "Old Lu, don't worry tonight. I'll cover for you if Annie checks the room." Chunji Rue, ever considerate, inquired, "Brother Kong, do you have enough money? Need me to lend you some?" However, it was Du Hanyuan who was most attentive, pulling out a box of ultra-thin items from his drawer, declaring, "You must take this." "What nonsense?" Kong Lu scowled, shoving the item back into Du Hongyuan's hands, exasperatedly stating, "I'm merely going to her house for dinner. Her parents will be home, and there are other guests as well. What are you all thinking?" Humph. The three immediately lost interest, turning back to their activities. Kong Lu found their reaction simultaneously amusing and frustrating. He waited at the school gate for approximately 10 minutes when suddenly, a roaring sound erupted behind him. As I glanced back, Gu Qinxi was driving her pink Porsche, arriving at the school gate. The roar of the engine and the striking appearance of the Porsche captured the attention of numerous students. Gu Qinxi exuded an aura reminiscent of a leading lady, drawing the gaze of many wherever she went. Meanwhile, the unassuming Kong Lu had to endure the scrutiny of the crowd as he got into Gu Qinxi's luxurious vehicle, departing the campus alongside the university's bell. "Get in," Gu Qinxi said, rolling down the window and eyeing the still-dazed Kong Lu. At her words, he wasted no time, swiftly opening the door and bending down to slide into the seat. Observing this scene, many classmates had already taken out their phones, snapping pictures and murmuring among themselves. Speculations about Gu Qinxi and Kong Lu's rumored romance were rampant, with whispers circulating from the earlier incident at the girls' dormitory. Of course, Kong Lu was oblivious to their chatter, as the Porsche sped away, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes behind. The low chassis of the luxury car and its average seating comfort were not to Kong Lu's liking. He preferred the opulence of the Cullinan in his own garage, where the seating comfort far surpassed that of this vehicle. Once inside, Kong Lu silently gazed out the window, while Gu Qinxi remained unconcerned about his thoughts, focusing intently on driving. The plush toys and flowers he had sent for delivery that afternoon were neatly arranged on the back seat, where no one could sit. She hummed a cheerful tune, her speed reflecting her delightful mood for the evening. Kong Lu, initially lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by her somewhat reckless driving. As he regained his composure, he was serenaded by Gu Qinxi's enchanting voice, which, despite its usual icy tone, was undeniably melodious. He couldn't help but associate that sweet sound with Cece, picturing her calling him baby in that delightful voice, which caused his heart to race with unexpected unease. Noticing Kong Lu's peculiar expression, Gu Qinxi assumed he was startled by her speed. She paused her song, teasingly remarking, "Why do you look so pale? You're not carsick, are you? Please don't throw up in my car." "No," Kong Lu replied, avoiding her gaze and merely shaking his head. Observing his reluctance to meet her eyes, Gu Qinxi became increasingly convinced he was indeed frightened, thinking to herself, "Your face is ashen, yet you pretend to be calm. You must be afraid of my laughter." For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the morning's events, Gu Qinxi chose not to seize the opportunity to further tease Kong Lu or accelerate to frighten him. Instead, she reduced her speed, leaving Kong Lu somewhat taken aback. Before long, they arrived at Gu's standalone villa. The underground garage appeared to be filled to capacity, with several cars parked in the yard in front of the villa. Gu Qinxi parked the car in the yard and led Kong Lu inside. Kong Lu inquired, "Is there an important guest at your house tonight?" "My father's business partner, upon hearing that I was being bullied at school, came to check on me and also to share a meal." Gu Qinxi explained, "It's nothing to worry about. It doesn't concern you." "Oh, I see." Kong Lu nodded, understanding that family matters were not his business, so he refrained from asking further. As soon as they entered the house, Gu Qinxi's mother warmly greeted him. She was exceptionally beautiful, her face adorned with an elegant smile. As they say, time does not defeat a beauty. Even in her middle age, this noblewoman still exuded charm, and Gu Qinxi bore an uncanny resemblance to her. With a gentle voice, Gu Qinxi's mother inquired of Kong Lu, "You must be the Kong Lu who helped my daughter today, correct?" Kong Lu promptly bowed and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, auntie. You can call me Xiao Kong or Xiao Lu." Gu Qinxi's mother shook hands with Kong Lu, responding, "Hello, Xiao Kong. I am Gu Qinxi's mother, Lu Yun." Kong Lu politely replied, "Hello, Aunt Lu." Lu Yun smiled in return and urged Kong Lu, "Come in and have a seat." "All right, thank you, Auntie," he replied. In front of the villa's sofa sat two individuals, Gu Qinxi's father, Gu Tianhan, a strikingly handsome man, which explained how such a beautiful daughter could come into being. Surely, Gu Tianhan was once renowned for his looks. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man named Chen Guoyang, the head of the Chen group, alongside his son, Chen Junjie, who possessed a commendable demeanor. The Gu and Chen families had long been partners, maintaining a cordial relationship. Gu Tianhan gestured for Kong Lu to sit down, saying, "So you are Kong Lu. I've heard about your situation. Come, take a seat." After sitting, Kong Lu waved his hand with a smile, replying, "Uncle, you are too kind. I haven't done anything noteworthy." "No, you did wonderfully. Thank you for assisting my daughter." Gu Tianhan began conversing with Kong Lu, and they chatted for about 10 minutes. Glancing at his watch, Gu Tianhan remarked, "It's about that time." "Huh? What?" Kong Lu was momentarily puzzled by Gu Tianhan's words. Ding dong. In the next moment, the doorbell of the Gu residence rang unexpectedly. Chapter 10. The Qin family. Two men entered from outside. One was Qin Zijua, who had clashed with Gu Qinxi and Kong Lu in the morning, following closely behind a middle-aged man, his father, Qin Dahai. Today's incident where Qin Zijua expressed his feelings for Gu Qinxi was entirely his father's idea. He had been contemplating that if this endeavor succeeded, the Qin family would be climbing the social ladder by allying with the Gu family, ensuring a brighter future. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, overestimating his foolish son, who had no inkling of how poorly regarded he was at school, and foolishly thought to confront the Gu family's esteemed daughter. Now it seemed, the repercussions had reached his father. Qin Dahai had no choice but to bring his son to the Gu residence to offer an apology. Gu Tianhan gazed at his daughter and then at Kong Lu, inquiring, "Is this young man bullying you both?" However, his words were somewhat skewed. For only Gu Qinxi had been the target of bullying that day. Kong Lu belonged to the group of aggressors. Having thoroughly thrashed Qin Zijua earlier in the morning without facing any repercussions, leaving only Qin Zijua to bear the brunt of the punishment. Thus, he felt no sense of victimhood. Yet, in light of the prevailing atmosphere, Kong Lu feigned a victim's demeanor, responding, "Indeed, uncle." He was accompanied by two henchmen. Gu Qinxi mused to herself, "I am the true victim here. Why does he cry foul first?" Qin Zijua, infuriated by Kong Lu's remark, nearly spat blood in anger. Retorting, "Why don't you mention that your dormitory has 4 people against our 3? Kong Lu immediately shot back, "Don't slander me. Had you not initiated the attack, my roommates and I would not have resorted to violence. Surely, I did not strike Gu Qinxi. The evidence is irrefutable." Upon concluding his statement, Kong Lu turned to Gu Qinxi, saying, "Isn't that so, Gu Qinxi?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Qinxi found a peculiar amusement in Kong Lu's deliberately provocative expression, which subtly altered her perception of him. Qin Dahai, however, was not inclined to grant Gu Qinxi the opportunity to speak. Should she voice her thoughts, it would irrevocably seal Qin Zijua's fate. He thundered, "Silence. This is not a forum for your opinions." Qin Zijua, realizing that he had been baited by Kong Lu, felt his inferior side exposed before Gu Qinxi's father. Although Kong Lu's actions were intentional, he found himself powerless to retaliate, having fallen into the trap set. Suppressed with fury, Qin Zijua could only comply with his father's command and obediently fell silent. With a resounding clap, Qin Dahai struck his son's back. The sound echoed loudly, though it caused no real pain. He chastised, "You unfilial son, I instructed you to foster good relations with your classmates. Yet you resort to forming cliques and audaciously strike the daughter of Gu uncle. Do you seek death? Get out of my sight. I disown you." The earlier remarks were directed at Gu Tianhan, while the final statement was intended solely for Qin Zijua's ears. Fearing that his foolish son might once again lose control of his emotions and engage in a quarrel with Kong Lu, he sought to expel him from the scene, intending to handle the remaining matters himself. "Enough, Mr. Qin. Matters between father and son can be discussed at home. There is no need for this display." Clearly, Gu Tianhan was unimpressed by Qin Dahai's attempts to deflect, nor did he intend to allow Qin Zijua, who had bullied his daughter, to leave prematurely. He interjected, cutting off the latter's words. Qin Dahai's expression soured upon hearing this. He replied, "Mr. Gu, our prior acquaintance is not particularly profound. My sudden appearance indeed seems inappropriate, and I regret not having brought a gift." As he spoke, Qin Dahai produced a bank card from his pocket. evidently intending to resolve the issue with a monetary offering. However, Gu Tianhan had no intention of accepting Qin Dahai's money. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Mr. Qin, our discussion today concerns your son's assault on my daughter, not a business transaction. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Qin Dahai had never anticipated that Gu Tianhan would adopt such an unyielding stance, leaving him momentarily at a loss regarding how to proceed. Gu Tianhan continued, "Mr. Qin, although we may not share a direct business relationship, we are both engaged in commerce within the realm of Zhonghai. We encounter each other often, and it would be prudent to maintain some level of cordiality. I wish to avoid any overt discord." Indeed, Qin Dahai nodded, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Yet he dared not express his ire. After all, the newly emerging capital forces led by the Gu family wielded considerable influence in Zhonghai, and offending them would be tantamount to incurring the wrath of this burgeoning power. Thus, Qin Dahai could only persistently nod in apology. Gu Tianhan spoke slowly. "Let us proceed in this manner. Have your son apologize to my daughter and to her classmate who assisted her, and we shall consider this matter resolved. In the future, we can still be allies in business." "Very well." Qin Dahai gritted his teeth in acquiescence, although Gu Tianhan's words filled him with a simmering rage. A tide of indignation was building within him. Qin Zizhua felt similarly aggrieved. To apologize to Gu Qinzi in front of so many was one thing. Her status afforded her some measure of respect, but to beg forgiveness from Kong Lu was intolerable. Why should he apologize to a mere commoner? To him, it felt like a profound affront to his dignity. He was, after all, the esteemed young master of the Qin family. Such humiliation was unprecedented. "Why are you standing there? Apologize," Qin Dahai urged. Biting his lip, Qin Zizhua turned to Gu Qinzi, bowing his head in reluctant submission. "I apologize, Miss Gu. I am sorry for my rashness and discourtesy today." Gu Qinzi remained silent, merely emitting a slight, disdainful huff from her elegantly shaped nose. Qin Zizhua gritted his teeth, reminding himself to endure. For the sake of the family business, he must restrain his emotions. After offering his apology to Gu Qinzi, he retreated behind Qin Dahai. "Wait a moment. Have you forgotten something?" Kong Lu, who had remained silent until now, called out, not even bothering to use Qin Zizhua's name, as if summoning a dog. Gritting his teeth, Qin Zizhua forced out 3 words. "I apologize." "I do not accept your apology." Kong Lu smirked coldly and addressed Qin Zizhua. "I expect an apology similar to the one you just rendered to Gu Qinzi, directed at me as well." Qin Zizhua glared at Kong Lu, as if to say, "Do not overstep your bounds." Qin Dahai, observing the situation teetering on the brink of further discord, bellowed at his son, "Apologize." "Sorry. For my rashness and discourtesy today, I apologize to you, Kong Lu." Qin Zizhua's words tumbled out as if forced from between clenched teeth, each syllable laden with emphasis. Kong Lu pursed his lips, a mocking smile playing upon his face. "Very well, I accept your apology." Qin Zizhua clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He vowed to reclaim his lost dignity today. Qin Dahai's smile faltered, and he remarked, "Gu, let us put this matter behind us." Gu Tianhan smiled at Qin Dahai and remarked, "As you can see, I have guests today, so I won't keep you for dinner. Another time, I shall treat you, Mr. Gu. For now, we shall part ways." "Very well, goodbye, Mr. Qin." Without exchanging any further pleasantries, Qin Dahai turned on his heel with his son, eager to depart without delay. As they settled into their vehicle, Qin Zizhua glanced back at the Gu family's villa, silently vowing, "Kong Lu, just you wait. I shall not let this go unpunished." The Qin family's car gradually rolled away from the Gu residence, eventually vanishing at the end of the road. At that moment, Kong Lu remained blissfully unaware that Qin Zizhua had developed a deep-seated grudge against him. Yet, he was untroubled, for to the Kong family, the Qin family was naught but an insignificant insect. Should Qin Zizhua dare to retaliate, Kong Lu would crush the entire Qin family as easily as one would squash an ant. Conversely, if Qin Zizhua behaved himself, Kong Lu would have no interest in holding him accountable. The dinner commenced shortly thereafter. Kong Lu abstained from alcohol, thus finishing his meal expeditiously. After dining, he was coaxed by Gu Qinxian to ascend to her room for gaming, leaving the others to continue their meal downstairs. Chen Guoyang raised his glass and addressed Gu Tianhan. "Come, old Gu, allow me to toast you." After downing a glass, Chen Guoyang candidly stated, "I truly envy you for having such a well-behaved and understanding daughter. Unlike my son, nearly 20 and yet to bring home a daughter-in-law, He only serves to trouble me daily. Haha. Chen Guoyang's frankness was not lost on Gu Tianhan, who chuckled. Little Chun is not yet 20. He is at the prime age to revel in his youth. Why rush him into marriage? Ah, you don't quite grasp this, do you? Chen Guoyang lamented. If that rascal settled down, I could retire and pass the reins of the company to him, enjoying my life. The implication was clear. If his son were to marry Gu Qinxian, he would promptly step back and hand over power to the younger generation. Gu Tianhan understood the underlying message but replied, the youth must undergo more trials and temper their character. Chen Guoyang turned to his son, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Did you hear what your Uncle Gu said? Chen Junjie promptly replied with deference. Junjie will certainly remember Uncle Gu's guidance. Satisfied, Chen Guoyang inquired of his son, among all these young ladies present, is there not one who captures your eye? Chen Junjie immediately donned a bashful smile, his gaze gravitating back to Gu Qinxian. After a brief hesitation, he finally confessed, in truth, I have long admired Qinxian. At this revelation, Gu Tianhan inhaled sharply, not from shock at Chen Junjie's words, but because his daughter had pinched him from behind, causing him discomfort. Why didn't you tell me sooner that you fancy Uncle Gu's daughter? Chen Guoyang seized upon his son's admission, saying, Old Gu, considering the relationship between our families, why not let these two youngsters seize this opportunity today to formalize a betrothal? Chen Guoyang's true intention for visiting the Gu family today was to orchestrate a union between his son and Gu Chenxi. Should the two establish an engagement and subsequently marry, the Gu family would effectively become an extension of the Chen family. Alas, Chen Guoyang's ambitions were rather conspicuous. Old Chen, these children are still quite young. Gu Tianhan paused for a moment before continuing. It would be prudent to deliberate on this matter further. Noticing Gu Tianhan's reluctance to pursue the topic, Chen Guoyang deftly lightened the mood with a laugh and shifted the conversation. Meanwhile, in Gu Qinxuan's room, Kong Lu had already commenced an intense battle with Gu Qinxian in a competitive gaming arena. When alone, Kong Lu seldom engaged in gaming, only playing to accumulate points at the beginning of the season. The majority of his time was spent accompanying his online girlfriend, Cici. The disparity in skill levels between Gu Qinxian and Kong Lu was vast, relegating them to casual modes of play. She played as support while Kong Lu took on the role of marksman. His dazzling maneuvers left Chen Xian utterly mesmerized, prompting her to express her desire to become his apprentice. A proposition Kong Lu swiftly declined. Undeterred, Gu Qinxian suggested, how about this? I am currently in search of a tutor. Kong Lu, would you consider being my math tutor? Kong Lu firmly rejected her, stating, I cannot. I am too busy. With her eyes darting playfully, Gu Qinxian pressed on. Then, Kong Lu, are you interested in getting closer to my sister? Establishing a good rapport with her? This remark struck a chord with Kong Lu, who indeed wished to foster a connection with Gu Chenxi to ensure that their eventual meeting would not be awkward and that she would not harbor any aversion towards him. Gu Qinxian continued, if you wish to build a relationship with my sister, then you should agree to tutor me. This would provide you with a legitimate opportunity to interact with her. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu gave Gu Qinxian a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. So do you accept? Great. I will inform my mother tonight. No problem. I will take you along for gaming later. Thus, they reached an agreement and resumed their gaming session. While engrossed in their game, they were suddenly interrupted by a heated argument outside. Xiaoxi, this is the Ocean's Tear necklace I bought for you from Europa. Can you truly not accept my heartfelt gesture? I don't want it. Take it back. Why not? This is a sincere token of my affection. Chen Junjie, listen carefully. I could never develop feelings for you. Keep your distance. The two, intrigued by the commotion, could no longer contain their curiosity and muted their game, crouching by the door to eavesdrop, transforming into two idle spectators in this unfolding drama. Xiaoxi, my feelings for you are so genuine. Can't you see that at all? Why must you reject me? I told you last time that I only see you as a brother. I have never harbored any romantic feelings towards you. Feelings can be cultivated. Give up. I already have someone I like. You're lying, aren't you? How could you possibly like such an ordinary man? The chapter concludes here. As Kong Lu listened to the conversation between the two, he quietly inquired of Gu Qinxian, is this fellow Chen Junjie from a wealthy family? Indeed. Gu Qinxian nodded, leaning closer to Kong Lu's ear. Junjie's family is quite comparable to ours. My father and his have been close friends since their youth, and he has known my sister since childhood. They are practically childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts? Kong Lu mused, intrigued by Gu Qinxuan's words. Yes, Gu Qinxian continued, unfortunately. It is a case of unrequited love. Although he has affections for my sister, she regards him merely as an older brother. Kong Lu tentatively asked, is he not handsome? They seem well matched. Why does your sister overlook him? Gu Qinxian shrugged. How would I know? You might as well ask my sister. Kong Lu quickly waved his hand. Your sister is as cold as an ice sculpture. I dare not provoke her. Perhaps my sister has someone she likes. Gu Qinxian seemed to ponder this, then leaned closer to Kong Lu again, whispering, Kong Gu, I have a secret to share, but you must promise not to tell anyone, especially my sister. Very well, speak. Kong Lu nodded, inclining his head towards her. I accidentally saw my sister's chat interface on her phone. It seems she is in an online romance. Ha! Gu Qinxian laughed, unable to contain her amusement. However, Kong Lu, being the very object of her sister's online affection, felt a twinge of awkwardness. To avoid revealing his discomfort, he merely covered his mouth and forced a chuckle. I once spied on her conversations with her online partner. It was quite nauseating, filled with adorable emojis and baby talk. I could hardly bear to look. Ha ha ha. Kong Lu, listening to Gu Qinxian, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Mortified to the point of wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. The embarrassment felt akin to someone suddenly calling out your long-forgotten edgy nickname from years ago in the middle of the street, complete with all the quirky symbols. And there's more. Gu Qinxian was about to elaborate when the door was suddenly flung open by Gu Qinci. The two, huddled at the doorway, were instantly exposed to the gaze of the newcomers. Gu Qinci frowned, first glancing at her sister, then at the not-so-pleasant expression on Kong Lu's face, and could not help but ask, what are you two doing squatting at the door? Gu Qinchuan's mind raced, and she quickly concocted an excuse, raising her phone. We just noticed the internet speed is quite good out here. Yes, Kong Lu chuckled awkwardly in agreement. With a stern expression, Gu Qinci commanded, both of you, stand up. In an instant, they stood upright, more rigid than during military training at school. Allow me to introduce. Gu Qinci stepped forward and stood beside Kong Lu. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the three, she took hold of Kong Lu's wrist and declared, this is the man I adore. His name is Kong Lu. Kong Lu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Gu Qinci, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and surprise. Was it true that Gu Qinci had known all along that he was her online boyfriend? When had she discovered this? No, it was impossible. She shouldn't have found out, for he had concealed it so well. Just as Kong Lu was grappling with these thoughts, Gu Qinci leaned in close, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered in his ear, just play along. Help me send him away, and I'll give you 1,000. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu finally comprehended that Gu Qinci had merely stumbled upon a coincidence, unwittingly enlisting him, her real boyfriend, to masquerade as her fake suitor. With this revelation, the weight on his heart began to lift. Chen Junjie, of course, could not believe that this individual, dressed in what seemed like cheap attire and exuding an air of mediocrity, could possibly be Gu Qinci's boyfriend. However, witnessing the intimate exchange between Gu Qinci and Kong Lu made him feel suddenly uneasy. Qinci, is this amusing to you? To reject me with such childish tactics? Even if you sought a pretend boyfriend to deflect me, couldn't you at least choose someone more presentable? What was wrong with him? Gu Qinci, linking arms with Kong Lu, proclaimed boldly, he may dress simply, but I cherish him for who he is. His character transcends his appearance. While Chen Junjie could tolerate Gu Qinci's preference for a man wealthier or more handsome than himself, he could not bear the thought that she would rather associate with such an unsophisticated individual than agree to be his girlfriend. More infuriating was the fact that she had quarreled with him over this man. Anger surged within him, clouding his judgment. With a scowl, he retorted, he's nothing but a loser, and Uncle Gu would never permit you to associate with someone like him. What loser? Show some respect for my boyfriend. Gu Qinci shot back coldly. Don't judge by appearances. My boyfriend's family is no less affluent than yours. Chen Junjie scoffed derisively. The necklace I gifted you is worth 800,000. Gu Qinci was momentarily speechless. Just then, her sister, Gu Qinxian, interjected, Kong Lu Gij is not poor at all. He is incredibly wealthy and has secretly prepared a surprise for my sister. Gu Qinxian held a preference for Kong Lu over Chen Junjie, as she admired Kong Lu's gaming skills and gentle demeanor. She winked at the still-dazed Kong Lu and added, it's in my room, right, Gij? Yes. Although Kong Lu had not prepared anything, he sensed that Gu Qinxian had a plan and reluctantly agreed. Chen Junjie, smirking, cast a dark glance at Kong Lu, saying, I wonder what treasure it is. Let me witness it. Wait a moment. Chun Junjie exclaimed, moving towards the room, but was halted by Gu Qinxi's voice. Junjie, it's not convenient for you to enter my room right now. Please wait outside. Chun Junjie paused, then turned to Gu Qinxian, Xiaoxian. You've never restricted me from entering your room before. Gu Qinxian explained somewhat awkwardly. As children grow up, they inevitably require a degree of personal space. After uttering these words, she grasped Kong Lu's hand and led her sister into the room, subsequently closing the door behind them, leaving Chun Junjie standing alone in the corridor, buffeted by the cold breeze. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Chun Junjie felt a profound sense of frustration, acutely aware that he was the sole outsider. Once inside, Kong Lu was the first to speak. Let me clarify, I possess no gifts more valuable than his necklace worth 800,000. Although any chandelier in Kong Lu's home would exceed that amount, at this moment, he truly could not produce a suitable gift. It would be absurd to present Gu Qinxi with a few worn exercise books from his somewhat outdated backpack, claiming that knowledge is priceless. I certainly know you don't, Gu Qinxian retorted, moving toward her desk to retrieve a gift box. Fortunately, I had prepared a present for my sister. I intended to surprise her. But it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Wow, Xiaoxian, thank you, Gu Qinxi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the box her sister had brought. What did you prepare for me? It's oddly light. With hands on her hips, Gu Qinxian proudly replied, just open it and see. Gu Qinxi promptly tore open the gift box, only to find it completely empty. She looked up at her sister, puzzled, and asked, You've given me just a box? Gu Qinxian exclaimed, staring at the vacant box, her hands clutching her head in distress. I wondered why it was empty when I brought it. I only remembered to prepare the gift box, and the bag I had ordered is still at the store. Gu Qinxi pursed her lips, somewhat speechless, and said, All right. I understand that the surprise you intended was the bag, but it's still at the store. Please don't berate me. Gu Qinxian replied, her face contorted in dismay. I simply forgot. At that moment, Kong Lu interjected, How do we deal with the fellow waiting outside? He recalled that the individual had already been in a foul mood when he entered, and after being met with silence for so long, his temper was likely on the verge of exploding. Gu Qinxian covered her face and pointed to a decorative item on her bookshelf, suggesting, if all else fails, we could use that crystal ball as a makeshift treasure to appease him. I spent several thousand on it back then. Kong Lu glanced at the unremarkable crystal ball, pondering, how could such a mundane glass ball be worth that much? The wealth of the affluent is indeed easily acquired. However, Gu Qinxi shook her head, insisting, No, that crystal ball has been in your room for years. He has certainly seen it before. What shall we do then? I just helped Kong Gij boast earlier, Gu Qinxian said, casting an awkward smile toward Kong Lu. Just as the three were engulfed in worry, Kong Lu inadvertently knocked his backpack from Gu Qinxuan's desk, causing a square parcel to tumble out. Upon seeing the package, Kong Lu's eyes widened. It was a delivery from his parents from the Kingdom of Clocks, which he had not had the chance to open earlier and had carelessly brought along. I believe I might have a solution. Kong Lu spoke as he picked up the package from the ground, swiftly tearing it open. He recalled the delivery man mentioning that this parcel was insured for over 10,000, suggesting that its contents were indeed extraordinary. Upon unwrapping the cardboard box, he discovered several layers of cushioning material, and after tearing them apart, he revealed a dark golden gift box. Continuing to unveil the exterior packaging, he found a box encased in a brown short-pile suede bag. This box, crafted from rosewood, gleamed a regal dark red under the intense light, its lacquered surface reflecting the shimmering patterns of flowing golden waves, remarkably fluid and aesthetically pleasing. At the center of the box rested a gilded Calatrava cross. Beneath the wooden box lay a folded card holder made of top-grain calfskin, adorned with the same design, containing a manual in both English and German, as well as a beautiful postcard. 6104 Patek Philippe. Kong Lu recognized the emblem and the string of English letters, as his father's display cabinet housed two Patek Philippe watches, a brand esteemed alongside Vacheron Constantin and Audemars Piguet, regarded as the top three luxury watchmakers in the world, with Patek Philippe often hailed as the king of watches. Setting aside the cardholder and manual, he opened the wooden box. Wow! The moment Gu Qinxian glimpsed the contents, she gasped in astonishment. Gu Qinxi, momentarily forgetting her composure, widened her eyes in disbelief at the sight within the box. As expected, it was indeed a watch, yet surprisingly, it was rather extraordinary. The watch's outer casing was adorned with 38 elongated diamonds, while the dial featured a transparent sapphire crystal face displaying a celestial map and a galaxy chart, both rotating at different speeds. The breathtaking depth and the trajectory of the moon precisely illustrated the celestial bodies and the moon's movement across the night sky. An elliptical pathway within provided a panoramic view of the Geneva sky. Kong Lu found himself momentarily stunned by the watch's magnificence. Gu Qinxian turned to Kong Lu and inquired, "This watch must be quite expensive, right?" "Indeed, it's not cheap." Kong Lu scratched his head, uncertain how to respond to her question. Gu Qinxi promptly picked up the card holder that Kong Lu had set on the ground, her keen eyes quickly spotting the invoice nestled within. At the bottom of the invoice, boldly printed, was the figure 354 feet, 840 inches, $354,000, which converted to over 2,580,000 in Chinese currency. Upon seeing the invoice, Gu Qinxi looked up at Kong Lu, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. "This watch costs over 250,000? Yes." Kong Lu pondered for a moment before confidently affirming, "For a Patek Philippe, a genuine watch costing 250,000 is quite normal. Mine, however, is a replica." "A fake watch?" Gu Qinxi stared at the exquisite timepiece, clearly skeptical of its authenticity, then glanced at the invoice in her hand. For someone like her, who frequently indulged in overseas shopping, she had seen her fair share of invoices, undoubtedly issued from the watchmaking country. Chapter 14. Indeed, yes. My father is engaged in the business of counterfeit watches, and he can even produce invoices that are indistinguishable from the real ones, Kong Lu declared, snatching the invoice back from Gu Qinxi's grasp, and continued, "This watch is virtually identical to the authentic one, even at the official store. It might not be detected as a gray market item. Deceiving that fellow outside should pose no challenge." Gu Qinxian inquired, "If the officials can't discern the authenticity, doesn't that imply it is genuine?" "Exactly," Gu Qinxi concurred, nodding in agreement. Kong Lu, unable to further elaborate, diverted the conversation. "Can we please refrain from fixating on the issue of authenticity for now?" Outside, Chen Junjie had grown somewhat impatient, knocking on the door while exclaiming loudly, "You've been in there forever. If you can't produce anything, don't force it." Admitting this guy is a loser isn't difficult at all. With a swift motion, the door opened, and the three emerged from the room. Gu Qinxi asserted, "Let me reiterate, you should treat my boyfriend with respect." Seeing Gu Qinxi defend him so fervently, Kong Lu felt a warmth in his heart, momentarily lost in a daze. For a fleeting instant, he genuinely believed that Gu Qinxi was his girlfriend, as if they had known each other for an eternity. However, his reverie shattered the moment Gu Qinxi pinched his arm. Following the script he had rehearsed earlier, he raised Gu Qinxi's hand and pointed to the exquisite watch on her wrist, declaring, "Behold, this is the watch I gifted to my girlfriend. It costs over 2.5 million, enough to purchase 3 of your necklaces." After making his statement, he glanced at Gu Qinxi, who returned a look of satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, kid, do you think I'm easily fooled?" Chen Junjie laughed heartily, pointing at the watch. "Don't think I'm unaware. This is a Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch, which is virtually unattainable in our country. Even if you, as a penniless wretch, could muster 2.5 million, you'd never find it in stock here. If it's genuine, I'll kneel and bow to you right now." Kong Lu maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. But you must promise me that you'll cease harassing Shishi from now on." Upon hearing the name Shishi, Gu Qinxi inexplicably turned to glance at Kong Lu, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes, leaving one to wonder what was on her mind. "Fine, kid. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Chen Junjie pulled out his phone, stating, "I just happen to know the store manager of Zhonghai Patek Philippe. We can easily verify whether this watch is real or not." Noticing Chen Junjie's insistence on uncovering the truth, Gu Qinxi nervously squeezed Kong Lu's arm, while Gu Qinxian tugged on Kong Lu's sleeve from behind. Observing the two sisters' anxious demeanor due to their unease, Kong Lu merely smiled and remarked, "You'd better have the contact information for the watch store manager, as this watch was purchased through an overseas agent." "Huh," Chen Junjie scoffed, "what a colossal joke. You dare to seek an agent for a $2 million watch?" Kong Lu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Wealth speaks volumes. There's nothing one can do about it." Chen Junjie felt the veins on his forehead throb slightly as he gritted his teeth and warned, "Kid, if that watch is not authentic, don't blame me for being rude." Kong Lu continued to provoke Chen Junjie with his words, If you can prove it's fake, I shall leave your judgment to you. After sending a message, Chen Junjie soon received a phone call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, a rare smile broke through his usually grim expression as he pointed at Kong Lu and declared, "Kid, I just inquired, and there have been no purchase records for this watch in the country for the past 6 months." As he spoke, he activated the speakerphone. A clear voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the phone. "Indeed, if anyone dares to use our Patek Philippe name to peddle counterfeit watches, we will take legal action." Kong Lu, emboldened, replied to the phone, "Don't just check domestic purchase records. Didn't I mention? This watch was procured overseas. Go ahead and investigate the records from the watchmaking country." "Humph, do you think we cannot find it?" The man on the other end spoke with evident displeasure, followed by the sound of rapid typing. Before long, the man spoke again, though his tone had noticeably softened. "Just a week ago, there was indeed a customer with the surname Kong from Huaxia who purchased a starry watch in the watchmaking country." Chen Junjie's pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing him to drop his phone. He pressed for more information. "What is that person's full name?" The voice on the other end hesitated. Mr. Chen, I apologize, but I lack the authority to access specific member details." "No need for such formality." Kong Lu waved his hand and instructed, "Ask him if the order number for the starry watch ends with 4480. The invoice has the order number. I glanced at it earlier and memorized the last digits." The man quickly confirmed, "Yes, the last digits are indeed 4480. Chen Junjie stared incredulously at Kong Lu and inquired, "Did you truly purchase this watch?" At this moment, the expressions of the Gu sisters mirrored Chen Junjie's disbelief. His question was also on their minds. Before Chen Junjie could hang up, the manager's voice came through again. "It seems that the customer with the surname Kong didn't just purchase one watch. He bought a total of 6 watches, all on the same day and at the same time." 6 watches. Chen Junjie was struck with astonishment. He knew all too well how exorbitant Patek Philippe watches were, with the cheapest starting at over 100,000. Acquiring a watch requires financial verification, even if one were a sudden millionaire. The store would not allow a single individual to purchase 6 watches at once. It was evident that anyone capable of such a feat must possess immense power and connections. Not only was Chen Junjie taken aback, but the Gu sisters standing beside Kong Lu were also startled by the manager's revelation. Had Chen Junjie not been present, they would have already begun to interrogate Kong Lu. As Kong Lu felt the intense gaze of the three upon him, a wave of headache washed over him. He mused inwardly, "This act may have been excessive. I do not even know how to extricate myself from this predicament now." Kong Lu harbored concerns that the store manager would delve into his family's background, potentially exposing him. Consequently, he decisively pressed the button to end the call with Chen Junjie, stating, "Well, a bet is a bet. Remember your promise." Although Chen Junjie was seething with indignation, the reality that Kong Lu had gifted Gu Chenxi a genuine watch suggested that his identity was far from ordinary. Uncertain of Kong Lu's background, he refrained from provoking him further. With a huff, Chen Junjie turned and descended the stairs, tacitly acknowledging his defeat. Once Chen Junjie had departed, Gu Chenxi and her sister seized Kong Lu and pulled him into the room. Gu Chenxi removed the watch from her wrist, waving it before Kong Lu, demanding an explanation. Gu Chenxian clung to Kong Lu's arm. Her curiosity piqued as she questioned, "Brother Kong, are you truly a hidden magnate?" Kong Lu stammered through a convoluted explanation involving a friend of his father's from the watchmaking country, who had conspired with them to produce counterfeit invoices while his father manufactured fake watches. As he struggled to clarify his story, the phone rang, providing him with an opportunity to escape the room under the pretense of taking the call. "Hello, Mr. Kong. An international parcel has arrived for you, requiring personal identification for confirmation of receipt. When would you be available tomorrow for us to arrange delivery?" Another international parcel? After the call, Kong Lu couldn't help but smile wryly. End of chapter. Chapter 15. No avoiding responsibility. While the adults were engrossed in conversation, no one was aware of the events that had just transpired on the second floor. Not wishing to linger any longer at Gu Chenxi's home, Kong Lu decided to take his leave. However, he felt it necessary to bid farewell to Gu Chenxi's mother, Lu Yun, as she had extended the invitation. Departing without a word would certainly be impolite. Lu Yun understood that Kong Lu was likely feeling out of place among unfamiliar faces, so she refrained from insisting he stay. Concerned that he had not eaten sufficiently, she instructed the kitchen to prepare several portions of delicacies for him to take home. As Kong Lu beheld the large bag of freshly packed food in takeout containers, He finally grasped the literal meaning of the phrase takeaway. Grateful for Lu Yun's kindness. He could not refuse, especially since 3 ravenous roommates awaited him back at the dormitory. With reluctance, he accepted the bag of food. To Kong Lu's surprise, Gu Chenxi unexpectedly offered to accompany him to school as he prepared to leave. He was puzzled by her sudden warmth. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Gu Chenxi clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea. I have no desire to escort you to school. I merely wish to avoid being pestered by Chun Junjie again. So I concocted an excuse to leave." Understood. Kong Lu was not particularly shocked by Gu Chenxi's cold demeanor. In fact, her sudden enthusiasm would have been more perplexing. Here, Gu Chenxi returned the fake watch, which had been repackaged in a gift box, adding, "This is yours. I can't believe you left it in my sister's room." With a nonchalant tone, Kong Lu replied, "It's nothing. You can keep it. After all, it's fake and holds no value." In truth, he deliberately tossed the watch into Gu Chenxuan's room, intending to make her and her companion believe that he cared nothing for the item, thereby emphasizing that it was indeed a counterfeit. "You are aware it's a fake, yet you still have the audacity to present it as a gift?" Gu Chenxian scoffed, shoving the gift bag into Kong Lu's hands. He glanced at the bag and remarked with a knowing tone, "In fact, it matters not whether it is genuine or not. Even if it were authentic, I would have no desire for it." As Gu Chenxian pressed the unlock button on her car key, the fierce headlights of her pink Porsche flashed momentarily. She continued, "Our friendship has yet to reach a level where gift-giving is appropriate." With that, she entered the vehicle. Kong Lu joined her inside, and once seated, he declared, "Regardless of whether you accept this gift, you owe me 1,000 yuan for pretending to be your boyfriend. No excuses." TSK. Gu Chenxian observed Kong Lu's avaricious demeanor and thought to herself, "A person so insistent on a mere 1,000 yuan. And I was foolish enough to believe that his imitation watch was genuine." She opened her phone and said, "I'll send it to you now. Just display your payment code." Kong Lu promptly revealed his code, and moments later, her phone chimed with the notification of 1,000 yuan received. Kong Lu grinned widely and said, "Thank you, boss." Gu Chenxian, uninterested in his antics, turned the car around and accelerated away from the house. After more than half an hour, the Porsche came to a halt beneath the boys' dormitory. Kong Lu struggled with several bags as he clambered out of Gu Chenxuan's car. "Look, isn't that the school beauty's car? Who's that guy getting out?" "No way, it really is. You all must be unaware, right?" "Unaware of what?" The news of Gu Chenxian publicly confessing to a guy in flip-flops has gone viral on campus. My goddess has a boyfriend. That chap can't possibly be Gu Chenxuan's partner. Can he? Oh my, she is the radiant moonlight in my heart. The aloof school beauty is in a relationship? I cannot fathom this. Is it possible that the high and mighty school beauty has an affinity for someone so unremarkable? At this hour, just past 8, the foot traffic around the boys' and girls' dormitories was quite substantial, and many witnessed Kong Lu's emergence from Gu Chenxuan's car, sparking a chorus of speculation. Unperturbed by the murmurs, Kong Lu flashed a smile at Gu Chenxian and said, "Thank you, beautiful." Gu Chenxian was disinclined to engage further with him and pressed the accelerator, steering toward the girls' dormitory parking area. Observing Gu Chenxuan's carefree demeanor, Kong Lu felt a sudden desire to obtain a driver's license, if he had one. He too could take his own car, a bull or a horse, out for a spin. Yet, this thought quickly faded from his mind. "Foster father, you should go out and date Gu Chenxian every day." "Father, may I have that abalone? I've never tasted such large abalone before." "Good daddy. Can I try that giant lobster claw? It's the first time I've seen one so enormous." The moment Kong Lu walked into the dormitory, carrying a large bag of delicacies, he undoubtedly became the esteemed patriarch of the room, greeted by a chorus of admiration. That night, his position within the dormitory remained unassailable. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his newfound status, a sudden notification from his phone interrupted him. Upon checking, he saw a message from Gu Chenxi, who, under her account named CC, invited him to play a game together. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Kong Lu readily agreed to accompany her for a while. Once online, Kong Lu was pleasantly surprised to discover the release of a new skin, particularly for Gu Chenxi's favorite support character. Without hesitation, he gifted her the skin, utilizing the funds she had sent him earlier that evening. Was this not akin to presenting flowers in homage? Gu Chenxi, having successfully warded off an annoying suitor earlier, was in high spirits and felt even more elated upon receiving the gift from her boyfriend. In her exuberance, she reciprocated with several skins of her own, each worth over 100. Goodness! Gong Lu exclaimed to himself while gazing at the collection of skins in his inbox. It seems our little affluent lady is in quite the splendid mood today. After playing a few rounds, they logged off and began to chat. Gu Chenxi messaged Gong Lu, saying, "Baby, I'm currently snuggled up in bed." To which Gong Lu replied, "Are you preparing for an early night?" Gu Chenxi responded, "Yes indeed. But let us chat a little longer before I sleep." Little cat snuggles. Gu Chenxi continued, "Baby, my day has been quite a roller coaster. Let me tell you all about it." She recounted her day's various chaotic events, reiterating the morning's confession and the scuffle that ensued. She then summarized the evening banquet, detailing the challenges posed by Chun Junjie and Gong Lu's timely intervention. As Gong Lu read her messages, he envisioned Gu Chenxi lying beside him, clutching a cute doll, softly narrating her daily trivialities in a gentle, meandering tone. Such a thought was undeniably delightful. Before ending the call, Gu Chenxi added, "Baby, I must tell you, my mother intends for that creepy male classmate to tutor my sister. Although I've begun to see him in a different light." She trailed off and soon drifted into slumber. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Early 8. Old Lu, don't sleep in. We have an early 8 today. It's old Ma's class. He's notoriously strict. Hurry up. Wang Qi shouted at Gong Lu, who was still nestled in bed, while the other two roommates were engaged in their morning routines. One in the bathroom, washing his hair, the other brushing his teeth. Having chatted late into the night with Gu Chenxi, Gong Lu was deeply asleep and took several shakes from Wang Qi before groggily awakening. Glancing at his phone, he was jolted awake. It was already 7:50, with only 10 minutes remaining before class. He sprang from his bed, quickly dressed, rushed to the sink for a brief rinse, splashed water on his face, and tousled his hair with damp hands, attempting to tame his messy locks. However, he seemed to have failed. His disheveled hair appeared to be in deliberate defiance, refusing to be tamed. Gong Lu, feeling indifferent, simply snatched a hat hanging beneath his bed and placed it upon his head. After changing out of his slippers, he followed the footsteps of the other three, hurrying towards the academic building. Fortunately, today's early class was held in the comprehensive building, which was not too far from their dormitory. If they took a shortcut, they could still make it to the classroom just in time. As the class bell rang, the four of them appeared at the classroom door in unison. The elderly professor at the podium, who was about to take attendance, glanced at the four who had arrived right on the dot and remarked, "This shall not happen again." This professor, referred to by Wang Qi as Old Man Ma, was a management professor known for his strictness. Missing more than 3 classes without prior notice would result in a mandatory retake. Consequently, few dared to skip his lectures, and due to his exceptional teaching, many students often attended as auditors, leaving no vacant seats. In fact, the classroom was already full, with some even sitting on the steps to listen. As Gong Lu and his companions made their way toward the empty steps, someone suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he saw a stunning girl with cascading waves beckoning him. Her name was Shen Xia, a close friend and roommate of Gu Chenxi. At that moment, Shen Xia was pointing at the empty seat beside Gu Chenxi, signaling to Gong Lu. Gong Lu widened his eyes slightly and glanced at Gu Chenxi, who was engrossed in her phone, her head not lifting in the slightest. Due to Gu Chenxi's frosty demeanor and formidable aura, aside from Shen Xia and her 2 other roommates, she had few friends, and rarely did anyone dare to sit next to her. Her vicinity often remained unoccupied. Even in a class where seats were hard to come by, some preferred to sit on the steps rather than beside Gu Chenxi, while others hesitated. Gong Lu felt no such trepidation. Moreover, she had personally invited him, and it would be quite discourteous not to accept. He turned and made his way to the vacant seat beside Gu Chenxi, sitting down with ease. The other 3 roommates, witnessing Gong Lu abandon them to sit next to the school beauty, exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him, muttering, "Traitor." Gong Lu tilted his head, offering them a smile as if to say, "You 3 have shared trials, but I'm making my escape first." He then turned his attention back to Gu Chenxi, who was busy texting on her phone, not sparing him a glance. Gong Lu knew precisely what the message was, for it was directed to him. "Cece, baby, I'm so sleepy during this early class. I just want to sleep," sob. Gong Lu's choice to sit beside Gu Chenxi did not go unnoticed by the others in the classroom. "Oh look, someone actually sat next to Gu Chenxi. Isn't that Gong Lu? I've heard rumors about them dating, but I didn't think it was true. No, my dear school beauty. Sister, your handsome Kong has hooked up with the school flower. It seems you've missed your chance." In the classroom, The students began to chatter about the duo of Gong Lu and Gu Qinxi seated together. Shen Xia, leaning sideways, engaged in conversation with them, inquiring, "Is it true that you and our dear Xiaoxi are dating?" Shen Xia's personality starkly contrasted with that of Gu Qinxi. She was warm and extroverted, easily mingling with everyone, earning her a good reputation among her peers. With her striking beauty and cascading waves of hair, she exuded an alluring confidence and was regarded as one of the prominent beauties in the business school. Xia. Before Gong Lu could respond, Gu Qinxi swiftly turned her head, shooting a glare at her friend, and exclaimed, "Stop spreading nonsense. Those are mere rumors." Shen Xia, clearly skeptical, retorted, "Rumors? Then why did you just ask me to call Gong Lu over here? You couldn't bear to see him sitting on the floor, could you?" Gu Qinxi pinched Shen Xia's waist, warning, "If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I will silence you." Their voices were not loud, but Gong Lu caught the gist of their conversation, realizing it was Gu Qinxi who had summoned him. After playfully tussling with her friend, Gu Qinxi turned to Gong Lu, her demeanor turning icy once more. "Do not misunderstand. I only invited you to sit here because you helped me yesterday. I have no interest in you. And I already have a boyfriend." "All right," Gong Lu replied with a nod and a smile. "Truth be told, I'm not interested in you either, as I also have a girlfriend." "That's for the best," Gu Qinxi said, turning away. Seeing Gong Lu casually mention having a girlfriend, Shen Xia was incredulous, assuming he was merely trying to avoid being overshadowed by Gu Qinxi. As Gu Qinxi's close friend, Shen Xia understood that her glamorous friend yearned for a sweet romance. Yet none of her admirers at school seemed to meet her standards. Day after day, she watched Gu Qinxi become engrossed in online relationships, fearing she might fall victim to deceit, which left Shen Xia anxious. Now, encountering a boy with whom her friend could converse, who even sat beside her at her invitation, it was evident there was potential for a connection. Moreover, the boy was quite handsome, one of the more attractive individuals in their department, and he had shown good character by helping Gu Qinxi the previous day. Shen Xia was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, she bypassed Gu Qinxi, who sat between them, and continued to speak to Gong Lu, encouragingly saying, "Don't lose hope. You still have a chance. She doesn't truly have a boyfriend. She merely met someone online for gaming, which hardly constitutes a real relationship." "Xia, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Gu Qinxi exclaimed, unable to contain herself as Shen Xia revealed her secrets before others, leading them to another playful scuffle. Gong Lu watched Shen Xia, shaking his head with a wry smile, somewhat puzzled by her willingness to assist him, considering they had little interaction. Silence. Professor Ma's stern command echoed through the room, instantly silencing the previously boisterous classroom. As everyone opened their books, it became evident that Professor Ma's teaching style was distinctly different from that of other instructors. He never resorted to multimedia presentations or read monotonous content from a computer. Instead, he retained all the material in his mind, making his lectures both vivid and engaging, much to the delight of his students. While the surrounding students diligently turned to the designated chapters as instructed, Gong Lu's desk lay bare, devoid of any materials. In his haste, he had entirely forgotten to bring his textbook. Seemingly perceptive of Gong Lu's predicament, Gu Qinxi unexpectedly placed her own textbook before him without uttering a word. After offering her book, she shared another with Shen Xia. "Thank you," Gong Lu whispered, just loud enough for her to hear. Gu Qinxi acknowledged his gratitude in silence, her expression remaining impassive. However, Gong Lu couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking to himself that she wasn't as aloof as she appeared. Seated at the back of the classroom, Qin Zizhua observed the closeness of the two with a scowl, muttering under his breath as he pointed at Gong Lu's back. "Let us see how long you can keep this up." Chapter 17. The scar perhaps due to the incident in the morning. Professor Ma held a vivid recollection of the 4 students from Gong Lu's dormitory. Throughout the 2-hour class, he called upon Gong Lu's 3 roommates to answer questions, one by one. As the class neared its conclusion, Gong Lu believed he might escape the professor's attention. To his surprise, Professor Ma sketched a blank mind map on the blackboard and called upon Gong Lu to come forward and write down the key points discussed during the lesson. Though he had braced himself for the possibility of being called upon, he hadn't anticipated that while his roommates faced simple questions, he was to present on the board. Nevertheless, as a top student, Gong Lu had diligently noted the professor's key points and found it no challenge to fill in the mind map. He approached the podium with composure, completing the blank sections before glancing back at Professor Ma. "Well done. You were clearly attentive, the professor remarked, nodding appreciatively at the mind map. What is your name? Kong Lu, he replied. Professor Ma adjusted his glasses, meticulously searching the attendance sheet for Kong Lu's name and marking A2 next to it. Receiving credits in Professor Ma's class was a genuine achievement, directly contributing to the overall course evaluation. His 3 roommates had also been called upon but stumbled through their responses, while he secured those precious 2 credits. Wang Qi, Du Hanyuan, and Chun Jirue exchanged envious glances, raising their middle fingers in jest, exclaiming, Traitor! All right, that's enough. You may go now, but do arrive earlier next time. Professor Ma instructed, waving his hand dismissively. Understood, Kong Lu replied as he rolled up his sleeves, dusting off the chalk residue before returning to his seat. Upon hearing Professor Ma commend Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi rarely lifted her gaze to glance at him, just as he settled back into his position. Gu Chenxi's gaze fell upon the wrist of Kong Lu's left hand, where a thumb-sized scar lay nestled. The scar had healed remarkably well, rendering it nearly imperceptible. However, the indentation where flesh was absent revealed its presence upon closer inspection. The moment her eyes met the scar, an involuntary shiver coursed through Gu Chenxi. What happened to that scar? She inquired coldly. Kong Lu, unperturbed, graciously displayed the scar to her and replied, I got it while playing around as a child. With that, he lowered his rolled-up sleeve, concealing the scar once more. Oh, Gu Chenxi responded absently, her mind wandering in contemplation. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Kong Lu's class had only 2 sessions today, both taught by Professor Ma. After class, Gu Chenxi, the minister of the Cultural and Entertainment Department of the Business School Student Union, was to accompany Xin Xia, the vice president of the student union, for a rehearsal for the welcoming party scheduled for Friday night. In truth, Gu Chenxi had no intention of joining the student union, but after her best friend Xin Xia incessantly nagged her, she finally relented out of exasperation. With little to occupy his afternoon, Kong Lu decided to visit the library for some reading before heading to tutor Gu Chenxi later that evening. As he descended the stairs, Gu Chenxi called out to him amid the throng, reminding him not to forget about the tutoring session. At the sound of her voice, all eyes in the corridor turned toward her and Kong Lu. Rumors about their romantic involvement had been swirling around the school, and Gu Chenxi's public interactions with him only fueled speculation. It was nearly impossible to avoid misunderstandings. Kong Lu, amused yet resigned, gestured with a hand to indicate otherwise. His 3 roommates seized the opportunity to interrogate him. Wait, are you 2 really dating? Du Hanyuan asked, incredulity etched across his face. Wang Qi chimed in. You better come clean. Exactly, Chun Jirue added. You were sitting together in class today. Kong Lu, confronted by their eager expressions, shrugged helplessly and replied. There's truly nothing happening between us. The 3 roommates, unusually synchronized, chorused, We don't believe you. Believe what you wish, Kong Lu countered, uninterested in further explanations as he made his way to the cafeteria. Having endured 2 lectures on an empty stomach, he felt the urgency to procure a proper breakfast. Just as he prepared to devour 2 buns he had bought, he received a call regarding a package. Reluctantly, he opted to return to his dormitory to eat, as consuming food while walking lacked elegance. At the entrance of the package collection area stood the same delivery person from the previous day. After completing the necessary signing procedures, he respectfully handed Kong Lu a square parcel. Upon seeing the package, Kong Lu surmised its contents. This time, the delivery person refrained from suggesting that Kong Lu open it in person, evidently recalling his previous aversion to such a display. Balancing the parcel in one hand and his breakfast in the other, Kong Lu returned to his dormitory. Finding the room empty, he seized the opportunity to unwrap the package. As anticipated, within the package lay another exquisite Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch. However, this particular timepiece exuded a more understated elegance compared to the one from yesterday. Its bezel was not encrusted with a plethora of diamonds, and the overall dial was a size smaller than its predecessor. The sleek, unadorned casing shimmered with a silver hue, radiating an air of sophistication. If yesterday's ostentatiously adorned watch was more suited for a gentleman, this one seemed perfectly designed for a lady. He had requested his parents to send some local specialties, yet they returned with 2 timepieces worth over $1 million each. Kong Lu found himself at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that the national specialty of the land of horology was, indeed, watches. Kong Lu placed the 2 watches side by side. The disparity in size conveyed a clear message from his parents. urging him to swiftly find a girlfriend. He carefully packed the watches back into their boxes and hid them in his wardrobe, intending to return them home at an opportune moment, keeping such valuables in his dormitory. While the risk of theft was a minor concern, could lead to far greater issues if discovered by his roommates. Should they unearth his secret, maintaining the camaraderie with ordinary peers would become quite challenging. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he instinctively wrapped the boxes more securely in his clothing. Kong-gu, what are you up to? Chun-Jue entered the dorm carrying a takeout of wontons, a large chicken leg, and a box of crab roe dumplings. Nothing much. Just organizing some clothes, Kong Lu replied, halting his actions and smiling as he closed the wardrobe door. Oh, Chun-Jue nodded, then inquired, have you had breakfast yet? Kong Lu gestured towards the food on his desk, saying, I bought a few baozi and some soy milk, but I haven't eaten yet. Chun-Jue scrutinized the meager breakfast and asked, is that all you're having? Kong Lu nodded, wondering what's wrong with that. Initially, he had intended to purchase something more substantial, but upon receiving a call about his delivery, he hurried off with only the baozi in hand. How can you fill up on just that? I bought several chicken legs. Let me give you one, Chun-Jue said, placing a chicken leg into Kong Lu's baozi bag. That's too generous of you, Kong Lu protested. Chun-Jue waved his hand dismissively, saying, we're friends, no need for formality. At that moment, Chun-Jue thought to himself, it appears that Kong-gu is genuinely short on funds lately, given his meager breakfast. He never used to be like this. Could it be that his romantic involvement with the campus belle has led him to lower his living standards? Yes, that must be it. Meanwhile, Kong Lu reflected, Chun is such a good person. Is this the essence of friendship among ordinary people? Quite delightful, though the chicken leg is a bit dry. Not as delectable as the dishes prepared by my family's Shandong chef. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. The absence of money. Kong-gu, do you like my sister? Huh. Startled by the question while tutoring Gu Qinxian, Kong Lu paused momentarily, puzzled as he replied, why do you ask such a question? After reaching an understanding with Gu Qinxi, Kong Lu had indeed become Gu Qinxuan's tutor, dedicating several days each week to assist her in mathematics while also indulging in some gaming together. Oh, it's nothing. Just curious, she replied. Gu Qinxian shook her head and continued to work on her exercises. After a while, she lifted her gaze and said to Kong Lu, in truth, my sister isn't as difficult to get along with as she appears. Kong Lu placed his hands on his hips and retorted, what exactly are you trying to say? Gu Qinxian whispered, I sense there might be something between you and my sister. Huh. Kong Lu was taken aback. During the day, it was one thing for Shan Xia to play matchmaker for him and Gu Qinxi, but now even Gu Qinxi's younger sister was attempting to do the same? Noting Kong Lu's disbelief, Gu Qinxian quickly clarified, I feel that my sister treats you differently than she does other men. Kong Lu let out a wry smile and replied, indeed, it's quite different. She particularly dislikes me. Now it was Gu Qinxuan's turn to display a puzzled expression. My sister dislikes you? Why? This all traced back to the beginning of their freshman year. Kong Lu briefly recounted the series of events that led to their rivalry, and upon finishing, Gu Qinxian burst into laughter. I knew it. I always felt my sister's attitude towards you was distinct. It turns out it was due to this. Ha ha ha. She playfully slapped Kong Lu's thigh and said, don't worry, brother Kong. With me around, my sister wouldn't dare to bully you. Kong Lu awkwardly tapped his fingers on the table and said, let us not discuss this now. We are in class. Stop laughing and be serious. All right, Gu Qinxian replied, suppressing her laughter and returning to her exercises. It was tutoring time, and every minute spent here was money spent by the Gu family. If her parents found out he was joking around instead of teaching, they might think he wasn't taking it seriously. However, that was not the most pressing concern. The real issue was that Gu Qinxuan's teasing left him feeling quite embarrassed. Had he known he would be seeing Gu Qinxi every day, he would have never sent that paper to Du Honyuan that night at the freshman party. He would have rather let him perish in the restroom. The 2-hour tutoring session flew by, and Gu Qinxian learned quickly, requiring little effort from Kong Lu. As usual, Gu's mother knocked and entered to inquire about her daughter's progress, inviting Kong Lu to stay for dinner. But he politely declined her kindness and packed his bag to head back to school. Since Gu Qinxi wasn't returning home that evening, Kong Lu couldn't catch a ride with her. Gu Qinxian tugged at Kong Lu, hoping Gong Yu nodded, his gaze fixated on the screen of his phone. Gu Qinxian leaned closer to him and whispered, my sister always wears a stern expression in public. You must think she is aloof, right? Gong Yu, engrossed in his task, asked without lifting his head, isn't that the case? Not at all. Gu Qinxian immediately retorted. She is actually a severe social phobic, which is why she displays such a frosty demeanor in front of others. At this, Gong Yu chuckled, inadvertently causing his character to misfire in the game. He glanced at Gu Qinxian with a bemused expression and inquired, "Are you serious? Don't you believe me?" "Of course I do," Gong Yu replied, though the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. "I'm telling the truth, please believe me. My sister is genuinely socially anxious. Her aloofness is merely a facade." Seeing Gong Yu's skepticism, Gu Qinxian grew anxious, abandoning the game to fervently explain. "She used to be an open and cheerful girl like me, but after some incidents, her personality changed drastically." All right, I believe you," Gong Yu said with a smile, gesturing towards her phone screen. "But if you don't get moving, the opponent's marksman will take you out." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinxian finally snapped back to reality, picking up her phone to resume controlling her character. After playing several rounds of the game, and noticing that it was getting late, Gong Yu gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the Gu household. With a curfew of midnight at the dormitory, he needed to catch the last subway back to school. Gu's mother offered to have the family driver take Gong Yu back to campus, but he felt it would be an imposition to trouble someone at such a late hour. So he asked the driver to drop him off at the subway station instead. It was only 10:30 p.m. when he headed back to school. In the dormitory group chat, Du Honyuan messaged Gong Yu, requesting him to bring back a bottle of cola from the campus supermarket. Initially reluctant to comply, Gong Yu ultimately succumbed to Du Hongyuan's persistent pleas. By that hour, the campus supermarket was relatively empty, making shopping significantly more convenient than during the day. The spending power of the freshman boys was quite formidable, as the cafeteria and supermarket were usually overrun by them during daylight hours, making it nearly impossible to navigate through the crowds and endure long lines just to check out. However, this situation would likely only persist until the military training concluded on Friday. "Little lady, if you haven't brought any money, you can go back and get some. We close at 11:30, so you have time," a cashier remarked, as Gong Yu prepared to check out with several bottles of drinks. He suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the counter, Gu Qinxi. Her face was flushed as she rummaged through her clothing pockets, clearly struggling to find money for her purchase. Gong Yu approached, placing the drinks on the counter and addressing the cashier. "How much is it?" "I'll cover her bill." The cashier paused, momentarily taken aback by his gesture. Gu Qinxi turned around, surprised to see Gong Yu. He flashed her a smile and reassured the cashier, "We are classmates." "Oh, I see," the cashier replied, quickly regaining her composure. "That will be 50. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Do not fear. I am here. Gong Lu presented his payment code for her to scan, subsequently settling the bill for several bottles of beverages. As he lifted the shopping bag, he realized, to his astonishment, that Gu Qinxi had already departed after he had taken care of her purchase, and she hadn't even uttered a word of gratitude. What an uncouth individual. "I forgot my phone. I'll reimburse you when I return to the dormitory." Just as Gong Lu stepped out of the supermarket, he heard Gu Qinxi's voice behind him. Turning around, he saw her face, previously flushed with embarrassment, gradually returning to its normal hue. She was clutching a black bag, standing at the supermarket entrance, waiting for him. She hadn't left after all. Gong Lu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to repay me." While saying this, he offered her a bottle of beverage he had just retrieved from the refrigerator, inquiring, "Would you like a drink?" "No, thank you," Gu Qinxi replied almost immediately, her expression frosty as she declined his generous offer. "Very well." Not perturbed by her aloof refusal, he had grown accustomed to it. Gong Lu unscrewed the bottle and enjoyed the refreshingly chilled drink. After finishing, he glanced at her black plastic bag and asked casually, "What did you buy?" Though it was merely a passing question, upon seeing Gu Qinxi's face flush once more, Gong Lu instantly sensed something amiss. Although he could not fathom the reason behind her sudden blush, he deduced that his earlier remark must have displeased her. Gu Qinxi swiftly tucked the black plastic bag into her pocket, her head lowered, her cheeks rosy as she stammered, "Thank you for today." After uttering those words, she left without giving Gong Lu a chance to respond. What a peculiar person, venturing out at such an hour without a phone, he mused, watching her retreating figure. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the contents of that black plastic bag were likely menstrual products. Realizing this, Gong Lu understood why the store clerk had mentioned the closing time of 11:30, and at last comprehended the clerk's peculiar expression while he was assisting with the checkout. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "No wonder she rejected my offer of the chilled drink without a moment's thought." He had initially assumed her demeanor was merely aloof. In light of this new understanding, he pondered whether her previous expression was not one of anger, but rather shyness. With this revelation, Gong Lu felt that Gu Qinxi's attitude that evening was not excessively cold. Rather, there was a certain charming contrast to her character. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Qinxi's earlier statement, "I'm actually quite socially anxious, which is why I appear so frosty around others." Contemplating this, he gazed once again in the direction she had departed, muttering to himself, "Which version of you is the true one? The aloof school beauty, the clingy online friend, or the socially anxious sister?" After just a few days of interaction with Gu Qinxi, Gong Lu realized that the rumored cold school beauty was consistently reshaping his understanding of her through her actions. Indeed, he found himself increasingly bewildered. Carrying a tote bag, Gong Yu returned to his dormitory, and shortly thereafter, he received a message from Shishi. She informed him of her abdominal discomfort and playfully sought his consolation. Upon reading her message, Gong Yu became more convinced that the items Gu Qinxi had purchased that evening were indeed sanitary products. He patiently comforted her, advising her to soak her feet in warm water and to cover herself with a thicker blanket while sleeping. Nestled in her bed, Gu Qinxi clutched her Lingna Bell doll as she gazed at the message from her boyfriend, responding sweetly with an affirmation. His thoughtfulness stirred a warmth within her heart. As their conversation progressed, Gu Qinxi was suddenly struck by the image of Gong Yu's face amidst the flurry of chat messages. In her haste to leave that evening, she had forgotten her phone while shopping, and in that awkward moment, Gong Yu had fortuitously appeared to rescue her. Reflecting on the previous day when Qin Zizhua had attempted to confront her, Gong Yu had once again stepped in just in time to protect her. Why does he always manage to appear precisely when I need assistance? Gu Qinxi pondered, her gaze drifting back to her phone. Her online boyfriend's gaming alias was "Don't be afraid, I am here," a name she had casually selected during the freshman welcome party when she invited nearby players to join her in a game. Playing alongside him, Gu Qinxi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and security. He consistently came to her aid whenever she was targeted by opponents, embodying the essence of his gaming name. Thus, she became enamored with this gaming expert, and as their conversations deepened, she discovered an uncanny familiarity in him that seemed to echo from her memories. In a moment of impulsive courage, Gu Qinxi confessed her feelings to him. Indeed, it was she who took the initiative. He reciprocated, and thus began their year-long online romance. Most of the time, it was Gu Qinxi who reached out to her online boyfriend for conversations. As her friend Gu Qinxian had mentioned, Gu Qinxi had once been a lively and extroverted girl. However, after a harrowing kidnapping ordeal from which she fortunately escaped, her personality underwent a profound transformation. Upon her return, she became significantly more withdrawn, rarely speaking or smiling when outside, perpetually wearing a cold, stoic expression. The memories from the kidnapper's lair, even after a decade, remained vividly etched in Gu Qinxi's mind. During the incident, she had been accompanied by a young boy who, in the dead of night, managed to free himself from his restraints and helped her untie her bonds, urging her to flee alongside him. Yet, paralyzed by fear, she could barely move, nearly hindering his escape. The boy, however, did not abandon her. Instead, he patiently reassured her not to be afraid. Encouraged by his words, they ultimately managed to escape. Two unfortunate children ran desperately through the dark night, not knowing how long they had been fleeing, until the sky began to lighten with dawn, leading them to a populated area and finally into the safety of a police station. That night, Gu Qinxi dreamt once more of the boy, striving to discern his face. Yet all that lay before her was a haze. Only the boy's reassuring words echoed in her mind. "Do not fear, for I am here. We shall certainly escape." This phrase lingered in her slumber, imparting a touch of sweetness to an otherwise bitter dream. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Welcome party during high school. Teachers often remarked that university would be a breeze. However, upon entering this new realm, most individuals find themselves yearning for the days of striving towards a goal. University life can be monotonous, and without a clear objective, each day might slip into a haze of aimlessness, especially when class schedules are sparse. Indeed, Gong Lu spent an entire day in the study room, returning to the dormitory only to discover Wang Qi and Du Honyuan sprawled on their beds like lifeless forms. Having forsaken the world for an entire day, Gong Lu vaguely recalled that when he left in the morning, these two had maintained their current slothful positions. Were it not for the occasional snoring, Gong Lu might have suspected they had succumbed to their slumber. Although Chen Zhiwei was not lying in bed, he was hardly in a better state, engrossed in a video game beneath his bed. Just days prior, he had proclaimed his intention to learn from Kong Lu. Yet after 2 days of perusing level 4 materials in the library, he had succumbed to despair once more. Observing his 3 dorm mates, Kong Lu could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Suddenly, Du Hongyuan's phone alarm blared, startling both Wang Qi and Du Honyuan into an upright position. "Oh." Like a dying man jolting awake, Kong Lu remarked, watching the two sit up abruptly. "Did you set an alarm for the night to prepare for a heist?" Wang Qi stretched lazily, glancing down at Kong Lu in the hallway, and exclaimed, "Oh Lu, you've returned. Perfect, the whole dorm is finally assembled." Du Honyuan, clad only in his underwear, climbed out of bed, declaring, "Let us get ready. It's time to head out." "Out? Where to?" Kong Lu asked, puzzled by Du Hongyuan's enthusiasm. "Are we going out for another dinner?" "Dinner, my foot," Du Honyuan retorted, managing to maintain a serious demeanor despite his lack of attire. As he clapped Kong Lu on the shoulder, "We are off to accomplish something significant." "Significant?" Kong Lu echoed, even more bewildered. What could possibly be so important? Du Honyuan scolded him. "Look at you, truly lost in your studies. I genuinely worry you may perish in that library one day." At this moment, Chen Zhiwei concluded his game and turned to Kong Lu, saying, "Kong, tonight is our business school's welcome party. You were unaware?" Kong Lu, having absorbed Chen Zhiwei's explanation, remained confused. "Isn't the welcome party meant for freshmen? What does it have to do with us?" "Ah, Lu, you are a well-fed man who knows not the hunger of the famished," Wang Qi chimed in, draping an arm over Kong Lu's shoulders. "You and the school beauty, Gu, are quite the couple. The 3 of us are still single. We too desire a sweet romance, you know." "TSK," Kong Lu grimaced, replying. "So you 3 are plotting to pursue the younger students, then?" Du Honyuan, clad in jeans, remarked with a swagger, "Just you wait and see. Tonight I shall showcase my unparalleled charm in wooing the ladies." Wang Qi, without further ado, selected his finest attire from the wardrobe and donned it with haste. Kong Lu noticed that even Chen Zhiwei had taken the time to style his hair. Clearly, these 3 flamboyant fellows were genuinely intent on impressing the freshmen at the welcoming party. Indifferent to their antics, Kong Lu slipped into his slippers and settled into his chair. Wang Qi, observing Kong Lu's nonchalance, even as he donned slippers, queried, "Old Lu, why aren't you getting ready? The party is about to commence. And if you don't hurry, you'll miss it." Kong Lu replied, "Having attended the welcoming party during my freshman year, I found it utterly mundane. I have no desire to relive that experience." With that, he opened his laptop. "By heavens, you traitor. You don't intend to join us." Du Honyuan jested, pointing at Kong Lu. "In our dormitory of 4, you are the lone dissenter. What is the matter? Are you feeling left out? Do you think we want to ostracize you?" For the next 10 minutes, Kong Lu endured a barrage of playful ridicule from these 3, ultimately conceding to accompany them to the welcoming party, for after all, they were his dear friends. Unlike the meticulously groomed trio, Kong Lu had not changed his attire. Still dressed in his casual study outfit from earlier in the day, which oddly lent him a more relaxed demeanor, contrasting sharply with the overtly intentional appearances of his companions. Du Honyuan, in his flamboyance, had even spritzed himself with cheap cologne, the acrid scent wafting toward Kong Lu from a distance. The welcoming party was set to unfold in the open space before the business school's lecture hall. The expansive lawn was already teeming with attendees. The early birds secured seats while those arriving later resorted to makeshift arrangements, some bringing small stools from their dorms, others opting to sit directly on the grass. At the forefront of the lawn, a massive podium had been erected, with a large screen displaying videos of the freshmen during their military training. As they awaited the official commencement of the festivities, groups of freshmen arrived, eagerly scanning the crowd for familiar faces, engaging in conversations about trivial matters while anticipating the start of the event. Kong Lu, gazing at their youthful visages, found himself momentarily transported back to his own first year. Yet, the gathering was not solely comprised of freshmen. There were also cunning upperclassmen, much like his 3 dorm mates, lurking in anticipation of their own pursuits, alongside students from other faculties who had come to partake in the revelry. This evening, not only the business school but several departments across the university were hosting welcoming parties, coinciding with the conclusion of the freshmen's military training. Unsurprisingly, the event proved to be as dull as Kong Lu had anticipated, to the extent that he contemplated retreating to his dormitory to study. However, his three friends held a different view, tirelessly discussing which young women caught their fancy amidst the crowd. These three, within the span of a single evening, seemed to fall for 100 girls. Yet none dared to approach them for their WeChat information. Gong Lu vaguely recalled that Du Honyuan had confidently proclaimed in their dormitory that he would demonstrate his exceptional skills in wooing women. However, his approach turned out to be nothing more than a discussion on which girl possessed the highest beauty. Observing his three foolish roommates, Gong Lu could not help but smile benevolently, reminiscent of a caring father. Then, he committed a rather audacious act. "Hey, beautiful lady in front. My roommate would like your WeChat." Gong Lu's loud exclamation stirred quite a commotion, prompting the girls to turn and glance towards the quartet. The three fellows, engrossed in their lively debate, suddenly found themselves under the scrutiny of a group of girls, leaving them blushing and speechless. Although Gong Lu's method was rather crude, it proved effective. After his shout, a few brave and attractive freshmen approached him to exchange contact information. However, they all sought Gong Lu himself. He graciously declined their advances and proceeded to introduce his three roommates to the eager girls, who were taken aback by Gong Lu's unexpected maneuver. Nevertheless, they successfully added the WeChat accounts of the freshmen, and it seemed that the dormitory would soon be filled with the harmonious sounds of their youthful banter that evening. Next, let us welcome with the warmest applause the Vice President of the Student Union from the School of Business, Shen Xia, along with the Minister of the Cultural and Entertainment Department, Gu Chenxi. These two senior sisters will present the highlight performance, a song titled One Like Summer, One Like Autumn. As Shen Xia and Gu Chenxi's names echoed through the venue, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. One was the belle of the business school, while the other was hailed as the most beautiful and aloof campus goddess of Jiaotong University. Their pairing was indeed worthy of such enthusiastic acclaim. Initially bored, Gong Lu now found himself captivated, his attention fixed on the stage. On stage, the two stunning beauties harmonized, their voices intertwining as the audience erupted in cheers that crescendoed with each passing moment, the shrill screams of the girls surpassing those of the boys. Some even shouted passionately, "Sister, I want to marry you. Give me a chance." The two performers embodied the essence of the lyrics. One radiated the fervor of a blazing summer, while the other exuded the maturity and steadiness of autumn. Shen Xia's long, cascading waves framed her face as she donned a striking dark red off-the-shoulder bodycon dress, accentuating her alluring curves. Gu Chenxi, with her hair elegantly tied up, wore a flowing gray-blue gown that shimmered under the lights, adorned with twinkling stars, presenting an ethereal and regal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The contrasting personalities, habits, and styles of these two captivating women would ensure that the video of their duet would resonate throughout the campus of Jiaotong University for an extended period. Even before stepping onto the campus grounds, the melodious voices of the two performers had already captivated students from other colleges, drawing them to the scene. Some had even come following messages shared in various school groups. The small patch of grass in front of the business school, already limited in space, was now overflowing with onlookers. Fortunately, Gong Lu and his three roommates had wisely secured a prime vantage point early on, shielding them from the throng that had suddenly amassed. Gong Lu gazed intently at Gu Chenxi, who was singing on stage, pondering how this normally icy individual could produce such sweet melodies. Lost in thought, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. Du Honyuan, noticing Gong Lu's rapt attention on Gu Chenxi, couldn't help but smirk, nudging the other two to share in the spectacle of Gong Lu's infatuation. Wang Qi and Du Honyuan exchanged knowing glances before commenting. He claims he has nothing to do with the school beauty. Chen Zhirui, however, expressed his concern. After tonight, Gu Chenxi's fame at the university will surely skyrocket. Gong might be in a precarious situation. You really know how to choose your words. Du Honyuan retorted, playfully tapping Chen Zhirui on the head. Chen Zhirui, cradling his head, replied innocently, "But it's the truth." Du Honyuan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "We must assist our dear Lu." The other two looked at him in unison and asked, "How?" As the trio engaged in their discussion, the performance on stage approached its conclusion. Shen Xia and Gu Chenxi bowed gracefully to the audience. Shen Xia then took the microphone and exclaimed, "The cheers from the audience are tremendous. Thank you, dear juniors, for such overwhelming support." At her words, the applause crescendoed, so thunderous that one could easily mistake it for a celebrity concert. As the music came to a halt, Shen Xia suddenly gestured for silence, and the roaring cheers gradually subsided like retreating waves. Once the crowd quieted, she continued, on behalf of the Business School Student Council, I extend a warm welcome to all the new students joining us at Zhonghai Jiaoda. This formal conclusion was quite similar to previous years, and typically, by this time, many attendees would have dispersed. Yet this year was markedly different. The audience that had come to enjoy the performance remained, attentively listening to Shen Xia's closing remarks. As she prepared to announce the conclusion, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by three exuberant figures leaping into view, shouting in unison, Shen Meinu, look this way, Shen Xia, take notice of us. These three were none other than Kong Lu's roommates, and Shen Xia, even from a distance, recognized the flamboyantly dressed Du Hanyuan. Du Hanyuan, known for his conspicuous behavior in class, unexpectedly made an entrance that left Shen Xia apprehensive. She braced herself for any potential disruption he might cause, vowing to confront him later if he dared to stir trouble. Yet, maintaining an air of composure, she grasped the microphone and inquired, do the three students have anything to add? My roommate, Kong Lu, wishes to perform a duet with the esteemed Gu goddess. Kong Lu possessed a melodious voice, often humming in the dormitory, yet when it came to performances, he was always the center of attention. His three roommates were well aware of his talent, which is why they had the audacity to thrust him into the spotlight. Seated on the ground, Kong Lu appeared utterly bewildered as his friends lifted him into a squatting position, carrying him towards the front of the stage. Gu Qinxi had already turned off her microphone, awaiting Shen Xia's final words to descend from the stage. This sudden turn of events caught her off guard, causing her expression to turn frosty. Shen Xia gently nudged her with her elbow, signaling her to remain calm, assuring her that she would resolve the situation. However, as Kong Lu was hoisted in such a comical manner, looking both dazed and a touch foolish, a charming smile unexpectedly graced Gu Qinxi's previously stoic face. Just as Shen Xia contemplated using the lack of a pre-recorded accompaniment as an excuse, Gu Qinxi abruptly obstructed her microphone with her hand. Taken aback, Shen Xia gazed at her friend, who merely smiled back before activating the microphone and asking, do you wish to sing a duet with me? No, he wants to. Kong Lu, eager to decline, found his mouth firmly covered by his friends, who were resolutely shaking their heads, desperately signaling to Gu Qinxi that he was unwilling. Observing Kong Lu's futile attempts to protest, Gu Qinxi's smile widened, becoming even more enchanting. The few who witnessed the usually aloof school beauty smile were momentarily stunned. As Kong Lu beheld her radiant expression, an ominous feeling began to rise within him. Gu Qinxi then spoke with a tranquil demeanor. All right then. Chapter 22. A song ode. Kong Lu was taken aback. The audience gasped in astonishment. Even Shen Xia, Gu Qinxi's closest confidant, was left speechless. No one had anticipated that Gu Qinxi would genuinely agree to the duet. The trio who had orchestrated this spectacle exchanged triumphant glances before unceremoniously tossing Kong Lu onto the stage. This unconventional entrance drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes fixated on Kong Lu. With a grimace, Kong Lu stood up, offering a slight nod of apology to Gu Qinxi and Shen Xia. Shen Xia, noticing Kong Lu's reluctance, inquired, are you capable of this? After a brief pause, she added, well, at this point, you must find a way. Gu Qinxi regarded Kong Lu calmly, asking, what will you sing? Kong Lu scratched his head, I can manage. TSK, Gu Qinxi, witnessing Kong Lu's bravado at such a moment, couldn't help but click her tongue and said, I'm asking you seriously. Don't embarrass yourself in public later. Gu Qinxi truly misunderstood. Kong Lu was not merely putting on a brave front. He possessed a solid foundation in music. In his childhood, his mother aspired to cultivate him into a child star, enlisting various tutors to teach him singing, dancing, piano, guitar, and even the arts, regardless of his interest or willingness. Her whimsical nature led her to enroll him in everything imaginable. Although he was not particularly passionate about it, he obediently learned these diverse skills. It was during this time that Kong Lu exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for learning and, indeed, mastered them all. Just as he was on the verge of becoming a star, a kidnapping incident occurred, and his family disapproved of him stepping into the limelight, causing that dream to dissipate. Subsequently, Kong Lu's mother ceased his artistic training, redirecting his focus to martial arts. Beside him, Shen Xia inquired, can you perform Little Dimple? Kong Lu nodded affirmatively. Shen Xia's gaze shifted to Gu Qinxi. Shall we go with this? Gu Qinxi nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Xinxia took the microphone and announced, "Classmates, let us give a warm round of applause for our performer, Little Dimple." After a few brief, courteous remarks, she handed the microphone to Kong Lu and stepped off the stage. Following a round of applause, the accompaniment for Little Dimple began to play. Initially, Gu Qinxi worried that Kong Lu, performing in front of so many people for the first time, might falter and miss his cues. After all, performing on stage was a far cry from humming a tune in their dormitory. Yet, as Kong Lu began to sing, her concerns vanished instantly. His resonant voice, rich and mellow, exuded a sensual charm that was utterly soothing. Listening to his melodic tones, Gu Qinxi felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility wash over her. In that moment, she recalled the boy from her childhood who had once saved her, reminiscing about the night he had encouraged her by singing the bug's song. At that instant, her gaze towards Kong Lu took on an unusual quality. Kong Lu, however, remained oblivious to Gu Qinxi's peculiar look. Standing before such a large audience for the first time, he felt a twinge of nervousness. As a result, he sang with exceptional earnestness and emotion, leaving him little room to notice Gu Qinxi. Once his segment concluded, Gu Qinxi raised the microphone. Kong Lu's eyes fell upon Gu Qinxi's face. She had adorned herself with a beautiful makeup that accentuated her already exquisite features. As she sang, her voice transformed from its usual coolness to a melodious and enchanting tone that lingered in Kong Lu's ears, resonating within the hearts of all present. Following this, they began their duet. The melody of Little Dimple's long eyelashes resonated harmoniously, akin to a stream infused with honey, flowing through the hearts of every listener. In the brief span of a song, the majority of the single souls present experienced a fleeting yet profound sense of romantic sweetness and bliss. The occasional exchange of glances between the two performers only intensified the envy among the audience. Many began to capture the moment on their phones, ready to document this enchanting performance. It was evident that, following this evening, Kong Lu would become a sensation at Jiaotong University, likely earning dozens of affectionate nicknames as the serenading senior. The audience was utterly captivated, so much so that the music ceased, and a silence enveloped the venue for several seconds before erupting into fervent applause and ecstatic cheers, rivaling even the meticulously prepared closing act. Among the enthusiastic crowd, Kong Lu's three roommates displayed their exuberance in a rather outrageous manner, shedding their shirts and waving their arms in wild celebration. Gu Qinxi turned to Kong Lu and remarked, "Your roommates truly are supportive." Kong Lu could only manage an awkward smile in response. Observing these attention-seeking friends, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He couldn't muster the courage to ask for a junior's WeChat amidst such a crowd, yet they seemed delighted by the prospect of putting him on the spot. Gu Qinxi then declared, "I fulfilled my wish to sing with you, and now you must promise me something." Kong Lu blinked in surprise, about to explain that it wasn't his intention to duet. However, Gu Qinxi, seemingly uninterested in his protests, continued in an authoritative tone after the event. "You will sing a song for me." "What song?" he inquired. "I'll tell you later," she replied, taking his hand and guiding him off the stage, leaving the concluding tasks to Xinxia. As the audience witnessed Gu Qinxi boldly leading Kong Lu away, another wave of frenzied cheers erupted. Xinxia, observing the two hand in hand, wore a mischievous grin. "You both claim there's nothing between you? Spare me the deception. Now the entire business school, indeed the whole university, is aware of your romance." Uninterested in further banter, Gu Qinxi shot Xinxia a glare before thrusting two microphones into her hands and tugging Kong Lu away. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Kong Lu, bewildered, asked as Gu Qinxi led him onward. "To find a quiet place where you will sing for me." Just as her words left her lips, a throng of eager freshman girls surrounded them, blocking her path behind the stage. The female fans were relentless, leaving the male admirers to watch from a distance. Gu Qinxi could not hold on, and Kong Lu was swept away into the crowd, now encircled by the very freshmen who had been enchanted by his earlier performance. Fortunately, his three loyal roommates managed to carve a path through the throng, literally lifting him away from the scene. Before departing, Gong Yu cast a glance at Gu Qinxi. She opened her mouth and spoke a few words to him, but the surrounding noise was too overwhelming for him to discern her words clearly. From the shape of her lips, he could vaguely gather that she was implying, "You owe me a song." End of this chapter. Today is Saturday, a day when Gong Yu could have indulged in a delightful slumber. However, he was rudely awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone early in the morning. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. He answered the call, his voice tinged with morning irritation. Who is this? On the other end, a cool female voice inquired, "Where are you now?" Taken aback by the voice, Gong Yu quickly regained his composure. It was Gu Chenxi. Her voice was unmistakable, especially since they had just performed a duet the previous night. He checked the number again, rubbed his eyes, and sat up in bed, responding, "I'm in the dormitory." "How did you get my number?" Instead of addressing his question, Gu Chenxi bluntly instructed, "Come downstairs and sing a song for me." If it had been an ordinary boy receiving a call from the campus beauty early in the morning, urging him to come down, he would have eagerly rushed down, feeling fortunate that such a glamorous and affluent girl had taken the initiative to wait for him. Yet, Gong Yu was no ordinary individual. He was utterly bewildered by Gu Chenxi's request. After a moment of confusion, he retorted, "So, you called me early in the morning just to make me sing for you?" Irritated, Gu Chenxi insisted, "Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in 10 minutes. You're out of your mind. You can wait. I'm going back to sleep." With that phone call, whatever slight fondness he had harbored for Gu Chenxi evaporated instantly. Gong Yu hung up, somewhat speechless, and promptly turned off his phone before resuming his slumber. However, he seemed to have underestimated Gu Chenxi. He thought that after failing to reach him, she would cease her pursuit, but reality unfolded differently. 10 minutes later, Gu Chenxi indeed arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory with her friend in tow. Xinxia was perplexed by this sudden whim of her friend, who, upon waking, insisted on finding Gong Yu's contact information and had dragged her along to the boys' dormitory. With Gong Yu's phone switched off, Gu Chenxi could not reach him. She nearly attempted to force her way into the dormitory. Fortunately, Xinxia stopped her, and leveraging her position as vice president, she enlisted 2 male student council members to summon Gong Yu from his room. Just as Gong Yu was on the verge of drifting back to sleep, the sound of knocking jolted him awake again. He sat up, glancing at the other 3 roommates, who were still soundly asleep, oblivious to the commotion. He reluctantly got out of bed to answer the door. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar boys at his doorstep, Gong Yu inquired, "Who are you looking for?" One of the boys politely asked, "Is Gong Yu in this dormitory?" Furrowing his brow in confusion, Gong Yu replied, "That's me. What's the matter?" Another boy immediately interjected, "Senior Kong Lu, someone is looking for you downstairs." "TSK, it never ends, does it?" Without a doubt, the person downstairs must be Gu Chenxi. Kong Lu, somewhat displeased, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Tell her I'm busy." As he spoke, he attempted to close the door, only for it to be held ajar by the 2 boys. With eager eyes, they implored, "Senior, if you don't come down, we'll get scolded. Please, just help us out." Kong Lu was on the verge of unleashing a curse, yet when he beheld the innocent expressions of the younger students, his heart softened. "Fine, give me a moment." Though reluctant to descend, he acquiesced. After changing into a fresh outfit, Kong Lu followed the 2 juniors downstairs. From a distance, he spotted Gu Chenxi and Xinxia standing at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, flanked by the vigilant dormitory supervisor and a scattering of onlookers. The dormitory supervisor had witnessed her fair share of disturbances over the years, yet rarely had she encountered such a stunning young woman causing a commotion at the boys' dormitory. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered which scoundrel had led such a beautiful girl to block the entrance so early in the morning. Before Kong Lu could reach the door, Gu Chenxi approached him and exclaimed, "Sing for me." Under the curious gaze of the dormitory supervisor, Kong Lu managed a wry smile and replied, "Miss, I am a living person, not a ghost. Must you insist on summoning me to sing at this early hour?" Initially, Gu Chenxi was not in a rush, for they were classmates who often crossed paths, and he would tutor her younger sister at her home each evening. She could listen to him sing at any time. However, after having that dream the previous night, where a little boy sang "Insects Fly" to her, she awoke with an urgency to confirm whether he was indeed the same boy who had once saved her. At that moment, as she gazed at Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi hesitated, realizing her own uncharacteristic behavior. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "If you sing 'Insects Fly' for me, I will treat you to breakfast." "Insects fly?" Kong Lu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why that song?" With an assertive wave of her hand, Gu Chenxi commanded, "Don't ask, just sing." Kong Lu surveyed their surroundings, then queried, "Here?" Gu Chenxi nodded eagerly, urging him, "You sang on stage yesterday, and there were far more people then. Hurry up and sing." All right. Kong Lu, unwilling to press further, cleared his throat and began to sing "Insects Fly." The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow closely. Gu Qinxi closed her eyes, savoring the melody. Xinxia, though perplexed by the unfolding scene resembling a romantic drama, refrained from interrupting, opting instead to quietly enjoy the moment and silently commend Gong Lu on his melodious voice. At this moment, numerous onlookers have taken out their phones, beginning to record videos. A clip of Gong Lu singing Insects Fly in the boys' dormitory early this morning quickly made its way onto the campus wall. It is believed that before long, this video will become as sensational as the duet from last night, making headlines at Jiaotong University. In just a few days, both Gong Lu and Gu Qinxi have almost achieved celebrity status, with 8 out of 10 trending news stories on campus revolving around them. While Gong Lu sang, Gu Qinxi listened intently, striving to compare his voice to that of the boy from her dreams. Initially, she felt a striking resemblance, but as she continued to listen, the similarities faded, leaving her increasingly bewildered. By the time Gong Lu finished singing, she remained lost in her own world, unaware of her surroundings. Chapter 24. The moon in water is the moon in the sky. Last night, when Gong Lu sang Little Dimples, Gu Qinxi experienced a sense of familiar comfort. However, today, as he performed Insects Fly, the voice felt distinctly foreign. She couldn't comprehend what had gone awry. Upon opening her eyes to see Gong Lu standing before her, she suddenly realized how absurd her actions had been. Years ago, her parents had sought the contact information of that little boy from the investigating officer. But it was as if the boy had vanished. Not even the police could trace him. Eventually, her family resorted to connections for an investigation, but to no avail, and the matter was left unresolved. The idea of attempting to find someone whose existence eluded even the authorities through a simple children's song felt foolish and reckless to her. Applause erupted from the crowd, some unknown individual initiating the clapping, which soon spread to the onlookers. Eventually, even the dormitory supervisor joined in, praising. The young man sings remarkably well. Why provoke your girlfriend's anger? Hearing the supervisor's comment, Gong Lu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to the scene unfolding before him. With a hint of disappointment in her gaze, Gu Qinxi addressed Gong Lu, saying, "Please open the payment code." Gong Lu replied, puzzled, but complied, activating his phone and displaying the payment code. Gu Qinxi promptly transferred 500 yuan to him. "Thank you for your song. Please allow me to treat you to breakfast. I apologize for the disturbance." With that, she took Xinxia's hand and departed, leaving Gong Lu standing there, bewildered, with his phone in hand, watching their retreating figures. Completely mystified, Gong Lu tucked his phone into his pocket. Having been awakened twice, sleep was now elusive, prompting him to decide on heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Observing Gu Qinxi's sudden shift to a somber mood, Xinxia inquired, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Gu Qinxi replied, pursing her lips and shaking her head, lost in thought. In truth, she felt a sense of confusion at that moment. Whether it was her online boyfriend or Gong Lu's singing, both ultimately provided her with a sense of comfort during certain pivotal moments. Now, several significant questions loomed before her. Am I truly searching for a savior, or merely seeking a sense of psychological solace? If Gong Yu is indeed the boy who rescued me in my childhood, would I develop feelings for him? Surely I would. But is my affection for him genuine? Or is it simply a result of the gratitude I feel for his past heroism, viewing him through the lens of a benefactor? Moreover, if I truly come to love Gong Yu, what becomes of my online boyfriend? Gu Qinxi found herself ensnared in a perplexing whirlpool of emotions. Upon returning to her dormitory to gather her belongings, Gu Qinxi, carrying the new handbag gifted by her sister and clutching her car keys, decided to return home for a couple of days to unwind. As soon as she arrived home, she spotted her sister engrossed in a video game on the sofa. Feeling discontented, she resolved to vent her frustrations on her younger sibling. "Still playing games here? Have you completed your homework?" "Of course I have. Brother Gong helped me finish it last night." Gu Qinxian straightened her back, exuding confidence, her demeanor suggesting she was unafraid of her sister. "Even if you finished, that doesn't mean you can play." Gu Qinxi rapped her sister on the head, admonishing, "Playing games is bad for your eyes." She then snatched the phone and continued playing the game herself. To her astonishment, despite being a high-ranking player, she found it somewhat challenging to play on her sister's account, ultimately losing the match. "Didn't you say you hadn't even started ranking? Why are your opponents so formidable?" Gu Qinxian nodded proudly. "Of course. Recently, Brother Gong has been playing with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinxi immediately furrowed her brows. "What? No." Gu Qinxian quickly covered her mouth. Gong Yu had explicitly warned her not to mention his gaming sessions with her in front of her sister, and she had just let it slip. Gu Chenxi, with a dubious expression, glanced at her sister before exiting the game's results screen to investigate her sister's historical performance. Gu Chenxian attempted to reclaim her phone, but it was too late. As Gu Chenxi examined her sister's recent history, she noticed that all the matches were played in pairs. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she suddenly noticed something crucial. The account that had been playing with her sister was also named Don't Worry. I'm here. Staring at that familiar name, Gu Chenxi's eyes with the ethereal bubble shattered in an instant, and with it, the confusion within her heart dissipated entirely, vanishing from her mind like the fragile illusion it was. In the remnants of that broken bubble stood a figure, and at last, she beheld the visage of that person clearly. Gu Chenxi trembled with excitement, a profound understanding washing over her. Perhaps this was the irony of intelligence leading one astray. It was only now that she realized the dilemma she had pondered that morning was fundamentally contradictory and non-existent. For all along, she had been enamored with the same individual. She returned the phone to Gu Chenxian and reassured, "Don't worry, I won't chase him away. After all, it took me so long to find him. How could I possibly drive him off?" She planted a fervent kiss on her sister's forehead and exclaimed, "Thank you, my dear sister. I adore you to bits." With that, Gu Chenxi dashed out the door, her Porsche roaring to life as she sped towards the school. Gu Chenxian, still in shock from her sister's kiss, was momentarily dazed, touching the spot where she had been kissed and gazing at the exhaust fumes of the departing car, muttering to herself, "Did she not just return? Is my sister out of her mind? Or am I the one losing my sanity?" End of chapter. Chapter 25. The one before me is the one I love. Concerned that her sister might confront Kong Lu at school, Gu Chenxian promptly messaged him, "Brother Kong, my sister has gone mad. You'd best avoid her today." Kong Lu, engrossed in his studies at the library, received Gu Chenxian's message and was momentarily perplexed, slowly typing a question mark. However, Gu Chenxian did not respond further. Feeling a pang of guilt, she hesitated to disclose to Kong Lu that they had been caught gaming together by her sister, fearing that he might refuse to include her in future games if he found out, so she chose to remain silent. Just as Kong Lu finished messaging Gu Chenxian, another message arrived, this time from Gu Chenxi using the account named CC. "Darling, why are you so unwilling to meet me?" Kong Lu hesitated for a few seconds before replying. "Haven't I already made it clear? In reality, I am just a pathetic loser, the type of boy you would detest. With other boys pursuing you, I doubt you would be interested in someone like me." This was the most rational explanation he could muster at that moment. In truth, Kong Lu himself was uncertain why he hesitated to confess their online relationship to Gu Chenxi. It might simply be a fear of awkwardness, considering they would share the same classroom for the next 3 years, making their encounters potentially uncomfortable. After sending his message, a reply came swiftly. "Let us meet. Even if you consider yourself an ugly duckling, I still like you." Oh, seeing Gu Chenxi's message, Kong Lu felt a surge of panic. She was resolute about meeting him. He pondered carefully for a while before responding, "Darling, how about we take our time? Let us meet when I'm more prepared." The reply came immediately. "Why?" Kong Lu continued, "I want to earn more money. Once I have some, you certainly wouldn't want to date someone who can't even afford transportation and meal expenses, would you?" Gong Lu believed that his excuse was rather clever. As long as he claimed to be short on funds, she would refrain from pressuring him for a face-to-face meeting. Whenever Gu Chenxi would suggest, "I have money, I'll pay," Gong Lu would promptly retort with, "I have dignity and refuse to be a kept man." He thought that, at worst, the two might have a quarrel, and the most dreadful outcome would be mutual deletion from each other's lives, which was certainly preferable to an embarrassing confrontation. In any case, Gong Lu was unconvinced that Gu Chenxi could harbor any affection for him, especially after reflecting on her aloof demeanor that morning, which only reinforced his belief that she truly disliked him. As Gu Chenxi parked her car by the roadside and received a message from Gong Lu, her immediate thought mirrored his. "I have money, I'll pay." She had composed the message and was just about to send it when a sudden realization struck her. At that moment, her emotions were a tempest of activity and complexity. Gong Lu saved me when we were children. Surely he remembers me. Could it be that he recognized me during the freshman welcome party? Perhaps he initially intended to acknowledge me, but upon discovering I was not an ordinary girl, he hesitated to reveal himself. Instead, he disparaged me in front of his peers, hoping to cultivate animosity so that I would not fall for him. Yet, Deep down, he still harbored feelings for me, drawing near under the guise of gaming and intentionally engaging in an online romance, all while secretly caring for and protecting me. His reluctance to meet must stem from the significant disparity in our statuses. He is striving to earn money to present himself with dignity when we finally meet. How could I have thought he was merely a materialistic person? Upon further contemplation, she realized that his tutoring her sister was also a deliberate attempt to get closer to her, right? Yes, it must be so. There must be a reason behind his reluctance to disclose his identity, and thus she resolved to feign ignorance. After a whirlwind of assumptions, Gu Qinxi managed to construct a seemingly coherent rationale to convince herself of why Gong Lu was hesitant to meet. However, she overlooked several crucial points. It was she who had initiated their gaming sessions and had insisted on becoming Gong Lu's girlfriend. Even the tutoring arrangement was proposed by Gu Qinxi. Gong Lu had merely acquiesced. Throughout their interactions, Gong Lu had consistently been the passive participant. Yet Gu Qinxi was too consumed by her emotions to ponder these details any longer. Her heart had taken charge of her mind, leading her to believe that Gong Lu was intentionally concealing his identity while watching over her. Since Gong Lu had reservations about their meeting, Gu Qinxi decided to keep this delicate matter unaddressed for the time being. She had already recognized Gong Lu as her destined partner, and the rest would be left to the passage of time. After much contemplation, Gu Qinxi sent him a reply. "All right, I'll wait for you." Gong Lu, upon reading Gu Qinxi's unexpected response, was taken aback and replied with a sticker depicting the sentiment of earning money to support the family. "I love you, dear." After sending the message, Gu Qinxi turned off her phone and restarted her car. "Dear?" Gong Lu was somewhat taken aback as he uttered these two words. This was the first time Gu Qinxi referred to him as husband. Previously, she had always called him baby. However, if she was willing to wait, then so be it. Matters such as meeting in person could be postponed. Who could predict what the future held? For now, it was best to refrain from any encounters, at least until their relationship had warmed a bit, before contemplating whether to confess his true feelings. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gong Lu set his phone aside and resumed his reading. At that moment, he was completely unaware that Gu Qinxi had already discovered his identity. "Senior Kong, is this seat taken?" After an indeterminate period, Gong Lu was interrupted once more. A young girl adorned in a uniform, her hair styled in a ponytail and her appearance meticulously polished, stood before him holding a book, her face flushed with shyness. In the presence of this charming girl, Gong Lu maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if she were merely a boy, stirring no interest within him. He had lost count of how many girls had approached him with excuses today, since the sweet song from last night's party had been plastered on the campus walls. His name, social media accounts, and personal photos had been unearthed. Throughout the day, numerous girls had added him, and to his surprise, even boys had sought to connect with him. In exasperation, Gong Lu had no choice but to adjust his social media settings to prevent new additions. He glanced at her, his gaze falling upon the book in her hands, and remarked, "There's no one sitting here. But if you were to sit beside me with a copy of Human Anatomy, I might feel a tad uneasy." The girl, flustered, quickly concealed the book she had casually picked up, stammering, actually. In a flurry, she retrieved a carefully prepared love letter from her pocket, intending to hand it to Gong Lu. "I actually have a girlfriend. Don't you know he has taken?" Gong Lu had just begun to use his relationship as an excuse to deflect the girl when a cool voice interrupted them. They both turned towards the source of the voice. A graceful figure was approaching them. Gu Qinxi. Chapter 26. The peculiar her Gu Qinxi stood before the girl, her tall frame casting a shadow over the petite figure as she scrutinized her from above. Under Gu Qinxi's formidable presence, the girl was too nervous to lift her gaze, let alone speak. In that moment, Gu Qinxi resembled a regal swan. Her pristine neck arched in an air of haughty superiority as she assessed a mere ugly duckling. Though the girl, dressed in her uniform and meticulously groomed, was undeniably pretty, she paled in comparison to Gu Qinxi's natural beauty, which was enough to captivate any audience. The noble aura that surrounded Gu Qinxi was leagues ahead, rendering the girl insignificant in comparison. Gu Qinxi let out a soft scoff, raising her chin defiantly as she coldly inquired, "Are you trying to pursue my boyfriend?" The young girl bowed repeatedly, her voice trembling with trepidation as she uttered, "I'm sorry, Gu Xuejia, I didn't know I." Gu Qinxi interrupted her, gently waving her hand. "I have no desire to hear your explanation. You may leave." "Thank you, Xuejia." The girl hastily fled the scene. Meanwhile, Kong Lu, who had been observing the entire exchange from his seat, sat in astonishment, his mouth agape. When Gu Qinxi's originally frosty gaze fell upon Kong Lu's face, it softened instantly, and she pressed her lips together, revealing a charming smile as she said, "Let there be no misunderstanding. Last time you pretended to be my boyfriend to fend off an annoying suitor, and this time, I shall assist you. Thus we are even." With that, Gu Qinxi settled beside Kong Lu. Upon hearing her explanation, Kong Lu managed a wry smile and replied, "Then I must thank you." "No need for thanks." Gu Qinxi waved her hand dismissively. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, accompany me for dinner." Kong Lu was momentarily taken aback by her request. Gu Qinxi, assuming he might be unable to afford the meal, emphasized, "I will cover the expenses. You merely need to join me." Kong Lu, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you suddenly want me to dine with you?" Gu Qinxi bit her lip, contemplating, "I helped you rid yourself of that bothersome pursuer. Is that reason not sufficient?" Kong Lu pressed further, "But why are you the one paying for the meal?" Gu Qinxi pondered a moment before responding. "Because I mentioned this morning that I would treat you to breakfast, yet I did not accompany you." Kong Lu pointed to his phone, saying, "But didn't you send me money for breakfast?" "Oh dear." Gu Qinxi furrowed her delicate brows, playfully exasperated. "There's no need for so many questions. Just agree to dine with me." All right. Observing Gu Qinxi's unusually whimsical tone made Kong Lu feel a bit uneasy. For the first time, he found her unfamiliar. One moment she resembled an impenetrable iceberg, exuding a chilling aura, and the next she was playfully teasing him. Such a sudden shift would be disconcerting for anyone. Gazing at the time on his phone, Kong Lu suggested, "It's only 2 o'clock, if you'd prefer. You could wander around for a while, and we could meet for dinner later." After suggesting that Gu Qinxi come to him, he quickly added that he would go to her instead, fearing she might take offense. However, Gu Qinxi shook her head, stating, "I have no plans this afternoon. It's perfect for us to study together in the library." In a gesture of claiming her space, she placed her luxurious handbag beside Kong Lu, then stood and declared, "Wait for me a moment." With that, she darted to the bookshelf in search of a book. After a considerable time, Gu Qinxi returned, cradling 2 novels, and resumed her seat beside Kong Lu. "You read your book, and I'll read mine," she announced, placing her selections on the table. Kong Lu glanced at the topmost title, which read, "I Would Never Fall for You." It was evident from the name that it was a romantic fantasy novel, the kind he would never dare touch on the shelf. Gong Yu was taken aback. He never expected that Gu Qinxi, this young lady, would indulge in romantic Mary Sue novels. Gu Qinxi raised 3 fingers, adopting a solemn demeanor as she vowed, "Rest assured, I shall be very quiet and will not disturb you." Gong Yu, observing the drastic shift in Gu Qinxi's attitude, found himself momentarily unable to adjust. He decided to abandon his thoughts and picked up his book, resuming his reading. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi, seated beside him, had no intention of reading. She propped her head on her hand, her gaze entirely fixed on Gong Yu. His eyes, nose, and mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood self. How could I have been so foolish? We were classmates for an entire year, and I am only now realizing this. Gu Qinxi, you are such a fool. It was no wonder that during their previous escapade, when he held her hand, she had felt that strange sensation. It was not an illusion after all. Gong Yu intended to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge, yet he found it impossible to concentrate, feeling an unsettling aura in his surroundings. When he lifted his gaze, he met Gu Qinxi's intense stare, her lips curling into a dreamy smile, her eyes seemingly devouring him. Caught off guard by her infatuated expression, Gong Yu felt a flutter of anxiety. It was no surprise he couldn't focus on his reading. Clearing his throat, he finally broke the silence. If you do not wish to read, you need not force yourself. You may go out for a stroll." Instantly, Gu Qinxi grasped the implication of his words. "Am I affecting your reading?" she inquired. "Perhaps a little," Gong Yu responded candidly, braving the risk of reprimand. Strangely, Gu Qinxi did not react with anger. Instead, she clasped her hands together with an apologetic expression, saying, "Then I shall stop watching you and focus on my reading." With that, she buried her face in the book. However, Gong Yu noticed that she was still stealing glances at him through the book's edge. He felt a sense of helplessness, but with Gu Qinxi unwilling to leave, he refrained from urging her to go, knowing that the library was not his personal domain. As time passed, he gradually grew accustomed to her presence. Having Gu Qinxi beside him proved beneficial. Throughout that afternoon, not a single soul dared to disturb him. After all, which girl would be so audacious? Eventually, a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of elegant orchids, wafted into his nostrils, pulling him from his reverie. Following the enticing scent, Gong Yu discovered that Gu Qinxi had dozed off at the table, her two romantic novels serving as her makeshift pillow. The delicate aroma emanated from her. Clutching the novels, her face turned towards Gong Yu. She lay there, her eyes gently closed. Her long, curved eyelashes cast two fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks, fluttering softly with the rhythm of her breath, as if like butterfly wings. Her face, kissed by angels, appeared to be a divine masterpiece, perfect from every angle. Gong Yu gazed at the slumbering Gu Qinxi, momentarily entranced. Ding-dong. The phone suddenly received a message. Yet the sound did not stir the slumbering Gu Qinxi. Kong Lu picked up the phone, glancing at the group message from the dormitory, where Du Hanyuan inquired about his whereabouts. He discreetly shielded Gu Qinxi's face and snapped a photograph, sending it to the group chat, which erupted in a flurry of responses. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew they would be critiquing him once more. Thus, he promptly silenced his phone and closed the chat application. As he gazed at Gu Qinxi's serene, sleeping visage, he couldn't resist the temptation and stealthily captured another photo, this time revealing her face. Little did he know, the camera's flash had not been turned off. "You're secretly photographing me," she exclaimed, as the unexpected light disrupted her slumber. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. What's for dinner in truth? Gu Qinxi had awakened during Kong Lu's initial attempt to take her picture. She merely feigned sleep, curious to see what he would do while she appeared unconscious. The result was this fool capturing two photographs, forgetting to disable the flash in the process. "I didn't tea," Kong Lu protested, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing as he concealed his phone behind him. "I don't believe you," Gu Qinxi replied, sitting up straight, her eyes glinting with mischief as she observed Kong Lu's flustered demeanor. She reached out, grasping the collar of his shirt, and with a swift tug, he was yanked from his chair. To maintain his balance, Kong Lu instinctively extended his hands, pressing them against the armrests of Gu Qinxi's chair, leaning slightly forward until their faces were nearly touching. Gu Qinxi's exquisite features loomed larger before him, and as they were perilously close, Kong Lu lowered his center of gravity, managing to stabilize himself, averting the embarrassment of tumbling into her embrace. Gu Qinxi, observing Kong Lu struggle to maintain his balance, thought to herself, "Will you perish if you venture closer?" Tilting her head, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a hint of playful challenge, she gently instructed, "Now, let me see your phone." Kong Lu, perhaps misinterpreting her tone, sensed a teasing allure in her words, as if she were deliberately provoking him. As he gazed into her eyes, he felt momentarily entranced, his body stiffening, as if he understood the sensation of being petrified by the gaze of Medusa from Greek mythology. Gu Qinxi's eyes, slightly double-lidded, were elongated with upturned corners, exuding an innate air of aloofness, further heightened by her typically indifferent gaze, which radiated an icy, solitary pride. Suddenly, Kong Lu noticed that the usual coldness in Gu Qinxi's eyes had vanished, replaced by a shimmering warmth. It must be an illusion, he reassured himself, growing increasingly anxious. He clutched his phone tightly behind him, insisting, "No, I truly didn't capture any photos. You can rest assured." He believed that as long as Gu Qinxi remained oblivious to the images on his phone, he would deny their existence until his last breath. Should she discover that he had taken clandestine photographs of her while she slept, it was certain that another mark would be added to her list of grievances against him. Gu Qinxi gazed at the crimson face of Kong Lu and mused, "This little stutterer turns beet red with just a tease. If I were to steal a kiss right now, he might become utterly speechless. Yet, his bashful demeanor is rather endearing." A soft chuckle escaped her as she slightly pressed her rosy lips together, releasing his collar with a gentle touch of her delicate hand that caressed his chest, playfully pushing him back into his seat. "I'm just teasing you. Look at how flustered you are." Kong Lu stared at Gu Qinxi, momentarily bewildered, still caught in the warmth of her smile. His palm rested on the spot where her hand had just grazed, feeling as if something within him was pounding wildly. What could it be? His heart. It seemed to be racing, uncontrollably quickening its pace. Gu Qinxi gently rubbed her slightly flushed cheek and inquired, "Have you finished reading? Can you accompany me for dinner now?" "Sure," Kong Lu nodded, rising to say, "I'll return the book." With that, he hurried away, clutching his book and phone. Disappearing from sight. Hidden from Gu Qinxi's view, Kong Lu discreetly placed the two candid photos he had just taken into a private album. Initially, he intended to delete them, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided against it. After all, capturing a photo of the campus belle while she slept was no easy feat. It deserved to be preserved. Who knows, perhaps one day when I've vexed her, I could use this photo to get back in her good graces. He thought to himself with a hint of mischief, returning the borrowed book to its place. Just then, his phone chimed again. It was a message from Cici, asking Kong Lu, "Baby, I've encountered a monumental dilemma." It's worth noting that Kong Lu possessed two WeChat accounts, one for family, relatives, and close friends, and another for mingling with various acquaintances and school groups, as well as for gaming. Cici was added through his secondary account, which had been created after they met while gaming. Reflecting on it now, Kong Lu felt a sense of relief that he hadn't added Gu Qinxi with his main account. Otherwise, his secret would have been exposed. In truth, Cici was also Gu Qinxi's secondary account, initially created solely for gaming. However, after she began an online romance with Kong Lu, she established a WeChat account that contained only him, unbeknownst to anyone else. This was also why, after a year of online dating, neither had realized they were classmates. Kong Lu typed back, "What monumental dilemma?" Gu Qinxi replied, "I don't know what to have for dinner tonight," accompanied by a crying cat emoji. Reading her message, Kong Lu thought, "You don't even know what you want to eat, yet you're urging me to join you for dinner." In reality, Gu Qinxi intended to extract from Kong Lu what he desired for dinner, hoping to take him out. Moments later, she sent another message, "Baby, what do you usually have for dinner?" Eagerly awaiting, Kong Lu responded directly, "I usually grab a bite at the school cafeteria and head back to the dorm." A canteen situated near the boys' dormitory prides itself on its generous portions, affordability, albeit at the expense of taste. The patrons of this establishment are predominantly male, with female visitors being a rare sight, earning it the playful moniker Shaolin Temple among the students of Jiaotong University. In contrast, the third canteen, located near the girls' dormitory, offers delectable dishes, albeit at a steeper price, and is frequented by a multitude of beautiful women, enhancing the dining experience, truly a paradise for the male gaze. Then there is the second canteen, adjacent to the faculty apartments, which strikes a balance between quality and cost, representing the best value among the three, despite its distance. It is primarily patronized by the university's professors or students attending classes in nearby academic buildings. Gu Qinxi, upon reading the message he sent, furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Kong Lu. He, in his quest to save money, resorted to dining at the first canteen, which, although untried by her, had a reputation for unpalatable dishes. Concerned, Gu Qinxi quickly replied, "Darling, you ought to treat yourself better. You need not go to such lengths to save money just to see me. I can wait, there's no rush." Saving money? But I only eat at the first canteen out of sheer laziness. Could she genuinely believe my excuse about saving money for our dates? Kong Lu mused, suddenly realizing that Gu Qinxi might not be as astute as she appeared. She had accepted his feeble excuse as truth. A fleeting twinge of guilt washed over him. Kong Lu replied simply, "All right." Gu Qinxi inquired further, "Is there any particular food you love? Hot pot, barbecue, Western cuisine, Chinese food, or buffets?" Kong Lu responded, "It seems I don't have a preference." Staring at the message from Kong Lu, Gu Qinxi found herself at a loss for words. Kong Lu, contemplating the chat history, finally added, "If I had to choose from those, it would be Chinese food. Usually, when dining out with classmates, we frequent the street vendors or local eateries for stir-fried dishes." Gu Qinxi promptly replied, "Hearing you say that, I suddenly know what I want for dinner tonight. Thank you, darling." Kong Lu, "No need to thank me. I have to accompany someone for dinner now. You should eat soon too." Gu Qinxi, "Who is it? Male or female?" A special friend." Kong Lu deftly evaded the question, opting for a subtle excuse. Surely, he couldn't admit it was for her. As Kong Lu tucked his phone away and walked towards Gu Qinxi, she smiled to herself, more convinced than ever that Kong Lu recognized her as his online girlfriend. Seeing Kong Lu approach, Gu Qinxi picked up her handbag and said, "Let us go." End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Heading home, Gu Qinxi drove, bringing Kong Lu to the front of a charming three-story European-style villa in the city, exuding an old-world charm reminiscent of coastal elegance. The quaint villa known as the Peace Residence was once the abode of Mr. Chun from the illustrious Qin family, one of the four prominent families of ancient China. Today, it operates as an exclusive dining establishment, featuring only 8 private rooms, necessitating a reservation a day in advance. Gong Yu's favorite delicacies here are the meticulously prepared local white-cut chicken and the stewed pigeon with Tianshan snow lotus. If one were to inquire how Gong Yu possesses such profound knowledge of this private dining venue, he would candidly reveal that it is indeed his family's enterprise. Gong Yu mused to himself, "Goodness, dining here feels like eating at home." He pondered the implications of entering with Gu Chenxi, fearing that his carefully concealed identity at school would be unveiled. Having exited the vehicle, Gu Chenxi approached the passenger side, opening the door with a flourish. "Get out. We've arrived," she urged. Gong Yu, feigning ignorance, queried, "Aren't we going to eat? There are no restaurants around here." "Precisely, we are dining on private cuisine," Gu Chenxi replied, playfully gesturing towards the villa behind them. "Hurry up, let us go." As she spoke, she leaned into the passenger seat, deftly unbuckling his seatbelt. Her silky hair danced mischievously in the air, brushing against Gong Yu's nose, enveloping him in the enchanting fragrance of orchids. The gentle caress of her hair tickled his nose, sending shivers down his spine. Turning her head slightly, Gu Chenxi regarded Gong Yu, their proximity once again electric. "I've already unfastened your seatbelt. Do you require me to carry you out as well?" she teased. Gong Yu felt his face flush, his gaze awkwardly darting away from her countenance to avoid any further embarrassment. Gu Chenxi's demeanor was decidedly unusual today, very unusual indeed. Noticing the blush that her words had ignited in him, Gu Chenxi straightened up, her smile radiant. Despite the heat creeping up his cheeks, Gong Yu remained reluctant to exit the vehicle. "This place must be rather expensive. Perhaps we should consider another venue?" he suggested. "You needn't concern yourself with that. I will cover the bill," she asserted with an air of authority, firmly pulling him from the car and leading him towards the villa. Gong Yu trailed behind, hastily shielding his face with his hands. Upon entering, they were greeted by a poised and graceful hostess. "Good day, sir and madam. Welcome to the Peace Residence. May I inquire if you have a reservation for today?" The hostess, possibly a newcomer, did not recognize Gong Yu and merely inquired with a smile. "We do not have a reservation," Gu Chenxi replied coolly, maintaining her icy demeanor. "Is there no availability?" She had dined at this establishment with her family once before and found the cuisine delightful. It was only on a whim that she decided to bring Gong Yu here. Hence no prior reservation was made. Upon realizing they had no reservation, the hostess's expression shifted to one of concern. "I'm terribly sorry, miss." Gong Yu tugged at Gu Chenxi's sleeve, suggesting, "What a pity. Perhaps we should seek another restaurant." "No need. We shall stay here," Gu Chenxi insisted, waving her hand dismissively. She then retrieved several red banknotes from her bag, folding them into triangles and discreetly tucking them into the hostess's pocket. "Could you please summon your manager?" she inquired. Those who dine here are predominantly affluent individuals. The female attendant, possessing both beauty and a commendable demeanor, often receives tips, albeit mostly in the form of small change. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as generous as Gu Chenxi, who, without hesitation, presents several red banknotes as gratuity after only a few exchanged words. Observing Gu Chenxi's lavish display, the attendant became increasingly subservient and ingratiating. After smilingly directing the two to a sofa in the lobby, she hurried off to fetch the manager. In less than a minute, a portly middle-aged man rushed out from the back room, not primarily due to Gu Chenxi's presence, but rather because of Kong Lu. At the moment the duo entered, he was monitoring the surveillance feed, and, upon seeing the young master being seated on the lobby sofa, he was startled enough to dash out. As the assistant manager ran, he intended to call out to Kong Lu, but upon noticing Kong Lu behind Gu Chenxi, making a shushing gesture and casting him a warning glare, he refrained from speaking. Having risen to the position of manager, he was no fool and quickly grasped Kong Lu's intent. Shifting his focus to Gu Chenxi, he introduced himself. "I am Wang Wu, the lobby manager here. May I inquire if you are experiencing any issues?" Gu Chenxi pursed her lips and replied, "We did not make a reservation in advance, but we wish to dine here for dinner. Is that permissible? We do not mind paying a bit more for service." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately confirmed his suspicions. The young master was concealing his identity to pursue a lady. He felt a chill run down his spine, thankful that he had just held his tongue. Otherwise, he might have jeopardized his position. As Wang Wu continued to ponder, Gu Chenxi added, "If there are truly no available seats." Yes. Wang Wu interjected hastily. "We have a private room available. The reserved guests just canceled their reservation via phone. I shall escort you both there immediately." Under the guidance of manager Wang Wu, the pair ascended to the third-floor private room. Although labeled as a private room, it was the sole chamber on the entire level, typically reserved for the Kong family alone. Gu Qinzi surveyed the large round table, capable of seating 20 to 30 individuals, and remarked, "Isn't this table a bit too large? There are only 2 of us." Kong Lu gestured toward a smaller table nearby. "Not to worry. There is a smaller one over there." Gu Qinzi, upon noticing it, inquired, "How did you spot that?" Kong Lu scratched his head. "I have keen eyesight." Once seated, Gu Qinzi handed the menu to Kong Lu, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for me." Kong Lu promptly shook his head. "I've never dined in such an establishment. You should choose." "Not at all. I insisted you choose freely." After several exchanges of politeness, the menu ultimately rested in Kong Lu's hands. He glanced at Wang Wu, who still stood nearby, and decisively handed the menu back to him. "Perhaps the manager could select a few signature dishes for us?" "Of course," Wang Wu replied, feeling a surge of trepidation at being addressed as manager by Kong Lu. "What status do I hold to be addressed by the young master in such a manner? It is indeed a fortune bestowed upon me after 8 lifetimes. This evening, I must perform splendidly, ensuring the young master secures his beloved." Wang Wu mused internally, bowing at a 90-degree angle to accept the menu. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Allow me to recommend our signature dishes." Kong Lu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for recommendations. You may choose as you see fit. I have faith in you." Very well, Wang Wu thought to himself, elated by the young master's trust. This called for an extravagant candlelit dinner. With this thought, he promptly turned and dashed out. Gu Qinzi observed Wang Wu's retreating figure and remarked, "The manager's demeanor is rather commendable." No sooner had she spoken than the tall, graceful store manager entered, personally carrying a platter of fruits and pre-meal desserts. "My sincere apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, our new hostess lacks experience and may not have attended to you properly. Please accept these pre-meal desserts as a token of our goodwill. Enjoy." Though her words appeared directed at Gu Qinzi, they were actually intended for Kong Lu, who recognized her managerial position and thus refrained from introducing her before Gu Qinzi. Gu Qinzi nodded, offering a brief thank you. The manager set down the fruits and desserts, cast a brief smile at Kong Lu, and without lingering, exited the private room. Gu Qinzi, having witnessed the exchange, felt a surge of jealousy, thinking, "How dare she gaze upon my man? Had I known, I would not have dined here." Humph. The chapter concludes here. The 2 hardly waited at all before dishes began arriving one after another. Kong Lu found himself puzzled. He was aware that the restaurant's ingredients were delivered fresh the day prior and that all dishes were prepared on-site, making it improbable for them to be served so swiftly. In truth, this was all orchestrated by Wang Wu, who feared that Kong Lu might become displeased if he had to wait. Thus, he redirected all dishes that were originally meant for other tables to Kong Lu's. Since he had not placed an order, the kitchen simply sent whatever was ready their way. Wang Wu had even handpicked the most exquisite female servers to attend to the 2, and as each dish was presented, he enthusiastically introduced, "This is sweet honey lotus. As sweet as love itself. This is the roasted pigeon, symbolizing everlasting companionship. And here we have the crab meat soup, representing steadfast affection." "Enough," Kong Lu interjected, his patience waning as he waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense is this?" Wang Wu, noticing Kong Lu's displeasure, immediately ceased his exuberant introductions. He leaned closer and whispered, "I apologize, sir. If I have done anything unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to point it out." Kong Lu retorted, "Why do the dish names differ from those on the menu? Are these items even listed?" Wang Wu pondered for a moment before responding. "These are special dishes meticulously prepared for our esteemed guests, designed to highlight your distinguished status." Kong Lu grasped the situation, realizing that this fellow sought to flatter him through this absurd renaming of dishes. "Once the dishes are served, the manager may leave," he concluded. Kong Lu waved his hand, signaling for him to leave, and casually remarked, "Next time, refrain from altering the dish names." All right, I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your meal, both of you." Wang Wu had initially intended to impress Kong Lu, but instead, he inadvertently caused displeasure, prompting him to hastily exit the private room with several waitstaff. Upon leaving, Wang Wu managed a bitter smile, reflecting, "Had I known the young master disdained such antics, I would have refrained from my foolishness." He instructed 2 waiters to stand guard at the door of the private room while he ventured to the kitchen, eager to concoct something special to placate his master. After Wang Wu departed, Gu Chenxi, seated across from Gong Lu, regarded him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why do I get the impression that the manager is quite intimidated by you?" "Oh, is that so?" Gong Lu scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "His demeanor towards you seems excessively humble, does it not?" Gu Chenxi, often passing her time with novels, pondered, in a lavish restaurant. One would expect someone of Gong Lu's attire to be looked down upon by the staff. Why, then, does the manager treat him with such deference? Surely, novels are deceptive, aren't they? In truth, the Peace Pavilion generally exhibited kindness towards all patrons, yet the manager's personal attention was a rarity, entirely attributable to Gong Lu's presence. Not wishing to dwell on the subject any further, Gong Lu hastily proposed, "I find myself a bit hungry. Let us dine." Gu Chenxi, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiries and replied, "You should sample the dishes here to see if they suit your palate." The culinary standards at the Peace Pavilion were consistently high, and with Wang Wu's meticulous oversight prior to serving, every dish was perfectly balanced in appearance, flavor, and temperature. Gu Chenxi took a modest taste and found today's fare even more delectable than during her previous visit with her parents. Had the food improved? Certainly not, she mused, her gaze drifting to Gong Lu, who was elegantly savoring a slice of honey lotus. She thought to herself, "He looks quite handsome while eating. It must be the joy of dining with my darling that enhances the flavor of the meal. Is there something on my face?" Gong Lu, having taken a few bites of the honey lotus, lifted his gaze only to find Gu Chenxi staring at him with an odd expression, much like earlier that afternoon. "Oh, no, no, no." Gu Chenxi hastily waved her hand, urging him, "Please, eat up. Otherwise, the food will grow cold and lose its appeal." Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and began to munch on the crispy duck in her bowl. "She is acting rather strangely today. I should heed Chun Xian's advice and keep my distance from her," Gong Lu thought. Yet as he observed Gu Chenxi with her cheeks puffed, chewing on the duck, he suddenly found her rather endearing. It must be an illusion. How could I find such a fierce woman like Gu Chenxi charming? I must be losing my mind. Shaking his head, he cast aside this unsettling notion and proceeded to pick up a piece of pancake and a slice of crispy duck, adding a bit of sauce, and rolled them together with deft hands. As she was about to reach for the pancake to dip into the sauce on the plate, Gu Chenxi looked up again. Observing Gong Li's gesture, she mistakenly believed he had prepared the pancake specifically for her. Overwhelmed by this unexpected kindness, she thought to herself, "You big fool. You treat me so well yet maintain such composure. It must be quite a challenge for you." "Thank you," Gu Chenxi exclaimed as she immediately extended her hand to grasp the freshly rolled pancake made by Gong Li. No need to thank me," Gong Li replied. To be honest, he was momentarily taken aback when she seized the pancake, realizing that she might have misunderstood the situation. However, since she had already reached out, he felt reluctant to reveal the truth and decided to go along with her assumption, generously offering it to her. Gong Li then picked up another piece of duck, rolled another pancake, and prepared to dip it once more. "The pancakes you make are truly delicious. I adore you even more," Gu Chenxi said. Savoring the aromatic roasted duck pancake made by Gong Li, her satisfaction evident as her smile soared higher than a Gatling gun. When she noticed Gong Li preparing another one and extending it towards her, her heart fluttered with joy, and she reached out, saying, "Thank you." As Gong Li observed Gu Chenxi eagerly waiting for him to hand her the pancake, he suddenly recalled a popular internet meme. "I'm a student. Hurry and give me food. Don't be ungrateful. Thank you." Feeling somewhat speechless, Gong Li thought, "Seriously, are you addicted to freeloading, only ever asking for food? Don't think that just because you are beautiful, I will indulge you." While lost in thought, Gong Li placed the pancake into Gu Chenxi's hand, silently admonishing himself, "All right, I'll forgive her once more." Just after he had comforted himself, he heard Gu Chenxi admonish him, "Don't just serve me. You should eat too." With an internal sigh, Gong Li skillfully rolled another pancake. This time, he had learned his lesson. He refrained from dipping it and simply stuffed it into his mouth. As they were enjoying their meal, a knock resonated at the door of the private room. Gu Chenxi promptly wiped her smile away and coldly said, "Come in." Wang Wu entered, accompanied by two waiters bearing dishes. "These are two signature dishes from our establishment, complimentary for the charming gentlemen and ladies." With a wave of his hand, the dishes were presented on the table. One was Gong Li's favorite, stewed squab with Tianshan snow lotus, and the other was golden soup with peony silver cod. Gu Chenxi gazed at the exquisitely plated dishes, clearly expensive and impressive, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She remarked nonchalantly, "Your establishment certainly knows how to conduct business. Offering desserts and fruit platters before the meal, and now 2 complimentary dishes. When my parents brought me here before, we didn't receive such treatment." Wang Wu, flattered by Gu Qinxi's compliment, smiled broadly and replied, "If you think our service is commendable, then you must visit us often, haha." Gu Qinxi nodded appreciatively and said, "All right, I'll go downstairs shortly to get a membership card for your establishment." While waiting in the lobby earlier, she had inadvertently noticed the membership recharge promotion for the Peace official residence. A yearly card required only 88,000, and the membership allowed for a monthly complimentary consumption of 20,000 for 12 months. Quite a bargain indeed. She contemplated obtaining a card to present to Gong Yu, allowing him the opportunity to enhance his dining experience, rather than enduring the subpar meals at the cafeteria, which he frequented to save money and pursue his online romance. Wang Wu hesitated. Upon hearing Gu Qinxi's words, his gaze fell upon Gong Yu, the young master's intended romantic interest. It seemed rather inappropriate for her to spend money on a card at the establishment. Gong Yu maintained a calm demeanor, quietly consuming the food in his bowl, seemingly indifferent to Gu Qinxi's decision. In an attempt to please Gong Yu, Wang Wu promptly suggested to Gu Qinxi, "I shall gift you a card. Consider it a gesture of friendship." "No need," Gu Qinxi replied, shaking her head as she retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to Wang Wu, stating, "It's merely 88,000. Just swipe it, and let us settle this meal as well. I am quite eager to see what kind of remarkable person has kept me waiting for nearly an hour without a single dish being served." While food continuously arrives at his table, before Gu Qinxi could finish her sentence, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Seeking trouble. Chen Junjie had arranged to dine with a younger female student at the Peace Mansion. Although the young woman was not unappealing, his mood was far from delightful. Following the Gu family's attendance at the banquet, Chen Junjie promptly investigated Gong Yu's identity, yet discovered nothing conclusive. After careful consideration, he concluded that Gong Yu's attire did not resemble that of a wealthy individual. He could not possibly afford the several million yuan watch gifted to Gu Qinxi, especially as it was evidently a men's watch. Thus, he was convinced that Gu Qinxi had deliberately enlisted an actor to provoke him that evening, testing his reactions, which had indeed led him to an irate departure. Consequently, he meticulously arranged this meal to invite Gu Qinxi out, with the intention of presenting her with gifts to restore his image in her eyes. He had reserved a private dining room at the Peace Mansion for Saturday evening, having already settled the payment. However, Gu Qinxi declined his invitation, citing her studies as the reason. Disheartened, Chen Junjie sought the company of a younger female student for dinner instead. The younger student was not unattractive, yet in comparison to Gu Qinxi, she was incomparable. While waiting for their meals at the restaurant, an acquaintance from his university sent him a video, capturing the moment when Gong Yu and Gu Qinxi performed Little Dimples together the previous night. This revelation incensed him, despite his well-mannered upbringing preventing him from causing a scene. He found himself growing increasingly frustrated as an hour passed without a single dish arriving, his hunger intensifying as he noticed food being served upstairs. Determined to inquire about the delay, Chen Junjie stepped outside, only to see the head waiter followed by 2 lovely waitresses carrying the pigeon and fish dishes he had ordered, making their way upstairs. He initially thought they were delivering to his private room, but they continued their ascent. This was the final straw for Chen Junjie, who stormed upstairs to demand an explanation. A few female waitstaff at the entrance were no match for his imposing stature and could only watch as he rushed inside. Chen Junjie burst into the room and immediately cast his gaze upon the dishes on the table. To his astonishment, 5 out of the 8 dishes were those he had ordered. At that moment, all of Chen Junjie's attention was fixated on the array of food. Completely oblivious to Gu Qinxi and Kong Lu seated nearby, he swiftly confronted the restaurant manager, demanding, "What do you mean by this? We arrived first. Why on earth did you serve our dishes to them?" Listening to Chen Junjie's words, Kong Lu finally understood why the food had arrived so promptly that evening. It turned out that Wang Wu, in his foolishness, had transferred the orders from others to please Kong Lu, coincidentally serving the very dishes that belonged to Chen Junjie and his party. Under the pressure of Chen Junjie's accusation, especially in front of Kong Lu, Wang Wu felt a pang of unease. Recognizing that he was indeed at fault, he hastily apologized, saying, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. If your dining experience this evening has not met your expectations, Please allow me to discuss this further outside. Wang Wu's sole desire was to whisk Chen Junjie away, fearing the repercussions on the dining experience of their esteemed young master. Fuming with rage, Chen Junjie had no intention of complying. He continued to shout, "You had better resolve this matter right here and now." Gu Qinci, with a frosty demeanor, was keen to ascertain the identity of the intruder disrupting her meal with Kong Lu, and upon seeing him, her brows furrowed immediately. Xiaoxiu? Kong Lu. It was only then that Chen Junjie realized that the two seated at the table were, in fact, Gu Qinci and Kong Lu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with intensity. The moment he laid eyes on Kong Lu, the veins on Chen Junjie's forehead became more pronounced. He pointed an accusatory finger at Kong Lu and coldly asked, "You claimed you were busy tonight, just to dine with this loser?" Gu Qinci retorted with an air of arrogance, "That seems to be none of your business. Whom I choose to dine with is my prerogative." Chen Junjie was momentarily rendered speechless by Gu Qinci's response, unsure of how to retort. Observing the escalating tension, Wang Wu's heart sank further. It appeared he had inadvertently embroiled himself in a significant dilemma. Casting a furtive glance at Kong Lu, he noted the latter's displeasure. Wang Wu quickly interjected, "Sir, if you have any questions regarding tonight's service, you may refer to the kitchen's order schedule." Silence. Chen Junjie shot Wang Wu a glare before turning his finger towards Kong Lu, stating, "Since you invited Xiaoxi to dinner, you must possess the reservation details. Let me verify whether your booking predates mine." Before Kong Lu could respond, Gu Qinci interjected, "I made the reservation. If you have an issue, address it with me." "Not him." "Ah, splendid. Simply splendid." Chen Junjie's face hardened, as if encased in frost. He pointed at Gu Qinci, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Gu Qinci, I never expected you to defend a mere leech so fervently. Chen Junjie, you will cease this instant." Gu Qinci admonished, attempting to rise, only to be gently pressed back into her seat by Kong Lu. Gong Lu rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of Gu Qinci, and calmly addressed Chen Junjie, saying, "If you have any grievances with this establishment, you ought to approach the manager. Do not vent your frustrations at us. We are merely two ordinary patrons, without the rights or obligations to rectify your issues." Feeling warmth in her heart as she gazed at Gong Lu, Gu Qinci's eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought to herself, "I truly did not misjudge him. No matter the circumstances, he will always stand in front of me." While it was indeed Wang Wu's fault, both Gong Lu and Gu Qinci were oblivious to the situation. Had they been aware, Gong Lu would have refrained from dining here. Thus, Chen Junjie had no legitimate grounds to seek retribution from them. "What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are to speak here?" Chen Junjie retorted, raising his hand to strike Gong Lu. However, Gong Lu had no inclination towards self-deprecation or allowing himself to be struck without resistance. He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Just then, Wang Wu rushed forward, pulling Chen Junjie aside, for if Gong Lu were to be harmed before him, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, security personnel rushed in. Wang Wu shouted, "Expel this troublemaker." The guards swiftly subdued Chen Junjie and escorted him out. Wang Wu bent slightly and addressed Gong Lu. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. I shall handle this immediately." Gong Lu glared at him, his tone tinged with displeasure. "I hope you managed the situation well." Gong Lu was not a man prone to anger, yet Wang Wu's antics today had truly irked him. The cunning ploys he employed to appease Gong Lu today would inevitably offend more individuals tomorrow, leading to a significant decline in the restaurant's reputation. All right. Wang Wu nodded vigorously, his legs trembling as he hurried out. "Are you all right?" Once Wang Wu departed, Gu Qinci stood and gently cupped Gong Lu's face with her hands, looking at him earnestly, fearful that the earlier outburst from Chen Junjie had caused him harm. Gong Lu gazed at her, bewildered by her concern. With her hands pressing against his cheeks, his lips puckered like a goldfish, he stammered, "I am fine. He didn't touch me at all." "Ah, that's a relief." Gu Qinci sighed. Her worries dissipated, yet she showed no intention of releasing her hold. Finding Gong Lu's pouted expression increasingly endearing, she finally burst into laughter. At that moment, Gu Qinci thought to herself, "So adorable. I wish I could give him a big kiss." End of chapter. Chapter 31. I will teach you a lesson. After Wang Wu dragged Chen Junjie outside, he first offered a profuse apology, waiving Chen Junjie's bill for the day and presenting him with a complimentary voucher for future visits. However, Chen Junjie was unsatisfied, insisting that Gong Lu should descend to apologize to him. Wang Wu, having no intention of acquiescing to such demands, called upon the store manager to intervene. Although the store manager, Wang Xiting, is a woman, her methods are anything but weak. She directly invoked the family connections behind the Peace residence, cautioning Chen Junjie not to be ungrateful. Despite his anger, Chen Junjie is no fool. He knows he could easily deal with a minor character like Kong Lu at any time, but the Peace residence is not to be trifled with. The influence of the forces behind it in Zhonghai is not something the Chen family can casually provoke. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Chen Junjie calmed down and agreed to the mediation proposed by the store manager. Having resolved Chen Junjie's issue, Wang Xiting immediately took Wang Wu to the third floor to apologize to Kong Lu. Is it resolved so quickly? Gu Chenxi asked, surprised. She knew Chen Junjie's temperament. He was not easily appeased. Wang Xiting and Wang Wu bowed sincerely, expressing, "It has been resolved. We hope this small incident did not affect your dining experience. As compensation, we have waived your bill for this meal. This card has a spending limit of 500,000, with no restrictions. You may use it any time." As she spoke, Wang Xiting accepted the Peace Residence card from Wang Wu and presented it with both hands. Gu Chenxi found herself at a loss, taken aback by such an impeccable apology. She thought, a 500,000 spending card just given away so casually? The Peace Residence is exceedingly generous. Unbeknownst to her, the exemplary attitude of the store manager and the head waiter, along with the complimentary meal and the generous card, was entirely due to Kong Lu's presence. Both believed their young master was disguising his identity to woo girls. Thus they aimed to please Gu Chenxi, thinking that by winning over the girl he favored, they could secure their jobs. Seeing Gu Chenxi still hesitating, Wang Xiting urged, "Please, you must accept this token of our goodwill." Faced with such enthusiasm, Gu Chenxi felt it inappropriate to refuse and accepted the card. A sigh of relief washed over both Wang Xiting and Wang Wu, and they exchanged glances with Kong Lu. Noticing his demeanor had improved considerably. After accepting the card, Gu Chenxi turned to Kong Lu and asked, "Are you full?" "Yes, I am full," he replied. The two, having already eaten quite a bit, found their appetites diminished due to the earlier commotion. Observing the abundance of leftovers on the table, some of which had not even been touched, Kong Lu did not wish for waste, and said to Gu Chenxi, "Let's pack these up. We shouldn't let them go to waste." "Pack them up?" Gu Chenxi seemed reluctant to take the leftovers. Kong Lu pondered and realized she probably wouldn't want to take them home, given her background of never having to worry about food. However, her next words made Kong Lu realize he had misunderstood her. Gu Chenxi remarked, "Even if I pack everything, I won't finish it. It wouldn't be considerate to offer the leftovers to Xinxia and the others. You know how girls can be, more complicated than boys. They might think I look down on them if I give them leftover food." "Huh." Kong Lu chuckled at her words, saying, "Fortunately, we boys don't have such trivial concerns in our dorm. Then I'll just pack some honey lotus for a snack tonight. And you can take the rest back to share with your roommates." Gu Chenxi smiled softly at Gong Lu and remarked, "We must not waste food, right?" In that moment, Gong Lu suddenly perceived that Gu Chenxi was not as spoiled as he had initially thought, at least. She did not share the same disdain for leftovers as many of the other privileged young people around him. Just as Gu Chenxi was about to rise to request some takeout boxes, Wang Wu promptly arrived with several in hand, eagerly assisting her in packing the dishes. Gong Lu noted that Wang Wu had quite the keen eye, albeit he often relied too much on clever tricks. "I'll just step out for a moment," Gong Lu said to Gu Chenxi before standing up and turning to the still-present manager, Wang Xiting. "Could you direct me to the restroom?" Given that it was his own establishment, Gong Lu knew perfectly well where the facilities were located. Wang Xiting immediately grasped the deeper implication of his inquiry and replied without hesitation, "Please follow me, sir." Once outside the private room, Gong Lu dropped the pretense and directly asked, "Manager Wang, is Wang Wu your relative?" Faced with Gong Lu's inquiry, Wang Xiting did not dare to be dismissive and promptly responded, "He is my cousin. This foolish lad has not performed his duties well and has upset you, Mr. Gong. I will ensure he leaves shortly." Rather than risk both of them being dismissed due to Gong Lu's ire, Wang Xiting wisely opted to protect her position. Understanding that as long as she retained her job, they would not both face dire consequences. "That's unnecessary," Gong Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Just ensure he refrains from such absurd behavior in the future. However, if there is a next time, you shall accompany him out." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiting felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance, and she nodded in trepidation, "Yes, of course, Mr. Gong. Do not call me young master. I dislike that title in public." Gong Lu declared before proceeding toward the restroom. When he emerged, Gu Qinzi was already waiting at the entrance with her small handbag in hand. The packed dishes had been placed in the car by Wang Wu, and the two descended the stairs together. As Gong Lu and Gu Qinzi prepared to leave, Chen Junjie finally began his meal. Observing the two getting into the car from outside, his expression darkened ominously, rendering the lavish feast before him utterly unappetizing. "This is for you," Gu Qinzi said, handing Gong Lu the card that the manager had just given her as they settled into the vehicle. Gong Lu looked at her in confusion, asking, "What is this for?" "To give to you," Gu Qinzi replied without hesitation. Gong Lu touched his nose and inquired further. "But why? You can use it whenever you wish to dine here," Gu Qinzi explained, adding with a hint of jealousy. "But it is strictly forbidden to bring women using my card." Listening to her words, Gong Lu found himself further perplexed, pondering if she truly believed a mere meal card could grant her control over his autonomy. "That card was originally meant for you," Gong Lu insisted, waving his hand. "Keep it. I have no use for it." He spoke the truth. He genuinely had no need for such a card when dining in this establishment. "Just keep it. Why must you be so difficult?" Gu Qinzi spoke as she directly grasped Gong Lu's hand, pressing a card into his palm. "But I truly mean it. Close your mouth," she declared, her small fist clenched, glaring at Gong Lu with an expression that lacked genuine menace. Yet her tone was devoid of any real threat as she continued. "No one dares to refuse what this lady bestows. Speak another word, and beware my wrath." Gong Lu couldn't suppress a smile at her animated expression, thinking to himself, "It's the first time I've received a gift, and it's from my own home." Mistaking his amusement for joy at receiving a present, Gu Qinzi felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, this fool, clearly delighted, pretended just moments ago that he didn't want it. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Midnight Call Goodbye. The pink Porsche halted beneath the boys' dormitory. As Gong Lu stepped out of the car, Gu Qinzi, unlike the last time, did not accelerate directly to the girls' dormitory. Instead, she reluctantly waved goodbye to him. Perhaps due to her unusual behavior throughout the day, Gong Lu was not surprised by her gesture of farewell. He politely waved back, saying, "Thank you for dinner tonight. Farewell." Without looking back, Gong Lu entered the boys' dormitory. Gu Qinzi stood at the base of the building, watching his figure vanish, her heart suddenly feeling empty. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gong Lu was immediately surrounded by his three roommates, who launched into a barrage of inquiries, demanding to know why he had abandoned their group to pursue girls alone. Gong Lu, uninterested in their questions, lifted the takeout food high. The next moment, the dormitory echoed with melodious sounds. "Father, I just spoke too loudly. I must be punished. Dear adoptive father, let me taste that squab. Uncle, how did you know I hadn't eaten dinner tonight?" Observing the harmonious and warm scene in the dormitory, Gong Lu felt a wave of paternal affection wash over him. Smiling with a benevolent expression, Chen Zhirue inquired, "Brother Kong, you went on a date with the school beauty this afternoon, didn't you?" Du Honyuan immediately chuckled, adding, "Is that even a question?" Wang Qi also smiled, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. Old Lu even sang for the school beauty this morning at the boys' dormitory." Although Gu Qinzi's face was obscured in the photo Gong Lu shared in their dormitory group, the trio could still surmise much from her attire. Gong Lu, bemused by their inquisitive demeanor, remarked, "It seems that no amount of food can silence your incessant chatter." As he reached for the lid of the takeout box, the three friends swiftly blocked him, exclaiming in unison, "Wrong, wrong, good father. Instead of meddling in my affairs, why not concern yourselves with your own?" Gong Lu pointed at them, saying, "Didn't I help you three connect with quite a few girls yesterday? Don't tell me you've made no progress at all. How dare you bring that up?" Du Honyuan clutched his chest, wearing a heartbroken expression as he pointed at Gong Lu and exclaimed, "After those girls added us as friends, they all came asking for your contact information. Is that true? Are you all that inept?" "Not quite," Wang Qi interjected, raising his head with newfound confidence. "I actually made some progress. Yesterday, when I lifted Gong Lu onto the stage, a freshman girl noticed his robust physique and asked for my contact details. They chatted all day today and have plans to go shopping tonight. It seems to be butting into something." Gong Lu patted Wang Qi on the shoulder like a proud father and encouraged him. "Well done, keep it up." Du Honyuan glanced at the time and urged Wang Qi, "The date is approaching. We should hurry and get ready to head out." "Wait, why does this date concern you? What are you preparing for?" Gong Lu asked, puzzled by Du Hongyuan's excitement. "Brother Kong, you don't understand. Freshmen typically go out in groups. Although Wang only invited one person, there will undoubtedly be more than just her. Chen Zhirui chimed in with a grin. Kong Lu chuckled. So, you are planning a dormitory gathering? You certainly won't find love waiting around in the dorm. Du Honyuan said while styling his hair. Only by casting a wider net can one find true love. You can save it. Kong Lu rolled his eyes at him and turned to Chen Zhirui, inquiring, are you going too? I don't have much to do. So I thought I'd join them for some fun. Chen Zhirui said bashfully, scratching his head. He then asked, Brother Kong, do you want to come along? Without hesitation. Kong Lu replied, no. He had no interest in such trivial matters. After finally returning to school from the outside world, he was reluctant to venture out again and longed only to lie in bed early. Chen Zhirui nodded in agreement. That's fair. You already have the campus beauty, so you shouldn't be out fooling around. At this, Kong Lu, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, she's merely a special friend. Du Honyuan interjected, right. A special friend to the point where she actively gave you a card. As they got out of the car, Kong Lu casually tucked the card from the Peace Mansion into the bag, but when these three opened the bag later, the card fell out. Kong Lu had no choice but to admit it was a gift from Gu Chenxi, though he omitted mentioning the card's value of 500,000 in credit. Naturally, the three friends did not buy into Kong Lu's description of a special friend. The more he tried to explain, the more muddled it became. So Kong Lu decided to abandon the explanations altogether. He changed his shoes, climbed into bed, and intended to rest a while before taking a shower. As it turned out, he fell asleep almost immediately. When he awoke again, the dormitory was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound, and his three roommates had yet to return. Rubbing his temples to dispel the haze of sleep, he sat up and checked his phone. There were a few scattered advertisements and a message from Cici, asking if he wanted to play games. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11:30. With curfew at midnight, Gong Lu received a message from Gu Chenxi, who had just awakened from sleep, and soon after, Wang Qi inquired about their return. Gu Chenxi promptly replied, and the two engaged in an online conversation, yet Wang Qi remained unresponsive. Gong Lu then reached out to Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui, but still received no reply. Just as Gong Lu sensed something amiss, he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. A girl's voice on the other end inquired, is this Senior Gong Lu? Upon hearing himself addressed as Senior, Gong Lu initially assumed she was yet another unknown admirer. However, her next words furrowed his brow. Senior Gong Lu, please come save Senior Wang Qi. Gong Lu, his worry intensifying, pressed for details. What has happened to them? They've been attacked. Where are you? Damn it. You're informing on us, aren't you? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the phone, and the call abruptly ended. Shortly thereafter, Gong Lu received a photograph sent from Wang Qi's account. In the image, Wang Qi, Du Honyuan, and Chen Zhirui lay intertwined, bloodied and battered. Nearby, a burly man was tugging at a girl's hair, attempting to snatch something from her. Another message from Wang Qi's account read, by Lu Min, room 888. Gong Lu, if you have the guts, come here. Don't call the police, or I'll ensure their demise first. Gong Lu's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Aware that he was being lured into a trap, he could not afford to delay any longer. He slipped on his shoes and sprinted out of the dormitory. As he ran, he dialed a number. Butler, please summon some assistance for me. End of chapter. Chapter 33. A solo meeting driver, please step on it. I'm in a hurry. Gong Lu, seated in the front passenger seat of the taxi, anxiously watched the seconds tick away on his phone, while the driver appeared remarkably unhurried. Unable to contain himself, Gong Lu urged the driver to accelerate. The driver chuckled wryly, young man. It's not that I don't want to go faster, but there are speed limits, and exceeding them incurs fines. How much is the fine for speeding? Not much. But points will be deducted. Before the driver could finish, Gong Lu pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and asked, is this enough to cover the fine? If not, I can transfer more to you. As he spoke, he took out his phone and scanned the payment code affixed to the passenger seat. Ah, young man. It's not merely a matter of money. Before he could finish, a notification chimed on the driver's phone. WeChat received 10,000 yuan. Gong Lu glanced at the taxi driver and retorted, is that sufficient? If not, that has plenty. The driver waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It's been years since I've been suspended. You're the first to pay me to drive fast. Buckle up. What? Gong Lu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. As soon as the master's voice faded, he slammed the accelerator, executing a smooth gear shift as he engaged the fifth gear, propelling the taxi down the road at breakneck speed. In that moment, the driver seemed to reclaim the exhilarating sensation of his youth, reminiscent of his glory days on the racetrack, drifting through corners without a hint of deceleration. Under the Master's remarkable driving skills, what should have been a half-hour journey was completed in a mere 10 minutes. Upon disembarking, Kong Lu immediately steadied himself against the car door and began to retch, expelling the remnants of the meal he had shared with Gu Chenxi that evening. The driver, displaying thoughtfulness, offered him a tissue to wipe his mouth. "Thank you. I feel much better after that," Kong Lu said, wiping his lips, though his face remained pale. Had he known the driver would be so reckless, he would have refrained from paying for such an ordeal. "I should be the one thanking you," the driver replied, his expression invigorated. "Young man, it has been a long time since I drove with such unrestrained enthusiasm. No need for thanks." Kong Lu promptly closed the car door, shook his head to regain his composure, and casually picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground, weighing it before slipping it into his pocket as he made his way toward the Palais de la Paix. His hired help had yet to arrive, but he had no time to dwell on that. He needed to investigate the situation first. As he approached, a stunningly attractive receptionist greeted him with a radiant smile. "Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation?" "Take me to the 888 private room," Kong Lu instructed. "The 888 private room?" The receptionist's eyes lit up. "You must be a friend of young Master Qin." Kong Lu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Young Master Qin? Qin Zizhua?" "Indeed. It seems you truly are a friend of young Master Qin," she replied, her smile becoming even more beaming. She extended her hand to assist him, saying, "Please, follow me." Initially, Kong Lu believed that his earlier encounter with Chun Junjia had incited trouble, resulting in his roommate being targeted. However, upon hearing the receptionist's words, he realized that Chun Junjia was not from their school and thus would not recognize his roommate. The only instigator could only be that scoundrel, Qin Zizhua. Following the receptionist, Kong Lu proceeded toward the private room of Qin Zizhua and his companions. It was indeed a stroke of fate. Qin Zizhua had originally come to the Palais de la Paix merely to sing, but while wandering the corridors, he unexpectedly stumbled upon Du Honyuan attempting to woo a woman, prompting him to intervene and disrupt the moment. The two adversaries clashed, and a verbal altercation ensued. Hearing the commotion, Wang Qi and Chun Zhirui rushed out from their own private room, believing Kong Lu to be present as well. Qin Zizhua sought to charge into their room to confront him and redeem himself. His actions incited fury among the three, with the hot-tempered Du Honyuan seizing a bottle in an attempt to strike Qin Zizhua. However, this was not a schoolyard brawl. The two bodyguards accompanying Qin Zizhua swiftly subdued Du Honyuan. Wang Qi, having instructed the girl he had come with to contact Kong Lu for assistance, joined Chun Zhirui in rushing to the fray. Yet, before long, both were brought down as well. The girl summoned by Wang Qi, while on the phone, had her three roommates preparing to rush to the hall for assistance. However, they were forcibly yanked back into the booth by the bodyguard, their hair clutched tightly. Observing the three incapacitated individuals sprawled on the floor, Qin Zizhua struck one of them with a bottle, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Had it not been for the bodyguard intervening, this bloodthirsty maniac might have beaten them to death. Not satisfied after teaching the trio a lesson, Qin Zizhua used Wang Qi's phone to summon Kong Lu, intent on giving him a beating as well. Inside the 888 private room, Qin Zizhua had a girl in a chokehold, his expression menacing as he remarked, "Quite beautiful, yet you find yourself enamored with this rustic fool." As he spoke, he delivered a kick to the already unconscious Wang Qi. The girl being choked was Yang Shuer, the one Wang Qi had invited that evening, and it was she who had just called Kong Lu. The three terrified roommates huddled in a corner, trembling, were Yang Shuer as companions. They had been enjoying their time until Qin Zizhua abruptly burst into the booth, leading to the current chaotic situation, leaving them feeling quite innocent in this affair. Wang Qi, roused by a kick from Qin Zizhua, looked at Yang Shuer, who was being choked, and hoarsely shouted, "Qin Zizhua, you scoundrel! Release Shuer. I offer you a chance for mercy." Qin Zizhua pointed at the just-awakened Wang Qi and said to Yang Shuer, "Kiss me in front of this rustic fool, and I shall let one of your roommates go. What say you?" In response, Yang Shuer spat in Qin Zizhua's face. "You." Slap. Qin Zizhua wiped the spit from his face and retaliated with a slap to Yang Shuer. Witnessing the assault on his beloved, Wang Qi summoned the last vestiges of his strength to shove Qin Zizhua away, then shielded Yang Shuer with his body, enduring any blows from Qin Zizhua without rising. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open by Kong Lu, who paused momentarily at the sight of the chaos within. Keep watch for me. Call for security in 10 minutes, Kong Lu ordered, slipping a red bill into the attendant's cleavage as a tip. He then removed his coat and entered the booth. Kong Lu, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Kong Lu stride in, Qin Zizhua disregarded the now unconscious Wang Qi. Grabbing a bottle of beer from the ice chest and approaching Kong Lu. I thought you wouldn't dare come. Kong Lu remained silent, pulling out a stone he had picked up at the entrance and stashing it in his coat, transforming it into a makeshift weapon reminiscent of a meteor hammer. Qin Zizhua, uninterested in Kong Lu's intentions, shouted at the two bodyguards, "Get him!" The bodyguards charged in unison, flanking Kong Lu. With a swift motion, Kong Lu swung his coat, striking one of the bodyguards hard on the temple. "Ah!" The bodyguard cried out, clutching his head in pain. Meanwhile, another bodyguard swung a fist towards his face. A blow capable of slicing through the air that would surely incapacitate Kong Lu if it connected. Stepping back, Kong Lu lowered his center of gravity, evading the direct punch. After dodging the attack, he aligned his fingers into a blade-like form and thrust his hand towards the bodyguard's eye. A piercing scream followed as blood tears streamed from the bodyguard's now blinded eye. He flailed his arms wildly, striking at the air in frustration. At this moment, the bodyguard who had just been struck in the temple rose again, filled with rage, charging at Kong Lu once more. With agility, Kong Lu sidestepped the aggressive assault, striking the assailant's body with his garment. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Lu delivered a fierce kick to the bodyguard's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Raising his garment again, Kong Lu brought it crashing down upon the bodyguard's face. The sound of skull meeting stone echoed ominously as the bodyguard fell unconscious. Having dealt with one, Kong Lu turned again, clutching his garment as he approached the bodyguard whose eyes he had just blinded. He struck the man's head with decisive blows, each movement fluid and devoid of hesitation. In less than 2 minutes, both bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground. Qin Zizhua stared in disbelief at the two bodyguards who lay motionless, still trying to comprehend the scene. He had always believed that Du Honyuan was the strongest fighter among the four in Kong Lu's dormitory, never imagining that Kong Lu himself was such a formidable combatant, easily dispatching the professional bodyguards he had hired in mere moments. As Kong Lu advanced towards him, Qin Zizhua perceived him as a harbinger of doom. Terror filled his gaze, and the ominous aura emanating from Kong Lu compelled him to retreat uncontrollably. The beer in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor with a resounding crash. Tripping over the debris beneath him, Qin Zizhua fell, glass shards cutting into his hands. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on the searing pain. He continued to retreat in a frenzy. Cornered against the wall, he found himself with nowhere left to run. Kong Lu, you've killed someone. You're finished. Just wait for your imprisonment. Don't touch me. If you dare lay a finger on me, you're done. I am the sole heir of the Qin family in Zhonghai. Even as death approached, Qin Zizhua showed no signs of remorse, attempting to intimidate Kong Lu with threats. Kong Lu, uninterested in further conversation, delivered a swift kick to his side. The impact forced Qin Zizhua to cough up blood, resembling a cornered beast unleashing its final roar as he screamed, "Kong Lu, you madman. Do you even know who my father is?" A laugh escaped Kong Lu upon hearing Qin Zizhua's words, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He crouched down, his voice icy as he leaned close to Qin Zizhua's ear, whispering, "Even if your father were the king of heaven, in Zhonghai, he must heed the Kong family." Before Qin Zizhua could finish his retort, he fainted from sheer fright. Kong Lu did not grant him the opportunity to remain unconscious. He seized the wine on the table and splashed it directly onto his face, causing him to regain consciousness once more. Attempting to feign death, Kong Lu revealed a somewhat unsettling smile and calmly remarked, "I haven't even struck you yet. Please spare me. I truly realize my mistake. I'm sorry. I was blind to it," he pleaded. Kong Lu successfully demonstrated the exceptional soundproofing of the private room at the nightclub. As the attendant at the door stood there for 10 minutes without hearing a single unusual sound, when she finally summoned security to open the door, they found Qin Zizhua lying on the floor, covered in blood and unresponsive. Kong Lu was busy assisting 3 other girls in relocating Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui from the floor to the sofa, while Yang Shui'er held the unconscious Wang Qi in her arms, her face filled with concern. Before long, the ambulance summoned by Kong Lu arrived on the scene. and the 3 injured individuals were transported to the nearest hospital. Fortunately, they mostly sustained superficial injuries, along with a few minor fractures and mild concussions. With proper care, they would be just fine. The 4 girls had only suffered slight abrasions and were somewhat frightened, but were otherwise unharmed. As for Kong Lu, he emerged unscathed, completing his statement at the police station before leisurely enjoying a plate of fried rice noodles at a nearby night stall before heading to the hospital. Originally, he was to be detained for his actions, but a single phone call secured his release, justified on the grounds of self-defense. The events of that night were solely Qin Zijua's responsibility. He had only himself to blame for the predicament he found himself in. Glancing at the time, Kong Lu noted it was already 4 in the morning. Returning to the dormitory was no longer an option. He would have to rest at the hospital for a while. However, he was not particularly tired, as he had only left his home after waking up earlier that evening. A few messages from Gu Chenxi remained on his phone. Noticing his lack of response, Gu Chenxi concluded with a simple good night and ceased messaging. Setting the phone aside, Kong Lu let one hand dangle out of the car window, allowing the cool evening breeze to weave through his fingers. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found the 3 individuals already awake, lying in their hospital beds, with the 4 girls tending to them. Kong Lu handed Yang Shuer a room card, instructing her to take her roommates to rest. He would keep watch during the late hours. The girls, having spent the night in worry, were indeed exhausted and followed Yang Shuer out of the hospital. The hotel Kong Lu had booked was conveniently located next to the hospital, featuring a luxurious suite with 3 bedrooms and a living room, more than sufficient for the 4 of them. Once the girls departed, the previously nonchalant demeanor of the 3 men quickly turned to expressions of distress. They began to groan and complain, having just pretended to be strong in front of the girls. Wang Qi was the first to speak up, asking, "Lao Lu, I heard from Shuer that you single-handedly took down Qin Zijua and his 2 bodyguards tonight?" Kong Lu shot him an odd look, smiling as he replied, "Such familiarity. Have you 2 become a couple?" "Well, I suppose so," Wang Qi said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Wang Qi's swift progress in his relationship was largely due to Qin Zijua's actions that night. Without that incident, the bond between Wang Qi and Yang Shuer would not have advanced so quickly. "Don't change the subject." Du Hongyuan struggled to rise from his bed and remarked, "How could you possibly take down those 2 bodyguards by yourself? Collectively, we wouldn't stand a chance against them." "Oh, it was merely luck." Kong Lu scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. "I managed to outsmart them by employing a trick." Chen Zhirui lifted his arm, which was wrapped in bandages, and inquired, "Is that true?" "Absolutely true. When have I ever deceived you, my friend?" "I don't believe it." Du Hongyuan, having grown up fighting and causing trouble, was acutely aware of the formidable strength of those 2 bodyguards. He insisted, "Even if you were to employ tricks, it's impossible to deceive both of them at once." "Are you hiding something from me?" "Well, haha." Kong Lu chuckled awkwardly. "We spend every day together. Don't you know me well enough? What could I possibly conceal from you? Besides, look at my slender arms and legs. Without trickery, I could never hope to defeat those robust fellows." "But no buts." Du Hongyuan was about to say more, but Kong Lu interrupted him sharply. "Just lie down and stop overthinking." Kong Lu was genuinely fatigued from explaining. Concocting excuses was not his forte. After being reprimanded by Kong Lu, Du Hongyuan indeed fell silent. The incident regarding Qin Zijua instructing thugs to assault fellow students quickly spread throughout the school. To protect its reputation, the administration promptly issued a notice expelling Qin Zijua and sent representatives to the hospital to offer solace to the victims. This public outcry eventually subsided. Yet the situation was far from simple. Upon learning of the incident, Gu Chenxi initially intended to leverage her father's connections to retaliate against the Qin family's company. However, her father disclosed a startling piece of information, following Qin Dahai's compensation of private settlement sums to Kong Lu and his companions. The company soon faced bankruptcy due to a series of issues, including investor withdrawals and a shattered financial chain. Moreover, numerous scandals surrounding the Qin family emerged, leading to Qin Dahai's tragic leap from a building, while Qin Zijua descended into madness in the hospital. Although Gu Chenxi found the timing suspicious, she dismissed any further speculation. In a matter of days, news of the Qin family restaurant's bankruptcy and the owner's suicide began circulating online. Du Hongyuan, upon viewing the local news on his phone, turned to Kong Lu and said, "Old Lu, did you hear that Qin Zijua's father jumped from a building?" "No, I did not." Kong Lu, lying beside Du Hongyuan in the hospital bed and scrolling through short videos, responded nonchalantly, given the myriad of unscrupulous deeds committed by the Qin father and son. Perhaps this is divine retribution. Kong Lu had not sustained any injuries that day, but in pursuit of compensation, though he did not particularly need the trifling sum, he felt compelled to maintain the fade of an ordinary person. Thus, he went through the motions of hospital admission, lying idly around with his friends. While Kong Lu's absence from class went unnoticed by others, Gu Chenxi truly missed him, to the point of distraction, nearly losing sleep over her longing. Observing her best friend near the brink of lovesickness, Xinxia proposed that she prepare some chicken soup and visit him at the hospital. On a sunlit afternoon, she arrived at the hospital, carrying the chicken broth she had painstakingly prepared. Sitting on a bench at the end of the corridor, Kong Lu held the insulated lunchbox, gazing at the yellow-green liquid within, accompanied by the chicken's grotesque expression of demise. He couldn't shake the feeling that the steam rising from the broth formed bubbles reminiscent of skulls. Deep down, he recoiled from this bizarre concoction. However, Gu Chenxi remained oblivious to Kong Lu's trepidation, proudly placing her hands on her hips and exclaiming with an air of arrogance, "You are fortunate. This is a delicacy crafted by my own hands. Do try it, and tell me how delightful it is." Kong Lu, somewhat stammering, inquired, You rarely cook, right? How did you know? Gu Chenxi's face flushed crimson, and she shyly covered her face, saying, "This is my first time, so you must take it seriously." At that moment, she felt a hint of bashfulness within her. Kong Lu, internally exasperated, thought, "You should complete your sentences. What do you mean it's your first time? I refuse to take the blame for this." Gu Chenxi continued to urge him, "Please, do taste it." In a bid to avoid the terrifying broth, Kong Lu stalled, asking, "By the way, why did you make chicken soup for me?" Although their relationship had softened, there was still no apparent reason for her sudden visit to the hospital with homemade broth. "Of course, it's because of my sister. She has been worried about you since you haven't been tutoring at our home for days, and she begged me to bring you this soup. Please don't overthink it." Gu Chenxi explained, her little hands flailing as she spoke, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. Her haughty demeanor, coupled with her somewhat awkward gestures, genuinely charmed Kong Lu, prompting him to take an unbidden sip of the chicken broth. Upon swallowing that mouthful of soup, he nearly lost consciousness. The peculiar taste spread throughout his mouth, swiftly sliding down his throat and into his stomach, where it erupted like a bomb under the influence of gastric acid. Clutching his abdomen, Kong Lu collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "What happened? How did the patient suffer from food poisoning? What did you feed him?" "He only had a bit of my chicken broth." "But why are there mushrooms in this broth?" "Innocent chicken stewed with mushrooms said to be highly nutritious." "But these are poisonous mushrooms." In a haze, Kong Lu gradually opened his eyes, observing the doctors conversing with Gu Chenxi, their words seemingly manifesting as subtitles floating before him. He felt as though he could see his long-deceased great-grandmother waving at him, inviting him to play, to which he was reluctant to agree, and she appeared displeased. When he awoke again, he found himself in a private hospital room, the environment significantly more pleasant than the shared ward. Gu Chenxi was asleep, resting her head on her small legs. As he gazed at her slumbering form, Kong Lu mused, "No wonder my leg felt numb earlier. She had been pressing on it." In the depths of slumber, Gu Chenxi's lips curved downward, her breath somewhat rapid, and her delicate eyelashes fluttered gently. Her fair cheek rested upon her arm, forming a cherubic, plump shape reminiscent of a cartoon character. Gong Yu gazed at that chubby visage, an inexplicable urge prompting him to reach out and gently poke it. It was soft and tender, akin to the playful childhood memories of prodding sticky rice dumplings on a plate. The delightful sensation stirred an impulse within him to bite that adorable face. However, thoughts aside, such an act was out of the question, and concerns about catching a cold were unwarranted. Gong Yu picked up the jacket resting on the bedside table and draped it over her. Perhaps due to the earlier poke, Gu Chenxi furrowed her brows and awoke from her dream. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Gong Yu covering her with the garment. "You're awake," she exclaimed. Observing her stir, Gong Yu momentarily paused in his actions. Her eyes sparkled as she rushed into Gong Yu's embrace, exclaiming loudly, "You're finally awake." The suddenness of her affectionate gesture caught Gong Yu off guard, leading him to believe he was still dreaming. Yet the soft warmth against his chest confirmed his reality. "You nearly scared me to death." Gu Chenxi cupped his face with her hands, playfully squeezing it. Her voice laced with urgency. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Gong Yu, with his face being squished, responded with a peculiar tone, "Bali, I feel fine. That's a relief. Gu Qinxi sighed, her heart finally at ease upon hearing his answer. Gong Yu inquired, how did I faint? You consumed a chicken soup infused with 8 kinds of poisonous mushrooms. It's a miracle you survived. A nurse entered, pushing open the door to the ward, explaining. You woke up remarkably quickly. Your constitution is quite resilient. What? 8 kinds of poisonous mushrooms? Gong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the steam rising from the soup, which seemed to carry tiny skulls. I thought I saw my great-grandmother. This is a revelation. He turned to Gu Qinxi, his expression a mix of horror and accusation, as if asking, what grievance do we share that you would wish me harm? Are you intent on ensuring my demise with those 8 poisonous mushrooms? Gu Qinxi, under his piercing gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment, lowering her head and muttering softly, I'm so sorry. This marked the first time Gong Yu witnessed Gu Qinxi bow her proud head and sincerely utter those words, a truly rare occurrence. After the nurse drew a vial of blood, she departed, leaving only Gu Qinxi and Gong Yu in the room, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. To break the silence, Gu Qinxi spoke again. I truly didn't know those mushrooms in my yard were poisonous. You must believe me. I believe you're a big-headed ghost. Gong Yu thought back to the moment during lunch when she proudly proclaimed, you are fortunate. Kong Lu furiously extended his hand, causing Gu Qinxi to mistakenly believe he was about to strike her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself for punishment, obediently awaiting whatever retribution he had in store. In the presence of Kong Lu, Gu Qinxi exhibited an unusual submissiveness. However, Kong Lu merely jabbed his fingers sharply against her forehead twice, exclaiming, Qin Zixua's 2 bodyguards could not harm me in the slightest, yet you nearly poisoned me. I truly find you remarkable. I know I was wrong. Gu Qinxi replied softly, clutching Kong Lu's hand, her tone no longer frigid but rather endearing, akin to a wayward kitten seeking forgiveness from its master after mischief. Kong Lu crossed his arms, inquiring, what did you do wrong? Everything. Gu Qinxi mumbled, her head bowed in feigned sorrow. She anxiously fidgeted with her freshly manicured nails, one of which had been broken while preparing chicken soup for Kong Lu that afternoon, likely lost in the broth. Oh well. Observing Gu Qinxi's pitiful demeanor was indeed heart-wrenching. She had only intended to do good, but had instead caused trouble. Kong Lu, feeling a twinge of sympathy, waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the matter. If he were to discover a fragment of her nail mingled within the soup, he might not have been so quick to forgive her. Hooray! Upon receiving his pardon, Gu Qinxi raised her hands in exuberance, her smile radiant as she declared, I promise I won't add mushrooms to the chicken soup tomorrow. Kong Lu nearly choked on his disbelief, exasperated by her foolishness. She was treating him like a culinary test subject. No more chicken soup for me. What about pigeon soup? That won't do either. How about pork rib soup? As long as it's soup, it's a no-go. Then what do you want me to cook? I could whip something up for you. Promise me you won't step foot in the kitchen again. End of chapter. Chapter 36. A joyous discharge in the days that followed. Gu Qinxi continued to bring various tonics to the hospital for Kong Lu, mostly prepared by the family's cook or purchased from a shop. She heeded Kong Lu's advice and refrained from cooking again. Kong Lu spent a peaceful 2 weeks in the hospital, enjoying a leisurely recovery alongside 3 roommates before returning to school. Du Hongyuan inhaled deeply, savoring the vibrant atmosphere of campus life. The air here is brimming with youthful energy. It's simply magnificent. Wang Qi nodded in agreement, expressing, I've had my fill of the scent of disinfectant. Wang Qi cradled a bouquet of carnations gifted by Yang Shuer as a congratulatory gesture for his discharge. Originally, she had planned to personally welcome him home, but her morning was filled with classes, so she opted to send flowers instead. Though modest in size, the bouquet was filled with heartfelt sentiment. Wang Qi cherished the flowers, exclaiming that it was the first time in his life a girl had given him such a gift. Indeed, Xun Zhirue concurred, then turned to Kong Lu, whose expression was neutral and devoid of excitement. He curiously asked, Why aren't you excited, Konggu? Why should I be? There's no disinfectant smell in a single patient room, Kong Lu replied. Due to food poisoning, Gong Lu was assigned to a private hospital room, which resembled a quaint inn, with a mattress softer than those in standard wards. Inside, Gong Lu felt as though he were on a vacation, especially since Gu Qinxi brought him delectable treats every day, leading him to gain weight over the past half-month. Unlike the other 3, who were genuinely hospitalized for treatment, enduring daily injections, ointments, and bandage changes, and adhering to dietary restrictions without anyone delivering them delicious food. Only Yang Shuer, when free from classes, would visit Wang Qi, bringing some snacks for them. Otherwise, it was Gong Lu who took care of their daily meals. Upon hearing this, Du Honyuan immediately raised his middle finger and exclaimed, "Get lost, you scoundrel who has nestled into the embrace of a wealthy woman." Gong Lu shot him a disdainful glance, too disinterested to engage in banter. Yet soon after, Du Honyuan leaned in again, inquiring, "By the way, doesn't Gu Qinxi have a younger sister?" Gong Lu widened his eyes and replied, "She is only in middle school." Du Honyuan stroked his chin and remarked, "No problem, a mere 6 or 7 years difference. I can wait." Before Gong Lu could respond, Wang Qi raised his middle finger at him, scolding, "You're aiming too low." Chen Zhuai silently followed suit, and Gong Lu certainly could not be left out. "Come on, I was just joking. Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Du Honyuan looked at the trio, feeling embarrassed, and they all nodded in unison, affirming, "Yes." "Get lost." Du Honyuan was left speechless. As they approached the boys' dormitory, Wang Qi patted Gong Lu's shoulder and said, "Hey, look over there. Is that Gu Qinxi?" Gong Lu lifted his gaze in the direction Wang Qi pointed and spotted a pink Porsche parked below the dormitory. Gu Qinxi, holding an enormous bouquet, was waiting there, undoubtedly for Gong Lu, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Gong Lu, rubbing his forehead with one hand, internally lamented, "What does she want this time? I need to escape this situation. You guys cover for me." He clapped his hands on Wang Qi and Chen Zhuai's shoulders before attempting to flee. But Du Honyuan mischievously waved at Gu Qinxi, calling out, "Gu School Beauty, over here." "Gong Lu, don't run." Gu Qinxi, clutching the flowers, dashed over, with the crowd following closely behind. New fans were still reveling in the spectacle, while old fans had already set up their cameras. Gu Qinxi, holding the bouquet and wearing an expression of mock reprimand, questioned, "Why didn't you inform me of your discharge?" In front of the onlookers, Gu Qinxi maintained her cool demeanor, but Gong Lu was aware of her endearing clumsiness behind closed doors. "Oh well." Gong Lu scratched his head, saying, "You've been bringing me treats every day. It wouldn't be right to trouble you further upon my discharge, would it?" "Nonsense." Gu Qinxi shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You simply didn't tell me because you thought I would be a nuisance." "No, truly." Gong Lu stammered, caught off guard by her perceptiveness. Gu Qinxi, disinterested in continuing the discussion, thrust the bouquet in her hand into Gong Lu's embrace before the gathering crowd, declaring, "Congratulations on your discharge. This is for you." With her assertive demeanor, Gong Lu found himself with no opportunity to refuse, nodding in acceptance of the floral gift. This gesture evoked envy among the onlookers, who lamented that their milk tea had suddenly transformed into dog food. One buried in the Antarctic, the other on Mars. They could only wish the couple happiness, but alas, that was the aloof goddess he had secretly adored for an entire year. What was this? He had enrolled in this school solely for Gu Qinxi. "Hey, you two. You've dropped your ID copies." Pulling out a playing card-sized king. "Oh dear. Oh dear." Chen Zhuai remarked enviously. "I suddenly understand why girls are so fond of the overbearing CEO trope. Rich lady. Woe is me. I too wish for a wealthy benefactress." Du Honyuan, overwhelmed with envy, felt as if he might shatter his back teeth. Only Wang Qi, cradling his modest bouquet, contentedly remarked, "I believe the flowers that Schwerer gifted me are truly one of kind." Heh. Du Honyuan, hearing this, pointed at him with irritation. "I command you to roll out of the dormitory with him right now. You too shall have a dormitory of your own." Gong Lu gazed at the bouquet, which contained a handwritten card reading, "Wishing you health. May all misfortunes vanish." A chuckle escaped Gong Lu as he noticed the hand-drawn emoticon on the card, causing Gu Qinxi's face to subtly flush with warmth. Gong Lu inquired with a smile, "Did your sister ask you to deliver the flowers?" Yes." Gu Qinxi nodded without hesitation. "She begged me to do it. I wouldn't waste my time delivering flowers to you, nor would I bother writing such a childish card. Kids can be so annoying." Meanwhile in class, Gu Chunxian sneezed several times in succession, rubbing her little nose as confusion swirled in her mind. "Strange, who is cursing me?" Gong Lu nodded, saying, "Then please thank Chunxian for me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinxi bit her lip and retorted, "Why should I thank her?" She thought to herself, "After all the effort I put into that card, you don't even thank me? I am truly vexed." Gong Lu shrugged and countered, "Did she not ask you to send it to me? I must express my gratitude." At Gong Lu's words, Gu Qinxi suddenly realized her oversight. Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she hastily concocted an excuse, saying, but I am the one who brought it. Shouldn't you thank me first? Oh. Kong Lu feigned enlightenment, responding, it does seem that way. So, thank you, beautiful Gu, for delivering the flowers. I shall give you a 5-star review. Get lost. Gu Chenxi initially delighted in the first part of his statement, only to realize by the end that Kong Lu perceived her merely as a delivery girl. Regret washed over her, as she thought, had I known, I wouldn't have been so stubborn about claiming it was from my sister. This fool actually believed it. Well then, delivery fee. Gong Lu pulled a lollipop from his pocket and presented it to Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi gazed at the lollipop, momentarily taken aback. Gong Lu, with a playful smile, inquired, what's wrong? Do you not fancy it? Then I shall consume it myself. How dare you reclaim something gifted to me? Gu Chenxi retorted, snatching the lollipop and stowing it away in her bag. With a haughty hum, she turned and boarded the vehicle. The proud little devil's inner thoughts were, the lollipop gifted by my darling. How delightful. Hee hee. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. The ancestor of the boys' dormitory. Why are you smiling so brightly? Have you encountered some joyous event? Observing Gu Chenxi return to the dormitory with a buoyant step, Xinxia immediately sensed something was amiss. Nothing's wrong, Gu Chenxi replied, shaking her head as she retrieved the lollipop that Gong Lu had just given her and placed it on the table. Xinxia approached, eyeing the lollipop with a puzzled expression. This wouldn't happen to be a gift from Gong Lu, would it? Gu Chenxi tilted her head, looking at Xinxia beside her, and smiled. How are you so perceptive? I believe it is you who has lost your wits. Xinxia poked Gu Chenxi's smooth forehead with her finger, saying, my dear lady, what on earth has possessed you to fancy such a penniless simpleton? You appear so elated over a mere lollipop. After uttering this, Xinxia suddenly felt a pang of confusion, recalling that she was the one who had previously attempted to matchmake Gu Chenxi and Gong Lu. Gu Chenxi pursed her lips, clutching the lollipop as she declared, this is no ordinary lollipop. What? Is it a lollipop from a Wang Wei poem? Xinxia rolled her eyes, exasperated. I seriously suspect that you've been bewitched by that foolish boy Gong Lu. As Gu Chenxi's close confidant, Xinxia was well aware that Gu Chenxi appeared cold on the exterior while harboring warmth within, expressing her affections only around familiar faces. For instance, Gu Chenxi often treated her dorm mates to snacks and gifted them skincare products, but she maintained a distant demeanor towards strangers, particularly males. Despite having spent over a year together, Xinxia had never witnessed Gu Chenxi show even a hint of kindness towards any man. The only one with whom she could exchange a few words was Gong Lu, and when Xinxia had earnestly tried to bring them together, Gu Chenxi had vehemently insisted that she did not like him at all. Of course, Gu Chenxi had confided in her about her childhood experiences that had caused her to develop a degree of social anxiety, particularly towards men. However, it was precisely because of this knowledge that Xinxia was profoundly astonished, witnessing Gu Chenxi voluntarily prepare soup for a man she purportedly disliked, skip classes to visit him in the hospital, and even beam with childlike joy over a lollipop he had presented her. Aside from the notion of being enchanted, Xinxia could not fathom any other explanation for Gu Chenxi's drastically altered attitude towards Gong Lu. Surely, it could not be attributed to the fact that he had saved her life in their youth? Xinxia shook her head, finding her own ridiculous thought amusing. Gu Chenxi, clutching the lollipop, inquired of Xinxia, Xia, do I appear to have a love-struck demeanor? Xinxia pursed her lips, retorting, not merely resembling it. You embody it. Ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Chenxi promptly tucked the lollipop back into her bag, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. With a frosty expression, she inquired, what about now? Xinxia nodded, replying, the familiar sensation has returned. With Xinxia's affirmation, Gu Chenxi's smile re-emerged, and she expressed her satisfaction, saying, that's splendid. We must ensure he doesn't catch on. Hee hee. In her heart, Gu Chenxi thought, if Gong Lu discovers my affections for him, he might feel pressured. I must conceal my feelings more adeptly. Gu Chenxi, rallying her resolve, tightened her small fist. Ah, what? Xinxia exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. As she clutched her head, her expression one of utter disbelief. This is madness, sheer madness. Everyone has lost their minds. Xinxia felt as though the world had become surreal. She climbed onto her bed, hoping that upon waking, normalcy would be restored. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, the threshold of room 215 was nearly worn down from the throngs of visitors. Today, Many had witnessed Gu Qinzi presenting flowers, and the notion that the legendary aloof campus belle would actively pursue a man was nothing short of miraculous. They were envious to the point of wishing they could usurp Kong Lu's position. All eyes were on Kong Lu, hoping he would impart his wisdom on courting techniques so they could win over their beloveds. Consequently, a throng of admirers flocked to seek his guidance, some even requesting to be adopted as his sons. The crowd expressed their willingness to become his disciples for the sake of acquiring genuine skills. One individual scoffed, "Becoming a son? Pathetic. I'd rather be a grandson." Faced with these fervent admirers, the door to room 215 was securely locked. Du Hongyuan, engrossed in a game and oblivious to the commotion, grew increasingly irritated. "Old Lu, this situation is untenable. They're far too loud. You think I'm not annoyed?" Kong Lu, reclining on his bed, sat up and rolled his eyes at him. "Why don't you grab a mop and channel Elbu?" Charging out to confront them. "Ah, no way." Du Hongyuan immediately shook his head. "I think Elbu should be played by Old Wang. He is tall and imposing, perfect for the role." "Right, Old Wang." Aside from the ruckus outside, the only response came from Chun Zhirue, who was snoring soundly, impervious to the chaos around him. "Old Wang." Noticing Wang Chi's silence, Du Hongyuan called out again. "Old Wang, are you ignoring me? What are you up to? You're not up to any mischief, are you?" Du Hongyuan removed his headphones and approached Wang Chi's bed, glancing over to find him furiously tapping away on his screen, a grin stretching across his face. "What are you doing?" Du Hongyuan asked quietly. "Shoo, I'm chatting with Shui." Wang Chi replied, rolling over and continuing his rapid typing. "Ah, you rascal." Du Hongyuan exclaimed in indignation, his gaze returning to Kong Lu. Kong Lu had intended to visit the library to read, but the entrance to his dorm was utterly besieged by visitors seeking him out, rendering his escape impossible. Thus, he resigned himself to lying down. "Old Lu." Du Hongyuan clung to the edge of Gong Lu's bed, looking pitiful as he said, "You are revered as the master of the dormitory. Why not teach me a few tricks? Perhaps I could win the heart of a wealthy woman. If that proves elusive, at least let me experience a sweet romance." "Get lost," Gong Lu replied, his eyes still shut, unwilling to even glance at him. "There is nothing between Gu Qinzi and me. She doesn't like me at all." "Don't lie to me," Du Hongyuan retorted, visibly displeased. "If she didn't like you, why would she come to the hospital to see you and bring you chicken soup?" Opening his eyes, Gong Lu pointed at Du Hongyuan and said, "Stop bringing up the chicken soup. If it weren't for Gu Qinzi's sincere apology that day, I might have suspected she had poisoned it to get back at me for scolding her twice. Gu Qinzi likes me." Gong Lu chuckled softly to himself. "Don't make me laugh. I simply refuse to believe it." Du Hongyuan immediately countered, "She definitely likes you." "Why?" "Because when you gave her the lollipop, the way she looked at you was unmistakably that of someone in love." Gong Lu suddenly recalled her reaction when he had presented her with the lollipop. Indeed, her gaze had been tender and unusual. Yet, he remained reluctant to accept that Gu Qinzi harbored feelings for him. "Then give me a reason why she would like me." Does love require a reason? Does it not? Does it? End of chapter. Chapter 38. A chance encounter at the cafeteria. Fortunately, the dormitory supervisor arrived just in time to disperse the group of boys congregating at the entrance of room 215, seeking to pay their respects. At last, peace returned to room 215. With no interruptions, the other three residents gradually drifted into slumber. Such is university life, if you possess goals and direction. Each day unfolds with purpose. Conversely, if you choose to be lethargic, you can spend your days in the dormitory, sleeping late, playing games, and waiting for years to pass. Upon entering society, you will realize how precious those golden years of university were, squandered in the solitude of your bed. Awakening from a deep slumber, Gong Lu glanced at the darkening sky. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for the glow of Du Hongyuan's computer screen. A wave of inexplicable emptiness washed over him. After sitting on the bed for a few minutes to gather himself, he descended, donned his clothes, and resolved to head to the cafeteria for a meal, followed by a visit to the library. In his heart, Gong Lu thought, "Nothing shall hinder my journey to the library, not even beauty, unless it involves Gu Qinzi. In which case, I might reconsider." Awake now? Du Hongyuan, having spent the afternoon gaming, rubbed his bloodshot eyes and glanced at Gong Lu, inquiring, "Are you heading out?" Gong Lu nodded, replying, "Going to the cafeteria, will you join me?" "Of course." Du Hongyuan agreed, rising while stretching. With a click, Gong Lu turned on the dormitory lights, illuminating the previously dim room in an instant. Chun Zhirue, caught in a half-dream state, was jolted awake by the sudden brightness and groggily sat up, asking, "Is it morning already?" Du Hongyuan chuckled teasingly. "Fool, it's already 7 in the evening." "Ah, I slept the entire afternoon." Chun Ji Rue, with bleary eyes, glanced out the window and mirrored the expression of Kong Lu upon awakening, feeling a wave of emptiness wash over him. Du Hongyuan called out, "Time to get up and eat." Kong Lu, noticing Wang Qi's empty bed, inquired, "Where has Lao Wang gone?" Du Hongyuan explained, "He woke up before you and went to wash his hair. He must have gone out to meet Yang Shui'er." If a young man washes his hair before heading out, it signifies utmost respect for the girl he is meeting. The trio tidied themselves and proceeded to the cafeteria, only to discover something amiss that evening. The boys were all racing to the second floor, and Du Hongyuan, curious about the commotion, urged the two to follow him upstairs. Upon arrival, they exclaimed in unison, "Goodness!" The leftmost area by the window on the second floor was bustling with people, while the central and right areas were sparsely populated, as if everyone had been captivated by some unseen force. Seated by the window, Shen Xia surveyed her plate of half-cooked crispy chicken and oily sweet and sour pork, unable to stomach the meal. She turned to the opposite side where Gu Chenxi sat and asked, "What prompted you to come to the cafeteria today?" Gu Chenxi spat out the disguised fatty meat masquerading as potato, shuddering slightly, and quickly sipped her lemon tea. After finishing her drink, she exhaled deeply, feeling revitalized, and replied with a straight face, "I've heard so much about the cafeteria's unpalatable food. I was merely curious about just how bad it could be." In her heart, Gu Chenxi thought, "I am truly here just to sample the dreadful cuisine, and certainly not to chance upon Kong Lu. Yes, I am convinced. You are not someone who seeks out discomfort." Shen Xia, aware of the many boys eyeing Gu Chenxi, knew she must feel uneasy. Her presence in the cafeteria had to be an attempt to encounter Kong Lu. Shen Xia was practically a mind reader, understanding Gu Chenxi's thoughts with uncanny accuracy. Surveying the surroundings, Shen Xia remarked, "Kong Lu isn't here. It seems your plans for today have fallen through." Clearing her throat, Gu Chenxi coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment, then whispered, "Xiao Xia, don't say foolish things. I have no plans to run into him." After uttering this, Gu Chenxi immediately sensed something amiss. Shen Xia grinned and pointed at her, saying, "You see, you just admitted it. Be quiet and eat your food." Gu Chenxi retorted, lowering her head and silently resuming her meal. The cafeteria's food was indeed atrocious. The rice had a hard crust, tough enough to chip teeth, while the braised pork and potatoes were laden with fatty meat and impostors posing as potatoes, and the cauliflower oozed grease, making it nearly impossible to swallow. It was hard to fathom how these boys could consume such fare. The thought of Kong Lu enduring this daily for sustenance only deepened her sympathy for him. Gu Chenxi's inner voice echoed, "I feel for my dear boy for just a moment." After a few bites, Gu Chenxi set down her chopsticks and said, "I can't eat anymore. Xiao Xia, let us go." "Wait." Shen Xia gazed at the three figures approaching with their trays, feeling a sense of familiarity. She exclaimed, "That looks like Gong Lu." Gu Chenxi pursed her lips and retorted, "Are you deliberately trying to amuse me?" Shen Xia, somewhat speechless, pointed towards the three individuals and insisted, "I'm not joking, it's true." "Humph, I want to believe you." Gu Chenxi turned away, hands on her hips, adopting a posture that exuded cleverness, as if to say she wouldn't be deceived. In the next moment, Gu Chenxi heard Du Hongyuan's voice nearby. "Gu School Beauty, Shen Beauty, good evening." Gong Lu, initially uninterested in joining the fray and planning to find a quiet spot to dine, was compelled by Du Hongyuan's curiosity about what could possibly attract such a gathering of men, and thus he was pulled along. Upon seeing the scene, Gong Lu was taken aback to recognize two familiar faces. Before he could make a hasty retreat, Du Hongyuan called out to him. Hearing her name, Gu Chenxi turned, her eyes locking onto Gong Lu, who was preparing to flee. Coldly, she called out, "Gong Lu." Caught off guard, Gong Lu shot an annoyed glance at Du Hongyuan, wishing he could eliminate the nuisance on the spot. Gu Chenxi sat up straight, raising her head, her graceful swan neck drawing attention, and questioned sternly, "Why are you running away?" "No, I wasn't running," Gong Lu chuckled nervously. "I just thought there was no space here, so I was going to find another spot." Upon hearing this, Gu Chenxi remained silent, shifting her body towards the window to create an empty seat, saying, "Sit down." "That would be rather inappropriate," Gong Lu protested, noting the attention of the surrounding boys. He truly wished to avoid further encounters at the dormitory. "We'll find another place to eat." We wouldn't want to intrude on you too. Sit down. Gu Chenxi's icy command rendered Gong Lu powerless, his legs giving way as he found himself seated beside her. Chen Jirue tugged at Du Hongyuan's sleeve, suggesting, "Brother Du, perhaps we shouldn't sit there after all." Chen Jirue was of a rather introverted disposition, having little experience interacting with girls. The presence of two stunning beauties made him feel particularly uneasy, prompting his desire to leave. "You can go if you wish. I, for one, will not." Du Hongyuan was resolute, his gaze fixated on Shen Xia, unable to resist the allure of her captivating presence. Unfortunately, Shen Xia appeared disinclined to share the bench, occupying it entirely. Du Hongyuan, undeterred, directly inquired, "Miss Shen, may I?" With a sly smile, Shen Xia decisively replied, "No. I take up 2 seats. That's quite all right. My friend and I will find another spot." Dejected by the rejection, Du Hongyuan dragged Chen Jirue away, leaving in a hasty retreat, as if they had not disturbed a single cloud in their swift exit, leaving Gong Lu behind, as if it were his destined role. Gong Lu watched Du Hongyuan depart, inwardly cursing him for his meddling. Gu Chenxi retrieved a bottle of lemon tea from her bag and placed it before Gong Lu, coldly remarking, "I bought too much. I can't finish it, so I'm giving this to you. Don't overthink it." Gong Lu gazed at the bottle of lemon tea, pondering to himself, "You've already stated it outright. I hadn't even had the chance to contemplate it." Only Shen Xia had seen through the fade. Internally, Shen Xia mused, "I wondered why she initially purchased 3 bottles. Chapter 39, The Public Enemy Thank You. Gong Lu politely expressed, then opened the lemon tea and took a sip. As he set the bottle down, he caught sight of Gu Chenxi looking at him with eager anticipation, inquiring, "How does it taste?" "It's rather good," he replied, observing her expectant gaze seeking praise. He felt a sense of unreality, recalling how fierce she had been just moments ago. Gong Lu couldn't help but reflect, girls truly are peculiar creatures, difficult to comprehend. "At least you have taste." Hearing Gong Lu's compliment, Gu Chenxi nodded in satisfaction, took a sip from her own bottle of lemon tea, and continued to eat from her plate. For reasons unknown, Gong Lu's presence rendered the previously unpalatable food slightly more enjoyable, though merely slightly. Shen Xia, having set down her chopsticks, noticed Gu Chenxi eating again and, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you say you weren't going to eat?" "I never said that," Gu Chenxi replied. Her head bowed, concealing her expression. She added, "Xia, if you don't wish to eat anymore, you can leave first. I'll finish what's in my bowl before I go." "Huh?" Shen Xia gasped, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She thought to herself, "This hopeless romantic is beyond redemption. If it's not tasty, just toss it." Gong Lu, eyeing the dishes in his bowl, remarked, "You must not visit the cafeteria often. You're unaware of which dishes are worthwhile. Dishes like cauliflower and braised pork with potatoes are laden with grease. Those of us who frequent here never order them." As he spoke, he pointed to the window where he had just collected his meal, adding, "The small bowl stall serves softer rice with less crust. Their stir-fried green peppers with meat and eggs with chives are quite delightful." Having finished, Gong Lu pushed his tray towards Gu Chenxi and said, "I haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind, perhaps you could give it a try." To be honest, after sleeping all afternoon, he wasn't particularly hungry. Shen Xia observed Gong Lu's gesture, thinking, "Xia never eats from others' bowls. That rascal, brace yourself for a scolding. How embarrassing. I suppose I'll taste a bite." Gu Chenxi said with a smile, picking up a piece of meat to sample. Indeed, it was far superior to the dish she had haphazardly selected from her own window. "What?" Shen Xia exclaimed once more, no longer concerned with her image. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her dear friend, internally screaming, "She's actually eating from a man's bowl. Has Xia been possessed?" Coughing, Gu Chenxi glanced at Shen Xia, who sat across from her, still in shock. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Xia, aren't you in a hurry to attend the student council recruitment meeting? Why don't you head off first? I'll come find you shortly." Shen Xia tilted her head, gazing at her in silence. Yet her questioning eyes seemed to inquire, "Are you truly willing to cast me aside for a man? So love can simply fade away, can it? Well then." Gu Chenxi, feeling guilty, averted her gaze from Shen Xia's eyes and waved her hand dismissively once more. "You should go ahead. I will join you right after I finish my meal." "Very well. I shall attend the meeting first. Do come promptly." Shen Xia, disinterested in playing the third wheel, picked up her tray and prepared to leave, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. "You are the head of the Cultural and Entertainment Department. It needs you, so do arrive soon. A faint blush appeared on Gu Chenxi's strikingly beautiful face as she shyly responded. All right, you go now. Only the innocent Kong Lu remained bewildered, not comprehending the implications of their exchange. Kong Lu turned to Gu Chenxi, saying, If you like it, you can have this meal. I will order another for myself. No need to trouble yourself. Gu Chenxi lightly shook her head, replying, My appetite is modest. I have nearly finished what I had, so please eat. Kong Lu observed her plate, filled with an abundance of food that she had hardly touched, and the greasy dishes hardly appeared appetizing. He understood that Gu Chenxi was likely too embarrassed to request a meal for herself, so he tentatively asked, Shall I share some from my bowl with you? Oh, how delightful. Gu Chenxi agreed almost without thought. Kong Lu was taken aback by her readiness, pondering, My goodness, this girl certainly does not consider herself a stranger. Meanwhile, Gu Chenxi's inner thoughts were, How wonderful he is. Despite having no money to spare, he insists on sharing his meal, and that makes me adore him even more. Hee. Kong Lu divided the food in his bowl evenly into 2 portions, keeping one for himself and placing the other into Gu Chenxi's bowl. Observing the equal distribution, Gu Chenxi curiously asked, Do you have a compulsion for symmetry? Kong Lu paused at her words and then nodded. If you perceive it that way, so be it. Inwardly, Kong Lu thought, This isn't a compulsion at all. I merely fear you might accuse me of depriving you. Gu Chenxi's temperament is quite unpredictable, and Kong Lu genuinely worried she might suddenly become upset again. Thank you, Gu Chenxi said with a smile as she held the half bowl of rice that Kong Lu had shared. Kong Lu gazed at her radiant smile, momentarily stunned. The onlookers were witnessing, for the first time, the aloof campus belle displaying such a dazzling smile. They were captivated by the charming blend of coolness and warmth, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture this ephemeral yet precious moment. It could be said that the depth of admiration the boys held for Gu Chenxi was matched only by their disdain for Kong Lu. Ah, my goddess. She smiled at a man. I have never seen her smile before. The campus beauty is so adorable when she smiles. Kill Kong Lu, seize the beauty. The competition is fierce indeed. Those flaunting their affection should take heed. Du Hongyuan, seated at a distance, remarked this. Kong Lu sensed the malevolent gazes directed towards him from his fellow male compatriots, his heart sinking with despair. It appeared that locking the dormitory door tightly tonight was imperative. Otherwise, he might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Gu Chenxi remained blissfully unaware of the situation, delicately consuming the food in her bowl, striving to uphold her refined image before Kong Lu. However, Kong Lu was on edge, hastily finishing his meal before rising to leave. Seeing him stand, Gu Chenxi immediately pulled him back, exclaiming, You cannot leave. Kong Lu, taken aback, looked at the grasping Gu Chenxi, bewildered. I've finished eating. What else is there for me to do in the cafeteria? He queried. Gu Chenxi replied, I'm not done yet. Please wait for me. In her eagerness to encounter Kong Lu, she had already spent nearly half an hour in the cafeteria with Shen Xia and, to prolong their time together, had lingered for another several minutes, though she could have finished her meal in just a few minutes. You eat too slowly. I cannot wait for you. Kong Lu decisively refused, stating, I need to secure a spot in the library. Goodbye. His actions perfectly illustrated the adage, a Sigma male will never fall into a woman's trap. Study well, or you might find yourself single. Sighing, Gu Chenxi, disregarding her hesitations, set aside her chopsticks and followed him. She positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path. You cannot go to the library, she insisted. Why not? Kong Lu furrowed his brow, pondering. Isn't she overstepping her bounds? After a moment's thought, Gu Chenxi replied, You still need to tutor my sister later. Kong Lu glanced at his phone and remarked, Isn't tutoring scheduled for 9 o'clock? There are still 2 hours left. Gu Chenxi's younger sister finished her classes at 8 o'clock due to evening study sessions. However, Gu Chenxi struggled to conjure an excuse to keep Kong Lu from leaving. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to say, The student council is recruiting new members. I need you to help me. Kong Lu, confused by her statement, scratched his head and responded, But I'm not even part of the student council? Oh, never mind that. Gu Chenxi shot him a cold glance, pouting, Just come along. No more questions. With that, in full view of everyone, Gu Chenxi grasped Kong Lu's hand and pulled him out of the cafeteria. Kong Lu, bewildered and filled with questions, felt a sense of disarray as he was led away. Wait, adhesive tape? He stammered, though he couldn't deny that Gu Chenxi's small hand was surprisingly soft. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. The pitiful Xinxia, the recruitment for the business school student council, had concluded yesterday at noon, and tonight's meeting was dedicated to interviewing the new students. Gu Chenxi, still holding on to Kong Lu's hand, walked from the cafeteria to the small auditorium of the business school, where the audience seats were already filled with students eager for their interviews. At the podium, the dashing president, Bai Xuezhou, was seated in the center, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. On his left and right sat two vice presidents. One was the glamorous and confident Xinxia, while the other was a short-haired girl with thick glasses who exuded the aura of a diligent student. Her name was Qian Xian, another vice president of the student union. Bai Xuezhou was already in his third year, and in 6 months, the student union would undergo a transition, necessitating a new president to be elected from these two young women. In truth, Xinxia was indifferent to such matters. She had joined the student union in her freshman year solely because Bai Xuezhou, dressed in a neat and tidy manner, had handed her a small flyer with a warm smile on the day of recruitment. At that moment, the innocent fluttering of her heart had ignited a spark of affection. In her pursuit to be closer to Bai Xuezhou, Xinxia strived to showcase her capabilities, ultimately securing the position of vice president by the second semester of her freshman year. However, the more she approached her idol, the more she sensed something amiss about him, until he candidly confessed his attraction to boys, revealing himself to be a submissive partner. Xinxia was plunged into despair, losing all motivation regarding the student union. She mused to herself about the feeling of being harshly dealt with by life, yet feeling powerless to resist the situation. After learning Bai Xuezhou's secret, she and he became close friends. In her disbelief, she even attempted to wear revealing lingerie in hopes of straightening him out. Yet, his calm demeanor only served to reaffirm his identity, leaving Xinxia, who had always taken pride in her figure, feeling utterly disheartened. As she surveyed the vibrant assembly of young students before her, Xinxia was acutely aware that at least half of the boys were drawn by her and Gu Chenxi. Given the considerable attention they had attracted during the welcome gala, the other half of the girls, much like her younger self, were captivated by President Bai Xuezhou. Their intentions were innocent, with few harboring ulterior motives. Regrettably, they were destined for disappointment. Bai Xuezhou was indeed uninterested in girls, and Gu Chenxi had become infatuated with the seemingly ordinary Kong Lu. As for Xinxia, it appeared that none of the younger boys present piqued her interest. With a gentle knock on the podium, Bai Xuezhou took the microphone and softly announced, "Our meeting is about to commence. Everyone, please quiet down." Xinxia tilted her head, observing Bai Xuezhou as his soothing voice stirred ripples of emotion within her. She recalled how, in her earlier days, it was this very voice that inspired her ambition to become vice president, believing then that Bai Xuezhou spoke with a tender grace akin to that of a girl. Little did she know, he was truly a girl at heart. This thought brought a pang of sorrow to her. With Bai Xuezhou's words, the small auditorium fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, Gu Chenxi strode in with an air of cool detachment, and Xinxia's eyes nearly bulged as she caught sight of what was behind her. Her first thought was, how could she have brought Kong Lu along? Bai Xuezhou observed Kong Lu, who followed Gu Chenxi like a little brother, and turned to whisper to Xinxia, "Is he also one of our new members? You better not have any designs on him." Xinxia, mistaking Bai Xuezhou's interest for that of Kong Lu, immediately retorted, "He is a man chosen by Chenxi." TSK. Bai Xuezhou curled his lips and replied, "All right then." Xinxia, taken aback by Bai Xuezhou's expression, exclaimed, "No way, you really do have a crush on him?" If they weren't still on the podium, she would have loved to grab Bai Xuezhou by the collar and scold him fiercely. "You don't fancy me with my curves. But you like this little guy? Am I less appealing than some insignificant loser?" Xinxia's self-esteem suffered another blow. Bai Xuezhou smiled warmly. "He looks quite handsome." "Damn." Xinxia cursed inwardly. The new students in the audience were also buzzing about Kong Lu entering alongside Gu Chenxi. The two had recently become the talk of the school. All the confession walls and forums at the university were dominated by them, with videos, photos, and various news articles. In short, they are the headline news. Gu Chenxi approached the front row of the audience and found the empty seat marked Minister of Cultural Affairs, taking a seat. Kong Lu, who had been inexplicably dragged along, wanted to distance himself from her and attempted to move back, but just as he ascended a step, Gu Chenxi coldly inquired, "Where are you going? There's no space next to you." Kong Lu pointed to an empty spot in the back and said, "I'm going to find a seat." "Who said there's none?" Gu Chenxi's gaze fell upon the member sitting beside her. That icy stare made the member shudder involuntarily, prompting him to quickly rise and say, "Minister, I'll sit at the back." He then scurried away. The member on her other side, though not directly under her scrutiny, also hastily followed the first one to the back row. Now, both sides of Gu Chenxi were vacant. With her arms crossed, Gu Chenxi proudly declared, "All right, choose a seat." Kong Lu silently cursed, dreadful bureaucratism, and obediently settled into the chair to Gu Chenxi's right. Seeing that most attendees had arrived, Bai Xuezhou wasted no time and began the new member recruitment introduction for the evening. As Bai Xuezhou spoke eloquently from the stage, Kong Lu quietly asked Gu Chenxi, "I'm not part of the student council. Is it inappropriate for me to be sitting here?" Gu Chenxi, puzzled, replied, "What is inappropriate about it?" Kong Lu continued, "I feel like everyone around is staring at me." Gu Chenxi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine, just ignore them." Kong Lu inquired, "What if they don't like me? Who dares?" Gu Chenxi replied coldly, her tone unequivocal, "If anyone looks down on you, I'll make them leave." Her words were both domineering and striking. In that moment, Kong Lu understood why so many girls were enamored with stories of domineering CEOs. Unbeknownst to Gong Lu, beneath Gu Chenxi's aloof exterior lies a fierce determination. Anyone who dares to bully my precious one shall face dire consequences. Clenching her small fists, in the corner of the back row of the small auditorium, a girl observed the tender exchange between the two with a hint of sorrow etched upon her face. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Suya this year. An unusual surge of students registered for the student union at the business school, largely attributed to the success of the welcome gala, which even drew students from other faculties eager to join. However, all of these applicants were swiftly dismissed by Bai Xuezhou. What typically took an hour for interviews extended to nearly 2 today, and still, the end was not in sight. How many more remain? Gong Lu tilted his head, inquiring of Gu Chenxi, who was interviewing new members for the cultural and entertainment department. With a hint of fatigue in her cold gaze, Gu Chenxi replied, "There are still a dozen or so left to interview." Upon hearing her words, Gong Lu became visibly anxious. "That won't do. I need to go to your house to tutor your sister." Although the timing for tutoring was flexible, being late would reflect poorly. During his hospitalization, Gu Chenxi's mother had even transferred his payment, which he had initially declined, but ultimately accepted due to Aunt Lu Yun's insistence. "Sit down," Gu Chenxi commanded, pulling Gong Lu back into his seat as he prepared to rise. "I'll finish this interview, and then we can leave together. The rest can be managed by Xiaoxia." "All right," Gong Lu acquiesced, obediently remaining seated. Gu Chenxi glanced at the well-behaved Gong Lu, and if not for the presence of others, she would have relished the opportunity to give him an affectionate pat on the head. Bored, Gong Lu rummaged through the pocket of his coat and discovered a small packet of sunflower seeds. After some thought, he realized that this packet must have been taken during a previous outing to a buffet with Du Honyuan and the others, carelessly tucked into his coat. Having sat for so long, he wondered if they were still edible. With little else to occupy his time, Gong Lu tore open the package, sampled a couple of seeds, and felt a surge of delight. 5-spice flavor, quite delicious. As the next interviewee prepared, Gu Chenxi stole a glance at Gong Lu, noticing him with his head bowed. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Snacking on sunflower seeds. Would you like some?" Gong Lu raised his head, a few seed fragments clinging to the corner of his mouth, holding out the seeds to her. With a light laugh at Gong Lu's endearing demeanor, Gu Chenxi waved her hand in refusal. "You enjoy them. I'm quite busy." She extended her delicate, fair fingers to gently brush away the remnants of seeds from the corner of his mouth. "You act just like a child." This scene was witnessed by Gu Chenxi's department members, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. It was the first time they had seen their typically icy leader display such warmth, leaving them with a surreal feeling. This moment was also observed by the girl who had just entered for her interview. The young girl, clad in simple attire and sporting a ponytail, possessed a flawless visage. Despite her unadorned appearance and conservative clothing, an alluring charm radiated from her, as if she were a natural beauty. This girl had become quite a notable figure among the new students at the business school, her striking looks drawing attention since the very first day of classes when admirers began posting on the confession wall about her. Throughout military training and various campus activities, her contact information was frequently sought after on the school walls. Recently, apart from the headlines concerning Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi, this girl had consistently ranked just beneath them in campus popularity. Rumors circulated online that she was to be the new campus flower of Jiaotong University this year, especially given that the once aloof campus beauty, Gu Chenxi, was reportedly in a relationship, leaving a void for the ardent singles in search of a new muse. With her natural beauty and unpretentious attire, she effortlessly outshone her peers, earning her the affectionate title of the People's Campus Flower. At this moment, the girl revered as the People's Campus Flower allowed her gaze to linger on Kong Lu, her emotions betraying a hint of complexity. Gu Chenxi, acutely aware of the girl's intentions, sensed danger. Her woman's intuition warned her that this girl had set her sights on Kong Lu. With a cool demeanor, Gu Chenxi regarded her and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl's expressive eyes met Gu Chenxi's icy stare, creating an electric tension in the air. Despite the palpable pressure from Gu Chenxi, she stood her ground and replied, "Suya." Upon hearing this name, Kong Lu was momentarily taken aback. His actions of shelling seeds halted as if time had paused. He lifted his gaze to the girl before him, momentarily lost in thought. A long-buried memory stirred within him, as if suddenly unearthed. However, before Kong Lu could delve into his recollections, a sharp pain emanated from his thigh, causing him to gasp. He looked down to find Gu Chenxi's hand gripping him tightly. Gu Chenxi, biting her lip with jealousy, glared at Kong Lu as if to convey a silent warning. "Do not look at her." Having silently reprimanded Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi turned her attention back to the girl, her expression growing more severe. "Why have you chosen to join the student council, and specifically the cultural department?" The repetitive nature of her inquiry had been posed countless times that evening, yet this time, her emotions were markedly different. "Because of him." The girl pointed directly at Kong Lu beside Gu Chenxi. "I saw Senior Kong Lu singing on stage that day, and I admired him greatly, which compelled me to join the student council." Upon hearing Su Ya's words, Gu Chenxi's expression darkened, as if a vinegar pot had been overturned. A sour aura permeating the atmosphere. A member seated to Gu Chenxi's left quickly interjected, "Excuse me, but this senior is not part of our student council. He is merely a friend of our minister." "Oh," Suya replied nonchalantly, decisively stating, "Then, in that case, I shall withdraw my intention to join the student council." "I do not agree." Suya was taken aback, gazing at Gu Chenxi with a hint of astonishment. She had anticipated that Gu Chenxi would unhesitatingly tell her to leave. Yet that was not the case. Their eyes met once more, and Gu Chenxi's expression bore a hint of amusement. Gu Chenxi remarked, "We are not merely playing games. One cannot come and go as one pleases." Suya retorted, "Isn't your gaze already revealing the outcome of this interview?" She understood that, given Gu Chenxi's character, she would never allow Suya to remain in the student council. "No, I find your personality quite intriguing," Gu Chenxi replied with a cryptic smile, continuing, "Therefore, congratulations on becoming a member of our cultural and entertainment department." Ah, Suya was momentarily stunned by Gu Chenxi's words. She was uncertain of Gu Chenxi's intentions, but Kong Lu beside her was acutely aware. Kong Lu thought to himself, "Keeping someone I dislike in my team will surely lead to her plotting against me in the future." Indeed, Kong Lu's intuition was correct. With a rival as formidable as Suya, Gu Chenxi dared not let her go. For keeping her close would allow for constant vigilance and the occasional suppression to instill a sense of caution. Gu Chenxi mused, "She dares to vie for my man. How audacious." Humph. End of chapter. Chapter 42. The past drifts away. As calm as water, Gu Chenxi tucked Suya's documents into a folder and handed it to a nearby member, stating, "I have some matters to attend to. Vice President Shun will come by shortly to take over my responsibilities." "All right, farewell, Minister." After relinquishing her duties, Gu Chenxi grabbed her handbag and pulled Kong Lu towards the exit of the small auditorium. "Hey, don't drag me. Wait a moment," Kong Lu exclaimed, organizing the sunflower seeds and shells he had just peeled, wrapping them in a napkin before stowing them in his pocket, and then he rose to follow her outside. Kong Lu. As they stepped out of the small auditorium, they heard someone calling Kong Lu's name. Both Gu Chenxi and Kong Lu halted in unison and turned their heads in unison. There stood Suya, who had just interviewed for the Cultural and Entertainment Department, waiting at the door. "Suya?" Kong Lu frowned slightly, inquiring, "Why are you still here?" "Waiting for you." Upon hearing their exchange, a sense of foreboding crept into Gu Chenxi's heart. She grasped Kong Lu's arm and asked, "Do you know each other?" Kong Lu hesitated for a few seconds, then shook his head before nodding. "I suppose we are acquainted." "She can't possibly be your—" Before Gu Chenxi could utter the words ex-girlfriend, Kong Lu placed a finger on her lips, softly saying, "May I have a moment alone with her?" "You." Feeling interrupted and hearing Kong Lu's request for solitude, Gu Chenxi's jealousy flared anew. Biting her lip, she replied, somewhat displeased. It's already 9 o'clock. Your time belongs to me now. Kong Lu gazed at Gu Qinzi with sincerity and an undeniable insistence, saying, just a few minutes. You go ahead and drive. I will wait for you at the school gate. Gu Qinzi's lips moved as she contemplated, reluctant to agree to let Kong Lu be alone with this woman, yet ultimately, the look in Kong Lu's eyes led her to say nothing further. After Gu Qinzi departed, Kong Lu gazed at Suya, who stood before him, and suggested, let us converse while we walk. All right, Suya replied, taking small steps to join him, and together they strolled outside. It has been so many years since we last met. I thought you had long forgotten me, she remarked. Kong Lu remained silent, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, how have you fared over the years? Without hesitation, the young woman replied, very well. Kong Lu continued, your father. He must be released soon, correct? She pondered for a moment before responding, in about 2 years. What brings you to Jiaodong University? Initially, I intended to apply to a university in the capital, but I couldn't bear to leave. I applied to Jiaodong University as my first choice. And I was unaware that you were here before my acceptance. Truly, the last 2 words were spoken with conviction. Oh, your song at the freshman gala was splendid, he remarked. Suya had not originally intended to attend the gala, but her 3 roommates persuaded her to go. Had she not attended, it is likely that the two would not have reunited that evening. Thank you, she said softly. Kong Lu simply acknowledged her with a muted expression, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. You still harbor resentment towards me, do you not? A trace of poignant loneliness appeared on Suya's delicate face. No. Kong Lu shook his head. The fault lies with your father. I have never harbored hatred for you. I am sorry, Suya said, tears glistening in her eyes. Her appearance heart-wrenchingly beautiful. There is no need for apologies. I have told you, I have never hated you. Kong Lu's demeanor remained unaltered by her sorrowful visage as he stated, let the past remain in the past. We shall both lead our lives well. In the future, I wish not to see you at school. Upon hearing Kong Lu's words, Suya felt as though her soul had been wrenched from her body. She halted in her tracks, standing still, her gaze becoming vacant. Kong Lu did not turn to look at her, and continued walking, his thoughts drifting back a decade. As the sole heir of the Kong conglomerate, he had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In his youth, he was oblivious to the concept of money, commuting in luxury vehicles worth millions and carrying backpacks worth tens of thousands. Even the buttons on his bespoke clothing were stitched with golden threads. In stark contrast, the girl who sat next to him in class lacked even a decent outfit and often went hungry. In her formative years, she endured hunger and cold, her hair becoming discolored due to malnutrition. Observing her struggles, Kong Lu offered to pay her for assisting with his homework, 100 yuan for each assignment. His intentions were simple. He merely wished to ensure she had enough to eat. Unfortunately, the girl's father was a gambling addict, and her mother had fled, unable to endure the wretched household, leaving the unfortunate girl with her despicable father. Upon learning that his daughter's classmate was a wealthy heir, the father devised a malicious plan, pretending to host a birthday party for his daughter and inviting her classmates to their home. The little girl, in her innocence, believed that her father had turned over a new leaf, which is why he wished to celebrate her birthday. Lacking friends at school, she had only one companion, Kong Lu, who had always looked after her since they became desk mates. Thus, he was the only person she could invite. Kong Lu accepted the girl's invitation, unaware that this was far from an ordinary birthday celebration. The girl's gambling-addicted father plotted to abduct Kong Lu, and she desperately tried to thwart his plans. Although Kong Lu managed to escape, he was soon captured by the father's accomplices. This scene was witnessed by another young girl passing by, who attempted to flee, but was unable to outrun the strong men. Ultimately, both Kong Lu and the kidnapped girl were taken to a remote town several dozen kilometers from the coast, where the kidnappers initiated their extortion scheme. During the process, they discovered that the kidnapped girl also hailed from a wealthy family, prompting them to plot to extort both girls simultaneously. One afternoon, when the kidnapper's daughter brought them food, she discreetly handed Kong Lu a sharpened spoon. That very night, Kong Lu escaped, taking the kidnapped girl with him. They reunited with their families days later. Following this harrowing experience, Kong Lu transferred schools, adopting an increasingly reserved demeanor. The kidnapped girl, Gu Qinzi, also underwent a significant change. Though Kong Lu remained oblivious to the fact that this once clumsy burden from his childhood was now the very Gu Qinzi who appeared before him daily. Meanwhile, the daughter of the gambler was named Suya. Several of the kidnappers met untimely ends, while Suya's father, having voluntarily turned himself in early, was sentenced to 12 years, thus narrowly escaping a worse fate. Following these events, Suya was taken in by her grandmother and raised there. Time passed, leaving behind the painful memories that Kong Lu preferred not to revisit. He wandered slowly, while Gu Chenxi's car had been waiting at the school gate for quite some time. Feeling like a fool for waiting while Kong Lu might be with another woman, her frustration simmered. However, upon seeing Kong Lu's dejected expression as he entered the car, all her ire vanished without a trace. Perhaps this is the nature of affection. A single change in expression can stir the deepest emotions within you without a word spoken. Gu Chenxi no longer cared about Su Ya's relationship with Kong Lu. Observing his sorrowful demeanor, she gently inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Kong Lu replied, handing her a bundle wrapped in a napkin. "Here, for you." "What is this?" Gu Chenxi asked as she unwrapped the napkin to find it contained peeled sunflower seeds. Kong Lu shrugged and explained, "You mentioned you couldn't eat during the interview, so I prepared these for you, but never got the chance to give them." Tears welled in Gu Chenxi's eyes, yet a smile graced her face. Kong Lu tilted his head and teasingly asked, "You're not about to cry from being touched, are you?" The originally tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by his words. Gu Chenxi covered her rosy cheeks and exclaimed, "Go away, I didn't cry." At that moment, she no longer wished to delve into the past between Kong Lu and Suya. Even if they had once been lovers, it mattered not to her, for she was utterly convinced that the current Kong Lu belonged to her, in a manner that no one could usurp. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. A caring sister for her brother Kong Gij. Why did you arrive so late today? You seem rather unhappy. Did my sister bully you again? Don't worry, I'll tell my mother. Upon Kong Lu's arrival at the Gu residence, Gu Chenxian buzzed around him like a little bee, chattering incessantly. The lively presence of Gu Chenxian momentarily distracted Kong Lu from his sorrows. He smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "What makes you so cheerful today?" Like a playful kitten, Gu Chenxian nuzzled her head against his palm and replied with glee, Yes, Kong Gij, let me tell you, my midterm results are out." As Gu Chenxi parked her car and entered the house, she caught sight of Kong Lu using his signature head patting on her sister, and she felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy. This marked the third instance of jealousy she experienced that evening. The first two were directed at Suya, and now she found herself envious of her own sister. At any time, in any place, the supreme jealousy king commences his reign. Clenching her handbag tightly, Gu Chenxi simmered silently, thinking, "I want a head pat too." With a sulky tone, she addressed the two. "What are you still doing standing in the living room? Hurry to your class." All right, why are you so fierce?" Gu Chenxian retorted playfully, making a silly face before dragging Kong Lu upstairs. Once in Gu Chenxian's room, she proudly displayed all her midterm exam papers before Kong Lu, hands on her hips, declaring, "I ranked third in the entire class." "Wow," Kong Lu exclaimed, genuinely surprised. He recalled when he first tutored Gu Chenxian, she had been merely average, yet she had remarkably risen to third place in her midterms. A progress that could only be described as astonishing. Of course, if Gu Chenxian were to behave well in class and pay attention, Kong Lu believed that with her bright mind, she could achieve good results without his guidance. As he reviewed her papers, Kong Lu praised, "All the types of questions I've taught you are perfect scores. You truly are remarkable, Chenxian." Hee. Delighted by Kong Lu's praise, Gu Chenxian scratched her head and smiled shyly. After organizing the papers, Kong Lu quickly devised the evening's lesson plan. "Now, let me explain these incorrect answers to you, and aim for first place next time." Gu Chenxian nodded earnestly, focusing intently on Kong Lu's explanation. After the lesson, Gu Chenxian leaned closer to Kong Lu and whispered, "Kong Gij, my mom said I did well this time and wants to reward me with a trip to Disneyland. Will you go with me?" Faced with the little girl's invitation, Kong Lu did not decline but instead inquired, "When?" "This weekend." Gu Chenxian blinked her expressive, luminous eyes and eagerly inquired, "Do you have any free time?" After a moment's contemplation, Kong Lu replied, "I should have some time." "No shit about it." Gu Chenxian grasped Kong Lu's arm and playfully shook it, pouting, "You definitely have time, right?" Unable to withstand her charming antics, Kong Lu managed a wry smile and nodded, conceding, I have time. "Yay," Gu Chenxian exclaimed, leaping from her chair. "I'll go tell my mom to buy your ticket too." Sighing, Kong Lu intended to suggest that she need not purchase a ticket for him. But Gu Chenxian had already dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, Gu Qinxian returned to the room, her brow furrowed with worry. Observing her despondent demeanor, Kong Lu asked, "What's the matter? Is it inconvenient for you to bring me along?" No. Gu Qinxian immediately shook her head. My mom agreed. But my sister. Your sister doesn't want me to go? Kong Lu smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed, thinking to himself, this little girl certainly holds a grudge. Just as he was pondering, Gu Qinxian shook her head again, saying, No, it's that my sister wants to come along too. Huh. Kong Lu tilted his head, looking at her inquisitively. Your sister wants to go? Yes. Gu Qinxian pouted in frustration. When I asked her earlier in the afternoon if she was going, she said she wasn't. But right after I told my mom about bringing you, my sister suddenly appeared out of nowhere, insisting she would take us both, and even told my mom not to go. Is that what's bothering you? Kong Lu had initially thought Gu Qinxian was upset because her sister didn't want him to go. Upon understanding the reason, he asked, Why are you unhappy about your sister taking you? I absolutely do not want her to take me. Gu Qinxian pouted. She's such a coward. Every time she takes me to the amusement park, she won't let me ride the thrilling attractions. She's clearly too afraid herself. Yet insists it's for my sake. Before Gu Qinxian could finish her sentence, someone suddenly tugged her ear from behind. Both turned to see Gu Qinxi, who had somehow entered the room unnoticed. Gripping her younger sister's ear, Gu Qinxi's strikingly beautiful face was tinted with a delicate shade of pink as she menacingly whispered in her ear, If you dare to speak nonsense again, believe me, I'll pull your ear off. Ouch, that hurts. Gu Qinxian cried out, writhing in discomfort as she pleaded, I was wrong. Please let go of me, sister. Finally relenting, Gu Qinxi released her grip, then firmly poked Gu Qinxian's forehead with her long finger, stating, Mom has already agreed. This weekend, I will take you to Disneyland. After delivering her decree, Gu Qinxi turned her gaze to Kong Lu, lightly gesturing with her fair finger, and added, And you're coming with us too. Her commanding tone and haughty demeanor made it seem less like a reminder and more like an imperial edict, as if she were a sovereign announcing new laws to her subjects. Without waiting for a response from either of them, she departed from her sister's room, leaving them both in stunned silence. Upon stepping outside, Gu Qinxi's originally composed visage suddenly flushed crimson. She thought to herself, that wretched Gu Qinxian. Why did she have to expose my secrets in front of Kong Lu? How utterly embarrassing. Gu Qinxian, clutching her reddened ears, gazed pitifully at Kong Lu and remarked, Kong Gu, look at her fierceness. Who would ever want her in the future? Unlike me, I am merely a caring little sister. With a chuckle, Kong Lu was amused by Gu Qinxian's playful banter as he reached out to touch her ear, inquiring, Does it hurt? Gu Qinxian's large eyes brimmed with grievance as she replied, Yes, it hurts terribly, boo-hoo. Had Gu Qinxi possessed even half of her sister's charm, Kong Lu would have long since been infatuated with her. End of chapter. Chapter 44. The female seducer. As Kong Lu arrived rather late today, the tutoring session had already concluded, and it was nearly midnight. Gu Qinxi, feeling too lazy to leave, decided to stay at home for the night. However, Kong Lu insisted on returning to school alone, yet Gu Qinxi's parents were concerned for his safety and insisted he stay in their guest room, planning to return with Gu Qinxi the following day. By this hour, the dormitory had already locked its doors. Returning to school would certainly result in having his name noted by the dormitory supervisor. Coupled with Gu Tianhan and Lu Yun's warm hospitality, Kong Lu agreed to stay at the Gu residence for the night. Seated in the guest room, Kong Lu took out his phone and sent a message in the dormitory group chat, informing his 3 roommates that he would not be returning that night and asking them to manage the room inspection in his absence. The moment Kong Lu's message appeared, the dormitory chat erupted with excitement. Wang Qi, you're not actually with the campus beauty now, are you? Du Hongyuan, no way. You actually managed to win her over? Chen Zhiruwei, bro, make sure to take safety precautions. Kong Lu, what are you thinking? I'm just staying over at her house for one night. Wang Qi, at her house. Have you met her parents? Chen Zhiruwei, Kong Gu, you're impressive. Du Hongyuan promptly pinned a lengthy message. It's fine to fool your buddies. Just don't end up fooling yourself. It's no big deal if a friend gets duped. It can be laughed off. But I hope after writing this, you wipe your tears and don't let them stain your phone screen. What you've said may bring you some psychological comfort, but don't take it too seriously. It's okay for a brother to believe you a little. It won't cost you anything. Just don't let yourself become convinced of it. If your buddies get tricked, it doesn't matter. We can laugh it off. But really, who else besides your brothers would believe such things? Kong Lu stared at Du Hongyuan's message, feeling somewhat speechless, unsure where this guy found such dramatic words. Just then, Gu Tianhan knocked on the door and entered, handing Kong Lu a set of pajamas he had barely worn for him to change into. "Thank you, uncle," Kong Lu said as he stood up and graciously accepted the clothes offered by Gu Tianhan. Kong Lu was raised amidst the affluent circles from a young age, having encountered a myriad of wealthy individuals. However, someone like Gu Tianhan was indeed a rarity, earning his profound respect for this elder. Similarly, he held great esteem for Aunt Lu Yun, as his parents also embodied sincerity and approachability in their dealings with others. Notably, Gu Tianhan demonstrated exceptional respect for his daughter's choices. When Gu Qinxi expressed her disinterest in Qin Junjie, he would not impose his business interests upon her, demanding her acquiescence. With a warm smile, Gu Tianhan addressed Kong Lu, saying, "The bathroom is at the end of the corridor. You should wash up and rest." Kong Lu nodded with a smile, replying, "All right, uncle, you should also get some rest." After Gu Tianhan departed, Kong Lu, clutching his clothes, proceeded to the bathroom at the corridor's end for a quick shower. As he dried his hair, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, feeling an inexplicable surge of confidence in his appearance, that moment when a man feels most handsome after a shower. Once his hair was dry, Kong Lu donned his pajamas and opened the bathroom door. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards him with a shriek. Startled, Kong Lu widened his eyes and looked down to find Gu Qinxi clutching her waist, her fingers absently tracing his abdomen. The silhouette he had glimpsed at the bathroom door was indeed Gu Qinxi. In her mind, Gu Qinxi mused, "His waist seems rather slim. Does he have abs? Unsure. I must feel again." Kong Lu, bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing?" Good evening," Gu Qinxi stammered, pushing past him, straightening her posture, and awkwardly placing her hands behind her back, attempting to alleviate the tension. Yet, the more she explained, the more uncomfortable the situation became. Kong Lu, perplexed, asked, "Good evening?" Clearing her throat thrice, Gu Qinxi quickly regained her composure and stated, I came to use the bathroom. Have you finished?" Yes, I have," Kong Lu nodded. Gesturing towards the bathroom, "You may go ahead." "All right," Gu Qinxi replied, preparing to step into the bathroom, but Kong Lu called out to her again. "Wait a moment. Don't you need to bring clothes for your shower?" Right, I'll just return to my room first," she said, hurriedly retreating. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi's sister, Gu Qinxian, who had just ascended from downstairs, observed her sister's hasty return to her room with confusion. Casting a glance at the equally perplexed Kong Lu, she inquired, "What is wrong with my sister?" "I have no idea." Kong Lu scratched his head. "She mentioned she was going to shower." "Shower? But my sister has an ensuite bathroom. Why would she come out to bathe?" Gu Qinxian furrowed her brow. "How would I know?" Kong Lu shrugged innocently, clutching his clothes as he returned to his own room. On the other side, Gu Qinxi, who had nearly been caught peeping at Kong Lu while he showered, buried her head under the covers like an ostrich, lying on her bed in silence for a long while. The confines of the blanket made her face flush crimson as she scolded herself internally. "Gu Qinxi, what were you just doing? Did you really think about spying on a man while he bathed? Have you lost your mind? How embarrassing." Fortunately, he didn't notice. It would have been mortifying otherwise. Although he didn't see anything, touching his abdominal muscles doesn't seem like a complete loss. Wait a moment. What am I even thinking about? Gu Qinxi, through her actions, has demonstrated that girls can also be lustful, albeit only towards boys they are fond of. What? You wonder why your goddess doesn't gaze longingly at you or peek while you bathe? Well, might it be that your goddess simply does not harbor affection for you? The following morning, Kong Lu rose early from his slumber, stretching languidly. Although the guest room's bed was large and plush, far more comfortable than the bunk beds at school, Kong Lu was rather particular about his sleeping arrangements. The unfamiliar environment kept him from resting peacefully. It was only a little past 6, and Gu Qinxi's family was still in slumber. After a brief morning routine, Kong Lu returned to his room, sitting idly, uncertain of how to pass the time. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness akin to staying overnight at his fiancée's home, unable to sleep, and rising too early the next day, waiting for her parents to call him for breakfast. After sitting on the bed and scrolling through short videos for half an hour to pass the time, Kong Lu finally heard a knock on his door from Gu Qinxian, calling him to breakfast. Gu Tianhan, having no time for breakfast, donned his clothes and grabbed a few slices of bread before heading out. Gu Qinxian was also in a hurry for school, like her father. She snatched a couple of slices of bread and dashed to the car. Lu Yun, meanwhile, was in her room attending to her morning skincare routine, sipping on detoxifying meal replacement tea, completely foregoing breakfast. At the expansive dining table, only Kong Lu and Gu Qinxi sat quietly enjoying their breakfast. The meal, prepared early by the kitchen staff, consisted of crab roast soup, dumplings, and shrimp wontons. The dumplings were delicious, and Kong Lu relished them, eating his fill, which lifted his spirits considerably. However, upon glancing up, he caught Gu Qinxi staring at him with an icy demeanor, causing his good mood to plummet. Observing Gu Qinxi's frosty expression, Kong Lu thought to himself, how infuriating. This woman must be berating me internally for eating too much. In reality, beneath Gu Qinxi's frigid exterior, she was thinking, how adorable he looks while eating. He should eat more. Chapter 45. Harm to others ultimately harms oneself. After breakfast at the Gu residence, Gu Qinxi drove Kong Lu back to school, as they had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods. Gu Qinxi did not drive back to the dormitory, but instead parked by the teaching building. The sight of the two disembarking from the car together attracted the attention of numerous classmates, many of whom speculated that Kong Lu had struck up a relationship with a wealthy girl. Shen Xia arrived early to occupy Gu Qinxi's usual seat, bringing along her textbooks. Upon seeing the two enter the classroom together, her eyes widened in surprise. Shen Xia had claimed a double seat today, so Kong Lu could not sit with them as he had previously. Gu Qinxi felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. My baby isn't sitting beside me. This makes me unhappy, sob. Shen Xia tilted her head, observing Kong Lu, who had settled into a 4-person seat at the back, before glancing at Gu Qinxi and inquiring, you didn't return to the dormitory last night? Surely it wasn't tea with him? Xia, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Qinxi's face flushed as she gently pushed Shen Xia's shoulder, explaining, he was tutoring my sister, and it got too late, so he stayed over at my house. Ah, Shen Xia exclaimed in surprise. You're so bold, sleeping in front of your parents? My home has more than one bed. Gu Qinxi retorted, slightly exasperated. TCH. Shen Xia scoffed. I thought your relationship was progressing swiftly, perhaps even leading to some little ones. Stop that. Gu Qinxi covered Shen Xia's mouth, fearful that Kong Lu might overhear something inappropriate. She shot Shen Xia a glare, saying, how can a girl like you think of such lewd things? Shen Xia pried Gu Qinxi's hand away, asserting, who says girls can't be lustful? As she spoke, she proudly emphasized her own assets. Gu Qinxi shot back. If you flaunt them again, I'll squeeze them until they pop when we get back to the dorm. You envious woman. How cruel. Shen Xia retorted. TCH. I'm not envious. Gu Qinxi dismissed her with a wave of her hand, yet discreetly glanced down at her own chest, silently remarking, mine isn't small either. Wait, what am I even thinking? I must have caught Shen Xia's lewd thoughts. Unbeknownst to the peculiar conversation between the two, Kong Lu, seated further back, was busy messaging his roommates to fetch his textbooks. Although having books in university classes often made little difference, one still ought to show some respect to the teacher, right? Du Hanyuan was the first to respond in the group chat. You spent all night with a pretty girl and expect us to bring you books to class in the morning? Pa, scoundrel. Don't even think about it. Du Hanyuan. Middle finger emoji. The other two quickly followed suit, sending their own middle finger emoji responses. Kong Lu, unfazed, snapped a photo of the seats he had reserved and sent it to the group, adding, I was planning to save some back row seats for you all so you could play games during class, but it seems I was being overly considerate. Upon seeing this, the three immediately retracted their middle finger emojis. Du Hanyuan. Father, I admit my voice was a bit too loud just now. Kong Lu, that's more like it. At least you're perceptive. With Kong Lu securing the seats, the three felt emboldened, sauntering into the classroom just as class was about to begin. As Du Hanyuan settled down, he grasped Kong Lu's arm, ready to speak, but Kong Lu swiftly placed his index finger against Du Hanyuan's lips. Anticipating what he was about to say, Kong Lu preemptively replied, nothing happened last night, so don't ask. Du Hanyuan promptly shot Kong Lu a middle finger, declaring, useless. I have no son as cowardly as you. Kong Lu merely rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with him. As Du Hanyuan noticed Kong Lu's indifference towards him, he shifted his gaze to Wang Qi. Today, Wang Qi sported a stylish new hairstyle, clearly indicative of a post-class rendezvous. Ever since he entered a romantic relationship, he had transformed completely, no longer the disheveled, muscle-bound man he once was. Love had indeed altered his very appearance. Du Hanyuan patted Wang Qi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. You mustn't follow his example. Make your move on Yang Shueter soon. That's not possible, Wang Qi replied bashfully, scratching his head. I just started dating Schwerer. Yet, Du Honyuan insisted, what of it? Let me tell you, Kong Lu, witnessing Du Hongyuan's attempt to instill misguided notions into the innocent young lad, could no longer tolerate it. He pulled Du Honyuan aside, saying, stop being a self-proclaimed strategist. Go find a girl for yourself. Damn it, Du Honyuan exclaimed, glancing at Xinxia, who was engrossed in conversation with Gu Chenxi. Do you think I don't want to? Kong Lu, noticing his gaze, squinted slightly, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. You can't possibly have feelings for Xinxia, can you? Heh, Du Honyuan stammered, a rare shyness creeping upon him as he scratched his head. Who wouldn't be fond of a voluptuous, commanding woman with such an incredible figure? Kong Lu patted him on the shoulder and urged, if you like her, go for it. Don't wait until she is swept off her feet by another man. Hiding in your dormitory while secretly listening to the clock in the opposite direction. I wish it were that simple. Du Honyuan lamented, his expression one of despair. You saw it last night in the cafeteria. She left me no openings. Having spent a year together, Kong Lu knew all too well that Du Honyuan was the quintessential loudmouth, his bravado unmatched in idle chatter, yet utterly inept when it came to action in the field. Finding his antics amusing, Kong Lu's mind hatched a mischievous plan. He continued to coax Du Honyuan. If she gives you no chance, create one. Show off your charm. 7 days. No, 3 days. Win Xinxia's heart in 3 days. Du Honyuan leaned in, intrigued. How do I create an opportunity? Kong Lu replied earnestly, after class. It will be lunchtime. Invite her to the cafeteria for a meal. Who would refuse a free lunch? If she agrees, then you have your chance. What a brilliant idea. Du Honyuan exclaimed, feeling as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. He immediately gave Kong Lu a thumbs up. I never realized you were so clever. Kong Lu thought, observing Du Hongyuan's foolish expression, and for the first time found the label of clever to be an insult. He rolled his eyes, replying, thanks, I guess. As the adage goes, love indeed transforms one's very essence. At that moment, Chun Jirue, who had just finished a round of gaming, looked at the two with a mix of innocence and bewilderment, asking, what are you guys talking about? Du Honyuan pinched Chun Jirue's cheek and said, little one, don't pry, go play. Then he turned back to Kong Lu, asking, but what if she declines? Kong Lu continued to encourage him. If she refuses, just persistently inquire where she plans to eat, then follow her there. Offer to pay for her meal. She's bound to develop some affection for you. I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving me, Du Honyuan responded skeptically. Du Honyuan furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Wasn't this behavior akin to being a sycophant? How could this be? Kong Lu shook his head and remarked, girls like Xinxia tend to favor domineering men. If you exhibit a bit of assertiveness, she will undoubtedly fall head over heels for you. Master, I never imagined you possessed such prowess in wooing women. Du Honyuan expressed his admiration for Kong Lu. After being persuaded by Kong Lu, as soon as the class bell rang, Du Honyuan rushed to Xinxia. Before he could utter a word, he felt his feet slip, his legs gave way, and he executed a flawless slide into a kneeling position before her. The surrounding classmates were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, is it truly that smooth? Xinxia gazed at the sliding Du Honyuan in bewilderment and half-jokingly said, but it's not even New Year. Isn't it a bit early for you to be paying respects? I haven't prepared a red envelope for you. Gu Chenxi, standing beside Xinxia, furrowed her brows in confusion, curious about the boy's intentions. Kong Lu, having anticipated Du Hongyuan's blunder, had already taken out his phone to record the moment. Upon witnessing Du Hongyuan's slip, he couldn't contain his laughter and burst out loud. Du Hongyuan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He quickly stood up and stammered, I was trying to. After uttering just a few words, he felt as though his vocal cords had been stripped away, leaving him momentarily voiceless. Xinxia frowned and inquired, what do you want? The earlier mortifying incident had caused Du Hongyuan's brain to momentarily stall. He glanced at Kong Lu with a pleading look for help. However, Kong Lu was too busy clutching his belly in laughter, completely ignoring him. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Du Hongyuan's mind as he pointed at Kong Lu and declared, he wants to invite you both to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon hearing this, Gu Chenxi and Xinxia turned to look at Kong Lu, who froze, his smile vanishing and his mouth agape, staring at Du Honyuan in disbelief, thinking, what a trickster. Chapter 46. 2 channels on the way to the cafeteria, Du Honyuan quietly expressed his apologies to Kong Lu. I'm sorry. For the sake of my friend's romance, please bear with it. I'll reimburse you for the meal when we return to the dorm. I truly appreciate it. Kong Lu shot Du Honyuan a glare, but refrained from saying much more. It wasn't that he was concerned about the money, but rather he was somewhat irked that the boy had thrown him under the bus. The food at the third cafeteria was superior to that of the first, albeit somewhat pricier. Their total bill exceeded 80, all covered by Kong Lu. Initially, he intended to pay for Du Hongyuan's meal, but Du Honyuan insisted on footing the bill himself. Spending nearly 100 for lunch was no concern for Kong Lu, yet Gu Qinxi felt differently. She had noticed Kong Lu's jacket was tattered and had refrained from buying a new one, implying he was short on funds. Today, he was treating her to lunch, which stirred a sense of appreciation within her. She thought to herself, he truly cares for me. In truth, the jacket Kong Lu wore had been used during a rescue mission at the nightclub, where it had sustained a small tear. He had not even noticed the damage. But Gu Qinxi had been observant enough to catch it. She naively believed that Kong Lu was too impoverished to purchase new clothing. In truth, the medical expenses compensated to Kong Lu by Qin Zijua's family remained untouched in his account. Should he desire to procure attire, those funds would suffice for numerous garments. Meanwhile, Xinxia observed her childhood friend, who had always lived in luxury, moved to tears by a mere meal costing over 20 yuan. Wishing she could strike this lovesick fool on the spot, Kong Lu swiftly cleared the food from his plate and, raising his head, met Gu Qinxi's gaze, which mirrored her expression from breakfast at her home that very morning. Kong Lu misinterpreted this, pondering, I did not partake in her family's rice at lunch. Why is she looking at me in that manner again? In reality, Gu Qinxi's thoughts were occupied with, should I buy him a couple of shirts? What size does he wear? What if he dislikes the clothes I choose? Oh, how annoying. He has stealing glances at me. Liking me yet too timid to confess. What a silly fool. The two were lost in their own thoughts, entirely out of sync. Beside them, Du Honyuan contemplated asking Xinxia for her WeChat multiple times while eating, yet hesitated. Kong Lu, unable to endure Du Hongyuan's cowardice any longer, directly intervened, classmate Xinxia. To be frank, my roommate. Before Kong Lu could finish, Du Honyuan firmly covered his mouth, silencing him. With an awkward smile, Du Honyuan remarked, he is full now. I'll take him back to the dormitory. Subsequently, Du Honyuan hoisted Kong Lu and dashed out of the cafeteria, leaving Gu Qinxi and Xinxia in bewilderment. Exchanging confused glances, Kong Lu looked at him, perplexed, and asked, why are you so timid? I'm trying to help you. What are you afraid of? Never mind. I can't do it. Du Honyuan repeatedly waved his hands, stating, buddy, I'm just a clown. I can't even speak in front of someone I like. People like me don't deserve love. Insanity, Kong Lu chastised him, frustrated by his self-deprecation. Indeed, many who have never been in love exhibit such behavior. They may offer the best advice when assisting others, yet falter completely when faced with their own affections, no matter how exceptional one may be. An inexplicable sense of inferiority often arises in the presence of someone they admire, revealing the truest form of affection. Du Honyuan sighed. How much was lunch? I'll transfer you the money. No need. Kong Lu waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a lesson learned. Had Kong Lu known that his encouragement for Du Honyuan to pursue Xinxia might implicate himself, he would have refrained from such comments, realizing that harm begets harm. Huh? Du Honyuan queried, puzzled. What do you mean by a lesson learned? Ahem. Kong Lu awkwardly cleared his throat twice, replying, it's nothing. The afternoon held classes, and instead of visiting the library, Kong Lu accompanied Du Honyuan back to their dormitory for a nap. Wang Qi, that rascal, had mysteriously vanished. Not returning to the dormitory all afternoon, Du Honyuan lay on the bed, unable to sleep, lost in his own thoughts. In the dormitory, there were only Kong Lu and Chen Zhirui, who had enjoyed a delightful nap. The afternoon consisted of 3 grueling introductory classes, during which Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui immersed themselves in games, while Wang Qi, who had not napped at noon, succumbed to sleep over the course of 2 classes. By the 3rd class, he too had joined the gaming group, leaving only Kong Lu to attentively endure all 3 classes, feeling increasingly drowsy. After the classes concluded, Kong Lu intended to return to the dormitory for a quick rest, but Gu Qinxi intercepted him at the classroom door. Come with me, she insisted, firmly grasping Kong Lu's arm and leading him downstairs. Under the curious gazes of those around them, they made their way to the parking lot, where Gu Qinxi opened the car door. Kong Lu stared at her in bewilderment and asked, where are we going? It's not even time for tutoring yet. To be honest, after enduring 3 classes, he had no desire to go anywhere but to sleep soundly. Just get in, Gu Qinzi replied, not waiting for Kong Lu's consent, and promptly ushered him into the car. Chapter 47. Weak and helpless so. You hurriedly brought me out of school just to buy clothes for me? Kong Lu questioned as he watched Gu Qinzi navigate the car into the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. Initially, when she had rushed him into the car, he assumed she needed his assistance with something significant. However, it was only upon arriving in the city center that Gu Qinzi revealed her true intention of taking him shopping for clothes. In truth, Gu Qinzi had wanted to buy Kong Lu a few outfits as gifts, but since she was uncertain of his size and had never purchased clothing for anyone else before, she feared making poor choices. Thus, after much contemplation, she decided to bring him along to select items himself. Concerned that Kong Lu might refuse to accompany her if he knew her plans in advance, she had intentionally withheld this information until they were nearly there. Gu Qinzi nodded, her gaze fixated on the vast underground parking lot, which was surprisingly devoid of available spaces. I don't even need more clothes. Why did you bring me here? Kong Lu protested. Just hold on. Gu Qinzi interrupted, covering his mouth with one hand. Her eyes were locked on a car warming up its engine, knowing that once it departed, a parking space would become available. Yet, another vehicle, which had arrived even earlier, seemed to have noticed the same opportunity and had been circling the lot for quite some time in search of a spot. Both cars had their headlights on, poised in a tense standoff, waiting for the chance to claim the coveted parking space. The moment the rear wheels of the parked car disengaged from its space, Gu Qinzi expertly coordinated her movements, executing a smooth maneuver that allowed her car to drift effortlessly into the vacant spot. Kong Lu clutched the seatbelt tightly, barely able to respond, blinking in confusion as he asked, "Is that it?" Gu Qinzi immediately displayed a proud expression, thinking to herself, I must have looked incredibly cool just now. The boy must be impressed. Whether he was truly impressed was uncertain, but his heart raced with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. The action not only left Gong Yu dumbfounded, but also astonished the driver hoping to seize the parking spot. When he realized that the driver was a woman, he admired her enough to roll down his window and give a thumbs up before departing in a huff. Let us go, Gu Qinzi said, opening the car door and stepping out. However, Gong Yu lingered inside the vehicle, reluctant to follow suit. He continued the unfinished thought from earlier, I still have plenty of clothes. I don't need to buy new ones. In Gong Yu's home, his room featured a spacious walk-in closet connecting to a private bathroom, filled with garments purchased by his parents. From custom-tailored suits to the latest seasonal pieces from high-end brands, his wardrobe was replete. Thus, Gong Yu genuinely did not lack for clothes. It merely depended on whether he wished to wear them. Gu Qinzi had anticipated this reaction from Gong Yu and did not afford him the opportunity to decline, just as she had done during their previous meal together. She opened the passenger door, leaned in to unbuckle his seatbelt, and promptly yanked him from the car. With one hand grasping Gong Yu's arm and the other tugging at his clothing, she remarked, It's in tatters, and you want to even consider replacing it? You say you have clothes? After finishing her statement, she raised an eyebrow and glared at him, asserting, If you wear something like this to the amusement park with me this weekend, I shall be quite upset. Gong Yu, glancing at the tear in his shirt, scratched his head and stammered, I hadn't noticed the rip, but I have other clothes in my dorm. For the amusement park. Before he could complete his sentence, Gu Qinzi pressed her finger against his lips, interjecting, No more excuses. I'll buy you 2 new pieces. With that, she took his hand and led him toward the elevator in the parking garage. Gong Yu stared at Gu Qinzi, still somewhat perplexed, and inquired, Why the sudden generosity with clothes? Just because we're going to the amusement park this weekend? Gong Yu's question made Gu Qinzi realize that her actions seemed rather inexplicable. She thought to herself, I was so focused on bringing him out to shop that I hadn't considered a proper justification. How should I explain this? The excuse of going to the amusement park felt rather flimsy and troublesome, leaving her mind blank. Noticing Gu Qinzi's serious demeanor, which had now descended into silence, Gong Yu cautiously asked, Are you? No. Gu Qinzi shot up as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming like a startled kitten, Absolutely not. I am not. Before she could finish the word like, Gu Qinzi recognized her own awkwardness and quickly composed herself, feigning calmness as she asked, What do you want to say? Gong Yu, taken aback by her reaction, felt somewhat bewildered. Perhaps, he mused, socially anxious individuals possess 2 faces. He reassured himself internally and spoke up, I wanted to ask if you think I look rather shabby in this outfit? Yes. Gu Qinzi, distracted, had barely caught Gong Yu's words and merely nodded absently in agreement. As soon as Gu Qinzi finished her words, she suddenly realized something. She thought to herself, wait a minute, what did he just say? Oh dear, I actually admitted that he dressed rather poorly. He must think I look down on him. And if that's the case, he'll only feel more insecure, which means he'll be even less likely to meet me in person. Gu Qinzi, you fool. Just look at what you've done. However, Kong Lu, who had been acknowledged as poorly dressed by Gu Qinzi, secretly rejoiced. I've actually been recognized. It seems my disguise as an ordinary person has been quite successful. In truth, it's fine for a man to be a bit poor, but to be both poor and unattractive. Gu Qinzi intended to offer some words of comfort to the dejected Kong Lu. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she sensed that her words were amiss and promptly closed it again. She chided herself internally. Gu Qinzi, do you even hear the foolish things you just said? Kong Lu, with a naive expression, pointed to his own face and asked, am I really ugly? Gu Qinzi waved her hands again, saying, no, I didn't mean you were ugly. What I meant was, it's okay for talented guys to be a bit poor. If you're gold, you will shine eventually. So, do you think I'm poor, ugly, and untalented? Kong Lu pondered, realizing, so, I appear so ordinary in others' eyes. I quite enjoy this feeling of being perceived as an average person. No, that's not how I see it. Gu Qinzi covered her face, feeling that any defense she could offer at this moment was utterly feeble. Her heart sank as she thought, this is bad. The more I try to explain, the worse it gets. What if he becomes overly discouraged because of me? What if my words cause him distress? No, I can't lose my boyfriend. With this thought, Gu Qinzi steeled herself and grabbed Kong Lu by the collar, pulling him closer. As Kong Lu watched Gu Qinzi's face grow larger in front of him, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Surely she doesn't intend to hit me? Gu Qinzi, with utmost seriousness, said, listen closely, you are not lacking at all. You are truly excellent. Upon hearing her words, Kong Lu displayed a clear, yet foolish expression, thinking, is she complimenting me? Her demeanor is so cold, it's a bit frightening. Ding. The moment the elevator doors opened, the two had no time to separate. Those waiting to enter the elevator saw the scene of them tugging at each other, especially with Gu Qinzi wearing a stern expression. They assumed the young couple must be arguing and hesitated to be the first to step inside. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Gu Qinzi's face as she pulled Kong Lu out of the elevator. Gu Qinzi exclaimed, how embarrassing. Although Kong Lu persistently resisted, Gu Qinzi firmly dragged him into a store selling branded clothing. With her small bag slung over her shoulder, she declared with confidence, choose whatever clothes you like. Feel free to pick. I really don't need anything, Kong Lu replied with a wry smile. I truly have enough clothes. The young sales assistant, noticing Gu Qinzi adorned in luxury items and carrying an Hermes bag, approached with a bright smile and said, sir, we have just received new arrivals. Feel free to take a look. It's perfectly fine if you don't purchase anything. Just trying on might lead to finding something you love. No thanks. You can go ahead and attend to others. Kong Lu politely responded to the sales assistant with a smile. The sales assistant continued, it's perfectly fine, sir. Do give it a try. This garment would suit your physique splendidly. Do you not fancy these clothes? Observing Kong Lu's reluctance to purchase any attire, Gu Qinzi suggested, if you do not like the clothes here, there is a Burberry store downstairs. Perhaps we could peruse their trench coats? As Kong Lu was busily declining the enthusiastic recommendations of the sales assistant, he instinctively replied upon hearing Gu Qinzi's words, no need. I have all the new arrivals at home. What? You possess the new Burberry collection at home? Gu Qinzi paused, momentarily bewildered, thinking she had misheard. No. Kong Lu quickly realized his slip of the tongue and corrected himself. I meant, I have trench coats at home. He thought to himself, that was close. I almost let it slip. Gu Qinzi, under the impression that the trench coats Kong Lu referred to were of the inexpensive variety, explained, Burberry trench coats are entirely different from the ones you own. Allow me to show you. With that, Gu Qinzi led Kong Lu out of the clothing store. The sales assistant, watching the substantial sale slip away, felt quite disheartened. She contemplated enticing the duo with discounts, but found them resolutely entering the elevator without a backward glance. Noticing Gu Qinzi's determination to acquire garments for him, Kong Lu felt somewhat overwhelmed and remarked, I know a place where the clothes are quite decent. Gu Qinzi lifted her gaze to him, inquiring, where might that be? Follow me, Kong Lu instructed, canceling the second-floor elevator call and pressing the button for the ground floor. He guided Gu Qinzi out of the mall, crossing several streets until they arrived at a bustling market street. What are we doing here? Gu Qinxi questioned Kong Lu, her expression slightly perplexed. Isn't this a place for purchasing groceries? They sell clothes here too. Kong Lu replied with a feigned air of mystery as he began searching for a stall selling garments. However, it seemed they had arrived at an inopportune time. Although the street was filled with various vendors, clothing stalls were conspicuously absent. The ordinary attire Kong Lu typically wore to school was primarily purchased online. But since a particular night in his freshman year when he and Du Honyuan bought 2 outfits for 150 yuan at a small night market in Zhonghai, he felt he had unlocked a new realm of shopping possibilities. Subsequently, he not only sought out affordable clothing online, but also explored local markets and night stalls for attire. Folks, it's not that I can't afford a Burberry trench coat costing several thousand yuan. It's just that a 100 yuan green military coat offers far better value, he mused. After following Kong Lu around for what felt like an eternity, Gu Qinxi, weary from walking, asked, "What exactly are you searching for?" No sooner had her words left her lips than Kong Lu pointed towards a tricycle, exclaiming, "Ah, over there." To his delight, he had indeed spotted a vendor who had just arrived, pulling a tricycle laden with garments to sell. The vendor, spotting the two individuals approaching, immediately called out, "Hey, handsome and beautiful, come take a look. Our clothes are all at factory wholesale prices, and the quality matches that of internationally renowned brands. Just look at this fabric. Once you pass this village, you won't find this shop again." Salespeople selling branded clothing may not require extraordinary eloquence, but a street vendor certainly must possess a silver tongue. Those lacking it would have perished from hunger long ago. As Gu Qinxi gazed at the piles of clothing stacked upon the tricycle, she could barely muster a compliment. Indeed, someone who had been adorned in luxury since childhood could discern the inferior quality of the garments with merely a glance, without even needing to touch the fabric. Yet, Kong Lu cheerfully selected several pieces, inquiring about the prices from the vendor. Noticing Gu Qinxi's attire, the vendor immediately recognized her as a person of means. Then, glancing at Kong Lu, whose clear yet naive gaze betrayed his status as a university student, he began to inflate the prices. "Young man, I'm also struggling with my brick-and-mortar shop, which is why I've resorted to this stall. Today is my grand opening, and considering our rapport, if you like, you can take these 3 pieces for 280. Gu Qinxi's eyes widened in disbelief at the vendor's words. She thought, 280 for 3 pieces. Are these even wearable? Had it been a few years prior, Kong Lu would have shared her astonishment at such a bargain. However, the current Kong Lu furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, "That's too expensive." Gu Qinxi, hearing his response, nearly lost her composure, her mind racing. My goodness, 280 for 3 pieces is too expensive? Kong Lu then spread his hand, declaring, 50. Gu Qinxi, resembling a bewildered creature, stared at Kong Lu with wide eyes. She pondered, does Kong Lu truly dare to haggle like this? Surely the vendor won't resort to violence? Upon hearing this, the vendor indeed displayed a look of consternation, exclaiming, No, the cost of just 1 piece exceeds 50. If you expect to buy 3 for that price, I would incur a significant loss. Then forget it, Kong Lu said, pulling the still-dazed Gu Qinxi away as he began a silent countdown in his mind. 3, 2, 1 sold. Before he could even reach 2, the vendor capitulated. Turning back, Kong Lu observed the vendor's seemingly troubled expression, which was, in fact, laced with a hint of amusement, and realized that his initial offer had been too generous. Kong Lu thought to himself, I've overpaid. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi was utterly flabbergasted. 3 pieces for 50? My entire value system has collapsed. Kong Lu's subsequent actions left Gu Qinxi utterly impressed. He waved his hand, addressing the vendor. Didn't you just say you were at a loss? I can't let you suffer too much. Upon reflection, I think I'll pass. Seeing Kong Lu turn to leave, the vendor swiftly packed the 3 garments into a bag, saying, No worries, young man. I can afford to take a loss. It's primarily about making a friend. As he contemplated his finances for the month, he lamented that purchasing these clothes would leave him unable to buy a warm hat for his girlfriend. Kong Lu continued to wave his hand dismissively, yet his gaze fell upon the little plush barriered hat in his cart. The vendor, perceptive as he was, immediately caught the subtle nuances in Gong Yu's gaze. He seized a plush hat and remarked, I also have this cozy hat, quite stylish indeed. A similar hat would cost you several hundred yuan in a retail store. But for just 15 yuan, bundled with your 3 garments, I can part with it all for 65. Boss, you mentioned making friends. Gong Yu replied with a raised brow and a smile. 50 yuan for everything then? That's not feasible. The vendor, sensing Gong Yu's attempt to procure the hat without proper compensation, swiftly waved his hand. I would incur a loss of several hundred on this transaction. I simply cannot afford it. Very well, Gong Yu turned away again. 32 sold. After a brief moment of hesitation, the vendor gritted his teeth and declared the sale. Gong Yu mused to himself, is there profit to be made here? With 3 garments and a hat, he felt there was no room for further negotiation. He proceeded to scan the payment and joyfully took Gu Chenxi's hand as they walked away together. The vendor, glancing at the amount received on his phone, felt a surge of happiness. He texted his wife, just set up shop and earned 35 yuan. I'll buy you some ribs for dinner. Gu Chenxi felt as though she were dreaming. Her understanding of life, shaped over the years, made it hard for her to believe that 50 yuan could buy 3 garments and a warm winter hat. While still in a daze, Gong Yu had already placed the hat in her hands, urging her to try it on and see if she liked it. Looking down at the bare hat in her hands, with its 2 soft, rounded ears, she placed it atop her head. The contrast between her cool demeanor and the adorably whimsical hat created an undeniable charm. Even Gong Yu, typically oblivious, couldn't help but exclaim, my wife. Oh, not yet, but she is utterly adorable. As they walked back to the mall, Gu Chenxi found herself unable to resist pulling out her phone, using its darkened screen as a mirror to catch glimpses of herself wearing the bare hat. It seemed the hat possessed a kind of magic. The coldness of her expression melted away into a rare, warm smile, transforming the chill of the surrounding winds into something comforting. Truth be told, this was perhaps the most inexpensive gift Gu Chenxi had ever received. Her wardrobe was filled with countless hats from various prestigious brands, or at the very least, artisan creations. Yet none resembled this charming, mismatched plush hat. It was likely just one of many churned out by a factory assembly line, with a wholesale price that might barely cover a fraction of her Porsche S fuel cost, typically retailing online for a mere 99 yuan with free shipping. However, it was a gift from Gong Yu, and how could she not be delighted? She felt an overwhelming joy, a genuine happiness that bubbled up from within. Her last moment of such bliss had been when she received the Ling Na bell from Gong Yu on her birthday. Raising her phone to capture a reflection of herself in the hat, she also stole glances at Gong Yu trailing behind her, thinking, he truly is wonderful to me. My affection for him has deepened, hee. Gong Yu, carrying the recently purchased garments, noticed Gu Chenxi's sneaking glances at him from behind. From the perspective behind Gu Chenxi, if one were to ignore her face, the sight of her wearing a bare hat with 2 fuzzy ears atop her head was indeed quite endearing. Gong Lu felt an odd impulse to reach out and pinch those little bare ears on her hat. However, he restrained himself. Gong Lu mused to himself, one should never provoke a fierce tiger. If Gu Chenxi were to learn of his thoughts, she would surely be infuriated. Gong Lu was aware that Gu Chenxi was sneaking glances at him, yet he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance as he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, Gu Chenxi let out a loud exclamation. Gong Lu instantly redirected his attention back to her, asking, what's wrong? Gu Chenxi turned her head, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she replied, it seems I brought you here to buy clothes, but now it has turned into you gifting me something. I thought something significant was happening. Gong Lu, somewhat amused, shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Gu Chenxi glanced down at the cheap tote bag in his hand, contemplated for a moment, and suggested, let us go to the mall. I'll buy you 2 more pieces, shall we? Absolutely not. Seeing Gu Chenxi's intention to purchase more expensive clothing for him, Gong Lu waved his hands in protest, asserting, I already have plenty of clothes in my dormitory. It's more than enough. Let us not waste money. Nonetheless, Gu Chenxi felt a twinge of guilt and, after some thought, proposed, then I'll transfer you 50. Consider these pieces as my gift to you. Gong Lu waved his hand dismissively, replying, no need. It's just 50 yuan. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Gu Chenxi thought to herself, what a fool, pretending to be carefree while clearly lacking funds. He had already spent over 100 today and would surely need to borrow money from his roommate by the end of the month. Believing Gong Lu was merely putting on a fade, she insisted, that won't do. You spent 80 treating me and Xiaoxia to lunch today. I must contribute to the clothing expenses. With that, she requested Gong Lu to open the payment code. Gong Lu genuinely did not want to accept her money, but he recognized that if he refused, she would indeed drag him into a luxury store. Weighing both sides, he ultimately opened the payment code. Gu Qinxi transferred 200 yuan to Gong Lu. Initially, she had intended to send 2,000, but fearing that such a large amount would arouse his suspicion, she ultimately settled on a round figure. Gong Lu stared at the transfer amount on his phone, momentarily stunned. Wasn't it 50? Why are you sending me so much? His hand trembled slightly, thinking of the remainder as a tip. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Gu Qinxi declared, "Keep the rest for your meals." The transfer from the wealthy young lady was refreshingly unpretentious and understated. Listening to her words, Gong Lu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Beginning to understand why she had been so insistent on bringing him to buy clothes this afternoon, it was her way of repaying him for lunch. Stealing a glance at the Gu Qinxi beside him, Gong Lu thought, "She is actually quite a nice person, albeit sometimes rather foolish. Why does she always wear that sour expression as if others owe her money? She looks so much more charming when she smiles." In contrast to Gong Yu's cautious glances, Gu Qinxi was decidedly more forthright. She would occasionally tilt her head to observe Gong Yu, and upon discovering that he was also gazing at her, a sense of glee surged within her. "He is secretly watching me. It seems I truly possess an irresistible charm." The two fools strolled leisurely down the street, eventually returning to the shopping mall where they had parked. Over 2 hours had elapsed since their arrival. The sky had darkened, and a multitude of urban workers had finished their shifts, while university students had concluded their classes, resulting in a bustling mall. With no interest in shopping for clothes, Gu Qinxi and Gong Yu unanimously decided to seek out a place to dine before heading back to school. As they passed by a vending machine selling scratch-off lottery tickets, a group of boisterous university students gathered around caught Gu Qinxi's attention. She nudged Gong Yu and inquired, "What are they doing?" Gong Yu glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "They're scratching lottery tickets." "Scratching lottery tickets?" Gu Qinxi blinked in curiosity and asked, "Is it fun?" Gong Yu looked at her, his captivating eyes filled with intrigue, and countered, "Haven't you ever tried it?" Gu Qinxi shook her head and simply responded, "No." Having never experienced financial hardship, Gu Qinxi had little interest in gambling on lottery tickets. Occasionally, while shopping, she would notice such machines and feel a fleeting curiosity, but that was the extent of her engagement. In truth, Gong Yu had only tried it after entering university, introduced to it by Wang Qi. Each time Wang Qi visited the mall, he would purchase a 10 yuan scratch-off ticket. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would only ever buy one. His reasoning was simple: if you don't buy, you can never win. Occasionally purchasing one is just an investment. Who knows? One day you might win 1,000,000, and your investment would pay off. However, despite their many outings, Gong Yu had seldom seen Wang Qi win anything substantial. The largest prize he had ever scratched was merely 30 yuan. Gong Yu estimated that Wang Qi had likely spent at least 200 to 300 yuan on scratch-offs. Noticing Gu Qinxi's keen interest, Gong Yu directly asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Absolutely," she replied enthusiastically. Chapter 50. I didn't win before the lottery machine. A considerable queue had formed for prize redemption. Although the chances of striking it rich with scratch-off tickets were slim, the probability of winning small prizes was quite favorable, with 10 or 20 yuan easily redeemable right at the machine. Gu Qinxi was eager to participate, prompting Gong Yu to join the line as well. Such machines often served as traps for university students. Among the queue, 8 out of 10 were students redeeming prizes, while the remaining 2 were waiting to purchase tickets. When it was Gong Yu's turn, the machine had run out of 10 yuan tickets, offering only 20, 30, and 50 yuan options. He chose to purchase 2 50 yuan tickets, believing that the greater number of layers on these tickets would provide Gu Qinxi with ample opportunity to scratch. Yet, Gong Yu seemed to overlook the fact that with 100 yuan, he could have bought 5 20 yuan tickets, which would last much longer than just 2. Holding 2 50 yuan lottery tickets, Gong Lu squeezed his way through the crowd. Gu Qinxi stood gracefully not far away, her hands clasped behind her back, patiently awaiting his arrival. The little bear hat atop her head softened her demeanor, rendering her less aloof and even somewhat innocuous. In just a few minutes, several bold young men had approached her, seeking her WeChat contact, only to be met with a chilling glance from Gu Qinxi that sent them retreating in dismay. "Here you go," Gong Lu said as he placed both tickets into Gu Qinxi's hands, then retrieved the dormitory key from his pocket, offering it to her. "Use this to scratch. It won't dirty your hands." "All right, hee, Gu Qinxi replied with a smile as she accepted the tickets and key. This scene left the young men who had sought her WeChat utterly flabbergasted. They mused, so she has a boyfriend. No wonder she looks so lovely when she smiles. What gives him the right to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Kong Lu felt a peculiar chill behind him. Is someone plotting against me? Each time he ventured out with Gu Chenxi, he sensed a pair of watchful eyes upon them. Thump, thump. Gu Chenxi sat on a small chair in the shopping mall, diligently scratching the lottery tickets. Her petite feet, clad in black shoes, rhythmically tapped against the floor, producing a steady thumping sound. She hummed a gentle tune. I have courage. I am not afraid. It seemed she truly was reveling in the experience. Being her first time, she meticulously scratched each section, pausing to inspect her progress. After revealing one, she would glance at it, discover no prize, and move on to the next. The 2 tickets occupied her for quite some time. Kong Lu reflected that if Wang Qi were here, he would have scratched through the security area in mere moments with his bank card. He calculated that he could scratch a ticket in 5 seconds, but once completed, he would need 10 minutes to come to terms with the fact that he had won nothing. As Gu Chenxi continued her scratching, Kong Lu stood by, quietly observing her delightful antics. He found himself enchanted by the peculiar joy of watching her engage in this simple task. When Kong Lu first learned that Gu Chenxi was his online romantic partner, he was astounded, even incredulous. He felt that her personality starkly contrasted with that of Cici, making it hard for him to reconcile the image of a clingy young girl with the cool and aloof Gu Chenxi. Previously, Cici existed in Kong Lu's mind as a petite figure, speaking in soft tones, endearingly clingy, a voracious eater, and a diligent student, an adorable little potato. Thus, he was more inclined to believe that Gu Chenxian matched his online romantic partner's personality rather than Gu Chenxi. However, after spending ample time together, Kong Lu was pleasantly surprised to discover that Gu Chenxi was not quite as he had imagined. She possessed an endearing side, often displaying a delightful clumsiness, her cheeks flushing with urgency and expressing gratitude in her own peculiar manner. Kong Lu felt that she was akin to a scratch-off lottery ticket, always unveiling a new layer that brought him unexpected joy. For instance, just moments ago, the woman who could intimidate any suitor with a mere icy glance transformed into a spirited young girl, humming a cheerful tune and swinging her little feet. After scratching off 2 lottery tickets, her hopes were dashed as neither yielded a prize. The smile on Gu Chenxi's face vanished in an instant, and biting her lip, she exclaimed, "Why didn't Ti win anything?" Kong Lu shrugged, offering a comforting response. "Perhaps today is simply not your lucky day. We can try again next time." "No way," Gu Chenxi retorted, her competitive spirit ignited by Kong Lu's words. "This time, let me buy them. We'll each take 2 tickets and see whose luck prevails." "Oh," Kong Lu raised his hand in protest. "Let us save it for another time." However, before he could finish, Gu Chenxi dashed off to make the purchase. Perhaps it was a privilege reserved for beauties, as the male patrons in line readily yielded their spots upon her arrival at the lottery counter. In no time, she returned with 4 tickets, each costing 50 yuan. Placing them on the bench, she said, "You pick 2. Seeing her unwavering determination to compete in luck, Kong Lu couldn't help but smile helplessly. Taking 2 tickets at her insistence, Gu Chenxi pointed to a distant chair, declaring, "You go over there to scratch yours. No peeking at mine. I am certain my luck surpasses yours." "Very well," Kong Lu acquiesced, moving to the opposite seat. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and skillfully scratched off 1 ticket. No win. He proceeded to the second one. Upon revealing the bold black letters declaring a prize of 500, he was momentarily taken aback, then confirmed it 2 or 3 times. Indeed, he had won 500 yuan. Though he cared little for the monetary value, 1 million or 500 was merely a string of numbers. It was his first significant win with scratch cards. And Kong Lu felt a surge of joy. He mused, if Lao Wang knew, he would likely be furious back in the dormitory. He glanced over at Gu Chenxi, who, just like before, was meticulously scratching away, still on her first ticket. The only difference was the tune she hummed had shifted to Good Fortune Comes. Her first ticket proved fruitless, and Kong Lu could easily discern her disappointment from her expression. However, after completing the second ticket, Gu Chenxi's face lit up with joy as she held up her ticket, exclaiming, "I won 50. My luck is certainly better." In truth, winning 50 was merely breaking even. But she cared little about the amount. The thrill of the lottery was all about enjoyment. Like a treasure unveiled, she proudly showcased her winning ticket before Kong Lu, asking, "What about you? How much did you win?" Kong Lu, witnessing her unbridled happiness, felt a pang of reluctance to burst her bubble. He crumpled the winning ticket and the losing one in his pocket. Then, feigning embarrassment, produced the crumpled tickets. With a wry smile, he said, I didn't win. It appears your luck truly surpasses mine. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, a subconscious gesture he exhibited when lying, often accompanied by a hint of nervousness. Of course, Gu Qinzi beamed, her pride soaring as she realized Kong Lu had not bested her. She placed her hands on her hips and comforted Gong Yu, saying, It's all right, sister has won a prize. Let me treat you to dinner. Seeing Gu Qinzi so joyous, Gong Yu couldn't help but smile, replying sure. The two of them found a restaurant with a good reputation in the mall for dinner. The eateries within the large shopping center primarily served pre-prepared dishes. While the flavors could not be deemed exquisite, they were certainly better than the cafeteria's large pot meals, offering a rather average taste. Gong Yu was indifferent and could accept it, yet Gu Qinzi was less enthusiastic, consuming very little. After sipping the bland chicken soup, she remarked, Had I known, I would have opted for private cuisine. Gong Yu chuckled at her words and replied, Private cuisine requires a reservation. He recalled nearly revealing the secret last time and preferred not to take Gu Qinzi there again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinzi's ears perked up as she thought, If I make a reservation today, I'll have a reason to dine with him tomorrow. Without hesitation, Gu Qinzi suggested, Let us make a reservation for today and go tomorrow. What do you think? Gong Yu, who had just been contemplating never bringing Gu Qinzi to his family's restaurant again, was taken aback by her suggestion. He immediately waved his hand, saying, No, I have something to attend to tomorrow. I won't have the time. What about the day after tomorrow? Gu Qinzi inquired, still holding on to hope. The day after tomorrow won't work either. What about the day after that? We have classes all day. You simply do not wish to dine out with me. Gu Qinzi pouted, glaring at Gong Yu, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. No, how could that be? Gong Yu awkwardly laughed, attempting to ease the situation. We can eat at the school cafeteria, right? I'll treat you there. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qinzi quickly realized her misunderstanding. She had thought he didn't want to dine with her, but in truth, he was being considerate and didn't want her to spend more money. My dear truly loves me, she thought, giggling inwardly. Gu Qinzi feigned reluctance, saying, Eating at the cafeteria is fine, I suppose. Seeing her relent on the idea of private cuisine, Gong Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a simple meal, they returned to school together. This time, Gong Yu did not take any leftovers, not because he didn't want to, but rather because the portions were too meager. They had ordered 4 dishes, and after nearly finishing, only a bland chicken soup remained, which was hardly worth packing. The soup was less palatable than instant noodles, and the chicken was quite unappetizing. Gu Qinzi drove her pink little car leisurely along the streets of Zhonghai, the charming Porsche capturing the attention of numerous pedestrians, some even taking photos. As she gazed at the brake lights of the car ahead, she sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to drive faster, but rather the evening rush hour was too congested. Gong Yu, seated in the passenger seat, found himself somewhat bored as he scrolled through his phone. When the car moved slowly, the atmosphere inside became slightly awkward, prompting him to feign busyness with his device to alleviate the tension. Gu Qinzi glanced at him and said, Stop playing around, chat with me. She, too, found herself ensnared in boredom. The inability to drive fast was akin to torment for her. What would you like to discuss? Gong Yu, despite his desire for conversation, hesitated as Gu Qinzi was driving, fearing he might disturb her. Yet, as she took the initiative, he naturally set aside his phone. Gu Qinzi pondered before inquiring, Can you drive? Gong Yu shook his head. I haven't obtained my driver's license yet. Why not? She asked. Well, my family. We lack the funds. Gong Yu nearly let slip more than he intended, but fortunately, he caught himself in time. He found it curious how he always seemed to lower his guard when conversing with Gu Qinzi. Without hesitation, Gu Qinzi remarked, I'll give you the money. Go get your license. Gong Yu glanced at her. She was focused intently on the road ahead, allowing him only a glimpse of her exquisite profile. Her perfect contours resembling the protagonist of a shoujo manga, refined through an artist's meticulous revisions. Why? He countered. Gu Qinzi tilted her head slightly, a charming smile gracing her lips. If you get your license and become my driver, I can finally relax my hands. Gong Yu chuckled at her words. So, you offer me money to get my license just so I can chauffeur you around? Exactly. Gu Qinzi nodded. Driving is exhausting. It's much more comfortable to be a passenger. As she spoke, she shifted slightly in her seat to find a more comfortable position. Sports cars often sacrifice comfort for performance, making them less pleasant for passengers compared to some luxury vehicles. However, The thrill of driving was exhilarating, and Gu Chenxi relished the sensation of flooring the accelerator, feeling the car surge forward. This particular model suited her far better than the ostentatious sports cars. Pondering, Gong Yu asked, "You seem quite happy when driving, don't you?" Gu Chenxi shook her head. "It's only enjoyable when driving fast. I detest city driving." The thought of speeding reminded Gong Yu of that terrifying night when a cab driver treated his vehicle like a race car. "Why do you love driving fast so much?" he inquired. "Because the rush of speed is exhilarating," Gu Chenxi replied, her gaze returning to Gong Yu, though her mind drifted back to that night. She had followed him, running relentlessly, with the wind in her ears, her heavy breaths mingling with the heartbeat of youth. She wanted to move faster, to keep up with him instead of holding him back. Later, she often ran alone at night and even learned self-defense. She vowed that if given another chance, she would refuse to be a burden. After learning to drive, the thrill of acceleration captivated her, leading her to develop a penchant for speed. "All right," Gong Yu conceded. Though having never driven himself, he couldn't fully grasp the sensation she described. He merely nodded in respect. Speaking of obtaining a driver's license, Gong Yu recently entertained the idea and planned to sign up soon. By the way, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Does Xinxia have someone she likes? Xiaoxia? Gu Chenxi was somewhat taken aback when she heard Xinxia's name from Kong Lu's lips. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "There was someone in the past, but I doubt there is now." "Why? You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you?" As she uttered the final phrase, she emphasized it thrice, her gaze sharpening significantly. "It's not me," Kong Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You know my roommate, Du Honyuan, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chenxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the mere mention of her best friend's name by Kong Lu stirred a hint of jealousy within her. The Supreme Vinegar King thrives on consuming any jealousy. She bluntly stated, "He's not good enough. Xia is a beauty enthusiast, and she probably wouldn't take a liking to your friend." TSK. Witnessing Gu Chenxi's unfeeling words, Kong Lu silently mourned for Du Honyuan for a second, thinking, "Don't blame me for not helping you." Observing the expression on Kong Lu's face, Gu Chenxi, still filled with jealousy, added, "Don't get your hopes up. Even though you're slightly more handsome than your friend, Xia would definitely not be interested in you." Kong Lu, listening to Gu Chenxi, was left with a large question mark on his face, pondering, "I never said I liked her." Meanwhile, Gu Chenxi was internally reflecting, "How strange, what was I just saying? How embarrassing, ugh." End of this chapter. Chapter 52. A little mouse. By the time Kong Lu returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Inside, Chen Zhirui was engrossed in a video game, while Du Honyuan lay on his bed, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Qi had yet to return, presumably out strolling with his girlfriend around campus. These two were likely in the throes of a passionate romance, constantly immersed in their sweet nothings. Although Kong Lu had never been in a relationship himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that their rapid progression was not a good sign. However, upon further reflection, in this era of fleeting affections, having been intimate for nearly a month, with Wang Qi having spent half a month in the hospital, could be considered quite a lengthy duration. Kong Gu, Chen Zhirui, having just finished a game, noticed Kong Lu's return and removed his headphones, revealing a hearty smile. Kong Lu approached, patting Chen Zhirui's broad shoulder, and remarked, "If you keep playing games every day like this, you're bound to gain weight." Hey. Chen Zhirui chuckled, brushing it off. "It's fine. There aren't any girls who like me anyway. So what if I get a little chubby?" You, Kong Lu, hearing this, found it pointless to argue and simply smiled with resignation. Noticing the bag Kong Lu was carrying, Chen Zhirui inquired, "Did you go shopping for clothes?" "Yeah. I picked out a couple of pieces while browsing," Kong Lu replied, pulling the clothes from the bag and trying them on. He then turned to Du Honyuan and asked, "What do you think? Do they look all right?" Chen Zhirui gave a thumbs up, praising, "With your looks, Kong Gu, anything you wear looks good." Ha. Kong Lu was amused by his words and responded, "You're just flattering me." "Not at all." Chen Zhirui insisted earnestly, "I'm speaking the truth. When a girl compliments you on your looks, it may not always be genuine. It could just be polite flattery. But when a guy says you're handsome, it's likely because you truly are, since men rarely acknowledge others as more attractive than themselves." Chen Zhirui shifted the topic and remarked, "However, Kong, I have something to say, though I'm uncertain if it ought to be spoken." "What could possibly be unsaid?" "Speak freely," Kong Lu chided with a smile. Chen Zhirui continued, "You are constantly seen with Gu Xiaohua. It might be time to invest in some decent clothing instead of perpetually wearing these cheap market finds. With this, he chose not to elaborate further. His meaning was quite clear. Kong Lu, upon hearing his words, nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his observation. He realized that his image in Gu Qinxi's eyes must appear rather shabby. If this continued, she would likely never change her perception of him, and without a change, her disdain would persist, jeopardizing any chance of honesty between them. Kong Lu gazed at his reflection, clad in inexpensive, ill-fitting garments, contemplating a change. He mused. No wonder Gu Qinxi insisted on taking me shopping for brand-name clothes today. If I were to wear these to the amusement park with her, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Noticing Kong Lu's silence, Chen Zhirui added, if you're short on funds, just let me know, and I can lend you some. Apart from Kong Lu, who was an undisclosed wealthy individual, Chen Zhirui was likely the wealthiest in their dormitory. Half of the money his family provided was squandered on food, while the other half was invested in gaming. No need. I have enough, Kong Lu replied with a smile, declining Chen Zhirui's generous offer. He planned to purchase a few items from brands like Hook and Adidas online, ensuring he would look presentable when out with Gu Qinxi. As for the ostentatious clothing at home, he dismissed them from consideration. After placing the 3 new garments in the laundry basket, Kong Lu intended to wash them after his shower. At that moment, the lethargic Du Honyuan crawled out of bed. Observing his vacant expression, Kong Lu couldn't help but tease. Have you had your soul extracted? Chen Zhirui chimed in. He is suffering from lovesickness. What is the matter? Kong Lu nudged Du Hongyuan's shoulder with his arm, asking, have you truly fallen for Shenxia? With a sigh, Du Honyuan lamented, I envy you. You can chat with the goddess. While I feel like a rat in the sewers, lurking in dark corners, secretly observing her, too timid to speak. Have you lost your mind? Kong Lu rolled his eyes at Du Honyuan. Though seeing his current state, he chose not to discourage him by revealing what Gu Qinxi had shared that evening. Du Honyuan, still troubled, continued, I intended to express my heart toward the bright moon, but alas. Suddenly, he shifted his demeanor, exclaiming, let us play a game. I'll take you flying. Before he could finish his poetic lament, he pulled out his phone, eager and ready to play. Kong Lu was momentarily taken aback by Du Hongyuan's abrupt change in mood. It was somewhat heartfelt, yet not overly so. Once the game commenced, Du Honyuan swiftly forgot his sorrow, playing with unrestrained enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shenxia gazed in astonishment at Gu Qinxi, who had just finished bathing and was adorned in an exquisite dark green fringed nightgown. However, atop her head sat an incongruous yet adorable fluffy bear hat. Xiaoxi, what on earth are you doing? Shenxia inquired, pinching the cute bear ears on Gu Qinxi's head, her expression one of disbelief. How did you come by such a thing? What's wrong? Gu Qinxi, feeling a bit anxious, asked her dorm mates. Does it not look good on me? Her 2 roommates chimed in unison. It's adorable. Receiving their praise, Gu Qinxi beamed with pride, thinking to herself, hee hee, I am the cutest. Yet, it was precisely because of this cuteness that it felt rather absurd. Shenxia placed her hands firmly on Gu Qinxi's shoulders and, with a serious demeanor, questioned, surely, you did not purchase that hat yourself? Gu Qinxi nodded, suddenly feeling bashful as she confessed. Gongyu gave it to me. You willingly abandoned your cool girl style for Gongyu? Shenxia exclaimed, covering her mouth with one hand and keeping the other on Gu Qinxi's shoulder. Her expression one of disbelief. Xiaoxi, you've changed. You've altered yourself for a man. I am so disappointed. What do you mean I've changed? Haven T, I always been this way. Gu Qinxi stammered, momentarily taken aback by Shenxia's words. In truth, Gu Qinxi was correct. She had always been this way. Her aloofness was merely a facade, while her social anxiety was her true self. When stepping out, she often wore a frown out of embarrassment, unable to refuse the advances of boys seeking her contact information, hence her cold demeanor towards them. Aloof? That was only directed at others. With Gongyu, she could not maintain that distance. If Gongyu preferred a cute type, then why not give it a try? As this thought crossed her mind, Gu Qinxi felt her cheeks flush suddenly. Defensively, she insisted, I just wanted to try out this style. I didn't change for anyone. Shenxia regarded her with skepticism. Really? Really? Indeed. Gu Qinxi felt her face grow warmer. She had lied. She truly desired Gongyu to like her more, hence her transformation. As long as my baby likes it, that's all that matters. Hee hee. Unbeknownst to Gongyu, while he was changing for Gu Qinxi, She was quietly transforming for him as well. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. Sweet soy milk after a late night of gaming with Du Honyuan. Gong Yu entered the classroom the next morning, his eyes resembling those of a panda, and his spirit noticeably diminished. Du Honyuan appeared equally disheveled, having neither brushed his teeth nor washed his face, rushing into the classroom in a state even more chaotic than Gong Yu's. The four of them squeezed into the back row of the classroom. As soon as Du Honyuan sat down, he slumped onto the desk and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Qi was engrossed in his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation with Yang Shuer. Among the four roommates, only Gong Yu and Chen Zhirue were attentively listening to the lecture. However, Chen Zhirue soon lost interest and pulled out his phone to read a novel. Recently, he had been captivated by a story titled, What's Wrong? The aloof school belle is a clingy person. The novel was so captivating that it consumed me entirely, day and night, leaving me with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. Even though I was single, I found myself inexplicably grinning. As for my habit of neglecting classes to read, Kong Lu was accustomed to it and had long ceased to reprimand me. After all, this fellow was only ever invested in things for a fleeting moment, with the exception of meals. A glance around the classroom revealed that few were truly engaged in the lesson. University students attending an 8 a.m. class often found themselves dozing off, while the last class of the afternoon was spent pondering dinner options. The routine was characterized by a complete lack of learning, leaving one feeling physically drained, mentally empty, and yet with a full stomach, brimming with energy that was ultimately squandered. After enduring the first class, Kong Lu could hardly wait for the break. He immediately rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. The thought of those precious 10-minute breaks during my senior year of high school came to mind, designed specifically to rescue sleep-deprived students. Hey, wake up! Huh. Just as Kong Lu was about to drift into slumber, he was jolted awake, along with Du Honyuan, who had slept through the entire class. They both lifted their heads to see Shen Xia standing before Kong Lu, a smile gracing her lips, holding a cup of hot soy milk. Is this for me? Kong Lu asked, astonished, pointing to his own face. Well, let me clarify. I'm simply here to deliver this. Shen Xia replied, gesturing towards Gu Chenxi, who sat to her left. She secretly bought it for you, claiming she ordered too much. Shen Xia revealed her friend's true intentions. A knowing smile on her face as she winked at Kong Lu before placing the soy milk on the table and returning to her seat with an air of nonchalance. What? Kong Lu straightened up, grasping the cup of warm soy milk, which was perfectly drinkable. His gaze shifted from the drink to Gu Chenxi, who was also looking at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself, this fool came so late. Surely he didn't have time for breakfast. Thankfully, I accidentally bought an extra cup. How clumsy of me. She noticed his dark circles and wondered what he had been up to the previous night. Kong Lu mused. Is she being a bit too kind? Finally, he recognized that something about their relationship seemed a bit off. As he pondered this, he inserted the straw into the cup and took a sip. The soy milk was nothing out of the ordinary. Typical of what one would find at the breakfast window of the cafeteria, perhaps even a bit bland due to the absence of sugar. Yet, because it was a gift from Gu Chenxi, it tasted exceptionally sweet. Strange, what am I thinking? Kong Lu chuckled at his own thoughts, taking another sip of the soy milk, which indeed tasted delightful. Du Honyuan, seated beside Kong Lu, trembled with frustration, watching his friend smile, which seemed impossible to suppress. He felt a surge of resentment towards this scoundrel. Waking up cold and hungry, he had felt a moment of warmth upon seeing Shen Xia, only to realize she had come to deliver something for Gu Chenxi, barely sparing him a glance, leaving him feeling rather neglected. Once again, I observed Kong Lu joyfully savoring the heartwarming soy milk gifted by Gu Chenxi, while Du Hongyuan's grievances weigh heavily upon him. Du Honyuan, the embittered solitary soul, those who flaunt their affection should vanish from this world. What kind of expression is that? With a sip of the sweet soy milk, Kong Lu squints playfully, scrutinizing Du Honyuan. Du Honyuan glares back and inquires, is the soy milk enjoyable? It's decent, pleasantly sweet, Kong Lu retorts, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he provocatively adds, are you envious? What? Envious? Nonsense. Du Honyuan reacts with indignation, exclaiming, I am not envious. So don't say such things. Kong Lu continues to tease him, saying, if you truly feel envy, why not pursue a relationship? Find a clingy freshman girl who will follow you around, calling you senior and bringing you snacks. Wouldn't that life be delightful? Just look at Lao Wang. The reason Kong Lu taunts Du Honyuan is to deter him from pursuing Xinxia and redirect his attention towards the vast opportunities among freshmen. After all, the younger girls yearn for sweet romances and are far easier to woo than Xinxia. As he speaks, he gestures towards Wang Qi, who, lost in a silly grin, looks up at Kong Lu with a bemused expression, asking, "Why are you calling me?" Du Honyuan rolls his eyes at him, retorting, "It's none of your business. Go play somewhere else." Wang Qi, scratching his head like a comical cartoon bear, appears utterly clueless. Since entering a relationship, this foolish lad has become even more daft, his intelligence plummeting. Indeed, love does render one foolish. Yet, one cannot blame him. After all, it is his first love, and what is wrong with taking it seriously? Xiaochun, shall we eliminate these two? Du Honyuan, feeling cornered by the combined antics of Wang Qi and Kong Lu, gazes desperately at Chen Zhirui, hoping to find solace from another solitary soul. However, Chen Zhirui's microphone suddenly crackles to life, revealing the sweet voice of a girl. "You're amazing, handsome. Want to team up next time?" Having had little interaction with girls, Chen Zhirui's fair, chubby face flushes crimson at the sound of her enchanting voice. And with the swiftness of 18 years of singlehood, he hastily types a response. Witnessing this, Du Honyuan crumbles in despair. "So, among the four of us in the dormitory, I am the only one without a girl to chat with?" In utter hopelessness, Du Honyuan decides to descend for a pack of cigarettes, opting not to take the elevator or stairs, but rather the window. After all, our classroom is on the first floor. He won't meet a fatal end. Kong Lu, seemingly privy to Du Hongyuan's intentions, darkly suggests, "I recommend you return to the dormitory and leap from there." Although our dorm is on the second floor, it's still sufficiently high. The concrete below would ensure a grim fate, and the three of us could still secure our graduate recommendations. Your demise would benefit the entire dorm. You scoundrel, your intentions are treacherous. Upon hearing Kong Lu's words, Du Honyuan clutches his chest in outrage, pointing at him as he declares, "If I perish, I shall drag you down with me. Let us all suffer together." Hilarity ensues as Kong Lu bursts into laughter. Seated in the front row, Gu Chenxi propped her head up with her hand, glancing back at Kong Lu, pondering to herself, "My darling looks truly enchanting when she smiles." "Oh dear, stop grinning, young lady." Xinxia pinched Gu Chenxi's smooth cheek, playfully asserting, "If you keep smiling like that, you'll drool." Gu Chenxi gently swatted Xinxia's hand away, exclaiming, "Oh Xia, you're pinching me too hard." End of this chapter. Chapter 54. The Golden supports Xinxia, having promised Gu Chenxi the previous day to accompany her to the cafeteria. Kong Lu remained behind in the classroom after the last class of the morning, waiting for Gu Chenxi instead of leaving with Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui. Upon witnessing Kong Lu's behavior, the two friends derided him as a traitor. Wang Qi, who also received the same label, was oblivious to the mockery, having dashed out of the classroom immediately after class to dine with his girlfriend. After Gu Chenxi stuffed all her belongings into her bag, she donned her jacket and followed Xinxia out of the classroom. Upon spotting Kong Lu patiently waiting by the door, a delightful sensation washed over Gu Chenxi, filling her heart with joy. As the two girls emerged, Kong Lu said, "Shall we head to the third cafeteria?" Gu Chenxi nodded in agreement, "Sure." However, Xinxia interjected with a light cough and subtly gestured to Kong Lu, whispering, "The bag." Kong Lu, momentarily taken aback by Xinxia's expression, quickly comprehended that she was indicating for him to assist Gu Chenxi with her bag. When a young lady is holding items while going out, offering to help her is undoubtedly a favorable gesture. He promptly approached Gu Chenxi, offering, "Let me carry that for you." "All right," Gu Chenxi replied with a cheerful demeanor, her gaze toward Kong Lu growing increasingly tender. Observing her best friend's uncharacteristically vulnerable demeanor, Xinxia felt an urge to smack her on the back of the head and chastise her. "Where has your wealthy heiress poise gone? Even if you genuinely like him, there's no need to be so overt. At least put on a fade." Ultimately, Xinxia restrained herself, deciding to confront her love-struck friend later in the dormitory. The trio arrived at the third cafeteria, where Kong Lu intended to treat them, but Gu Chenxi insisted on paying. Kong Lu scratched his head, questioning, "Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Save your money for yourself." Gu Chenxi waved her hand dismissively. "Your company is all I need." Kong Lu, at a loss for words, chose silence. Xinxia, diverting her attention from Gu Chenxi, remarked to Kong Lu, "What charm do you possess that has left my friend smitten in just a matter of days?" "Huh, I haven't done anything. Gong Lu responded with a wry smile. Equally curious about the sudden shift in Gu Chenxi's attitude towards him in less than a month. Was it because he defended her in front of Qin Zizhua? Or perhaps because he helped her fend off Chen Junjie? Or was it due to his aid during that night at the school supermarket? Or maybe it was simply because of his melodious singing. It cannot possibly be due to the inexpensive little hat he gifted her, could it? Wait, could it be that she has discovered I am her online romantic partner? Gong Lu shook his head, dismissing this far-fetched notion. He reassured himself, given Gu Chenxi's character. If she truly knew about this matter, she would have confronted him directly long ago, rather than prolonging their entanglement. Instead of succumbing to the drama of being unmasked, Gong Lu preferred to believe that their recent frequent interactions had shifted her previous perceptions of him. She must have begun to harbor less disdain for him, though she certainly remained unaware that he was her boyfriend. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Gong Lu nodded inwardly, deeming it the most plausible explanation. Never mind. I have no desire to know what tactics you employed to win her over. Shen Xia waved her hand and continued, You haven't confessed your feelings to her yet. Have you? Ah, confess. Gong Lu innocently shook his head. You blockhead. Shen Xia playfully slapped the back of Gong Lu's head. She has brought you breakfast, taken you shopping for clothes, and treated you to meals. Doesn't that make her feelings abundantly clear? Are you really waiting for her to confess to you? Ah, Gong Lu, rubbing the back of his head where she had playfully hit him, asked, Then should I confess to her? What do you think? Shen Xia shot him a glance, and upon seeing Gu Chenxi returning, ceased further conversation with Gong Lu. Confess? Gong Lu regarded Gu Chenxi, contemplating that the term confess seemed less fitting than be honest in their context. Shen Xia's reminder prompted Gong Lu to reflect seriously. Their relationship had certainly thawed. She likely no longer harbored animosity towards him. Since Shen Xia suggested he should confess, it indicated that Gu Chenxi must harbor some feelings for him. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to be candid? This thought suddenly blossomed in Gong Lu's mind. Come on, why are you just standing there like a statue? Gu Chenxi turned to look at the still-dazed Gong Lu, calling out to him. Oh. Gong Lu snapped back to reality, balancing his tray as he followed the two girls to a quiet spot where he sat down to eat. While dining, his mind wandered, preoccupied with the notion of how to find the right moment to be honest with Gu Chenxi. He felt a flicker of anxiety. What if she reacted angrily? They might not even remain friends afterward. Strangely, he found himself apprehensive, fearing that revealing his true feelings could lead to losing Gu Chenxi. After spending considerable time together, he realized he had developed a fondness for her. However, he hesitated to label it as love, uncertain if his feelings for Gu Chenxi truly amounted to that. Having been single his entire life and never experiencing the trials of romance, he was, of course, unfamiliar with the essence of love. Throughout his life, only two girls had left a lasting impression on him, one being Suya, the girl who had sat beside him in elementary school. Another individual, Gu Chenxi, elicits an ambiguous sentiment within him, perhaps due to her dual identity in his heart, rendering his emotions towards her rather nebulous. Gong Lu gazes vacantly at the food on his plate, pondering, does this signify my affection for her? Could it be that the meal does not suit my palate? Observing Gong Lu, who has been staring at his food without taking another bite, Gu Chenxi, with genuine concern, inquires, if you find it unpalatable, I can ask Shen Xia to procure something else for you. Shen Xia, engrossed in her meal, is momentarily taken aback by Gu Chenxi's words. With her mouth full, she looks up, wide-eyed like a startled hamster, her expression radiating disbelief, seemingly questioning. Are you commanding me for a man? Oh, how foolish of me to be your friend. Gu Chenxi. No, it's delicious. Gong Lu, regaining his composure, waves his hand dismissively, quickly shoveling more food into his mouth, then flashes a smile at Gu Chenxi. Excellent. Observing Gong Lu relish the meal she procured for him, Gu Chenxi's face remains placid, yet her heart blossoms with joy. The sight of my darling eating is eternally delightful. She retrieves a fragrant handkerchief from her bag, extends it towards Gong Lu, and remarks, Your lips are coated in grease. It's utterly filthy. Do wipe them. Her tone conveys disdain, yet her smile is hard to conceal. Meanwhile, Shen Xia, brimming with resentment, suddenly finds her own meal unappetizing. Shen Xia muses, burying them alive is too lenient. They deserve worse. One should be reduced to ash and scattered in fireworks, while the other should be chopped into pieces and cast into the sea to feed the fish. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. The Commoner School Bell After Lunch. Gong Lu bid farewell to Gu Qinxi at the entrance of the third canteen and returned alone to the boys' dormitory. At the dormitory entrance, he encountered Du Hongyuan and Chun Jue, who were returning from the first canteen, engrossed in their phones and laughing, completely oblivious to Gong Lu walking ahead of them. Observing their rapt attention to their screens, Gong Lu concocted a mischievous plan. He concealed himself around the corner of the dormitory hallway, awaiting their approach. As they rounded the corner, Gong Lu suddenly leaped out, exclaiming, "Boo! Ah! Ha ha!" Seeing the startled duo scream in shock, Gong Lu clutched his belly, laughing heartily. Chun Jue, patting his chest, exclaimed, "Brother Gong, you're terrible. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Du Honyuan, clenching his fists in anticipation of a reprimand, relaxed upon recognizing Gong Lu. Had it been anyone else, a fight might have ensued. "Are you trying to kill me?" Du Honyuan, clutching his racing heart, retorted, "If you scare me to death, you'll become an orphan. How will you explain this to your father?" Gong Lu, grinning, threw an arm around Du Hongyuan's shoulder and replied, "Besides, if you two weren't so engrossed in conversation, I wouldn't have had the chance to frighten you." Du Honyuan rolled his eyes at Gong Lu and said, "Get lost." The trio ascended to the second floor together, with Gong Lu inquiring, "What were you two just discussing?" Chun Jue interjected, "We're discussing the new campus beauty of the freshman year." "New campus beauty?" Gong Lu replied, "Oh, you mean the recent selection of the freshman beauty on the campus forum of the university? Well, some people truly have too much free time," he mused. Gong Lu, who seldom paid attention to the campus walls or forums, let alone the so-called beauties and hunks, would likely remain oblivious to the existence of Gu Qinxi had it not been for their shared classes and the trouble he caused her during their freshman year. He found such frivolous selections rather juvenile, and he suspected that some individuals crowned as beauties and hunks were completely unaware of the honor. For instance, during his freshman year, someone had uploaded a photo of him in class to the voting section for campus hunks. Had it not been for his roommate's revelation, he would have remained ignorant of the matter. Sighing, Du Honyuan lamented, "As mere mice in the gutter, we can only partake in such trivial online pursuits to find a modicum of joy. If a girl were willing to share a sweet romance with us, who would want to invest their affections in those so-called gods and goddesses?" Upon hearing Du Hongyuan's sudden outburst of mouse literature, Gong Lu rolled his eyes in response. He noticed that ever since Du Honyuan hesitated to ask for Shun Xia's contact information yesterday, he had become rather despondent, causing Gong Lu to worry about his mental state. Chun Jue, sharing Gong Lu's sentiment, also rolled his eyes at Du Honyuan. He then turned to Gong Lu, saying, "However, you must admit that this year's freshmen have quite a number of beautiful girls." Chun Jue raised his phone, pointing to the leading vote-getter. "This girl is ahead by thousands of votes." "Ah, so she's truly in the lead." Gong Lu smiled, his gaze fixed on the photo on Chun Jue's phone. However, upon seeing the girl's face, his smile faded. "Suya? Hey, how do you know her name?" Chun Jue asked, surprised. Though Suya hasn't been crowned as the campus beauty yet, she has already been hailed as the people's goddess. And some even refer to her as the commoner campus beauty. Engaging in the conversation about beautiful women, Du Honyuan chimed in, "I've heard her family is not well off. She initially had no plans to attend university, but came because the business school offered her a tuition waiver. She works part-time at a fast food restaurant every weekend." Du Hongyuan's words prompted Gong Lu to reminisce about a girl he sat next to in elementary school. In his memories, she appeared frail and dirty, her hair always in disarray. Whenever Gong Lu indulged in the exquisite lunch his family prepared, he could feel her longing gaze upon him, reminiscent of a stray cat, which instilled in him an inexplicable sense of guilt. Consequently, he would share half of his meal with her, in gratitude for the food provided by Gong Yu. She stealthily took her father's cigarettes and presented them to him, naively believing that this gesture would suffice as a token of appreciation, having witnessed her father offer cigarettes to other men. Upon discovering her actions, her father subjected her to a severe beating. Gong Yu, feeling pity for her, allowed her to work for him, assisting with his homework. Perhaps it was the first time the little girl realized that labor could yield financial reward. Gong Yu gazed at the photograph of the girl, noting that she remained as slender as ever. This snapshot had been taken surreptitiously, even in candid moments. She appeared strikingly beautiful, leaving one to wonder what she looked like in person. At this juncture, Chun Jue's expression grew wistful as he remarked, "After you, Gong. Pursued the school beauty. It seems you finally have a new source of inspiration." Du Hongyuan nudged Chun Jue's shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he quipped, I know where she works at the Golden Arches. Shall we pay her a visit this weekend? Is that for real? Chun Jirue regarded Du Honyuan with incredulity. Du Honyuan nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Turning to Gong Yu, Chun Jirue inquired. So, are you going, Gong? At the sound of Chun Jirue's call, Gong Yu snapped back to reality, offering a somewhat awkward smile as he replied, No, I need to accompany Gu Chenxi's sister to the amusement park. He deliberately mentioned Gu Chenxi's sister to curtail any further speculation from the two boys. You sly dog. Du Honyuan teased Gong Yu, adding, I knew your intentions for tutoring weren't purely academic. You're after both sisters. Get lost. Gong Yu retorted, raising his middle finger at Du Honyuan. You're joking about a little girl. Just go away. Chuckling, Du Honyuan refrained from further commentary. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chun Jirue continued to peruse the school forum. After a while, he suddenly turned to Du Honyuan, who was already reclining on his bed, and exclaimed, Du, it seems someone is pursuing Suya. Who? Who is it? Du Honyuan sprang upright, gripping the bed's railing, and craned his neck toward Chun Jirue, asking, The school beauty hasn't even been selected yet, and someone is already making a move? I finally found something to look forward to. This guy is a freshman, and he appears to be a rich second generation. Chun Jirue elaborated, lifting his phone to show Du Honyuan. Look, he is rather handsome. In the photo, a boy clad in overalls and sporting a middle-part hairstyle leaned against the hood of a luxurious Mercedes, wearing dark sunglasses and striking a dashing pose. After examining the image, Du Honyuan commented, He is indeed good-looking, but not as handsome as I am. Just as the two were engaged in their discussion, a knock sounded at the dormitory door. Who is there? Chun Jirue approached the door and, upon opening it, found himself face-to-face with the very rich second generation they had just been discussing. Without waiting for Chun Jirue to respond, the young man strode into the dormitory and asked the trio, Which one of you is Gong Yu? End of chapter. Chapter 56. A life of misfortune awakened by the commotion. Gong Yu propped himself up on his hands and sat up, gazing in bewilderment at the unfamiliar man standing at the foot of his bed. Gong Yu asked, Do you need something? The young man scrutinized Kong Lu closely, then tossed his hair and casually remarked, I thought you were quite handsome, but it seems otherwise. Kong Lu, taken aback and filled with confusion, stared at the peculiar individual and inquired, Do you have something to say? Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Su, and I am Su Kuan, he declared, flipping his hair once more. To be frank, I have a fondness for Suya, so do not be foolish enough to interfere and distance yourself from her. Your affection for her has no bearing on me. I do not even know her. Kong Lu retorted, feeling irritation rise within him. He then returned to his slumber, muttering under his breath, Insane, interrupting my sleep for no reason. What a farce. Su Kuan, hands in pockets and exuding an air of superiority, replied, I have encountered many like you. How much do you want? Just name your price. Seriously, what is it that you want? Kong Lu remained silent, allowing his roommate Du Honyuan to speak first. If you like Suya, go pursue her. Why come to my roommate when his partner is not even Suya? With a disdainful snort, Su Kuan pointed a finger at Kong Lu and said to Du Honyuan, You may not be aware, but this fellow is playing both sides. What? Kong Lu, who had just settled down, sat up in bewilderment, pondering, How am I playing both sides? Is it because I'm in an online relationship with Gu Chenxi while maintaining good relations with her in reality? Du Honyuan and Chun Jirue gazed at Kong Lu in shock, asking, What is going on? Su Kuan sneered, The entire Jiaodong University knows about your affair with Senior Gu. Clearly, you have such a beautiful senior. So why would you want to take Suya from me, you scoundrel? I will expose you. What? I took your Suya? Kong Lu, now fully awake, jumped from his bed and demanded, Explain yourself clearly. Faced with Kong Lu, who towered over him, Su Kuan's bravado diminished, and his voice grew softer. Suya told me she likes someone named Kong Lu, and she specifically mentioned the one who sang at the business school as welcome party. Therefore, I cannot be mistaken. It is you. Upon hearing Su Kuan's explanation, Kong Lu's expression darkened. I do not know her, nor am I aware of her feelings for me. Now kindly leave. Su Kuan was about to retort, but sensed the formidable aura emanating from Kong Lu, causing him to backtrack. Then promise me you won't pursue Suya. I have already stated that I do not know her. Kong Lu clenched his jaw and asserted, Convey to her that she should cease expressing such sentiments towards me. If it disrupts my normal life, she must bear the consequences. Witnessing the sudden surge of defiance and dominance from Kong Lu, Su Kuan could not help but reflect. Is there truly a man in this world who is even more formidable than I? All right, I shall relay your message. Su Kuan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain and hurriedly exited. Chen Zhue stood at the door, dazed and bewildered. He recalled how arrogant Su Kuan had been upon arrival. How could he have suddenly transformed into a different person? Kong Lu smirked, embodying the legendary aura of the urban dragon king. Just kidding. As soon as Su Kuan departed, Du Hanyuan clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "What gives you the right? How can he, having never even met the campus belle, win her affections simply by singing a song?" Du Hanyuan regretted assisting this fellow, pondering, "Had I known, I would have joined Xinxia in a duet as well." Chen Zhirue expressed his envy. Indeed, now both campus beauties have taken a liking to Brother Kong. You are practically the epitome of a romantic protagonist in a school narrative. With a divine wealth system, you would be utterly invincible. Could you two be a bit more realistic? Kong Lu retorted, somewhat exasperated. That girl, Suya, clearly used me as a shield to fend off this rich second-generation's harassment. Do you truly believe she would suddenly develop feelings for a stranger like me? Chen Zhirue was easily swayed. Upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. That does seem plausible. Du Hanyuan interjected. But, no buts. Kong Lu interrupted, asserting, be quiet and get some sleep. The complexities of his relationship with Suya made Kong Lu reluctant to explain, prompting him to concoct such a feeble excuse. Su Kuan's revelations had left Kong Lu restless and somewhat irate. He resolved to take a shower to cool his temper. Upon emerging from the bathroom, he found Wang Qi, who had returned from dining with his girlfriend, regarding him with a peculiar expression. What is that look? Kong Lu, clad only in his shorts after his shower, felt uncomfortable under Wang Qi's gaze and instinctively covered himself. You have a girlfriend. Get lost. Wang Qi spread his hands and queried, what is this? Kong Lu glanced at the lottery ticket in Wang Qi's hands. Torn lottery ticket, what is the matter? Earlier, while Kong Lu was bathing, a scratch-off ticket worth 500, which he had inadvertently dropped from his pocket, had been picked up by Wang Qi on his way back to the dormitory. As an ardent fan of scratch-off tickets, Wang Qi immediately recognized the ticket's worth and was astonished to discover it was indeed a winning ticket. You sly dog, you went and scratched a ticket behind my back. Wang Qi pointed at the ticket, feigning heartbreak, and won 500. In my entire life, I've never even won a consolation prize. Why is your luck so extraordinary? Kong Lu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Wang Qi continued, and yet, you crumpled such a precious ticket? Do you want it? Kong Lu replied nonchalantly. If you want it, it's yours. I haven't even redeemed that 500 yet. You haven't redeemed it. Wang Qi's eyes widened in shock, staring at Kong Lu in disbelief. Why did you tear off the validation section then? With only half left, you can't redeem it anymore. Gong Lu forced a smile and asked, do you believe I was careless? I trust you as much as I'd trust a fool. Wang Qi tossed the lottery ticket into the trash bin, but mere seconds later, he retrieved it and placed it back on his desk. Observing this action, Gong Lu couldn't help but inquire, why are you so eager to win the jackpot? Wang Qi hesitated, finally exhaling a sigh and shaking his head. It just feels like I've been unlucky all my life. It doesn't matter. Not wishing to press further, Gong Lu merely patted his shoulder and reassured him, you will win. I believe in you. Wang Qi silently gazed at the ticket, lost in thought. End of chapter. Chapter 57. The song on the playground one day after class. Gong Lu casually nibbled at his meal in the cafeteria. If given the choice, he wished for a future where humanity no longer needed to eat, instead replenishing energy through other means, thus freeing time for more meaningful pursuits. After finishing his meal, he returned to his dormitory, intending to drop off his textbooks before heading straight to the library. However, Du Hanyuan blocked his way at the dorm entrance, exclaiming, every day? All you do is go to the library. Can't you have a more refined hobby? Gong Lu pondered for a moment and replied, how about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea? Are those pursuits refined enough? Du Hanyuan pointed at Gong Lu, momentarily at a loss for words. Just kidding. I nearly thought you were serious. You startle me there. He clapped Gong Lu on the shoulder, saying, as university students, we ought to engage in activities befitting our age, rather than squandering our lives on studying. You're starting to spread nonsense again. Gong Lu rolled his eyes and retorted, so, what do you suggest we ought to be doing at our age? Du Hanyuan chuckled, with nothing to do today, we should definitely indulge in some entertainment. Get lost. Gong Lu retorted sharply. I must respectfully disagree. Chen Zhihui poked his head out from his bed, adding, I believe the meaning of life lies in enjoying some fries at the dock. Gong Lu glanced at Chen Zhihui and remarked, You're not much better. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Gong Lu pushed past Du Hongyuan, declaring, If there are no activities, I shall head to the library. Wait, there is an event. Suddenly, Wang Qi, who had been silent until now, exclaimed, Schwer just told me there's a club singing on the playground. She and her roommate have already gone and asked if we would join. Upon hearing this, Du Hongyuan, captivated by the prospect of beauty, immediately agreed, Let's go. Chen Zhihui, having just finished a game and with nothing else to occupy him, nodded in agreement. All three sets of eyes turned expectantly towards Gong Lu. If I don't go, I'll be the pariah of the dorm, won't I? Gong Lu shook his head in resigned amusement and casually tossed his backpack onto his desk. All right, let's go. Now that sounds like a plan. Du Hongyuan nodded with satisfaction. The four of them changed their clothes and cheerfully departed the dormitory. Gong Lu observed the trio of lively characters ahead of him, finding them quite amusing. In truth, before attending university, Gong Lu had led a rather mundane existence. From a young age, he had few friends and grew weary of flattery. Gradually, he became disenchanted with social interaction, dismissing the circles of the affluent second generation in Zhonghai as unworthy of his time. In truth, wealth is not always a boon. The very comfort of his existence rendered the aspirations and dreams of ordinary people easily attainable for him, leading to an acute impoverishment of his spiritual world. He enjoyed reading. Yet this did not signify a preference for solitude or tranquility. Rather, he sought within the lines of text a dwindling sense of belonging to fill the void in his heart. Upon entering university, he encountered a few close friends, and the playful camaraderie he had missed in childhood began to mend his emotional scars. Thus, he endeavored to cherish this rare friendship. However, Gong Lu remained oblivious to the fact that there existed a space within him that friendship could not occupy. As Wang Qi remarked, the playground was lively that evening. In the center, a circle illuminated by colorful lights surrounded an array of musical instruments, which were being played by enthusiastic performers. A throng of students formed smaller circles around them, sitting on the grass, quietly absorbing the melodies. At that moment, the song Little Love Song reached its crescendo, eliciting a fervent applause from the audience. The event was organized by the Music Club, a society belonging to the adjacent School of Humanities and Arts. The talented singers, all music majors, delivered their performances with undeniable skill. Their purpose for hosting such a gathering on the playground was twofold: to elevate the club's profile and attract more students to join, as the university's funding for various societies heavily depended on their membership numbers. Additionally, the music club aimed to provide new students an opportunity to socialize post-military training, fostering encounters that could lead to romance, a suggestion made by a student who approached the club president. After all, who wouldn't he desire to embark on a sweet romance during their university years, given the chance? Recently, a palpable atmosphere of love permeated the campus, largely instigated by Gong Lu and Gu Chenxi. The sweet tune from the business school's welcome party had spread like wildfire, resulting in a notable increase in romantic engagements on campus. Consequently, whispers circulated online suggesting that those wishing to find love should head to the university. As Gong Lu surveyed the vibrant scene on the playground, an unexpected thought of Gu Chenxi crossed his mind. He pondered whether, given her personality, she would ever grace such an event. Why am I suddenly thinking of her again? How peculiar, he mused, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the unwelcome notion. Just as he managed to push Gu Chenxi from his thoughts, his phone chimed with a message notification. It was Gu Chenxi, messaging from her account. Baby, what are you up to right now? Gong Lu replied, I'm at the playground, watching others sing. Gu Chenxi almost instantaneously responded, How dull. I'm busy playing games. As Gong Lu gazed at her message, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. He thought to himself, indeed, with her temperament, it is hardly surprising that she wouldn't come. Yet, why does my heart feel so hollow? Perhaps, unbeknownst to Gong Lu, there resided within him a void that had long been occupied by someone other than friendship. Guess who it is, you'll surely get it right. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gong Lu replied, All right, you go ahead and play. I will join you later when I return to the dorm. This time, Gu Chenxi did not respond immediately. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Chenxi suddenly sprang up from her bed. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death, Shen Xia exclaimed, observing Gu Chenxi's frantic descent from her bed. Do you really need to be so dramatic just to get up? Xia, hurry, change your clothes. We're going out. I'll take you to have some fun, Gu Qinxi declared, rummaging through her wardrobe for 2 outfits before darting into the bathroom. Wait, what? Shen Xia stared, bewildered by Gu Qinxi's inexplicable behavior, wondering what on earth has gotten into her. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi was thinking, I want to make a sudden appearance and surprise him. Haha. However, on the sports field, Kong Lu found himself encircled by 3 of Yang Shuer's roommates. The last time they had met, Kong Lu had come to their rescue, which had sparked their mutual affection for him. The fervent enthusiasm radiating from them suggested they would gladly marry him all at once if given the chance. Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui watched with envy and jealousy, gritting their teeth in frustration. Oh no, they're coming for me. Kong Lu, surrounded by the trio of younger classmates, felt small and helpless. Yet a sliver of relief coursed through him. Thankfully, Gu Qinxi hadn't shown up. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. The one in my heart. After the performance of several prominent members of the music club, they initiated an interactive session, inviting the audience to sing, with them providing the accompaniment. Naturally, anyone in attendance would relish the opportunity to showcase their talents. After all, singing well could grant one priority in the realm of romance. However, very few were bold enough to volunteer. Ultimately, only those confident in their vocal abilities dared to step up, as a poor performance would only lead to ridicule. Senior, you should sing a song. Yes, yes. Your voice is so lovely. It would be a shame not to showcase your talent. I didn't get enough of your singing at the last freshman gala. Please. We implore you. The 3 younger classmates surrounded Kong Lu, calling out for him to perform. Had it been Du Honyuan, he would likely have succumbed to the chorus of Senior and embarrassed himself on stage. Yet Kong Lu was not swayed. My throat is sore today. I'll pass this time, he maintained with a calm exterior, though internally he thought, what does it matter if they are younger classmates? No one can command me. Growing weary of their persistent pleas, he stood up, intending to leave. But just as he did, he spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance, and in the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. Gu Qinxi, didn't she say she wouldn't come? How could she have suddenly appeared? Kong Lu's heart raced, and in a flash, he sank back down, discreetly observing Gu Qinxi while pulling Chen Zhirui beside him as a makeshift shield. Chen Zhirui was left utterly bewildered. Gu Qinxi lowered her head, her gaze wandering through the crowd as if she were searching for something. Kong Lu recalled how she had decisively rejected him on her phone just moments earlier. And now she was here on the playground looking for him, causing a sudden flutter of unease within him. Wait, something is amiss. Kong Lu abruptly realized that Gu Qinxi seemed unaware of his identity as her online romantic partner. Once he grasped this fact, a startling revelation dawned upon him. Gu Qinxi was not seeking him, but rather her online boyfriend. It dawned on Kong Lu why she had so resolutely declined his advances. She was evidently concerned that her online partner might vanish. He felt a twinge of relief, recognizing that he had never sent her any photographs. At most, she would be searching based on intuition. Otherwise, he would have been truly ensnared by her tonight. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi anxiously scanned the crowd for Kong Lu's figure, pondering, how strange, why can't I find him? Surely he hasn't left early? Shen Xia observed Gu Qinxi's unusual behavior and had already guessed her intentions. Thinking to herself, only I would be so foolish as to change clothes in the middle of the night to accompany her in search of Kong Lu. Chen Zhirui, looking at Kong Lu nestled in his embrace, whispered, Kong Gu, with so many people watching, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Shoo, don't speak. Kong Lu hushed him, his eyes fixed on Gu Qinxi in the distance as she searched anxiously, though not for him, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Kong Lu mused, is her online boyfriend truly that significant to her? Indeed, he felt a pang of jealousy, an irrational jealousy directed at his own feelings. As the vibrant lights flickered around, the host of the evening's program inquired whether anyone wished to take the stage. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Kong Lu stood up. I would like to give it a try, he declared. The host smiled at his eagerness and announced, let's welcome him. The audience responded with applause, though it was not particularly enthusiastic, having been dulled by the lackluster performances of preceding volunteers. The host, using his earlier line, asked Kong Lu, what prompted you to come up here and perform? At this, Kong Lu's gaze shifted toward Gu Qinxi, who had now noticed him as well. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting moment, both their hearts raced. Before the host could finish his question, Kong Lu replied, I merely wish to showcase my talent. Internally, he reassured himself, just a talent showcase, nothing more. It is certainly not an attempt to capture Gu Chenxi's attention. Yes, just that. The host nodded and inquired, so, what song do you wish to sing? Pigeon. Ah, I know there are 2 songs titled Pigeon. Are you referring to Sue's version or songs? Sue. How coincidental. I remember the tune. Allow me to accompany you. Thank you. But that's not necessary. Kong Lu waved his hand and continued. Could I borrow a guitar? Wow. The host's eyes sparkled at this revelation and he asked, this young man actually wishes to perform with an instrument? Are you perhaps a new student in our music program? Not quite. I just know a little bit. Gong Yu smiled as he accepted the guitar handed to him by others, adjusting the microphone height before saying, I may not sing very well. Please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, the prelude began to play. With the lively introduction, Gong Yu slowly began to sing, I Like a Girl. At the moment his voice filled the air, the previously noisy venue fell into an immediate hush. Reminiscent of the new student welcome party at the business school, where everyone listened intently to the enchanting melody. Compared to the original artist's gentle tone, Gong Yu's magnetic voice was slightly deeper, yet remarkably penetrating, reminiscent of a seasoned soul recounting a tale of unrequited love. Each lyric was steeped in bittersweetness. When he sang the lines, Dear Dove, don't take it to heart, just listen to this song casually, he suddenly looked up to meet Gu Chenxi's gaze. To his astonishment, she was smiling at him, and in that moment, he felt her gaze soften, her smile utterly captivating. The jealousy that had previously consumed him dissipated, and even his once melancholic voice transformed into a joyful tune. Consequently, as he sang the latter half, the atmosphere shifted from a tinge of sourness to an unexpected sweetness, catching the audience off guard. This sensation was akin to a once tragic tale of unreciprocated love suddenly blossoming into a delightful mutual romance. At its conclusion, unexpected yet sweet. Dear Dove, don't take it too seriously. I'll definitely come looking for you when I grow up. Gong Yu concluded the performance with a cheerful melody. Having listened to the song, Gu Chenxi excitedly clutched Xinxia's arm. Her heart so moved, she felt tears welling up. If possible, she wanted to rush up and embrace Gong Yu, kissing him passionately before everyone present. Xinxia, observing Gu Chenxi's romantic fervor, gently patted her cheek, saying, Calm down, don't be so overwhelmed. With a blush on her face, Gu Chenxi replied, Xia, do you know how to say dove in English? What's up? It has another meaning. Gu Chenxi's gaze drifted toward Gong Yu, who was descending the stage amidst applause, appearing to her as a shimmering star. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she mused. It could also be interpreted as, End of the chapter, Chapter 59. I and the spring breeze are passers-by, Du Hongyuan shouted loudly. This is my roommate. Anyone wanting to add him on WeChat? Come at me first. As soon as he spoke, several girls raised their phones to scan Du Hongyuan's WeChat ID, while some bolder ones approached Gong Yu directly for his. Chun Zhirue transformed into Gong Yu's little fanboy, enthusiastically cheering and waving his arms. Wang Qi felt a pang of envy, admiring Gong Yu's extraordinary talent and his ability to shine brightly at all times. Yang Shuer discerned the admiration in Wang Qi's eyes and gently took his hand, saying, There is no need to envy others. You are already remarkable. Thank you, Shuer, Wang Qi replied, deeply touched by her words. He had always believed that his fortune was rather dismal, yet upon meeting Yang Shuer, he suddenly felt that perhaps his luck was not so bleak after all. For the heavens had bestowed upon him a girl whose eyes were filled with affection for him. After finishing his song, Kong Lu yearned to find Gu Chenxi. He longed to tell her, Stop searching, I am your online boyfriend. He envisioned embracing her amidst her shock, anger, or perhaps delight. However, after taking only a few steps, he was detained by the music club president and several girls requesting his WeChat. The members of the music club eagerly invited Kong Lu to join, but he declined. And when approached by the girls for his WeChat, he decisively waved his hand, stating, I have a girlfriend. Once he had navigated through the crowd, he sought Gu Chenxi, only to discover that she had vanished from view. Surrounded by applause and cheers, the accolades felt painfully jarring to him, leaving a hollow emptiness in his heart. It seemed there was nothing worth lingering for, prompting him to leave the playground alone amidst the cacophony of cheers and the gaze of onlookers. Outside the playground stood a youthful maiden, dressed simply in a white inner garment paired with a thin, gray-blue jacket and slightly worn black pants. Her light-colored sneakers showing signs of dirt. Perhaps she had just finished a part-time job and was passing by the school grounds. The weariness was evident on her face, her ponytail slightly disheveled. Yet, at the moment Kong Lu turned to look at her, The fatigue in her eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of sparkling, affectionate eyes that smiled back at him. Kong Lu regarded Suya with a frown, his voice cold as he questioned, "Why did you tell your admirer that you like me?" "I am sorry. I just wanted to send him away," Suya replied, her hands nervously clasped behind her back. "I reflected on my actions afterward, and I apologize. I promise I will." "Forget it. Let's leave it at that," Kong Lu interrupted, uninterested in her explanations. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I do not wish to hear this. I am leaving." "Wait." As Kong Lu turned to depart, Suya instinctively tugged at his shirt, only to recoil quickly as if shocked. Kong Lu, maintaining his patience, asked, "What else do you need?" "This," Suya said, retrieving a neatly folded but crumpled stack of bills from her pocket. "Here are over 50 yuan in change. I have a few hundred in my phone as well. I will transfer it all to you." Kong Lu frowned as he looked at the money she offered, asking, "What do you want me to do with this?" Suya gazed at him earnestly, replying, "You helped me when we were young. Now that I can earn money, I wish to repay you." Kong Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he gently pushed Suya's hands, which were clutching the money, back towards her and stated, "That is merely your rightful earnings for the work you have done. You owe me nothing." Suya sniffled softly, the cold November night causing the trees by the roadside to bow under the chilling wind. How much more so for the slender girl, whose delicate nose was slightly reddened from the cold. As she gazed at Kong Lu, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her pitiful appearance evoked a deep sense of compassion. Which man could bear to deny such a heart-wrenching girl? Even Kong Lu found it difficult to meet her gaze. With a sigh, Kong Lu's tone softened from its earlier intensity. "Buy yourself a couple of warmer garments and live your life well. Farewell." After speaking, he dared not look back as he walked towards the boys' dormitory. Suya stood there, watching his silhouette gradually fade from view. It reminded her of her childhood when she would silently observe him at the school gate, a figure so distant and unattainable, akin to a star in the sky. He would disappear in a luxurious car, vanishing from her sight and from her life entirely. She had believed that she and the boy would never cross paths again, yet he had shone upon her like a brilliant sun, bringing warmth to her otherwise cold and dark existence. However, that glaring light eventually became a thorn, embedding itself in her heart, an indelible mark that could never be removed. Suya trudged back to her dormitory, lost in thought. As she ascended the stairs, she misstepped and nearly fell, only to be caught by someone from behind. "Thank you," she murmured, turning to see a smile spread across her face. "Schwer, you just got back too?" "Yes, I was just listening to the seniors sing on the playground." Yang Schweder observed Suya's somewhat forced smile and asked with concern, "Why do you seem so lost? Have you encountered that white moonlight of yours again?" Both Suya and Yang Schwer were freshmen, not residing in the same dormitory, but sharing a class. They had grown close after Suya helped Yang Schwer move in at the start of the semester. "Oh no." Suya waved her hands dismissively, saying, "I merely finished class and am a bit tired." "Must you work so hard?" Yang Schwer gently poked Suya's forehead and continued, "You're so beautiful, studying diligently and working part-time. You're exhausting us all." Suya chuckled softly. "I asked the store manager, and they still need help. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely." Yang Schwer nodded enthusiastically. "I want to earn some money to buy a winter coat for my boyfriend." "You treat your boyfriend quite well," Suya remarked. Yang Schwer shook her head, replying, "That silly boy insists on paying whenever we go out, and he refuses to accept anything in return. I have to reciprocate somehow." Suya pressed her lips together, expressing, "Sometimes, I truly envy you." End of this chapter. Chapter 60. You gather autumn waters and embrace the galaxy. Do not push yourself so hard. Yang Schwer held Suya's hand and remarked, "Constantly tensing yourself will lead to exhaustion. At times, one ought to relish life, perhaps even indulge in romance. You are gentle, considerate, and kind, and so strikingly beautiful. With so many suitors, why must you cling to a single tree? That white moonlight of yours does not appreciate you. It is his folly not to recognize your worth." No, that's not it." Suya hastily waved her hands in denial. "Even at this juncture, you still defend him?" Yang Schwer gazed at Suya with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment, saying, "You simply have a narrow perspective and have yet to encounter a good man. Let me tell you, in my boyfriend's dorm, there's a senior who is handsome, gentle, and just as diligent and ambitious as you. He even works as a tutor on the side to earn his living expenses. I believe you two would be a perfect match." Suya lowered her head and replied, No, I could never be worthy of him." Look at your unambitious demeanor. Yang Shuer pinched Su Ye's cheek and exclaimed, tonight. I truly ought to take you to see the seniors sing. Let you witness the Prince of Love Songs. The Prince of Love Songs? What a ridiculous nickname. Who came up with that? Kong Lu observed the three who had just returned to the dormitory and commented, this is utterly demeaning. Du Hongyuan shrugged, feigning innocence, and said, with so many people present, how could I know who shouted first? That evening, he had added at least 30 girls on WeChat. And the corners of his mouth were nearly reaching his ears, a smile as bright as the sun. Chen Zhihui produced a notebook and approached Kong Lu, stating, Brother Kong, I believe you have the potential to become a superstar, so please sign your name for me. Are you out of your mind? Kong Lu laughed as he scolded him, but still complied with the request. He then walked over to Wang Qi and inquired, Old Wang, may I ask you something? Wang Qi, who was busy messaging his girlfriend, glanced at Kong Lu and replied, what is it? Speak. Kong Lu hesitated, seemingly reluctant to broach the subject, before finally asking, have you ever confessed your feelings? What do you think? Wang Qi shot a look at Kong Lu and replied, if I hadn't confessed, how would I have a girlfriend? Kong Lu pressed further, could you share how you confessed to Yang Shuer? About Shuer. Once the topic of his girlfriend arose, Wang Qi became animated and began to recount the story. After he had protected Yang Shuer that day, their mutual affection soared. Later, Yang Shuer visited him in the hospital. And on the day of his discharge, Wang Qi invited her out for a day of leisure, strolling, dining, and then watching a movie. At the film's conclusion, he presented her with a bouquet of flowers, officially confessing his feelings, and it was from that moment that they established their relationship. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu gathered a comprehensive understanding of the confession process, mentally noting Wang Qi's account. Wang Qi sized up Kong Lu and asked, why the sudden curiosity? Does it need to be asked? Du Honyuan interjected with a mischievous grin. He gearing up to confess to Gu, the campus beauty. Chen Zhihui leaned in, adding, really? Brother Kong is preparing to confess? Sort of. Kong Lu scratched his head, feeling a touch bashful, as it was the first time he displayed such an awkward expression in front of his roommates. Are you feeling shy now? Du Hongyuan teased mischievously. How vexing. Soon there will be 2 couples in the dormitory. Speaking of which, what do you all think about confessing at an amusement park? Kong Lu looked up at the 3. Sounds great. Wang Qi exclaimed with a thumbs up. I never expected you to be so romantic. Chen Zhihui pondered for a moment and replied, but the amusement park will be so crowded, it feels a bit mortifying. Du Honyuan playfully slapped his round head and said, what's there to fear? The more people, the better the atmosphere. Just imagine, so many witnesses to your love. How romantic is that? Chen Zhihui rubbed his head and nodded. That does make sense. Kong Lu thought for a moment and felt hesitant. Gu Qinxian had mentioned that her sister was socially anxious, and confessing in front of so many people could disregard her feelings. Besides, he was uncertain about Gu Qinxi's feelings for him. If he were to mention their online relationship and she were to get upset, it would be quite a spectacle with so many onlookers. Kong Lu believed he needed to contemplate this further. Confessions should not be made hastily. Nonetheless, confessing at an amusement park was indeed a splendid idea. Amusement park confession. Yes. Aren't you going to Disneyland with him this weekend? Shen Xia declared emphatically, if you truly wish to confess, do it at Disneyland. It's far better than running over tonight with empty hands just to shout I love you, right? That seemed reasonable. Gu Qinxi nodded thoughtfully. That evening, Gu Qinxi almost rushed to confess to Kong Lu, her heart urging her to no longer pretend ignorance in front of him, regardless of their differing backgrounds. Even if he rejected her, she felt compelled to utter those 3 words, I love you. Yet, before she could make the leap, Shen Xia pulled her back to the dormitory, faced with Gu Qinxi, whose mind seemed to be clouded. Shen Xia did not want her to embarrass herself in front of so many people on the playground. She feared that once Gu Qinxi regained her composure, she would blame her for not intervening. Thus, Gu Qinxi and Kong Lu missed their chance to confess to each other. The title of gold medal assistant was confiscated from Shen Xia. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Qinxi took some time to calm down, realizing that her earlier thoughts had been rather impulsive. After expressing her gratitude to Shen Xia, she began discussing how girls should approach confessions. Although Shen Xia was also single, her years of indulging in romance novels equipped her with ample insights, and she began devising strategies for Gu Qinxi. Shen Xia continued with conviction, you're so beautiful. The moment you speak, he will undoubtedly be captivated. And if you surprise him with a bouquet at that moment, he will be head over heels for you. Gu Qinxi asked, somewhat bewildered, But isn't it usually the boys who give flowers to girls? Do boys like flowers too? Shinxia was momentarily stumped by this question. Honestly, she wasn't a boy and had never had a boyfriend, so she couldn't know if boys would be pleased to receive flowers. Nevertheless, in romance novels, confessions often involve flowers, so it should be somewhat similar in reality, right? Upon this realization, she confidently patted her chest and assured, "You will definitely like it. This method works for both genders." Rest assured. Wonderful, Gu Qinxi exclaimed, embracing Shinxia with gratitude. "Xia, you're truly amazing. If this endeavor succeeds, a grand reward awaits you." With a scowl, Shinxia retorted, "Please remove your hand from my chest. Don't shy away. Let me give it another squeeze," she added playfully. End of this chapter, chapter 61. The moonlight is truly beautiful. Good evening, Mr. Kong. Your package has arrived. Please come to collect it. All right. Kong Lu hung up the phone and made his way to the boys' dormitory. Tomorrow marks the weekend when Kong Lu will accompany Gu Qinxi and Gu Qinxian to Disneyland. To prepare, he had purchased several new outfits and, concerned about potential delays, had opted for a private express delivery at an additional cost. As the clock approached 8:30 in the evening, the courier arrived at the school, delivering his package directly to the boys' dormitory entrance. "Thank you." Having collected his package, Kong Lu was about to ascend the stairs when he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Gu Qinxi, accompanied by Shinxia, both of whom seemed to have just returned from the school supermarket, with bags in hand. Good evening." Kong Lu greeted them, balancing his package with one arm. He inquired of Gu Qinxi, "Are you in a hurry to return to the dormitory?" "Huh." Gu Qinxi blinked in surprise at his question, then shook her head, "Not particularly." Lowering his gaze to the package, Kong Lu's voice softened considerably. "Shall we take a stroll together?" "Absolutely," Gu Qinxi responded almost without hesitation. Coughing discreetly, Shinxia leaned closer to Gu Qinxi and whispered a few words, likely cautioning her against getting too carried away with romantic notions. Afterward, she seized one of Gu Qinxi's bags and declared, "I'll head back first. You two enjoy your conversation." With her belongings in tow, Shinxia dashed away swiftly, as if eager to avoid interrupting their rendezvous. "Please wait for me a moment," Kong Lu said to Gu Qinxi before sprinting back to the dormitory, where he temporarily stored his packages with the dormitory supervisor. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he stepped outside once more. Standing beneath the streetlight, Gu Qinxi was on her toes, idly observing her own shadow in the dim light. The cool glow of the lamp enveloped her in a silvery radiance, her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, swaying gently in the night breeze. Her already flawless complexion appeared even more ethereal under the dual illumination of moonlight and streetlight, resembling a refined masterpiece crafted by an artist. Kong Lu approached quickly, and as they stood face to face, Gu Qinxi lifted her gaze. With her lips pressed together, a hint of a smile graced her features, and her expressive eyes sparkled with affection, reflecting only Kong Lu's image. In that brief moment of waiting, Gu Qinxi pondered many thoughts. She was uncertain why Kong Lu had invited her for a walk. Was it merely for a leisurely stroll? Perhaps he sought to confess his feelings? Or was it something entirely different? The thoughts of Gu Qinxi remained a mystery, yet she hoped fervently that Kong Lu would refrain from confessing his feelings at this moment. Should he choose to declare his affections now, all her preparations for the morrow would be rendered futile. In truth, Kong Lu had called out to Gu Qinxi with the intention of discerning her preferences in flowers and gifts, so he could adequately prepare for the upcoming occasion. As he gazed at Gu Qinxi, he stammered, "Shall we take a stroll on the playground?" Gu Qinxi shook her head and replied, "The playground is rather dull. Let us explore the campus instead." The reality was that the playground was overly crowded, and her social anxiety compelled her to seek a quieter, more secluded space within the school for a leisurely walk, purely for the sake of walking. Kong Lu nodded in agreement. All right. In truth, having been at the university for over a year, he had only frequented a handful of locations: the business school, the library, the cafeteria, and the dormitory. His sole excursion around the campus had been during the first morning of their freshman year, when he and 3 roommates had wandered aimlessly. A rare occasion when they all woke up before 8 without the aid of an alarm clock. That day, they had nearly lost their way within the campus, a memory that now brought a smile to his face. As Kong Lu and Gu Qinxi strolled leisurely, they made their way from the residential area to the academic zone. At this hour, the streetlights in the teaching area had all extinguished, leaving only the moonlight, which cast a faint silvery glow. Walking side by side, They maintained a delicate distance, just enough for a single person to pass between them, yet under the moonlight, their shadows appeared to draw ever closer, as if they were destined to merge at the end of the path. Having walked such a distance without a word from Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi felt a twinge of impatience. She mused to herself, what is this fool waiting for? Must I be the one to initiate a conversation? Meanwhile, Kong Lu pondered how to inquire about her favorite flower's color. Was it too obvious to ask directly? Both were lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Suddenly, Kong Lu grasped Gu Chenxi's hand, startling her. She looked at him in surprise, ready to speak, but he placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Instantly, she stifled the words that were on the verge of escaping her lips. In a hushed tone, Kong Lu whispered in her ear, listen closely. Gu Chenxi furrowed her brow, straining to hear, uncertain of what she was meant to discern, but she focused intently on the subtle sounds around them. Shoo, be quiet, she heard him murmur. It's late. Who would be in the teaching building at this hour? Kong Lu led her stealthily to the corridor behind the teaching building, where at the end of the passage, a small gazebo housed a couple engrossed in each other's company. Lost in their passion, the girl sat upon the boy's lap, his hand slipping beneath her clothing. Hidden behind the stone pillars of the corridor, they watched the scene unfold. Gu Chenxi, astonished by the girl's boldness, covered her mouth, her mind swirling with curiosity about the sensation of kissing. Flushing suddenly, she glanced at Kong Lu, who still held her hand tightly, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. He did not notice the flush on Gu Chenxi's cheeks as he whispered in her ear, wait a moment, I will pull you along, just don't lag behind. Gu Chenxi was puzzled by Kong Lu's words, yet she nodded earnestly, The young couple in the small pavilion began to shed their clothing, and Kong Lu pulled out his phone, activated the flashlight function, and flashed it twice into the pavilion before lowering his voice to shout, Who is sneaking around the teaching building in the middle of the night to steal something? This action startled the couple, causing them to hastily grab their clothes and flee in a flurry, disappearing in mere seconds. This tactic is not recommended for university students, as it could easily result in a beating. With a crooked smile, witnessing this comical scene, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Hee, aha ha 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 ha, Aftaraha. You are so mischievous. After laughing for a while, Kong Lu turned serious and said, that's enough. They will soon realize what happened and come looking for us. We should run too. As Kong Lu observed the retreating figures, he took Gu Chenxi's hand and ran off with her. This time, Gu Chenxi managed to keep pace with Kong Lu, no longer struggling to catch her breath. Looking at him beside her, she thought, at last, I haven't hindered you this time, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 62. The breeze is gentle. The two ran until they reached the small bridge at the junction of the business school and the information college, where they finally paused to catch their breath. Panting, Kong Lu looked at the composed Gu Chenxi and asked, are you really this fit? Gu Chenxi replied calmly, I have a habit of night running, cultivated since childhood. Although her expression was serene, the glint of pride in her eyes was not lost on Kong Lu. He gave her a thumbs up and said, impressive. Gu Chenxi leaned slightly closer to Kong Lu, smiling with a hint of mischief. I never expected that someone who appears so serious could engage in such mischievous antics. Who told you I am a serious person? Kong Lu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Moreover, I am merely doing my part to help the school reduce its birth rate. Birth rate? Gu Chenxi could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Ha! You are so amusing. Once he had regained his breath, Kong Lu stood still, tilting his head to observe the laughing Gu Chenxi, and remarked, you criticize me, yet you are just as guilty, Gu Campus Beauty. Gu Chenxi ceased her laughter and, gazing at Kong Lu, inquired, what do you mean? With his arms crossed over his chest, Kong Lu replied, you usually have a cold demeanor, yet here you are, engaging in mischief with me and laughing so freely. Since I am already on your pirate ship, what choice do I have? Gu Chenxi feigned exasperation, shrugging her shoulders cutely. She then asked, you invited me out for a walk today. It can't just be for a stroll, can it? You guessed correctly. Kong Lu nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. In fact, I wanted to consult you about something. Gu Chenxi's eyes lit up at his words, just in time. I have a question for you as well. Kong Lu countered, then you go first. Gu Chenxi shook her head, no way, you go first. Kong Lu shook his head and said, no, you go first. The two of them exchanged polite refusals for some time. But Kong Lu felt that if they continued this way, they might not uncover the truth until the next morning. Thus, he decided to pose his question first. What color of flowers do girls like to receive? Gu Chenxi instinctively thought, how would I know? I don't like any flowers others have given me. Seemingly unaware that Kong Lu intended to give her flowers, she replied, all colors, the more vibrant, the better. Really? Kong Lu furrowed his brow, looking at her in surprise. Is that true? Gu Chenxi nodded earnestly, absolutely. Kong Lu mused to himself. Gu Chenxi seems to have quite the taste. Yet her preference for a riot of colors is rather peculiar. Where on earth would I find such flowers? Isn't that rather burdensome? After answering Kong Lu's question, Gu Chenxi inquired, don't boys generally feel happy to receive flowers? Internally, she thought she had narrowly avoided revealing too much. Kong Lu was taken aback by her question. Reflecting, how would I know? I've never received flowers. Well, there was that one time when she brought me flowers the day I was discharged from the hospital. He, too, did not realize that Gu Chenxi wished to gift him flowers. After a moment's contemplation, Kong Lu replied, boys don't need flowers after they pass away. Flowers will sprout from their graves. Huh, you're quite humorous, Gu Chenxi chuckled, yet inwardly she felt vexed. Xiao was indeed deceiving me. Boys don't like flowers at all. What should I give him tomorrow? It's so frustrating. The two continued their conversation in a casual manner as they walked back. Kong Lu asked Gu Chenxi what kind of gifts she preferred, to which she responded that she liked gifts from those she cared about. Kong Lu internally lamented. How on earth am I to know if you like me? Gu Chenxi inquired what gifts might bring happiness to boys. Kong Lu quipped. Gifts from girls are illegal for boys. I suggest silver handcuffs instead. Gu Chenxi naively pondered. How much would a pair of silver handcuffs cost? Thus, their mutual probing concluded in absurdity. It is no wonder that both were oblivious, had they possessed even a modicum of awareness during their time together. They need not wait until tomorrow, for they would realize tonight that the other harbored feelings of affection. Kong Lu escorted Gu Chenxi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Although she felt reluctant, she feigned indifference, waving her hand and saying, goodbye, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Kong Lu waved back, but did not leave. He stood silently at the foot of the dormitory, gazing at her as she walked inside. In that moment, they resembled a young couple who had just finished a date at school, their relationship delicately balanced. As if a thin layer of rice paper separated them, requiring merely a drop of water to dissolve that barrier and deepen their connection. Wait. Kong Lu suddenly called out to Gu Chenxi. She immediately halted, turning to him with eyes full of anticipation. What is it? She seemed indifferent to the matters of tomorrow, yearning for Gong Yu to confess his feelings at that very moment. With that thought, she envisioned herself dashing forward, throwing herself into his arms, sharing kisses and laughter akin to what she had witnessed with another girl that evening. Gu Chenxi mused to herself as Gong Yu pointed at the moonlit sky, declaring, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Huh. Gu Chenxi paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of disappointment, though her face betrayed none of her emotions. She replied, yes, it is indeed beautiful. Gong Yu, pursing his lips, continued, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle. Yes, it's lovely, but a tad chilly. Gu Chenxi responded, instinctively wrapping her coat tighter around her. You should head back and rest early. Sure. Gong Yu smiled softly, yet as he turned away, a resigned sigh escaped him as he thought, this foolish girl really isn't the sharpest. What? What did you say? Shen Xia exclaimed, shaking Gu Chenxi's shoulder, inquiring. Did Gong Yu tell you the moonlight is beautiful tonight? Yes. Gu Chenxi replied, her expression one of confusion. What's wrong? Shen Xia, with a serious demeanor, pressed on. How did you respond? Gu Chenxi, with a hint of naivety, said, I replied, yes, it's beautiful, but a bit cold. Is that a problem? Shen Xia gazed at her in exasperation, asking, do you even comprehend what that phrase signifies? Gu Chenxi shook her head in bewilderment. Shen Xia then queried, did he add anything else? He repeated that the moonlight is beautiful tonight and mentioned the gentle breeze. You absolute fool. Shen Xia exclaimed, pinching Gu Chenxi's cheek. He was confessing to you. How could you not realize it? Shen Xia, growing frustrated, said, I can't even begin to explain this to you. Go look it up yourself. You're driving me mad. With that, Shen Xia climbed onto her bed. Gu Chenxi promptly pulled out her phone, typing into the search bar. What does the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle mean? Moments later, a voice filled with despair echoed through the girls' dormitory. What? I missed such a romantic confession. Oh no, I'm doomed. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Couple outfits, new clothes? Yes. Must have cost quite a bit, right? Not really. Gu Qinxi scrutinized Gong Yu's attire for the day. His white turtleneck sweater fitted him impeccably, accentuating his already admirable physique. She even stole a couple of glances at his chest, not for the sake of ogling his physique. The outerwear was a delightful beige woolen coat, a refreshing color that provided a pleasant contrast to the predominantly black and gray outfits worn by most boys at school, prompting Xinxia to complain incessantly about her impending color fatigue. The draped wide-leg trousers added an air of nonchalance, perfectly concealing the tongue of his oversized derby shoes. The thick heels of his leather shoes enhanced his already tall stature, to ensure Gong Yu could successfully capture Gu Qinxi's heart. His 3 roommates had undertaken a series of transformations before he left. Du Honyuan styled Gong Yu's hair into a rather flamboyant side part, while Wang Qi applied the facial cream his girlfriend had bought him onto Gong Yu's face. Chen Zhirui lent his newly purchased plaid scarf to him, advising that if the lady felt cold in the evening, he should wrap the scarf around her neck and then pull her into his embrace, enveloping her with his coat. This was a maneuver he had recently gleaned from a romance novel. Gu Qinxi, observing Kong Lu's attire, found herself genuinely pleased, her smile nearly betraying her composure. Though she feigned nonchalance, pursing her lips and nodding, saying, "Not bad, quite handsome." Kong Lu, flattered by her compliment, scratched his head awkwardly. He had made considerable preparations for this day, having spent an entire night selecting his outfit, ultimately settling on this ensemble. "Let us get in the car," he urged, as he took a ride in Gu Qinxi's vehicle, arriving at her home. Gu Qinxian had already changed into a lovely little dress, eagerly awaiting her sister's arrival. As time ticked away, Gu Qinxian grew increasingly anxious, sending a message to her sister. "Why are you still not here? You haven't forgotten about me, have you?" After what felt like an eternity, her sister finally replied, "Stay home by yourself for a bit. I'm taking Kongo out to play. You're not coming." Gu Qinxian sensed a deep-seated malice in those words. Just as she was about to call her mother to complain, the front door swung open. It was her sister returning, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man. Wait, that handsome young man was none other than Kong Lu. Gu Qinxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Kong Lu, who had transformed into a striking figure with a change of attire. "What else with that expression?" Gu Qinxi teased, pinching her sister's cheek. "Just wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to change. You keep Kong company for a while." "All right." Gu Qinxian nodded, tugging at Kong Lu's arm and inquiring, "Kong Gu, why are you so dapper today?" "Ah." Kong Lu chuckled awkwardly. "Am I usually that unattractive?" No. How could that be? You're always handsome." Gu Qinxian shook his hand playfully. "It's just that you look especially charming today." Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi returned to her room, gazing at the plethora of clothing in her wardrobe, pondering that perhaps having too many clothes was not necessarily a boon. Ultimately, she selected a camel-colored overcoat that matched Kong Lu's outerwear, pairing it with a black sweater beneath. After changing, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and suddenly felt that standing alongside Kong Lu, they resembled a couple in matching outfits. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, reassuring herself, "I simply wanted to dress this way today. It's absolutely not to give others the impression that we are a couple." Yes, indeed. As soon as she descended the stairs, freshly attired and made up, Gu Qinxian exclaimed, "Sister, you and Kong Gu are in matching outfits." "No," Gu Qinxi retorted, her cheeks flushing as she feebly defended herself, giving her sister a light tap on the head. Gu Qinxian immediately covered her head and ran to Kong Lu for comfort. Kong Lu gently patted Gu Qinxian's head, adeptly soothing her. Gu Qinxi watched from the side, feeling a pang of jealousy. Those were the very words he often used to charm her online. Humph. Stepping forward, Gu Qinxi pulled her sister close, pinching her little face and jesting. "You're quite the little green tea, aren't you?" "I am certainly not a green tea girl. I am but the dear sister of Brother Kong," Gu Qinxian teased, sticking out her tongue. "Unlike you, so aggressive. With such a temperament, you'll surely struggle to find a boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinxi lifted her gaze to see Kong Lu standing opposite them, observing the playful banter between the two sisters with a tender smile gracing his lips. Gu Qinxi's cheeks flushed, and she shot a glare at her younger sister, exclaiming, "Are you asking for a beating?" Suddenly, Gu Qinxian turned to Kong Lu, feigning innocence. "Brother Kong, look. She's being mean to me." Kong Lu awkwardly chuckled, unsure of whom to side with in this playful dispute. Gu Qinxian managed to escape her sister's grasp and ran up to Kong Lu, tugging at his arm. "Brother Kong, you must promise never to date someone as fierce as my sister." Kong Lu hesitated to respond, acutely aware of Gu Chenxi's piercing gaze upon him, which filled him with trepidation. Gu Chenxian continued, "How about I introduce you to someone? My classmate's sister is breathtakingly beautiful and, most importantly, exceedingly gentle." Before she could finish, Gu Chenxi seized her ear in a firm grip. With a darkened expression, Gu Chenxi retorted, "So you've taken to playing matchmaker now? Which of your classmates has a sister more beautiful than me? Enlighten me." Internally, Gu Chenxi mused, "Dare to claim you're more attractive than I? Tonight, you shall face my wrath." Wait. I was merely jesting. Please, spare me." Gu Chenxian whimpered, resembling a mouse caught by a cat, her defiance extinguished under the pressure. "All right, it's time for us to leave." Ultimately, it was Kong Lu who intervened, rescuing Gu Chenxian from her sister's clutches. Since Gu Chenxi's car could be a bit cramped for three, she opted not to drive today. Their family chauffeur was tasked with transporting them to the amusement park. The moment they alighted from the vehicle, Gu Chenxian let out a sudden shriek. "What on earth? Must you be so dramatic?" Gu Chenxi glared at her sister, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Gu Chenxian pointed towards the throngs of people in the distance, her expression one of dismay. "How long will we have to wait before it's our turn?" Gu Chenxi retorted, "And what? Do you wish to cut in line?" Gu Chenxian sighed, "At this rate, we might only manage 2 rides by day's end. If I had known there would be such a crowd, I would have asked Mother to buy us a pass." "Pass?" Kong Lu's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. "Please wait for me here." With that, he dashed off, vanishing from sight. Not long after, Kong Lu returned, clutching several golden cards. He handed them to Gu Chenxi and Gu Chenxian, declaring, "My father's friend works here, and I just secured 3 fast pass tickets, allowing us to skip the lines." "Wow!" Gu Chenxian exclaimed, clutching the exquisite card with admiration, gazing at Kong Lu in awe. "Brother Kong, you managed to acquire something like this? Are you a superhero?" "Uh-huh." Kong Lu offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Gu Chenxi glanced at the ticket in her hand, then back at Kong Lu, her mind tinged with suspicion. Unlike her younger sister, she was not so easily swayed. As an adult, her capacity for discernment remained intact. Noticing the subtle unease on Gu Chenxi's face, Kong Lu inquired, "What's wrong?" In truth, Kong Lu was also quite flustered, anxious that Gu Chenxi might press him further about the ticket. As Gu Chenxi gazed at Kong Lu, her mind momentarily went blank. Adult judgment? It had long since vanished. She felt as if she might lose her composure altogether. Shaking her head, she replied, "It's nothing." Yet internally, she reveled in the thought, "He cares for me. Doesn't he want me to wait in line, and even procured this ticket for me? How sweet of him." The trio entered the amusement park through the fast track, all while drawing envious glances from onlookers. The entire process took less than a minute. Once inside the park, Gu Chenxian clamored to ride the roller coaster. Naturally, Kong Lu acquiesced, guiding her to the attraction. Gu Chenxi, however, expressed her reluctance, suggesting that Kong Lu accompany her sister instead. In truth, she was apprehensive. Despite her typically composed demeanor, she harbored a timid side. During past visits to amusement parks with her sister, she had always felt trepidation toward the seemingly perilous rides, often avoiding them to spare herself the anxiety. With Kong Lu joining them today, the thought of potentially embarrassing herself in front of him due to her fear of the roller coaster made her even more resistant. Holding Gu Chenxian's hand, Kong Lu observed Gu Chenxi standing at the ticketing area, hesitating. He asked once more, "Are you sure you don't want to join us?" I want to ride." Gu Chenxi hesitated for a moment, but resolutely declared her refusal. Seeing her firm resistance, Kong Lu decided not to press further. Yet Gu Chenxian piped up, "My sister is just scared and too timid to ride. She's a coward." Gu Chenxi blushed, retorting, "Who's a coward?" Gu Chenxian stuck out her tongue playfully and clung to Kong Lu's arm, cooing, "You must protect me if I get scared, okay? I'll lean on you if I'm frightened." No." Before Kong Lu could respond, Gu Chenxi expressed her discontent, egged on by her sister's words. She momentarily set aside her fears, rushing towards them and declaring, "I'm not afraid. I want to ride with you both." "Really?" Gu Chenxian raised an eyebrow at her sister's earnest expression, teasingly warning, "Don't be too stubborn. Once the roller coaster starts, it won't be able to stop." "Who's being stubborn?" Gu Chenxi poked her sister's forehead, asserting, "Just make sure you don't wet your pants from fear." Gu Chenxian, hands on her hips, scoffed. As if, thus, under her coaxing, the sister was successfully lured onto the roller coaster. As they boarded, Gu Chenxian exchanged a knowing glance with Kong Lu, as if to say, "Brother, I've managed to get her onto the ship. The rest is up to you. Gong Lu couldn't help but chuckle at the mischievous expression of Gu Qinxian. What are you laughing at? Sitting to his left, Gu Qinxi observed the chuckling Kong Lu with narrowed eyes, a look of suspicion etched on her face. You wouldn't be mocking me, would you? She inquired, raising a small finger in irritation as she glared at him. Do you think I'm too scared to join in? Not at all. Kong Lu hastily waved his hands with a smile, explaining, I merely recalled something delightful. That is why I laughed. You're truly not laughing at me? Of course not. Well, that's a relief. Gu Qinxi nodded, reiterating, I am not the least bit afraid of riding roller coasters. All right, you're the best. Kong Lu found her stubbornness rather endearing, akin to soothing a child. Noticing her safety harness was slightly askew, he leaned over to help straighten it. Gu Qinxi felt her cheeks flush at his gesture, pondering, does he think I'm some helpless little child? I don't need his reassurance, humph. Despite her defiant thoughts, her smile was hard to conceal. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between her older siblings, Gu Qinxian's lips curled into a broad, satisfied smile. Ding ding ding. With a cheerful chime, the roller coaster began its slow, mechanical ascent. As the ride gradually lurched forward, Gu Qinxi's smile began to stiffen. After exiting the initial incline, the coaster climbed a small rise before plummeting down a steep slope, nearly at a 90-degree angle. Though they were not seated in the front row, the visual impact was still daunting, and the sensation of free fall was quite terrifying. With each successive rise and drop, Kong Lu felt his heart race. In stark contrast, Gu Qinxian seemed entirely unfazed by fear. The steeper the descent, the more exhilarated she became, her screams growing louder. Conversely, her sister Gu Qinxi was on the verge of tears, her screams filled with terror, a stark contrast to the joyful cries of her sister. Kong Lu, seated between them, felt as though he were losing his hearing amidst the cacophony, and the terrifying sensation of weightlessness seemed less daunting in comparison. Gu Qinxi clung to his hand tightly. If not for the safety bar, she might have leapt into his lap. To be candid, this roller coaster was undeniably lengthy and thrilling, featuring spirals and dizzying drops, alongside a full 360-degree loop. The price of admission was certainly justified, especially if one could bypass the queue. Moreover, it appeared that there were multiple roller coaster attractions available. Once the ride concluded, Gu Qinxi reverted to her true self. The moment she disembarked, she leapt onto Kong Lu, clinging to him like a koala, sobbing, Wah? I'm never riding again, wah. Seeing her cling desperately to him, Kong Lu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He gently patted her back, whispering softly in her ear, all right, we won't ride anymore. It's all over now. Gu Qinxian observed the scene with a sly smile, secretly taking out her phone to capture the moment. In her heart, she reveled in the thought, haha, my sister's dark history. I shall use this to hold her hostage in the future. Kong Lu, cradling Gu Qinxi, comforted her while leading her to the exclusive resting area, even purchasing her some candy. Watching Gu Qinxi sob while enjoying the candy, Kong Lu suddenly felt as though he were raising a daughter. After finishing the candy, Gu Qinxi, with tearful eyes, lamented, woo, this candy isn't sweet. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. That wasn't me. Kong Lu gazed at the weeping Gu Qinxi, and then cast a glance at the smirking Gu Qinxian. He directly pulled her over and pushed her in front of Gu Qinxi, stating, whoever made her cry must comfort her. Huh. Gu Qinxian, who had been grinning broadly, was taken aback as she stood dumbfounded before Kong Lu, saying, This isn't my fault, is it? Kong Lu shrugged and replied, You shouldn't have used reverse psychology to trick her into riding the roller coaster. I was merely trying to assist you. Gu Qinxian grasped Kong Lu's hand and whispered in his ear, Look, doesn't your relationship with my sister seem to have progressed? She is currently in a vulnerable state. You should take this opportunity to comfort her and aim to win her over by the end of the day. Upon finishing her words, Gu Qinxian pushed Kong Lu towards Gu Qinxi and gave him a knowing glance, raising her little fist as if to say, Go for it, brother Kong. You must succeed. Kong Lu, bemused by Gu Qinxian's expression, had encountered sibling rivalries before. Yet he had never seen a sister actively assist another in pursuing their elder sibling. This sister was indeed an anomaly. Subsequently, Kong Lu took Gu Qinxi to buy an abundance of candy, soothing her for quite some time until she was finally comforted. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxian had already ventured off to enjoy the pirate ship ride, cheerfully waving at the two from her perch. Gu Qinxi examined her face through her phone's camera. Her makeup was flawless, without a trace of tears, and she contentedly put her phone away, turning her gaze towards Kong Lu. He was smiling and waving at Gu Qinxian, resembling a proud father bringing his daughter to an amusement park, gazing with satisfaction at Gu Qinxian, who was joyfully seated on the pirate ship. Gu Qinxi felt her cheeks flush. Recalling her earlier sobbing on the roller coaster was utterly embarrassing, especially knowing he had witnessed such a humiliating moment. More distressing was the fact that upon disembarking, she had clung to him in tears. Gu Qinxi dared not dwell on those mortifying images, fearing that such awkwardness might jeopardize her confession tonight. Clutching a handful of candies that Kong Lu had just bought to placate her, she noticed the cute cartoon characters on the candy wrappers, one of which featured Ling Nabel, a design she cherished and had refrained from eating. With a flushed face, Gu Qinxi gently patted Kong Lu's shoulder. "What's the matter?" Kong Lu turned to inquire. With her face still crimson, Gu Qinxi feigned calmness and declared, "Let us forget everything that just happened. That wasn't me. That was, I understand." Gong Lu smiled faintly and remarked, "In truth, you possess a dual personality. The tearful Gu Qinxi just now represents your timid self, while the current Gu Qinxi is the authentic you, correct?" Yes." Gu Qinxi nodded, her heart racing with a hint of guilt. "Very well." Gong Lu replied earnestly. "I seem to have lost my memory. I can't recall anything." Gu Qinxi's face flushed, and her heartbeat quickened, rendering her momentarily speechless. The two settled on a bench beside the pirate ship, awaiting Gu Qinchuan's conclusion of her game. After an indeterminate time had passed, Gu Qinxi broke the silence, saying, "Do you think I'm rather childish, deliberately treating me like a little kid?" "Not at all." "How could that be?" Gong Lu shook his head, pointing at a little girl in the distance clutching a cotton candy adorned with stickers, and inquired, "Would you like some cotton candy?" "Absolutely." Gu Qinxi replied without hesitation, only to suddenly realize something, her smile vanishing as she said sternly, "And you claim not to treat me like a child." Gong Lu chuckled at her expression, choosing not to respond, and hurried off to procure a cotton candy for her. The cotton candy here was quite large and substantial, priced at 50 yuan, with a luminous stick supporting it. Gong Lu opted for a sticker of Ling Nabel to adorn the treat. "Thank you." Although she professed not to be a child, the moment Gu Qinxi received the cotton candy, her grin was particularly radiant. The cotton candy was enormous and delicious, sweet and delightful. To maintain her composure, Gu Qinxi tore off small bits with her hands, placing them in her mouth without chewing, allowing her saliva to moisten the candy, releasing its sweetness gradually, a unique method of hers. Observing Gong Lu beside her, absorbed in his phone, Gu Qinxi tapped his shoulder and said, "It's too much for me to finish alone. Please help me eat some." "Sure," he replied, quickly sending a message on his phone before joining her in savoring the cotton candy. However, his manner of eating was far less refined than Gu Qinxi's. He tore off a large chunk and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it with abandon. Just a moment ago, Gu Qinxi had envisioned a sweet scene of sharing the cotton candy, but upon witnessing Gong Lu's actions, her eyes widened in astonishment. Internally, Gu Qinxi thought, "This isn't how the script goes." Gong Lu licked the sugary strand stuck at the corner of his mouth and, under her bewildered gaze, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Gu Qinxi shook her head, staring blankly at the half-eaten cotton candy in her hand, thinking, how could he eat that much in one go? Oh dear. After finishing the cotton candy, Gu Qinxi tucked the Ling Nabel sticker into her bag. It had been moistened with water to adhere to the cotton candy, leaving the adhesive portion intact for potential reuse. Yet, most people were unaware of this and discarded the sticker after consumption. Observing her actions, Gong Lu inquired, "Do you have a fondness for Ling Nabel?" Previously, there seemed to be no particular sentiment, but when Gu Qinxi spoke of this, her gaze shifted towards Gong Lu, and her intentions were unmistakable. On her birthday, the doll of Lingna Bayer, gifted by Gong Lu, had been her constant companion during sleep. Gong Lu glanced at his phone and remarked, "Since you adore Lingna Bayer so much, the time for the parade is fast approaching. Would you like to touch Lingna Bayer's belly?" Gu Qinxi's eyes widened, akin to an innocent child, as she inquired, "Is that possible?" Gong Lu nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I've heard there might be hidden rewards." The two promptly forgot about Gu Qinxian, who was still seated on the pirate ship, and hurried towards the starting point of the parade. Behind the red and black checkered gate, a splendid float awaited, ready to welcome various Disney characters. As the time approached, the gate would open, marking the commencement of the parade. By the time Gong Lu and Gu Qinxi arrived, A considerable crowd had already gathered, with a Lingna buyer mascot standing in the center, waving at everyone. Gong Lu waved at the mascot, who immediately made its way over, with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Gu Chenxi asked, "May I touch your belly?" The mascot nodded. "Thank you." Gu Chenxi exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to caress Lingna buyer's fluffy little belly. After the belly rub, Lingna buyer presented her with an invitation. "Wow!" Gu Chenxi exclaimed in delight as she accepted the invitation, asking, "What is this?" Beside her, Gong Lu, astonished, remarked, "This appears to be an invitation for the parade's guest of honor. It is inviting us to be parade guests. What does that entail?" Gu Chenxi tilted her head, gazing at Gong Lu, both surprised and elated, completely oblivious to the slightly exaggerated expression on Gong Lu's face. At that moment, a young lady dressed in a work uniform approached them, explaining, "Congratulations to both of you, you lucky young ones. You have been selected to be our special guests for the float parade. Shortly, there will be a lead vehicle, and you will sit on it, accompanying our float procession for the entire route." "Ah," Gu Chenxi gasped, questioning, "Are you saying we will be at the front of the parade, under everyone's gaze?" The uniformed lady waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You won't have to walk. You will remain seated in the vehicle the entire time." "That won't do." Gu Chenxi decisively shook her head. "I suffer from social anxiety. The thought of being watched by so many people is terrifying. I won't do it." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Gong Lu. The young lady, hearing her, offered a wry smile and glanced at Gong Lu. Gong Lu gently patted Gu Chenxi's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right, I'll be with you." End of this chapter. Chapter 66. The float parade. Before long, the time for the float parade arrived. Emerging from behind the gate was a Chevrolet Camaro, the very embodiment of Bumblebee from the film, albeit in a unique Disney-exclusive blue-purple hue rather than yellow. Adorning the hood of the car was an imprint of the Disney castle, while the back seat had been transformed into a child's rocking chair, capable of accommodating 3 individuals. The leading float glided ahead, daily selecting fortunate families to experience the joyous atmosphere of the parade. Today, aboard this vehicle were Gong Yu and Gu Chenxi. Though Gu Chenxi felt an inner resistance, she ultimately acquiesced to Gong Yu's encouragement and took her place on the float. The audience was exuberantly waving at the duo, and Gu Chenxi, feeling a twinge of nervousness, instinctively grasped Gong Yu's arm. When anxious, her expression tightened, emanating an aloof and formidable demeanor, reminiscent of a haughty sister. In the past, Gong Yu might have wondered if she was upset or what might be troubling her. However, the present Gong Yu found a hint of amusement in her nervous demeanor. He intertwined his fingers with hers and whispered gently in her ear, "It's all right, don't be anxious. See how everyone is waving at you." Gu Chenxi felt warmth at his words and turned to him, softly admitting, "I'm still a bit nervous. Let me tell you a joke." "What joke?" A nurse patted a patient's shoulder to wake him, and the patient asked, "What's wrong?" Do you know what the nurse replied? "Get up and take a walk." "No," the nurse said, "Get up and take your sleeping pills." Gu Chenxi burst into laughter, her first smile amidst a crowd of strangers. Onlookers admired the scene, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Some queried, "How much does it cost to ride this float?" "I have no idea. It must be quite expensive, right? With such stunning appearances. They must be hired actors." Others remarked on the girl's beauty, while a few wondered if no one thought the young man handsome as well. "I wish to ride." The cacophony of voices mingled with the music emanating from the float. Flanking the float were 2 adorable mascots, Winnie the Pooh on the left and Tigger on the right, followed by a small, silly donkey. Gu Chenxi and Gong Yu, fingers entwined, sat on the float as he recounted jokes. In that moment, Gu Chenxi felt no fear. Her smile was radiant. As golden sunlight cascaded upon the two, they emanated a luminous glow. Unbeknownst to them, time seemed to freeze, transforming the world into a cinematic slow-motion montage, bathed in a glassy filter. The scene appeared suspended in that instant, with only the glimmer in their eyes continuing to dance. At the moment their gazes locked, it eclipsed all the world's confessions of love. Gong Yu pondered, "Should I confess now? But there's a fireworks show later." Gu Chenxi thought, "I wish to confess now, but there are so many people. Kissing in front of them would make me shy." Until the moment the float reached its destination and the concluding melody resonated, the world, which had been suspended in time, began to flow once more. Everything that had been momentarily paused regained its vitality, yet the 2 individuals remained unable to utter the words "I love you" that lingered in their hearts. Standing face to face on the bustling street at the end of the parade, they gazed at each other in silence. It was only when Gu Qinxian stormed over, tearfully admonishing them, "Why didn't you take me to the float parade?" that the stillness was broken. Achievement unlocked. A world where only Gu Qinxian feels hurt. The entire afternoon thereafter was consumed in soothing Gu Qinxian. After pacifying the elder sister, they turned their attention to the younger, leaving Kong Lu somewhat overwhelmed. More importantly, Gu Qinxian was far less easily appeased than her sister. They exhausted every means to entertain her, indulging in various games and snacks, ultimately conceding to several of her demands. Only then did Gu Qinxian reluctantly agree to forgive her irresponsible siblings. After the commotion, it was time for dinner. The trio made their way to a themed restaurant, where the culinary offerings were distinctive, each dish whimsically named after Disney animations. However, the flavors could only be described as mediocre, lacking any particularly remarkable qualities. And the prices were rather steep. After their meal, Gu Qinxian purchased a chocolate-flavored ice cream cone. Upon witnessing Kong Lu buying ice cream for his younger sister, Gu Qinxi felt a pang of jealousy and insisted on having one as well. Reluctantly, Kong Lu acquiesced and procured another for her. After securing the ice creams, he finally led the two children out of the restaurant. With Gu Qinxian standing between them, the trio strolled down the street, their backs resembling a typical family outing. Yet only Kong Lu understood that among them, he was the sole adult. Observing the two sisters relishing their ice creams, he mused, "Initially, we had agreed that Gu Qinxi would be the one to entertain us, so how have I become their guardian?" As they ambled leisurely, they arrived beneath the enchanting Disney castle, awaiting the evening's fireworks display, which was set to commence in half an hour. The area was already teeming with spectators. Many had arrived before dusk, eager to secure a prime viewing spot. With the two girls in tow, Kong Lu held onto their passes as they navigated through the throng, drawing envious glances from those waiting for the fireworks. Guided by the staff, they made their way to the VIP viewing area, distinctly separated from the general section by colorful light strips. The designated area was spacious, and the staff provided them with a few small stools. Kong Lu and Gu Qinxi settled comfortably on their stools, each lost in thought. Yet both shared a common goal: to confess their feelings at the moment the fireworks erupted in the sky. Gu Qinxian, however, was unable to remain still. She bounced around the expansive viewing area like a vivacious little rabbit. She exclaimed, "Kong Gij, your pass is truly amazing. Is your father's friend really just an ordinary staff member here?" Kong Lu, somewhat sheepish, nodded and stole a glance at Gu Qinxi beside him. From the very beginning, Gu Qinxi ceased to smile, her expression turning rather serious, lost in her thoughts. Kong Lu, poised to confess his feelings, found himself growing increasingly anxious due to her demeanor. He pondered, after revealing my identity, will she be upset? What if she rejects my confession? There will be so many people watching. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi thought, as I bravely laid bare my feelings, will he be angry? What if he turns me down? What should I do? I am so nervous. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. The moon reflects in the heart of the lake as night descended and the lights began to twinkle. The castle at the center of the lake, illuminated by a myriad of colors, emerged like a scene from a fairy tale, generously showcasing its beauty to all present. Everyone seemed to be transported into a whimsical world, reminiscent of the enchanting moments from childhood Disney animations, now manifesting in reality. As if sharing a silent understanding, the two exchanged glances. The boy's eyes sparkled with clarity, his tranquil gaze resembling a serene spring, clear and still, yet rich with depth, leaving her feeling as if she were standing before a profoundly wise elder. The girl's emotions were fervent, akin to the warm sun of spring or the cool breeze of summer, subtly stirring the boy's heart with her modest yet passionate gestures, often leading him to lose his rational thought. Her feelings rippled through his heart like a stone dropped into a lake, creating waves of affection. Kong Lu smirked softly. Curiously, Gu Qinxi inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I suddenly recalled a line of poetry," he replied. "Do you want to share it?" she asked eagerly, her eyes wide with anticipation. As Kong Lu gazed at Gu Qinxi, his affection deepened, and he recited, "The moon reflects in the heart of the lake. Wild cranes soar toward the leisurely clouds." She cautiously asked, "Does this line carry some special meaning?" With a playful smirk, he replied, "Guess." "Guess? What a nonsense." Gu Qinxi huffed, cheeks puffed out, glaring at him like an irate little hamster. Having learned from last night's lesson, the astute Gu Qinxi pulled out her phone. intent on consulting the internet for the meaning of the poem. No cheating, Kong Lu exclaimed, snatching her phone away before she could even open the browser. Gu Qinxi looked at him in frustration. I read less than you do. I can't possibly guess what this poem means. Just tell me. Kong Lu crossed his arms, gazing up at the moon. Tonight, it appeared particularly round, large, and luminous, even more stunning than the night before. Actually, there's another part to this poem. Would you like to know what it is? He teased. Yes, yes. Gu Qinxi nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Please tell me. Maintain the mystery. Kong Lu chuckled at her impatience. I'll reveal it once the fireworks show begins. You. Gu Qinxi pointed at him, momentarily at a loss for words on how to scold him properly. The sensation resembles that moment in a captivating novel when the author abruptly concludes a chapter at the most thrilling point, leaving one to anxiously await the continuation for an entire day. Gu Qinxi thought to herself, Kong Lu is utterly despicable. He is even more infuriating than an author who leaves one hanging. With this thought, Gu Qinxi resolved to tease him a bit as well, saying, I actually had a little surprise for you. What surprise? Naturally, Kong Lu fell right into her trap. Gu Qinxi mirrored his earlier expression, a sly smile playing on her lips as she replied, Guess. Ahem. Kong Lu struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that Gu Qinxi had turned his own tactic against him. He chuckled, You learn quite quickly. That's because you taught me well. Gu Qinxi replied playfully, raising an eyebrow and adding, Kong family education. Kong family education? Kong Lu echoed the term Gu Qinxi had used for him. If it weren't for his role as a tutor to her sister, he might have never realized that Gu Qinxi was indeed his online romantic partner. Sometimes, one must concede that destiny is both enchanting and tangible. Kong Lu rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward Gu Qinxi, who was seated. Actually, I wish to confess something to you. Gu Qinxi looked up at the suddenly standing Kong Lu, inquiring, What is it? After a brief hesitation, as if he had made a momentous decision, he began, Do you have an online? It's you, I know. Before Kong Lu could finish his sentence, Gu Qinxi preemptively revealed the answer. In that instant, Kong Lu stood frozen, a whirlwind of confusion, astonishment, and delight coursing through him. Those 5 simple words struck him like a bolt from the blue, rendering his mind blank. His once sharp intellect now akin to a malfunctioning computer, utterly incapacitated. After a prolonged silence, Kong Lu finally managed to utter a sound of astonishment from his throat. Gu Qinxi also stood up. In that moment, her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cunning glint in her eyes as she regarded Kong Lu and said, Can you guess how I found out? Kong Lu stared at her, speechless, unable to fathom the answer, his mind a chaotic jumble. With hands on her hips, Gu Qinxi declared smugly, I wonder which fool forgot to change accounts while playing games with my sister, leading to my discovery. What? Upon hearing Gu Qinxi's words, Kong Lu gasped once more. He could hardly believe that his identity had been revealed due to a few gaming sessions with Gu Qinxi's sister. He turned his gaze toward Gu Qinxian, who was crouched by the railing, watching the fish in the lake. Sensing a mischievous stare upon her, Gu Qinxian instinctively looked back, only to find her brother and sister gazing at her intently. In that moment, an unease crept into her heart, a premonition of danger. Although she was oblivious to her misdeeds, perhaps it was the afternoon's feigned tears to elicit sympathy and coax them into clearing her shopping cart. Or something else entirely. Gu Qinxian could hardly afford to ponder such matters now. From a distance, she called out to the two, saying, I have a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. Then, in a flash, she vanished without a trace. After Gu Qinxian emerged, she said with a lingering sense of fear, That was close. I almost became a firework sent to the heavens by my brother and sister. Gu Qinxi continued to inquire, Can you guess when I realized it? After pondering for a long time, Kong Lu noticed Gu Qinxi's impatience, fearing that he might not guess correctly. She revealed the answer directly. It was the day you helped me get rid of that girl in the library who wanted my contact information. The two spoke in unison. Once the words were uttered, they exchanged a knowing smile, perhaps amused by their mutual understanding. Kong Lu then asked, Since you already knew, why haven't you exposed this matter? And why are you still playing along with me? Gu Qinxi seemed to anticipate Kong Lu's question. She completed his thought and countered, First, tell me why you waited until today to clarify my identity after knowing it? Kong Lu scratched his head and replied, I was afraid you might not like me. Is that reason sufficient? Sufficient. Gu Qinxi nodded, responding, Because my reason is the same as yours. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Kong Lu's eyes. What did her words mean? Did she fear that after revealing her identity, he would not like her? Therefore, she liked him as well, right? Kong Lu felt a mixture of shock and joy. Meanwhile, Gu Chenxi had already taken out a prepared item, ready to confess to Kong Lu. Since he had already revealed his identity, she felt no hesitation. She was determined to confess. Clutching a small box tightly in her hand, she encouraged herself inwardly. Gu Chenxi, you can do it. Unbeknownst to her, Kong Lu was also feeling around in his pocket. He was also motivating himself. Kong Lu, the fireworks show is about to start in a few seconds. Now is the time to confess. Chapter 68. Wild cranes rushed towards leisurely clouds at the same moment. Both took out gifts they had concealed for a long time, bowing as they presented them to each other, even uttering their confessions simultaneously. However, due to the synchronicity, neither noticed the other's declaration. Even the phrase "I like you" was drowned out by the resounding explosion of fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of fireworks exploding in the sky filled their ears, and the gifts lingered in their hands, as if the other had no intention of accepting them. Kong Lu thought to himself, surely she wouldn't reject my confession? Gu Chenxi pondered, does he not like my gift? Almost simultaneously, both straightened up and lifted their gazes. Upon seeing the gift boxes in each other's hands, they first exchanged looks of astonishment, followed by relieved smiles. They each tucked away the unpresented gifts and turned their attention to the brilliant fireworks above. The cacophony of the fireworks was so overwhelming that during their attempts to communicate, they had to raise their voices to hear one another. Gong Yu leaned down and whispered into Gu Chenxi's ear. Did you not say that girls adore flowers in various colors? Surely, colorful fireworks can be considered flowers as well? Indeed, they can, Gu Chenxi replied. Her gaze transfixed by the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky, a radiant reflection dancing in her eyes. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips as she added, so, when you posed that question yesterday, were you planning to give me flowers today? Moreover, here is this. Gong Yu opened a gift box that he had just refrained from presenting, revealing an exquisite wristwatch. The watch seemed familiar to Gu Chenxi, as if she had seen it somewhere before, yet there was something distinctly different about it. Indeed, it was the women's Starry Sky watch that Gong Yu had unwrapped during his second delivery. He cast a glance at Gu Chenxi, and under the approving light of her gaze, adorned her slender, fair wrist with the watch, sparkling with the brilliance of the cosmos. Once secured, Gong Yu leaned closer, murmuring, by wearing this watch, you belong to me now. Gu Chenxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. When she lifted her gaze again, she calmly opened the gift box she held, revealing a beautiful silver bracelet adorned with a unique orchid design. Gu Chenxi then placed the bracelet on Gong Yu's left wrist, where it looked stunning, and more importantly, the orchid motif elegantly concealed a scar on his wrist. Wishing to speak with him, Gu Chenxi realized he was a bit too tall for her to reach, so she playfully beckoned him with her finger. Understanding her intent, Gong Yu immediately leaned down. With pride, Gu Chenxi whispered in his ear, by accepting my gift, you are entirely mine. Gong Yu's face turned as red as Gu Chenxi's had moments before. Their eyes locked, and though no words were exchanged, the air between them crackled with a palpable tension. As the first wave of fireworks concluded, darkness enveloped the scene, leaving no light in its wake. After a brief silence of several seconds, the second wave of fireworks erupted, even more splendid and ethereal than the last. The fireworks illuminated the pitch-black sky, and amidst the awestruck spectators, a couple was spotted in the center of the viewing area, passionately embracing and kissing. With the castle and fireworks as their backdrop, they held each other tightly, and in that moment, everything transformed into a theatrical stage. The spotlight shone upon them, while the audience below became spectators of this fairy tale. Cheers erupted, and some captured photographs, striving to immortalize this beautiful moment. Two streams of fireworks shot from either side of the castle, tracing perfect arcs in the sky before converging, showering down countless sparkling stars. Following this, the final display of fireworks graced the night. The crimson bursts against the black sky appeared extraordinarily vibrant, everything so breathtakingly beautiful. Gong Yu, gazing at the blushing Gu Chenxi, enveloped her once more in his arms and, in a voice clear enough for only the two of them to hear, confessed, I like you. Leaning against him, Gu Chenxi remained silent for a long while before responding, I liked you first. As the firework display came to a close, they both felt as if they had just returned from a realm of fairy tales to the reality around them, their eyes filled with a dreamy daze. Kong Lu felt a peculiar dizziness, teetering on the edge of distinguishing reality from a dream. Gu Chenxi mused to herself. If this were merely a dream, she wished to remain ensconced in it for eternity. Meanwhile, Gu Chenxian returned from the fireworks display, utterly oblivious to the momentous scene she had missed. She noticed Kong Lu's lips were crimson and exclaimed, "Kong Lu, what happened to your mouth? It's swollen." Kong Lu, unable to suppress a laugh at her remark, glanced at Gu Chenxi, whose face had turned a shade of red. He replied, "I just ate a chili pepper. It was quite spicy." Gu Chenxian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What kind of chili is so potent that just one can redden your lips? I want to try it." Gu Chenxi, blushing, retorted, "You're probably just craving chestnuts." She playfully tapped her sister's forehead, chiding, "All you think about is eating. Why are you hitting me?" Gu Chenxian protested, cradling her head, feeling aggrieved. She then noticed that her sister's lips also bore a hint of redness. And it was certainly not the kind from lipstick. Perceiving her sister's inquisitive gaze, Gu Chenxi asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Gu Chenxian innocently questioned, "Sister, did you sneak a chili too? Why are your lips swollen?" Kong Lu, standing beside Gu Chenxi, could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter at the little girl's words. Blushing, Gu Chenxi pinched his waist and warned, "If you keep laughing, I'll bite you." Despite the slight pain, Kong Lu teased, whispering in her ear, "Bite where?" "Ah, what is wrong with you, Kong Lu?" With his dramatic yelp, Gu Chenxian stared at their bizarre antics and remarked, "Sister, your face has turned even redder." Gu Chenxi feigned composure, retorting, "Be quiet. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Why are you being so fierce?" Boo-hoo. As the clock approached 11, Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi made their way back to the school, strolling along the familiar path to their dormitory. The atmosphere felt even more intimate than the previous day, their shadows merging as one. Noticing Kong Lu's hesitation, Gu Chenxi suddenly declared, "If you don't take my hand soon, I'll head to the dorm by myself." At her words, Kong Lu relinquished all hesitation and boldly grasped her hand. Their fingers intertwined as they had during the daytime parade, both lost in blissful laughter. In the innocence of their first love, they appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to maintain their balance. Gu Chenxi swayed like a clumsy penguin, prompting Kong Lu, who was unaccustomed to waiting for others, to slow his pace and imitate her, wobbling along beside her. Now, they resembled two endearingly clumsy penguins. Kong Lu accompanied her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, yet Gu Chenxi was reluctant to let go. Tilting his head, Kong Lu smiled at her, saying, "If you don't go in soon, the dormitory doors will close." "All right, but wait, haven't you forgotten something?" Gu Chenxi reluctantly released Kong Lu's hand. As if recalling something, she said, "You haven't told me the latter half of the poem you recited tonight." "No, in truth, I have long since shared it with you," Kong Lu replied, shaking his head and reciting the verse once more. "The moonlight reflects upon the lake's heart. Wild cranes soar towards the idle clouds. I step into you. TSK, 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 such young couples these days, kissing right beneath the dormitory. Truly, the morals of society are declining." Shenxia, just returning from the laundry room on the first floor, observed the couple outside the dormitory, clicking her tongue in lamentation over societal decay, yet found herself unable to look away. Why do they seem increasingly familiar? End of chapter. Chapter 69. Reflection after the date you're back. Inside the girls' dormitory, Shenxia and two other roommates moved chairs into the center of the corridor, poised as if to judge Gu Chenxi. "What are you all up to?" Gu Chenxi hummed a cheerful tune as she opened the dormitory door, and upon seeing their demeanor, she smiled and asked, "If I don't come back, where would I stay?" Shenxia raised her phone, pointing at a photo displayed on the screen. "Isn't this you?" Gu Chenxi took her phone and glanced at the image, which must have been taken moments ago, capturing the scene of her and Kong Lu kissing beneath the dormitory. Blushing slightly, she chuckled, "You took this? It's quite a good shot." "Xiaoxi." Shenxia approached, pinching Gu Chenxi's cheek. "You two were making out right beneath the girls' dormitory. Is that appropriate?" The other two girls chimed in, "Exactly." Previously, Gu Chenxi often joined her roommates in critiquing couples who openly displayed their affection beneath the dormitory, deeming it indecent. Yet now, having entered a relationship herself, she found it ironic that she had engaged in the same behavior. The trio exchanged glances, astonished that their esteemed dormitory beauty would partake in such acts. But one simply cannot resist. Gu Chenxi's face was flushed, her hands covering her cheeks, her body swaying as if she might topple over. Her embarrassment seemed to manifest as wisps of white smoke, rising gently from her head. Cannot resist. Shenxia, hands on her hips, questioned, how can you not resist? Is kissing truly addictive? Indeed. The other two girls echoed in agreement. You wouldn't understand. Kissing can indeed become addictive. Gu Qinxi asserted from her seat. I used to think it was rather inappropriate for two people to be so intimately engaged, but tonight. As Gu Qinxi recounted the details of her date, her three initially judgmental roommates transformed into her most ardent listeners, gathering around her in eager anticipation. As the saying goes, a widow is a widow. Prior to Gu Qinxi's relationship with Kong Lu, all four girls in the dormitory were single beauties, each a paragon of grace. Gu Qinxi, of course, was renowned as the aloof campus beauty of the university, while Shenxia similarly held the title of campus flower within the business school. Two other girls were present. One was named Lin Ji, who sported round glasses and appeared to be the quintessential studious type, yet in reality, she was a homebody with a penchant for reading fan fiction and attending comic conventions. She seldom adorned herself, always clad in oversized clothing. But when she did make an effort, her beauty rivaled that of Shenxia. The other girl, known as Zhou Xiaonan, was a petite darling standing at 1.50 meters, affectionately dubbed the little potato of her graduate studies, embodying the essence of a scholarly prodigy. As the semester drew to a close, she became the authoritative figure in the dormitory. This southern girl possessed a melodious voice, yet her small stature belied a fiery temperament, often leading her to express frustration by smashing her phone after losing in video games, a notable flaw of hers. At that moment, the three girls resembled three obedient little rabbits, their expressions rapt with attention as Gu Qinxi recounted the details of her date that evening. Whenever she reached an enthralling part of the story, they would break into dreamy smiles, as if they were the protagonists within the tale, though in truth, all three were merely pitiful single souls. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Kong Lu was undergoing judgment from his roommates. You actually came back? In stark contrast to the girls' dormitory, Kong Lu faced disdain from his three companions upon returning late at night. Du Honyuan raised his middle finger and exclaimed, you spent the entire day with her, and didn't he even take your time to find a hotel to spend the night before returning? You made it back before curfew? Kong Lu sighed, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. Who would be so bold as to book a hotel on their first date? Du Honyuan raised his chin defiantly and replied, if it were me, I would have done just that. Kong Lu retorted with a dismissive gesture. Dream on until you manage to get Shenxia's WeChat. Shut your mouth. Du Honyuan clutched his chest dramatically, feigning heartbreak. You, don't bring up painful subjects. Wang Qi leaned over from the upper bunk, inquiring, so, old Lu, how did it go today? Chen Zhirui, having paused his game, removed his headphones to ask, did you confess? Kong Lu wore an enigmatic smile, remaining silent for a while, clearly relishing the suspense. Du Honyuan, growing impatient, shook his shoulder and urged, speak. Just say something. All right. Kong Lu nodded. I confessed. Du Honyuan pressed on. And then? What happened next? Once again, Kong Lu flashed that mysterious smile. Wang Qi and Chen Zhirui, exasperated, rolled around on their beds before leaping down to pin Kong Lu in place, demanding he divulge the details of the date. This illustrates that gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, one that transcends gender. After hearing Kong Lu's account of the date, Wang Qi, who had a girlfriend, was unfazed, while Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui laughed like fools, eagerly probing Kong Lu about the sensation of kissing. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu fell into contemplation. The feeling of kissing, it was indeed a curious experience, he thought with a chuckle. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Qinxi's roommates posed her the same question. Gu Qinxi, with a silly grin, reminisced about the moment she shared a kiss with Kong Lu. To be candid, her mind was a blank at that moment. She recalled nothing save for the sounds of fireworks bursting and the cacophony of chatter around her. These sounds intertwined, while her heartbeat resonated distinctly amid the clamor, quickening with each passing moment. The two individuals sharing their first kiss were somewhat awkward, their lips grazing against each other for what felt like an eternity. Moments earlier, beneath the girls' dormitory, Gong Lu had embraced her once more, this time with a daring flick of his tongue. In the boys' dormitory, Gong Lu reminisced, contemplating adjectives to describe the sensation, a tingling sweetness akin to an electric shock. Her lips were fragrant and soft, her tongue equally tender. Chuckling to himself, he found amusement in the memory. Oh. The dormitory 215 echoed with envious and jealous shrieks as Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui were metaphorically slain by this insufferable display of affection, rushing back to their beds, weeping into their blankets. Listening to Gong Lu, Wang Qi recollected the enchanting feeling of his own first kiss with a girlfriend, undeniably intoxicating. If the boys' dormitory was thus, how could the girls be any different? Shen Xia was nearly in tears from envy, clutching Gu Qinxi's slender waist, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, I wish to experience a kiss too. Please help me find a boyfriend." "Calm yourself," Gu Qinxi replied, brushing her fingers gently against Shen Xia's face. "With your qualities, finding a partner should be a breeze." As she spoke, she couldn't resist taking advantage of Shen Xia's naivety. Gu Qinxi mused internally, "How I wish to possess such attributes." Chapter 70. As long as it's you, this group of superficial men were drawn solely by her physique and beauty, utterly oblivious to my true self. Shen Xia tossed her voluminous waves, declaring, "Sister embodies pure love. I haven tea, even let a boy touch my hand." Gu Qinxi inquired, "What kind of boyfriend do you desire?" After some contemplation, Shen Xia replied, "He must be tall, with long legs, an 8-pack, a fit physique, gentle and considerate, handsome and wealthy," and so forth. Gu Qinxi interrupted, "So you regard me as some wish-granting turtle, do you? Am I merely a vessel for your desires?" Lin Ji chimed in, "Xia Xia, your demands are straight out of an otome game. Join me in this fantasy. I refuse to date a mere paper character." Shen Xia lamented, clutching her head in despair, "I want a handsome man, a man with an 8-pack. Hey, hey, hey." Zhou Xiaonan patted Shen Xia on the shoulder. "You criticize those men for being superficial, solely attracted to your looks and figure, yet you wish for a handsome man with abs. How do you differ from those who focus only on your appearance?" Xiaonan had a point. Gu Qinxi pinched Shen Xia's cheek. "Can't you learn from her? Be clever, calm, and rational." Just as Gu Qinxi finished speaking, Zhou Xiaonan added, "Sister Shi, my requirements are modest. I only need someone who can carry me in games." Gu Qinxi, exasperated, retorted, "I take back my previous words. You two are equally matched." In the girls' dormitory, a girl in a relationship was attempting to enlighten her 3 single friends about the perils of romantic fixation. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Wang Qi continued to lounge in bed, engrossed in a lengthy phone call with his girlfriend. Gong Lu was taking a shower in the bathroom, humming a little tune, convinced that singing while bathing made him akin to a deity of the Chinese music scene. Meanwhile, Chen Ji Rue continued to play games with a girl he had recently met online. The two engaged in daily gaming sessions, having added each other as friends, and their conversations were fervent. From time to time, they would seek advice from Gong Lu and Du Hongyuan. When asked why he didn't consult Wang Qi, it was noted that Wang Qi was struggling with his own romantic endeavors and often sought counsel from Gong Lu and Du Hongyuan, rendering his insights of little value. Only Du Hongyuan, the most astute strategist in the dormitory, had yet to embark on a romantic journey himself. It was said that a strategist who does not engage in battle is destined to lose. That night on the playground, despite approaching numerous girls, he had failed to spark a single conversation, crumbling after just 3 sentences. At that moment, he lay in bed, secretly shedding tears. After finishing his shower, Gong Lu glanced at the still weeping Du Hongyuan and chuckled, "Stop crying. I'll send you a photo. Look at it, and then try to get some sleep." With that, he opened the chat window and requested 2 selfies of Shen Xia from Gu Qinxi, which he promptly sent to Du Hongyuan. Upon seeing the photos on his phone, Du Hongyuan's tears disappeared instantly. "Foster father, allow me to pay my respects. Get lost." Gong Lu laughed, scolding him lightly before turning off the dormitory lights and climbing into bed. Now, every night, he had a new task: to engage in voice calls with Gu Qinxi while playing games. In the girls' dormitory, Shen Xia asked curiously, "Xiaoxi, what do you need my photos for?" Gu Qinxi raised an eyebrow and replied, "To help you find a partner." "Are you serious?" Shen Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Qinxi. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Is it too late for me to change to a better photo?" "No need. These 2 photos are already quite lovely," Gu Qinxi said, patting Shen Xia's head as if she were a child. "All right, go back to playing." Feeling a bit flustered from the head pat, Shen Xia retorted, "Is that polite?" At Gu Qinxi's request, Gong Lu donned his headphones during their call. Normally, while gaming, Gu Qinxi would type baby to him. But hearing her say it aloud for the first time sent Gong Lu into a euphoric state, invigorating his gameplay. He thought to himself, a girlfriend has 2 faces. How adorable, if only others understood. The opposing player remarked, "Has this guy hacked? He is on a rampage." After the game concluded, they began to chat. Gu Chunxi playfully asked, "Baby, will you tell me a story?" Gong Lu hesitated. Telling stories feels a bit cheesy. Where's the cheesiness? You were telling me jokes on the float during the day. She countered. But I'm in the dorm now, Gong Lu replied, stretching his neck to glance under his bed. There, Chunji Rue and Du Hong Yuan lay like two zombies, eagerly watching him, attempting to glean some flirting techniques. Gong Lu pressed the mute button and said to the duo, "Can you both back off a bit?" Du Hong Yuan piped up in a teasing falsetto, "No way. No way, dear brother. We want to hear your story too." In the dimly lit dormitory, Gong Lu found himself at a loss for words. His head filled with a myriad of thoughts. The playful voice of Gu Chunxi echoed in his ears, urging him, "Baby, just tell me." Faced with her charming coaxing, Gong Lu could not help but smile wryly. Steeling himself, he recounted a bedtime story within the confines of his dormitory. Beneath the bed, Chunjirue and Du Hongyuan stifled their laughter, listening intently to his tale. Gong Lu reasoned that if they wished to tease, he ought not to be overly lenient. He removed his headphones and, addressing Gu Chunxi on the other end of the call, remarked, "Darling, what was that you said? I didn't quite catch it." "Good night, my dear." "Moi. What? Huh?" The two exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as though they had been struck by 1,000 arrows. "Good night." With a smile, Gong Lu ended the call amidst their astonished gazes. That night, it seemed destined that two lonely souls in the boys' dormitory would find it difficult to sleep. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Chunxi drew back the curtain, only to discover her three roommates peering mischievously from beneath her bed. Xinxiao mimicked her voice, saying, "Good night, baby." "Moi." Linji chuckled. "I always thought you were so aloof, but it turns out you've got quite the way with men." Zhou Xiaonan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I could never pull that off, haha." Unfazed by their teasing, Gu Chunxi raised an eyebrow, looking at the trio with an air of calm confidence. A sly smile gracing her lips as she replied leisurely, "What are you laughing at? 3 single dogs, who would wish you good night." "What? Huh? What?" At her words, the smiles on their faces froze. Shun, Lin, and Zhou thought to themselves, "Oh no, we've been caught." That night, it seemed, 3 more lonely souls in the girls' dormitory would also struggle to find sleep. In truth, Gu Chunxi herself was restless, tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Gong Lu. "Baby, tomorrow is Sunday. Let us go out and have some fun." Gong Lu, who had been dragged from his bed by the 2 reluctant gamers, glanced at the message from Gu Chunxi and replied almost instantaneously, "Sure, where do you want to go? You choose, as long as I'm with you, anywhere is fine." Feeling a warmth spread through him at her words, Gong Lu responded, "Then I shall choose wisely. I wouldn't want to disappoint you." Gu Chunxi quickly replied, "What I mean is, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we go. Why do you keep staring at your phone while gaming?" Du Hongyuan snatched Gong Lu's phone away, glancing at the screen and exclaiming, "Ah, we're doomed." End of this chapter. Chapter 71. The resilient grass winter had arrived, bringing with it a capricious climate. Just the day before, the sun shone brightly, casting warmth upon the earth. Yet, upon awakening that morning, one could not help but shiver at the sudden drop in temperature. Looking up, the sky appeared overcast, heavy clouds cloaking the city like a thick blanket, instilling a sense of oppression. It seemed rain was imminent. On such dreary days, one ought to indulge in the luxury of sleep. While her roommate slumbered, Suya had risen early, embracing the quietude of the morning. After completing her morning routine quietly, Suya slung her bag over her shoulder and exited the dormitory, carefully shutting the door behind her. At that moment, the door of the neighboring dormitory opened, and Yang Shuer, clad in a light-colored down jacket, stepped out. In contrast to Yang Shuer's attire, Suya's outfit appeared somewhat cumbersome. Her maroon cotton coat, though thick, was outdated and lacked warmth, making it both unflattering and rather bulky. As Yang Shuer closed her dormitory door, she approached Suya and linked arms with her, remarking, "With the money you earn from your job, you should consider buying yourself a nicer piece of clothing." "Well, this coat is quite warm," Suya replied, pulling at the sleeve to showcase its thickness. "I've worn this coat throughout winter since high school." "Dear, this is university now. It's different from high school." Yang Shuer gently caressed Suya's fair and slender cheek, her voice laced with concern. "Moreover, you're already an adult. You ought to learn how to love yourself. You can find beautiful cotton jackets online for just over 100 yuan. Upon hearing Yang Shuer's words, Suya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "All right." I'll buy one once I get my paycheck. The two girls, hand in hand, exited the female dormitory, perhaps due to it being the weekend and the dreary weather. The campus was sparsely populated, with a few hurried footsteps echoing in the air. Who would choose to venture out on such a day, perfect for slumber? Unless compelled by necessity? After leaving the campus, they boarded a bus, not because they couldn't afford the subway, but because the bus was more economical. Although it took nearly an hour longer than the subway, it only cost 2 yuan to reach the McDonald's where they both worked. Thus, they set out early to save on commuting expenses. Yang Shuer hailed from Pengcheng. Her father worked at a meat processing plant with a decent income, albeit tiring. Her mother took care of the children, engaged in farming activities, and selling agricultural products for some additional income. They also had a younger sister in high school and a younger brother in elementary school. Despite having siblings, their parents doted on their eldest daughter, never skimping on her meals, providing a monthly allowance of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Yang Shuer was not one to squander money recklessly, yet in a city like Zhonghai, where the currency had its own exchange rate, her allowance left little room for savings after covering normal expenses. Therefore, she aspired to work alongside Suya to earn some extra money to buy a warm coat for her boyfriend. While Yang Shuer sought supplementary income, Suya's circumstances were starkly different. She worked out of necessity. Following her father's imprisonment, she was raised by her grandmother, who, in her old age, had limited capacity to work. Over the years, her grandmother had lived frugally, even sacrificing her own dowry to support Suya's upbringing. In her quest to ensure Suya could attend university, her grandmother was even prepared to dip into her savings for funeral expenses. The bond between Suya and her grandmother echoed a poignant line from a high school literature lesson. Without my grandmother, I would not have come to this day. Without me, my grandmother could not have lived her remaining years. Suya, unwilling to continue being a burden to her aging grandmother, incinerated her admission letter from Jiaotong University, opting instead to seek employment at an electronics factory in Suzhou. It was only after the school became aware of her circumstances that they waived her tuition and accommodation fees, allowing her to pursue her studies. Otherwise, she would still be toiling away on the assembly line. Shortly after the military training concluded, she secured a part-time position at a nearby McDonald's, benefiting from the franchise's support policy for university students, which varied depending on the city. The working hours were flexible, aligning with her availability. Most of her earnings were sent home to her grandmother, leaving her with just enough to sustain her basic needs at school. Upon meeting Kong Lu, she even aspired to save enough to repay him for the money he had once given her in her childhood, rendering her disposable income alarmingly meager, often forcing her to scrimp on meals. In truth, as a native of Zhonghai, her family's situation was not inherently dire. The blame lay squarely on her irresponsible father, who squandered their wealth through gambling and consorted with a vile circle of friends, ultimately leading to the calamity of Kong Lu's kidnapping. Had her father not been involved in that incident, perhaps the narrative between Suya and Kong Lu would have unfolded differently, given the Kong family's financial prowess. Her father's losses might not have outpaced their gains. However, reality rarely accommodates such hypotheticals. It is merely a testament to the unpredictability of life. This world is rife with elements beyond our control. Oftentimes, the very things we fervently pursue elude our grasp, while what we desperately wish to retain slips away. Reality frequently proves more excruciating than fiction, laden with drama. Fortunately, young Suya remained undaunted by her vexing circumstances, having weathered life's storms. She emerged more mature and resilient than most, embodying a tenacity akin to that of a humble weed. "Hey, Lao Wang, why are you up so early?" In the boys' dormitory, Du Honyuan observed Wang Qi, already dressed and ready for the day, and inquired with confusion, "Didn't you just have a date with Yang Shuer yesterday? Are you going out again today? Can your wallet handle it?" "It's precisely because my wallet can't take it that I'm heading out," Wang Qi replied with a wry smile. "Shuer said it's too cold today and plans to stay in the dorm. Since I have some free time, I'm going to look for some quick cash jobs. Otherwise, I'll be living on steamed buns and drinking cold water by the end of the month." Chen Zhirui sat up, his eyes wide in disbelief as he asked, "Is that true? Wang Gu, you're already out of money this soon?" Wang Qi had never been one to indulge in extravagant spending. He was a frugal gamer, and he had a habit of saving. In the past, when the 215 dormitory ran out of funds at the end of the month, it was only through borrowing from him that they managed to get by, excluding Kong Lu, who concealed his identity. Now, however, with a girlfriend, he found himself struggling financially by mid-month. "What do you think?" Wang Qi chuckled bitterly. Schwer is considerate of me. If I were dating a spendthrift, my meager living expenses wouldn't even suffice for a meal in Zhonghai. His words undoubtedly doused the dreams of Du Honyuan and Chen Zhihui, who fantasized about a sweet romance. Sitting on the bed, Du Honyuan sighed despondently. Alas, it seems love is a game for the affluent. Perhaps I should return to the sewers. However, there was no need for such bleak thoughts. Kong Lu, observing Du Hongyuan's disbelief in love, was about to offer some consolation when Chen Zhihui interjected. Du Gu, have you played that trending game? Oh no, I'm surrounded by the school bell. I just purchased it last night. Let's play. This fellow. Kong Lu watched as Du Honyuan instantly revived with enthusiasm, covering his face, thinking to himself, clearly, I was mistaken. This lad's attitude is more resilient than anyone else's. Kong Lu then called out to Wang Qi, who was preparing to leave. Hold on a moment. He climbed off the bed and rummaged through a somewhat disheveled drawer, finally retrieving a membership card for the Peace Hotel. This is a membership card for the Peace Hotel. If you can't find a job, take this. Go to the manager and tell her I referred you for a temporary position. I'm Gu Chenxi, a yearly member there. She shouldn't refuse, right? I love you so much, Lao Lu. Wang Qi exclaimed, excitedly embracing Kong Lu and giving him a couple of hearty pats on the back. Cough, cough. Wang Qi's strength was indeed considerable. After 2 slaps, Kong Lu felt as if he had been swatted by a grizzly bear. Kong Lu pushed Wang Qi away, saying, all right, off you go. Sure, I'll treat you to chicken legs tonight. Wang Qi joyfully took the card from Kong Lu's hand and left the dormitory with a spring in his step. TSK, TSK. Du Honyuan, who had already gotten out of bed to start the game, looked at Kong Lu and remarked, when will I have the chance to latch onto a rich woman like you? Get lost. Kong Lu playfully kicked Du Hongyuan's backside, saying, clean up. I'm taking you to find a wealthy woman. Is that for real? Of course. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. A sudden kiss. After Kong Lu finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Zhihui, who was still lying in bed, preparing to continue his slumber. He patted the bed frame and said, get up. Let's head out together. In this frigid weather, and with rain expected later, perhaps I should just stay in, Chen Zhihui replied, propping himself up on his hands. Besides, I have plans to game with someone today. The latter part of the statement was the crux. Kong Lu, bemused, shook his head, asking, are you sure you won't go out? Not unless there are fairies outside. There really are. Kong Lu replied with a smirk, several fairies, in fact. Chen Zhihui fixed his gaze on Kong Lu, his expression turning serious. Kong Gu, don't tease me. I wouldn't joke about that. Kong Lu waved his hand dismissively. It's Gu Chenxi. Her 3 roommates are accompanying her out, and I thought I'd bring you 2 along. Perhaps your love story begins today. This morning, Gu Chenxi had arisen early to apply her makeup, and her 3 dorm mates, seeing her preparations, clamored to join her for a day out. Gu Chenxi confided in Kong Lu about the situation, and upon reflection, Kong Lu realized that both dormitories had single individuals available, making it an opportune moment to bring them together for some leisure. They both agreed that this idea was rather splendid. However, while changing clothes, Du Honyuan immediately rejected the idea of joining Gu Chenxi's roommate upon learning she would be present. If I had known Xinxia would be there, I wouldn't have considered it, he stated. Why not go? Kong Lu inquired, puzzled. Aren't you fond of her? If you like her, then seize the opportunity. I've even facilitated it for you. It's not that I don't want to go, Du Honyuan replied, a melancholic expression on his face. Someone like me is simply not appealing to her. I may like her, but I am well aware of the reality. Kong Lu playfully tapped the back of Du Hongyuan's head, declaring, this is the only chance to enhance your appeal. If you miss it, there may never be another opportunity. So decide wisely. After a prolonged internal struggle, Du Honyuan seemed to reach a resolution and, with determination, exclaimed, all right, I shall go. Now that's more like it. Kong Lu nodded in approval and turned to Chen Zhihui, who appeared to be hesitant. Kong Lu asked, what are you hesitating about? Are you reluctant to part with your gaming partner? Chen Zhihui scratched his head and sheepishly replied, their dormitory is full of beauties, and I get nervous around them. Without needing Kong Lu to say anything, the spirited Du Honyuan chimed in. Your problem stems from a lack of exposure to beautiful women. The more you see, the less nervous you'll become. Come on, let me take you to charm the ladies. Encouraged by his words, Chen Zhihui joined their ranks. Kong Lu observed Du Honyuan's newfound confidence with amusement, silently hoping he could maintain such self-assurance in front of Xinxia. The 3 of them vied for hot water in the bathroom, washed their hair, and donned their most presentable outfits before striding out of the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, the girls' dormitory was no less bustling. Gu Chenxi felt that this was her first official date with Kong Lu, so she meticulously applied her makeup, just as she had the day before. A girl who makes an effort to look her best when meeting someone signals her high regard for them. Seeing Gu Chenxi fully made up, her 3 roommates felt compelled to elevate their own appearance, each employing their best skills in makeup. Among the 4, Lin Ji possessed the most proficient makeup skills. As a person, her talent for cosmetics was commendable, and Gu Chenxi's look today was partly due to Lin Ji's expertise. Lin Ji observed Zhou Xiaonan, a petite girl engrossed in a tutorial for a pure and innocent makeup look, and remarked, "That style doesn't suit your height. How dare you mock my height?" Zhou Xiaonan retorted, glaring at Lin Ji. "Apologize and do it quickly. When someone short gets angry, they often give off a cute impression." Which made Lin Ji chuckle as she playfully pinched Zhou Xiaonan's round face. "It's not just your height. You know, your figure also leaves something to be desired." She pointed to Shen Xia beside them and added, "If only you had her figure, that makeup would be the icing on the cake." Shen Xia, seemingly overhearing, intentionally puffed out her chest. Zhou Xiaonan's inner thoughts, infuriating, ostentatious, unabashedly flaunting. She pinched Lin Ji's waist and declared, "I am still growing. I shall also become a statuesque beauty at 1.80 meters. Growing? Lin Ji effortlessly lifted her, retorting, "How old are you? Still growing? Stop fooling around, you two." Gu Chenxi interjected as she observed the playful antics of the pair. "People have been waiting downstairs for quite some time, and the weather is rather chilly. We should hurry and get ready to head down." "Oh dear," Shen Xia remarked, clicking her tongue. "Your boyfriend has been waiting downstairs for just a few minutes, and you're already feeling sympathetic? What's wrong?" With hands on her hips and head held high, Gu Chenxi replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "It's not every day that the matchmaker grants me a red thread. I must cherish him." At her words, Shen Xia fell silent, realizing that mocking Gu Chenxi for having a partner would only hurt herself. The girls' dormitory was in full swing with a makeup competition, while the boys shivered in the cold wind below. Chen Zhirui, feeling a bit hesitant, suggested, "Kong Gu, perhaps I should just go back to playing video games." Du Honyuan had also lost his earlier enthusiasm, stating, "In this weather, going out seems like a grave mistake." "I concur with Xiao Chun beauty." As Du Honyuan spoke, he noticed 4 stunning young women emerging from the girls' dormitory, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Kong Lu, spotting Gu Chenxi and her friends, waved eagerly, calling out, "Over here." It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Indeed, young couples in the throes of new love often yearn to be together, almost as if they cannot bear to be apart. Upon seeing Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi bounded over with light, joyful steps, ready to call out, "Baby." However, upon noticing 2 boys crouched behind Kong Lu, she suddenly felt a wave of social anxiety and swallowed her words, her smile becoming somewhat frozen. Du Honyuan and Chen Zhirui, upon seeing such beauty, instantly stood up straight, their posture impeccable, reminiscent of their military training last year. Observing Gu Chenxi's serious expression, they thought, "No wonder she's the aloof campus beauty. She truly embodies that high and mighty demeanor and rarely smiles." The 2 greeted Gu Chenxi, and Du Honyuan, ever the flatterer, remarked, "Kong Lu, you must cherish your stunning girlfriend. Finding someone so beautiful is a stroke of luck that takes 8 lifetimes to obtain." Although it appeared directed at Kong Lu, the compliment was, in fact, a well-placed flattery aimed at Gu Chenxi, which elicited a pleased reaction from her. After all, how could one not appreciate being praised for beauty? Yet, being complimented in front of her boyfriend by his friends was a different experience altogether. Her gaze turned toward Kong Lu, as if to say, "Isn't it a remarkable honor to have such an incredibly beautiful girl as your girlfriend?" Kong Lu, perceptive as ever, understood her implication and discreetly gave her a thumbs up in approval. Noticing this, Gu Chenxi responded with a raised index finger. Kong Lu tilted his head, momentarily puzzled by her gesture. Gu Chenxi retrieved her phone and sent him a message. "Quickly reward me with a kiss." After reading the message, Kong Lu appeared somewhat taken aback and replied directly, "Right now? Wait until we are alone." Before Gu Chenxi could finish her sentence, Kong Lu gently cupped her face and bestowed a soft kiss upon her glistening lips. This kiss was executed with such swiftness, lasting less than 5 seconds. Yet the 2 boys present and the 3 girls approaching were all struck by varying degrees of shock. The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, "Ah? They hadn't even gone out yet, and they were already fed this dog food?" Kong Lu thought to himself. Kissing in front of acquaintances feels quite embarrassing. Gu Qinxi's inner thoughts echoed. This fool. Does he not wait for me to finish my words? Moreover, since you've already kissed, why not linger a little longer? End of this chapter. Chapter 73. The scheming, socially awkward Du Honyuan gazed at Kong Lu, his fingers fidgeting in the air for a moment. Observing Gu Qinxi's icy countenance, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. What Du Honyuan wished to express was, are you two always this direct with your kisses? Could you at least give this single dog a moment's preparation with a hint beforehand? Chunji Rue shared similar sentiments. He pondered. Brother Kong actually kissed Gu. The campus bell, in broad daylight. What a surreal scene. However, since they are indeed a couple, it seems quite reasonable. Albeit the kiss was rather abrupt and left no room for mental preparation. Oh, the torment. Shen Xia, filled with envy and jealousy, thought, when I finally have a boyfriend, I shall flaunt it fiercely before them to avenge today's dog food. Lin Ji remarked, I suddenly feel that my paper husband isn't as appealing anymore. Zhou Xiaonan silently gave a thumbs up, thinking, nothing more to say, I'll just shout, Sister Shi, you're amazing. Gu Qinxi, who had just received a kiss from Kong Lu, was currently lowering her head to mask her shyness and embarrassment, her fingers rapidly tapping away on the screen. She was messaging Kong Lu. What I meant to say was, let us find a place where no one is around to kiss. Shy little cat. Kong Lu read her message, chuckling awkwardly but remaining silent. The three girls, recovering from their shock, hurried over. Shen Xia looked at Kong Lu and remarked, didn't he see that coming? You bold fellow. Kissing her like that? Coughing, Kong Lu scratched his head. And before he could offer an explanation, Gu Qinxi pulled Shen Xia's arm and said, Xia, tone it down a bit. Gu Qinxi thought, if you scare him, he might not dare to kiss me in public again. Will you come and kiss me instead? You're just defending him. Shen Xia, clutching her chest with a feigned, sorrowful expression, looked at Gu Qinxi and shook her head. All right, you go on with him. After saying this, she embraced Lin Ji beside her and lamented, Ji, look at her, this woman who prioritizes love over friendship. In the presence of outsiders, Lin Ji maintained her composure. If they were in the dormitory, Shen Xia would likely be leaning against her, and she would have already begun teasing Shen Xia. Embracing Shen Xia, she consoled, don't be sad. Tonight, I'll let Xia Yan hold you while you sleep. Observing her two eccentric roommates, Gu Qinxi's typically cold expression softened, revealing a hint of embarrassment as a flush crept onto her cheeks. She offered a slight smile towards Kong Lu and the others, explaining, they just adore being outrageous. Don't mind them. Kong Lu and Chunji Rue found Shen Xia and Lin Ji refreshingly genuine, appreciating their unpretentious beauty, and exchanged knowing smiles without further comment. Meanwhile, Du Honyuan was utterly captivated, his heart racing at the sight of Shen Xia's tearful demeanor, thinking to himself, so adorable, simply adorable. Perhaps overwhelmed by the dual impact of visual and emotional stimuli, he embarrassingly found himself bleeding from the nose. Chunji Rue, ever considerate, pulled a tissue from his pocket and said, here, wipe your nose. Prompted by the reminder, Du Honyuan quickly accepted the tissue and vigorously dabbed at his nose, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a hasty, the weather's been so dry lately, it's easy to get overheated. Really now? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. I just noticed you sneaking glances at our little Xia. Caught in the act. Du Hongyuan's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly wished for a crevice to hide in, casting a desperate glance at Kong Lu for support. Kong Lu, recalling Du Hongyuan's earlier bold declarations in the dormitory, couldn't help but chuckle at his current predicament. Weren't you just brimming with confidence a moment ago? Let me lend you a hand. He decided to interject, stating, actually, my roommate has always. However, before he could finish, Du Honyuan sensed something amiss and promptly covered his mouth. This guy is trying to embarrass me, haha. Du Honyuan awkwardly laughed it off and swiftly shifted the topic, pointing at the quiet Zhou Xiaonan. Whose sister is this little one? You're the little one. Your whole family is comprised of children. You little rascal. Do you dare to challenge me? Zhou Xiaonan retorted sharply, her indignation palpable as she pointed an accusing finger at Du Honyuan, ready to leap up and strike his knee. It was no wonder Du Honyuan had misjudged the situation. Gu Qinxi, Shen Xia, and Lin Ji were all students from the same business administration class. Although they weren't particularly close, they had crossed paths before. While Zhou Xiaonan was from the neighboring international trade class and resided with Gu Qinxi, and the others in the same dormitory. Lin Ji affectionately ruffled Zhou Xiaonan's hair. Grinning as she declared, "This is Zhou Xiaonan from the International Trade Major, our roommate and the darling of the group. My sincerest apologies." Du Hanyuan quickly rectified his misunderstanding. Addressing Zhou Xiaonan, "I'm truly sorry, esteemed darling." Silence. Zhou Xiaonan shot him a fierce glare, swatting away Lin Ji's hand from her head. "You too, shut your mouth. You obnoxious woman. Just because I'm shorter, you think I'm your lucky charm? Do you dare believe I won't come and knock on your bed tonight?" At Zhou Xiaonan's outrageous threat, the group erupted into laughter, unable to contain their amusement. In that moment, Chun Zhirue, who had been somewhat anxious, finally smiled. Having had little interaction with girls throughout his life, he felt for the first time that beautiful young women might not be as difficult to approach as he had imagined. At least, apart from the perpetually aloof Gu Qinci, her three roommates seemed quite amiable. Kong Lu sent a message to Gu Qinci, saying, "Your roommates are rather entertaining." Gu Qinci replied, "Just three lively spirits." Kong Lu then remarked, "By the way, since we've all gathered, why are we still chatting via our phones?" Gu Qinci responded, "Oh, there's someone else here, it makes me shy?" Kong Lu raised his head to look at the expressionless Gu Qinci. At that moment, she also looked up at him, noticing the sly smile he wore. Kong Lu took her hand and leaned closer. As he brought his face near, Gu Qinci's first thought was, another kiss? This seems rather inappropriate. Yet, she did not shy away and obediently closed her eyes. However, this time, it appeared that Kong Lu had no intention of kissing her. He leaned in closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, and whispered softly, just for their ears alone. "When you forcibly kissed me under the girls' dormitory yesterday, how were you not shy at all, Chapter 74. The Clever Fool. Upon hearing Kong Lu's words, Gu Qinci tightened her eyes even more, her face turning crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Gu Qinci lightly punched Kong Lu's chest with her tiny fist, reproaching him in a soft voice. "Why bring this up now?" Although the five onlookers could not make out their words, the intimate interaction between the two was evident. Du Hanyuan and Chun Zhirue were dumbfounded by the scene, thinking to themselves, "This doesn't make sense. Was that just her being playful? I thought she was supposed to be the aloof campus beauty." The three girls, meanwhile, wore amused smiles, keenly observing. No wonder she was the first to become single in the dormitory. Such small gestures can easily handle a man. We've learned something today. Sister Xioxic is amazing. With the weather being poor, outdoor activities were essentially off the table. Kong Lu had initially intended to take Gu Qinci to the movies, but with 7 of them in total, it seemed rather pointless to go as a large group. Moreover, their tastes varied greatly, making it unappealing to force everyone to watch the same film. Thus, after some discussion, they ultimately decided to visit a shopping mall together. While this choice was not particularly exciting, it was the best option given the circumstances. As rain was imminent, they figured they might as well find some amusement indoors, perhaps discovering interesting shops such as escape rooms, werewolf games, or cat cafes. Regardless, they would set out first. Gu Qinci did not drive today. Her car had been taken home yesterday, and she had not yet returned it to campus. Even if it were available, it would be insufficient to accommodate everyone. The group decided to take the subway to the nearest shopping mall near the school, a place abundant with commercial hubs. Since it was not during peak hours, the subway was not overly crowded. They managed to find seats after just 1 or 2 stops. Soon, the 5 of them secured places to sit, leaving only Kong Lu and Gu Qinci standing in the aisle, holding onto the railing. Although there was an empty seat right in front of them, Kong Lu urged Gu Qinci to take it, yet she insisted on remaining standing beside him. Kong Lu quietly inquired, "Why not sit down?" In the unfamiliar surroundings, Gu Qinci maintained her aloof demeanor, responding softly, "I prefer to stand." It was hardly the truth. She had donned knee-high boots with stiff heels, making standing quite tiresome. The real reason she chose to stand was that she was hoping for 2 adjacent seats to become available, so she could sit with Kong Lu. Naturally, he was skeptical and pressed, "Really?" Gu Qinci blinked and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Kong Lu tilted his head, gazing at her. "Were you not just speaking the truth?" "Of course, it was the truth," Gu Qinci replied with a mysterious smile, "though I only revealed half of it." Intrigued by her words, Kong Lu countered, "And what is the other half?" Guess. Perhaps recalling how Kong Lu had teased her before the fireworks show yesterday, Gu Qinci decided to playfully torment him in return. "Then I want to guess. I'll just sit down," Kong Lu declared, promptly occupying the vacant seat. As he settled in, he spread his arms wide, donning a mischievous expression as if to intentionally provoke her. Gu Qinxi stared at him, momentarily astonished, her eyes reflecting a hint of naive bewilderment as she innocently asked, "Why aren't you following the usual script?" Kong Lu shrugged, "I'm not foolish, haha." Gu Qinxi glared at him, replying flatly, "So, are you implying that I am?" To the other passengers, Gu Qinxi's icy demeanor and indifferent tone made it seem as though she were angry, emanating an invisible pressure that caused those seated near Kong Lu to subtly shift away. Observing the sympathetic glances from the men flanking him, Kong Lu felt a chuckle rising within him. Had he not known that this girl had a dual nature, he might have questioned whether he had indeed provoked her ire again. No, 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 how could I dare? Kong Lu waved his hands. I genuinely cannot fathom the other half of your statement. What can I do? I can't admit in front of you that I'm dim-witted, can I? Gu Qinxi interjected. If you confess to being foolish, I will reveal the latter half of the truth. Kong Lu quickly shook his head. That won't do. I am cleverer than you. You. Gu Qinxi, seeing Kong Lu break from the expected pattern, felt genuinely annoyed and bit her lip. Observing her frustration, Kong Lu decided to cease his playful teasing and quickly conceded. All right, I admit it. I am a fool. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinxi's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Is there more? Kong Lu pondered for a moment and replied, Gu Qinxi is quite the genius. You are the genius. Gu Qinxi's cheeks flushed as her full name was called out in the subway. She playfully pinched Kong Lu's thigh and retorted, Don't think I don't know. Genius is a euphemism. Oh, you know that. Kong Lu feigned surprise, saying, It seems you truly are clever. Of course, I've always been bright. Gu Qinxi placed one hand on her hip while the other held onto the pole, her face betraying a hint of pride. However, upon seeing Kong Lu's mischievous grin, she suddenly realized that something felt amiss. Kong Lu, you've been teasing me all along, haven't you? Wrong. Kong Lu clasped his hands together, finally adopting a serious tone. Gu Qinxi is very intelligent. She is smarter than Kong Lu. Now that sounds more like it. Gu Qinxi found herself a bit flustered by Kong Lu's unexpectedly sincere gaze, her normally icy demeanor giving way to a blush. She beckoned him with her finger, saying, Stand up, and I'll tell you what I intended to say. All right. Kong Lu stood up, but the moment he did, Gu Qinxi swiftly seized his spot. Now it was Kong Lu's turn to be bewildered. He stared at Gu Qinxi, exclaiming, Why are you not following the script? After occupying the seat, Gu Qinxi mimicked Kong Lu's earlier gesture, arms outstretched, pouting playfully. You taught me, didn't you? Kong Lu couldn't help but chuckle at her antics and asked, Did you learn all this? Hee. Gu Qinxi grinned mischievously, beckoning him closer. This time, I won't tease you. Come here, and I'll reveal the truth. Kong Lu leaned in, and Gu Qinxi whispered sweetly into his ear, I prefer standing because there's a silly fool beside me. Chapter 75. The Sacred Body of Love. This sudden declaration of affection struck Kong Lu with immense force, leaving him blushing unexpectedly. Observing the visible flush on his face, Gu Qinxi secretly reveled in her triumph. At last, it's your turn to feel shy. Despite her internal celebration, Gu Qinxi maintained an air of indifference, casually murmuring near his ear, It seems a certain fool's face is turning red. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kong Lu replied, Actually, I have a truth to share as well. Would you like to hear it? Having been outwitted by Kong Lu on numerous occasions, Gu Qinxi instantly shook her head. I won't guess. Kong Lu shook his head, saying, No need to guess, just lean in, and I'll tell you. Skeptical yet curious, Gu Qinxi leaned in closer. Kong Lu whispered in her ear, Truth be told, I knew from the start you were waiting for 2 empty seats to sit with me, which is why I playfully provoked you into vying for the seat. Gu Qinxi's eyes widened at his words, her previously calmed heart now in disarray once more. Kong Lu gently ruffled her hair, saying, I understand, standing in boots can be tiring, so you should sit comfortably. As Gu Qinxi listened to Kong Lu's words, her face flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. The elder brothers sitting beside her, who had recently expressed sympathy for Kong Lu, now raised their thumbs in approval, as if to say, Little brother, you are quite impressive. No wonder your partner is so beautiful. Who would have thought that the charming Kong Lu was actually experiencing his first romantic relationship? Kong Lu smiled wryly, donning the expression of a city dragon king. What can I say? Though I've been single since birth, I possess a natural talent for romance. Everyone should learn from me. Just joking. In the train compartment, the 5 single souls seated apart were left dumbfounded by the scene. Although they could not hear the conversation between the two, their gestures and expressions were enough to astonish them. Chen Zhirui mused, so, Kong Gu is actually quite the ladiesman. I must learn from him. Du Hanyuan quipped, are these two playing traffic lights? One blushes, and then the other follows suit. Xin Xia gritted her teeth, thinking, oh. So taking the subway is part of your romantic escapades, is it? Fine, fine. Lin Ji supported her chin with her hands, watching the affectionate exchanges with a knowing smile. Family, my friends, who understands? This feels like a romantic game come to life, simply delightful. Zhou Xiaonan swung her short legs, as they were too short to touch the ground while seated, reaching up to touch her head, pondering. It seems I don't mind being patted on the head by someone I like. Finally, after another station's passage, a space opened up beside Gu Chenxi, allowing her to sit next to Kong Lu as she had hoped. However, this blissful moment lasted merely 3 minutes, for they had arrived at their destination. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, annoyed, darn it. Next time I'll ride from the starting point straight to the end. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go? Kong Lu remarked, noticing the train doors had opened while Gu Chenxi remained seated. He quickly reminded her, if you linger, we want to wait for you. Gu Chenxi grasped Kong Lu's arm, standing up and whispering in his ear, if we are late, I'll just drag you back to your seat and make you accompany me past our stop. Kong Lu laughed as he led Gu Chenxi out of the compartment, exclaiming, wow, you are quite wicked. Humph. Gu Chenxi haughtily snorted twice, as if to say, are you afraid of loving me? The exit 4 of the subway connected to the basement level of a shopping mall. As the group emerged from the subway, they were greeted by a wave of enticing aromas, a delightful mlang of various cuisines. Kong Lu and his companions had not eaten breakfast since they woke up that morning, and the tantalizing scents stirred their appetites. Though the 4 girls, including Gu Chenxi, had already breakfasted, the time was nearing lunch, and with an array of food stalls lining their path, it was difficult not to be tempted. Thus, they unanimously decided to resolve their lunch first before seeking out entertainment. Initially, Gu Chenxi planned to take everyone for hot pot, but due to differing preferences, they ultimately settled on splitting up for lunch and regrouping afterward for fun. This arrangement also had its advantages, as it allowed Gu Chenxi to enjoy some precious time alone with Kong Lu. In her heart, Gu Chenxi rejoiced, hooray, I've finally shaken off this crowd of tailgaters. At noon today, Gu Chenxi yearned for hot pot, yet the basement level of the mall offered nothing but snacks. The sole establishment that could be deemed a hot pot venue was a revolving self-service mini hot pot, priced at 40 yuan per person, with ingredients that left much to be desired. Fortunately, the 5th floor housed other hot pot restaurants, prompting the two to ascend via the scenic elevator. Starving, Chen Zhirui opted to find a nearby spicy hot pot stall on the basement level, only to fortuitously encounter Zhou Xiaonan, who also intended to indulge in spicy hot pot. She, however, was much quicker than Chen Zhirui, already wielding her bowl and selecting ingredients. Zhou Xiaonan noticed Chen Zhirui approaching with his bowl and greeted him politely. Oh, you're here for spicy hot pot too. Previously, during group gatherings, their exchanges had been minimal, and now, in the intimacy of the hot pot stall, Chen Zhirui found himself rendered speechless by shyness. He nervously nodded and muttered a response, quietly beginning to select his ingredients. Zhou Xiaonan, undeterred, continued to gather her selections. In no time, her small bowl brimmed with an array of meats. Despite her petite stature, she displayed an impressive appetite, consuming without concern for her weight, much to the envy of Xin Xia. When asked why her bowl was filled solely with meat, it was simply because the vegetables were placed atop the refrigeration unit, out of her reach. Initially, Zhou Xiaonan resolved not to bother with vegetables, reasoning that rice paired with meat would suffice. Yet, she yearned for a handful of her favorite cilantro, which also lay tantalizingly out of reach. Inwardly, she raged, who on earth designed this freezer? Did they expect to store elephants in it? Contemplating surrender, she thought that missing cilantro for a meal would hardly be the end of the world. However, determined to conquer the refrigerator, she tiptoed and stretched her arm in a valiant effort to grasp the cilantro from the highest shelf. As if her very life depended on it, she could have easily called upon Chen Zhirui for assistance. Although he was portly, he was tall enough to reach the cilantro, standing at over 1.7 meters. Not as imposing as Gong Yu or Wang Qi, but certainly not unattractive with his fair complexion and a hint of charm. Yet, Zhou Xiaonan was stubborn, intent on fetching it herself. This rebellious spirit bore a striking resemblance to that mischievous cat at home, always knocking things off your desk. The more you placed items out of its reach, the the more it was compelled to interfere. Chenjue stood quietly by, observing her struggle. After spending the morning in her company, he recognized her fiery temperament and dared not offer help. At last, Zhou Xiaonan succeeded in securing her coveted cilantro. Just as she joyfully prepared to place it back into her bowl, the tongs inadvertently snagged the bowl of cilantro, causing it to tilt and crash down towards her face. As the bowl tumbled, Zhou Xiaonan gasped and lost her grip, the tongs plunging into another bowl of ingredients as she instinctively shut her eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 76. The princess invites for dinner. Chenjue, who had been observing from the sidelines, had sensed that the pot was on the verge of toppling. Thus, at the very moment it tilted, he swiftly reacted, reaching out to grasp the cilantro pot and returning it to its rightful place. When Zhou Xiaonan opened her eyes, it appeared as though nothing had occurred, except for the cilantro she had just managed to grasp, which seemed to have fallen back into the pot. Zhou Xiaonan turned to Chenjue, who had come to her aid, and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Chenjue waved his hand dismissively and shyly inquired, "Do you need assistance?" "No, thank you." After the embarrassing incident, Zhou Xiaonan felt that the cilantro was no longer essential. Her dignity took precedence over the herb. She picked up the tongs that had slipped from her grasp, still bearing a few stray cilantro leaves, which seemed like a consolation prize for her failed attempt. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. She carried the pot to the checkout counter, with Chenjue following closely behind to settle his bill and obtain a number tag. Although it was not yet peak lunchtime, the establishment was bustling with patrons, and it appeared that all the seats were occupied. Quick on her feet, Zhou Xiaonan seized a recently vacated small table for two. Spotting Chenjue still lingering in the shop, searching for a seat, she waved him over. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaonan beckoning, Chenjue felt a twinge of reluctance. He was hesitant to dine with a girl, especially since the table was quite small, and his stature alone could occupy half of it. Noticing his hesitance, Zhou Xiaonan stood up and called out, "Come over. What are you waiting for?" "Oh, okay," Chenjue replied, unable to decline her kind invitation. As he approached, he realized, as he had anticipated, that the table was indeed small, making it somewhat cramped for two. Nevertheless, they managed to sit down. As they faced each other, Chenjue was too shy to meet her gaze, fixating instead on his phone, aimlessly scrolling through various apps. In contrast, Zhou Xiaonan was much more at ease. While waiting for their meals, she initiated a quick game of chopping, but her skills were rather lacking, and she quickly finished in last place, frustrated enough to exit the game. Unable to resist the allure of the game, Chenjue picked up his phone and started around himself. Just as he completed his spicy hot pot, Zhou Xiaonan's meal had yet to arrive, possibly due to the larger portion of meat she had ordered, which required more time to cook. When he returned from collecting their meals, he found Zhou Xiaonan tapping on his phone screen. Upon noticing his return, she smiled and explained, "I saw the game was on, so I made a selection for you. I hope you don't mind." "Hee." "Not at all," Chenjue replied, placing his tomato soup hot pot on the table and quickly gesturing. "If you want to play, go ahead." Zhou Xiaonan pushed the phone back towards him, shaking her head. No, you should play. I'm really not good at it." Glancing at his bright red soup bowl, Zhou Xiaonan asked, "Do you also enjoy spicy food?" "Ah, no, not really," Chenjue responded, tapping the screen as he explained. "I don't eat spicy. This is tomato soup." "All right," Zhou Xiaonan shook her head. "I absolutely detest tomato soup. It's the spicy soup that I adore." "Uh-huh." Chenjue chuckled, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Before long, Zhou Xiaonan's spicy hot pot was ready. She had ordered it extra spicy, and at the condiment station, she added a plethora of vibrant red spices. The bowl was a fiery red, with the ingredients all steeped in a piquant hue, emanating a pungent aroma. Chenjue gazed at the bowl of chilies, his eyes wide with astonishment, and inquired, "You can handle such spiciness?" The chilies in the restaurants of Zhonghai merely appeared hot, but lacked flavor. Zhou Xiaonan shrugged and replied, "Our chilies from Shuqing are truly flavorful." Chenjue asked, "Are you from Shuqing?" Zhou Xiaonan eagerly picked up a piece of succulent beef roll, drenched in broth, and popped it into her mouth, while saying, "Yes." "Where are you from?" Chenjue answered, "I am from Yanqing." "Oh, I've been there. The dim sum is delicious, but unfortunately, there's no chili oil." "Haha. People there don't eat much spicy food. How is it that you're still playing this game? How did you come in first?" "Just luck." In the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, the dishes for Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi had also arrived. The bubbling red oil in the pot was steaming. While Gu Qinzi prepared the dipping sauces, and Kong Lu began to add ingredients to the pot, a server was delivering complimentary toys to children at the adjacent table. And Kong Lu, unabashed, requested a pink magic wand, which he tucked into his pocket. Moments later, Gu Qinzi returned with 2 bowls of sauce, saying, "One is spicy, and the other is not. Which one do you want?" Kong Lu replied with a smile, "I don't like dipping sauces with my hot pot." "Oh no," Gu Qinzi exclaimed. "What should I do with the 2 bowls I just prepared?" Seeing her flustered expression, Kong Lu quickly said, "But today is different. I suddenly feel like having some sauce." In his mind, he reassured himself, "Yes, I simply desire to savor the sauce-laden dishes, certainly not for any other reason." "Great." Gu Qinzi smiled, asking, "Will you eat the non-spicy one?" Kong Lu nodded, "I can manage both." "Then this one is for you." Gu Qinzi placed the spicy sauce aside and handed him the non-spicy portion, yet she showed no sign of sitting down. Noticing her still standing, Kong Lu, with a smile, curiously asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to sit beside you," she replied. "All right." Kong Lu shifted to make space for Gu Qinzi. With delight, she settled next to him, holding her dipping sauce. Some of the ingredients he had just added were already cooked. He picked up a piece of tender lamb roll and asked Gu Qinzi, "Would you like to have some?" She nodded, and he placed the lamb roll in her bowl. Gu Qinzi coated the lamb roll in sauce, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she said, "You should say, 'The princess treats you to a meal.'" Kong Lu glanced at her, chuckling, and replied, "How childish." Gu Qinzi playfully nudged his shoulder and urged, "Come on, say it. It's too childish. I want to say it. If you don't say it, I want to play with you. You sound like a primary school student. I'll tease you." All right, Kong Lu said, somewhat amused. "The princess treats you to a meal." No, Gu Qinzi shook her head, insisting, "Be serious." Unable to contain his smile, Kong Lu repeated, "The princess invites you to dinner." Gu Qinzi nodded in satisfaction, devouring the succulent lamb roll. After finishing, she wore a mysterious smile and declared, "The princess is very pleased and has decided to bestow upon you a knight's wand." With a flourish, she produced a small purple magic wand from behind her, a little treasure she had requested from the waitress while seasoning her food. With a playful arch of her brow, Gu Qinzi exclaimed, "What do you think of my surprise? Did not expect this, did you?" Kong Lu laughed heartily at the sight of the wand and replied, "Then say, 'Prince, you are so handsome, and I too shall present you with a gift.'" Gu Qinzi tilted her head, gazing at him in confusion. "What gift? It wouldn't be another magic wand, would it?" "Don't ask, just say it," Kong Lu urged her. "Prince, you are so handsome." As soon as Gu Qinzi uttered the words, Kong Lu revealed a pink magic wand he had secretly concealed in his pocket. "Wow!" Gu Qinzi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she held the pink wand. "How did you get one too?" Kong Lu mimicked her earlier demeanor, arching his brow in a playful manner. "It's not like you are the only one capable of preparing surprises." Clutching the wand as if it were a precious treasure, Gu Qinzi remarked nonchalantly, "Well, I suppose it's somewhat of a surprise." Kong Lu looked at her and said, "Your smile betrays your true feelings." Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. End of this chapter. Chapter 77. A little kiss quick, let's take a photo. Gu Qinzi exclaimed, pulling out her smartphone and activating the front camera. "Raise your magic wand." "That's too childish." "No way." Kong Lu was not one for photographs, as most boys typically are not fond of selfies. He had 4 social media accounts, 2 WeChat accounts he had used for over a decade, but he never posted updates or shared moments. During their online romance, Gu Qinzi had once inquired why he refrained from posting. Kong Lu had responded, "Sharing updates feels like exposing my life to scrutiny. I simply dislike it." He rarely even glanced at others' posts unless his mother prompted him to like her updates. Consequently, Gu Qinzi often teased him online, likening him to a little old man. However, Gu Qinzi herself was not in a position to criticize, as she too seldom shared her life online. She believed her daily existence was already quite fulfilling and saw no need to broadcast joyful moments to everyone. After all, there was little worth boasting about. Yet, after returning to her dormitory last night, she had posted a picture on her main WeChat account, not from her trip to Disney, but rather a candid shot of their shadows walking side by side beneath a streetlight at school. No caption accompanied the image. Its meaning was quite clear. The post garnered numerous likes, along with lively comments from the 3 girls in her dormitory. "I'm not posting it for anyone else to see, so why should I be concerned?" Gu Qinzi, with a firm demeanor, tugged at Kong Lu's arm and said, "Come a little closer." This young lady possessed surprising strength, effortlessly pulling Gong Lu up. All right, all right. Gong Lu acquiesced to her request and settled beside her, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her refreshing fragrance. He refrained from closing the distance further, maintaining their current space. Holding up his magic wand, he inquired, "Is this acceptable?" "Yes, splendid. Hold that pose, and don't move," Gu Qinzi instructed, pressing the shutter button. The fruit phone's camera, devoid of beautification features, often produced unflattering images. However, it also captured a raw authenticity, revealing that without filters, everyone is merely human, a perfectly normal occurrence. Yet, astonishingly, Gu Qinzi appeared far from unattractive in the unfiltered shot, exuding a genuine beauty. Enlarging the photo, she first scrutinized Gong Lu's image. His gaze was fixed on her, holding the magic wand with an adorably vacant expression that Gu Qinzi found endearing. Gong Lu cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "You made me look so ugly. Delete it." "Where's the ugliness?" "You're undeniably cute," Gu Qinzi retorted, nodding in satisfaction before zooming in on her own likeness. "Ah," she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Why do I look so terrible?" Gong Lu, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look. In the picture, Gu Qinzi playfully obscured half her face with the magic wand, looking undeniably charming. It was amusing how both felt the other was adorable while perceiving themselves as unattractive. "What are you lamenting about?" Gong Lu teased. "Where's the lamentation? I truly look awful," Gu Qinzi replied, tilting her head and observing Gong Lu. "Don't you think there's a significant difference between this photo and my real self?" "Indeed, the difference is quite pronounced," Gong Lu mused, stroking his chin as he assessed her. After a brief pause, he concluded, "You're even less appealing in person." Initially, Gu Qinzi felt a surge of happiness from his earlier words, but his latter remark plunged her spirits into despair. To be deemed ugly by her boyfriend? Unforgivable. She would bury him for that. Narrowing her eyes, she glared at Gong Lu and coldly demanded, "Repeat that." Gong Lu instantly sensed a wave of hostility and quickly clasped his hands, earnestly saying, "I was only joking. Look at how worked up you are." Gu Qinzi softened her fierce expression, replying, "Consider yourself fortunate." She glanced back at the photo, feeling as though something was missing. She couldn't quite articulate what it was. A young waiter, noticing their photo session, approached with enthusiasm and asked, "Do you two need assistance with your pictures?" Gu Qinzi looked at Gong Lu, seemingly deferring the decision to him. Without hesitation, Gong Lu nodded. Since Gu Qinzi wished to take photos, he would accompany her in doing so. The waiter accepted the fruit phone from Gu Qinzi, bending slightly as he adopted a professional stance to capture their moments together. "Dear sir, could you adopt a more natural posture? Do not hold your hands so rigidly. Move a bit closer, you two lovebirds. There is no need to maintain such distance as if it were your first day of romance. Smile, for sweetness is key." The young man playfully guided the couple on how to strike aesthetically pleasing poses, teasing them in the process. Though his remarks were lighthearted, they inadvertently struck a chord. For it indeed was their first day of dating outside the realm of online interactions, marking their inaugural rendezvous. Both individuals, devoid of any romantic experience, possessed only a few flirtatious lines gleaned from books and television, yet they lacked any genuine knowledge of love. Under the young man's tutelage, their movements appeared more relaxed, but he sensed something was still amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Why not share a kiss?" Startled, the couple exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. The young man quickly clarified, "A previous couple did just that, and the outcome was rather splendid. Perhaps you might consider it?" Gong Lu cast a glance at Gu Qinzi. She shyly lowered her gaze, neither agreeing nor declining, thus leaving the decision in Gong Lu's hands. "All right," he replied without hesitation. Inwardly, he mused, "After all, she is my girlfriend. What harm could a kiss do?" He seemed to forget his earlier musings about Wang Qi and Yang Shui's swift progress, as now it was his own relationship with Gu Qinzi that was advancing at an astonishing pace. Embracing Gu Qinzi, he leaned in and planted a kiss on her lips without a second thought. Yet the young man appeared unsatisfied and suggested, "Perhaps you both could kiss a bit longer while I adjust for new angles?" Gong Lu felt slightly dazed, a trace of Gu Qinzi's lipstick lingering on his lips. Sensing something was off, he thought it peculiar that the young man seemed intent on playing matchmaker. Despite his curiosity, he did not dwell on it. After exchanging 4 or 5 kisses, they finally completed the photo shoot. The young man displayed considerable skill, capturing an excellent image where Gu Qinzi looked as bashful as a little rabbit, while Kong Lu, typically refined, appeared as a big bad wolf, seemingly ravenously nibbling at her delicate lips. Upon concluding the session, the server cheerfully remarked, "I wish you both a delightful dining experience, and may your love flourish eternally." Kong Lu remained preoccupied with his phone, oblivious to the fact that Gu Chenxi was discreetly giving the server a thumbs up. The young man smiled, patting his chest and gesturing to remember to leave a good review. At that moment, Kong Lu, who often teased Gu Chenxi, had unwittingly fallen into her trap. More importantly, he remained unaware of this turn of events. As he gazed at the photograph, he thought, "In this shot, my profile appears rather handsome, while hers resembles that of a cartoon character, yet it is undeniably adorable." Gu Chenxi covered her mouth, stifling laughter. In this moment, she revealed the true nature of the big bad wolf, looking at Kong Lu with a smirk, reflecting, "You thought you could outsmart me on the subway? With just a little strategy, I can certainly hold my own against you." End of chapter. Chapter 78. A gentle handhold. Kong Lu returned the phone to Gu Chenxi, saying, "Could you send me the photos?" Gu Chenxi took the phone and opened her online dating account with Kong Lu, stating, "All right, I shall send it to you right away." Upon seeing this, Kong Lu promptly replied, "Hold on a moment." Until now, they had only communicated through their respective secondary accounts and had never added each other on their main accounts. Seizing this opportunity, Kong Lu decided to add Gu Chenxi's primary account. However, Gu Chenxi had set her primary account to be unaddable by any means, meaning she could only add others. Kong Lu displayed the QR code for his primary account, saying, "Please add me on this account." "Oh right." Gu Chenxi chuckled at Kong Lu's suggestion, realizing the oversight. She scanned Kong Lu's QR code, only to find she could not add him. "I almost forgot as well," Kong Lu remarked with a wry smile. "Recently, I kept receiving random friend requests, so I set all my accounts to be unaddable." Gu Chenxi squinted at Kong Lu, questioning, "With so many young and beautiful girls, did you really not add a single one?" Ding ding ding. Jealousy alert. "Not a single one," Kong Lu stated, lifting the restriction on adding friends, while chuckling. "Because I prefer the chatter of an old witch." Gu Chenxi clenched her tiny fist and retorted, "Oh really? You dare to call me long-winded and even insult me as an old witch? You're in trouble now." Kong Lu shrugged and replied, "That is slander. I never said that. You admitted it yourself. So you don't like me?" "I do." "Then doesn't that mean you're indirectly insulting me?" Conversing with Kong Lu always gave Gu Chenxi the sensation of riding a roller coaster. One moment she would be joyous, and the next, his words would provoke her ire. Online, he was a different persona, aloof and concise, rarely exceeding 10 words in a message, while she would often send lengthy texts, prompting him to respond with brief replies. To her surprise, in reality, he was rather devious and cheeky. However, the fact that he hadn't added any other girls and had actively disabled his friend request function brought her a measure of comfort, alleviating her jealousy. Once they had added each other as friends, the first thing Gu Chenxi did was to open Kong Lu's moments. "Why does your main account have no posts at all?" "I don't like sharing updates," Kong Lu replied, simultaneously opening Gu Chenxi's moments, which contained a single pinned post from yesterday, a shadow of the two of them hand in hand beneath a streetlight, appearing somewhat blurred, likely a candid capture. Kong Lu liked the post. After liking it, Kong Lu instructed Gu Chenxi, "Extend your hand." "Huh." Gu Chenxi, somewhat puzzled, complied obediently and extended her hand. Kong Lu placed their magical wands on the table, intertwined his fingers with hers, and took a simple photograph, just a large hand holding a small hand, with the two magical wands included in the frame. After capturing the image, Kong Lu posted it as his very first moment. It bore no caption, yet its meaning was unmistakably clear. Gu Chenxi promptly liked his inaugural moments post, and merely a minute later, she shared another post featuring his photograph. Captioned, "Let me see which unfortunate soul doesn't have a boyfriend to hold hands with in this chilly winter?" In this instance, Kong Lu did not secure the first like, as that honor belonged to Xinxia. She further commented, "Goodness, I have barely escaped your clutches, yet upon opening moments, there you both are again. Is this never ending? I'm about to lose my mind." Gu Chenxi had saved her contact under the name Xia, 38-year-old elegant stepmother, curvaceous edition. Kong Lu, observing Xinxia's moniker, chuckled and remarked, "Your contact name for her is quite unique." To which Gu Chenxi rolled her eyes and replied, "That was her own doing. She snatched my phone and changed it." Before long, Lin Ji also chimed in with a comment, her contact labeled 18-year-old innocent male high schooler. A perfect match for Xinxia. 18-year-old innocent male high schooler. Sister, how could you abandon me? Just yesterday on the dorm bed, you were not so dismissive. You even claimed I was the one for you. Before Gong Lu could finish reading, Gu Chenxi swiftly turned off her phone screen, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Don't look. It's detrimental to your mental and physical well-being." In truth, Gong Lu's moments were not much better. Just moments after posting, his comments section was overrun by relatives and friends. He had forgotten to block family from viewing his first moments post. The top comments were from 3 of his roommates. Du Han Yuan, after 2 years of silence, you unleash your grand debut. Huh? Well done. You're incorrigible. Chen Zhirue, yellow thumbs up emoji. Wang Qi, you ungrateful child. Your father works tirelessly to fund your education, and here you are, romancing instead of studying. Amidst a few classmates' remarks, 2 other comments caught Gong Lu's attention, prompting a wry smile. Wind, flower, snow, moon, noted as, "Dad, look at this watch, dear wife. Our son has truly succeeded. He has got a girlfriend. Lu is extraordinarily handsome. Lu is extraordinarily handsome," noted as, "Mom, travel plans are off. We're booking a flight back home immediately to meet our daughter-in-law." Before Gong Lu could respond to these comments, a video call from his mother, half a world away, interrupted. Gu Chenxi immediately recognized the cute avatar on the screen belonged to a girl and suspiciously regarded Gong Lu, inquiring, "Who is this?" Gong Lu held the phone aloft, indicating the name displayed, "My mom." "Oh, it's your mother." "Haha, I almost felt jealous," Gu Chenxi replied, awkwardly chuckling. "She is quite trendy, using a cartoon avatar." Gong Lu smiled. "My mom is rather spoiled by my dad. Perhaps she retains a youthful spirit." Gu Chenxi then asked, "Why aren't you answering the call?" He explained, "I forgot to block family when I posted, and they're likely video calling to see you." "Ah, meeting the parents so soon?" "Absolutely not," Gu Chenxi exclaimed, hastily waving her hand and instinctively ending the video call. Once she hung up, a wave of regret washed over her. She thought to herself, "Gu Chenxi, you foolish girl. It's well known that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is notoriously difficult. How could you dare to terminate a video call with your future mother-in-law? This is disastrous." Immediately after the call was disconnected, Gong Lu's mother sent a voice message. "You little rascal, you've grown wings. Not only do you hide your romance from your mother, but you also have the audacity to hang up on me." Gu Chenxi clutched Gong Lu's sleeve, her eyes wide with concern. "Don't let her think it was me who hung up." Gong Lu, observing her demeanor, chuckled and nodded. He replied to his mother with a voice message. "I'm just starting to date her. The young lady is a bit shy. If you come on too strong, you might scare her away. And then your son will be left without a wife. You both enjoy your trip. My matters are not yours to worry about." Upon hearing Gong Lu's words, Gu Chenxi's face flushed crimson. The sensation of being acknowledged as his girlfriend in front of his parents filled her with a delightful sense of security that was difficult to articulate. Though her mind was a flurry of emotions, she maintained an outwardly composed facade and playfully retorted, "Who said I wanted to be your wife? How about it? Didn't you forget that you were the one who kissed me first yesterday, you Navi little girl?" Gong Lu said, pulling Gu Chenxi into a warm embrace and whispering in her ear, "Are you trying to back out now?" End of chapter. Chapter 79. Let us have a child. Ugh. A Navi little girl? Gu Chenxi feigned a retching gesture and replied, "If you are a Navi young man, then I must be a pure and innocent maiden." Ha ha. Gong Lu laughed heartily. His phone buzzed again with a message from his mother. Perhaps due to the distance, the messages were delayed. His mother inquired, "Do you have a photo? Send it to your mother so I can take a look." How should I respond to this? Gong Lu pondered, placing the message in front of Gu Chenxi and asking, "Should I send it?" Gu Chenxi considered for a moment. "Wait a second. I'll find a nicer photo to send you." As she spoke, Gu Chenxi opened her album and searched for a suitable picture. She finally selected a stunning shot from a welcoming party where she had performed, sending it to Gong Lu with the message, "How about this one?" On that night, adorned in a formal gown, Gu Chenxi looked truly beautiful, and the photo had been touched up, making it even more flawless. She rarely took selfies, and this was one of the few she was genuinely satisfied with, an indication of how much she valued the impression she would make on her future mother-in-law. As she gazed at the sent photo, she silently wished for a favorable first impression. Before long, Gong Lu's mother replied, "Oh my, what a beautiful young lady. How could such a lovely girl possibly be interested in you? Did you save her life or something?" Huffed, Gong Lu thought as he read his mother's message. Feeling a wave of exasperation, his mother's comments were indeed the most cutting of all. "Gu Chenxi, Reading the message, felt a warm glow in her heart, thinking, I didn't realize Annie knew that Kong Lu saved me. In truth, she was mistaken. Kong Lu had no idea that Gu Chenxi was the clumsy burden from years ago who had nearly caused him to miss his escape. Yet, Gu Chenxi innocently believed that Kong Lu was fully aware of everything, leaving both of them with some unresolved misunderstandings. Soon, Gong Lu's mother sent another message. I won't disturb your youthful romance any longer. When I return, you must bring that young lady to meet me. I want to see her. Gong Lu simply replied, all right. In the romantic city, Lu Mingya held her phone, fuming as she said to Kong Cheng, look at that. Your son replies with just one word. P.S. Just like you were in your youth, acting all aloof. Now that he has a wife, he has forgotten about his mother. Kong Cheng chuckled, taking her phone away, and embraced her, saying, it's all right. You still have me. Come on. Let us go buy something delicious. I want gingerbread. All right. I want that kind with a Christmas hat. Absolutely, my dear. With Christmas approaching, the streets abroad were filled with festive cheer. The two strolled through the snow-covered streets of the romantic city, resembling a pair of newly smitten lovers, radiating sweetness. As Gong Lu read the messages from his mother, he smiled wryly, thinking to himself that he needed to find an opportunity to discuss family matters with Gu Chenxi. He had intended to mention it when he gifted her the watch yesterday, but the fireworks were too loud, and in their excitement, they had forgotten all about it as they embraced one another. Gu Chenxi, with her flushed face, pondered, it seems Auntie is quite pleased with me. But do I really have to meet the parents so soon? She felt a bit nervous. Gong Lu glanced at Gu Chenxi and asked, why is your face so red? Covering her face with her hands, Gu Chenxi defended herself. It's the hot pot. It's spicy. After a moment, she added, your mother's surname is Lu, right? Yes. Your mother's surname is Lu, and your father's surname is Kong. So you are called Kong Lu, which signifies you are the fruit of their love, correct? Gu Chenxi said, lifting her chin, awaiting Gong Lu's praise. However, Gong Lu wore a bemused expression and shook his head. No, not. Gu Chenxi was taken aback. She thought the combination of their surnames in his name clearly implied he was a product of their love. My parents initially didn't want children so early. Gong Lu explained, covering his face. So they were true lovers. I was just an accident. My name was a hasty decision by my parents. My dad even considered naming me Lu Kong, but when my grandfather found out, he nearly beat my dad to a pulp. In the end, I was named Kong Lu. Ha. Gu Chenxi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh after hearing the story behind his name. Your parents are quite amusing. As for them, Gong Lu continued, they might just be the most unreliable parents in the world. My father, Kong Cheng, is a genius, having shown exceptional academic talent from a young age, something I inherited from him. He possesses unique insights into business, making him a commercial prodigy. Thus, my grandfather has always nurtured him as the next heir to the family. Now, having established a family and achieved significant contributions, he is at the age to assume the head of the family. Yet, he has refused. In contrast to other prominent families where sons often resent their fathers for living too long and hindering their access to power, the situation in Kong City has taken an unexpected turn. Kong City, with a casual remark about his son having grown up, declared that he was ready to indulge in life, embarking on a rebellious adventure with his wife to travel the globe, leaving the family business solely in the hands of the venerable Old Master Kong. After finally retiring, Old Master Kong found himself compelled to return to manage the family affairs, burdened by the unreliability of his son. Let us also speak of Lu Mingya, Kong Lu's mother, a distinguished young lady from the neighboring capital. During her studies in Europe, she fortuitously crossed paths with the dashing and talented Kong City, who was there to expand his overseas market. Lu Mingya was instantly captivated by this young man. Years later, they serendipitously reunited on the same flight back home, where Lu Mingya mustered the courage to strike up a conversation. As fate would have it, both families were pleased with each other's esteemed backgrounds, leading to a powerful union of two formidable clans. Their marriage blossomed smoothly, and their life together was filled with affection and sweetness. Lu Mingya, having been cherished by her parents since childhood, continued to be lavished with care by Kong City, preserving her youthful spirit. Thus, both of them devoted their energies to their romantic endeavors, leaving their son, Kong Lu, to grow up in an environment devoid of parental supervision. Despite this, the astute child learned to tend to his own needs from an early age. Reflecting on his life over the past several years, Kong Lu couldn't help but smile. Observing his joy, Gu Qinzi playfully tugged at his hand and inquired, "What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? Share them with me." Kong Lu, gazing down at Gu Qinzi with a smile, replied, "I am contemplating our life after marriage." Gu Qinzi blushed, playfully pushing him away, though his words had stirred her emotions. With a proud tone, she retorted, "How bold. It's only our first day of dating, and you want me to bear your child? Not a chance. Not necessarily," Kong Lu said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his gaze sincere. "After all, I already have you as my dear companion." End of this chapter. Chapter 80. Caught in the act while the two exchanged sweet nothings, the innocent diners around them, indulging in hot pot, were left bewildered and enviously inundated with their affection. It was indeed a wise choice for Shen Xia and her companions not to join the couple. Had they been present, they might have harbored the urge to toss them into the pot for a delightful boil, and it would have to be a dual-flavored pot, half in clear broth and half in spicy oil. Meanwhile, in the McDonald's on the first floor, Shen Xia and Lin Ji decided to order a meal intended for 4. Initially, they contemplated a meal for 2, but the meager portions were hardly satisfying. A meal for 3 seemed prone to unfair distribution, so they opted for the 4-person meal, which came with a promotional discount. After a brief wait, their order was ready. Hand in hand, they approached the counter to collect their meal when suddenly, someone called out, "President Shun." Upon hearing this appellation outside the school, Shen Xia was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze in the direction of the voice and beheld Suya, clad in a pink brand ambassador outfit from McDonald's, greeting her from a short distance away. It is often said that those possessing beauty enjoy advantages wherever they go. And indeed, Suya's striking appearance had attracted attention, leading patrons to flock to this particular McDonald's, thereby significantly boosting the branch's performance. Consequently, the manager promptly reassigned Suya from the cashier position to the reception team, designating her as the brand ambassador. With her alluring visage, complemented by a pink blouse, dark gray short skirt, and dainty black shoes, she stood at the entrance like a living advertisement. This role was far more relaxed than others, devoid of rigid performance metrics. As word spread among nearby schools about the enchanting McDonald's lady, many students, particularly male, were drawn in like moths to a flame. Of course, numerous young women also expressed admiration for Suya's beauty, eagerly approaching her for photographs. "Ah, you're the Suya from the Cultural and Entertainment Department." Shen Xia recognized the striking girl, realizing perhaps that this was the advantage of beauty, being easily remembered and swiftly recognized amidst a crowd. However, Shen Xia had another reason for recalling Suya. On the night of the student council recruitment, Gu Qinzi had been in a rush to escort Kong Lu away, and the last new recruit she interviewed was this young lady. Later, Shen Xia learned that this girl had joined the student council for the sake of Kong Lu. Shen Xia had initially assumed Gu Qinzi would not allow this young woman to pass, yet to her surprise, she did, even emphasizing the necessity of retaining her in the Cultural and Entertainment Department. Understanding Gu Qinzi's character, Shen Xia surmised that she intended to keep her rival in a position where she could observe and control her. "Good day, President." Suya smiled and nodded politely at Shen Xia, acknowledging her even in an external setting. Shen Xia, maintaining a cold demeanor, nodded back and replied with a curt, "Hello." As Gu Qinzi's close friend, Suya was also her rival, and thus Shen Xia could hardly muster a warm expression. Suya seemed to sense the indifference in Shen Xia's attitude. She merely smiled slightly and continued with her tasks, leaving no further words to linger between them. Observing Suya's gentle smile and the hint of melancholy in her demeanor as she turned away, Shen Xia suddenly felt an inkling of regret, pondering whether she had been too harsh in responding with personal sentiments to a newcomer who had taken the initiative to greet her. Beside her, Lin Ji chimed in with curiosity, "Isn't she your subordinate? Your demeanor as president seems rather aloof, especially towards such a charming little sister. If you're not fond of her, you could always send her my way." What a brazen remark. Shen Xia, feeling irked, waved her hand dismissively and declared, "Enough of this, let us eat, I'm starving." The two made their way to the food counter, gazing in astonishment at the 3 large trays laid out before them. Why is this meal portion so enormous? They wondered. After Suya had become the brand ambassador, the cashier at the front had been replaced by the newly appointed Yang Shuer, who, with a smile, explained, "Because you ordered the 4-person set meal." The 2 individuals simultaneously glanced at each other and declared, "Whoever orders must eat." Even before they commenced their meal, an air of apprehension enveloped them. The banquet for 4 comprised 4 hamburgers, for servings of cola and a box of fried delicacies. In an effort to express her regret over her previous aloof demeanor, Shinxia resolved to offer a hamburger and a cola to Suya. Upon receiving Shinxia's gesture, Suya was taken aback. Yet she declined the food and instead gifted Shinxia 2 complimentary ice cream cones. This left Shinxia feeling even more bashful, prompting her to engage Suya in conversation. Upon learning that Suya had taken up a part-time job due to her family's financial struggles, Shinxia silently chastised herself, thinking, I truly ought to be ashamed. Consequently, Shinxia began to share with her some of the scholarship policies at their school, highlighting the considerable assistance available for impoverished students. Moreover, she continued, as you are currently part of the student council, there will be numerous activities in which you can actively participate by earning accolades. I can discuss with the teachers the possibility of securing you a commendation as an outstanding member next year, which would also entitle you to the student council scholarship. Suya was somewhat flustered by Shinxia's shifting attitude, yet she promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, President Shun. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will work hard. Shinxia nodded appreciatively and replied, There's no need to call me president. I'm not one yet. You may call me Senior Shen. All right, Senior Shun. After her conversation with Suya, Shinxia returned to her seat, the first order of business being to silently apologize to Gu Chenxi. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I did not intend to betray you, but that girl truly deserves compassion. Linji wrinkled her nose and inquired, Where's that smell of fried snacks coming from? After purchasing a serving of fried delicacies, Du Honyuan intended to seek out Chen Zhirui to share a meal of spicy hot pot. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the hot pot establishment, he spotted the latter engrossed in conversation with the irritable child he had inadvertently offended earlier that morning. Sensing the tension, Du Honyuan wisely chose not to intrude upon their exchange. Internally, he lamented, How dreadful. Am I destined to be the last single person in the dormitory? Ascending from the basement to the first floor, Du Honyuan caught sight of Suya, who was enthusiastically presenting new hamburgers at the entrance of McDonald's, surrounded by a throng of eager patrons. As a curious onlooker, he promptly rushed over to join the commotion. However, as he approached, his gaze unexpectedly shifted from Suya to the interior of the restaurant, where he spotted Shinxia, absorbed in her hamburger. He paused momentarily, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped inside and, feeling somewhat disoriented, prepared to place an order at the counter before seeking a secluded corner to observe Shinxia discreetly. Yet, in a fleeting moment, their eyes met. Linji's gaze fell upon the fried delicacies in his hand. Isn't he a roommate of Gongyu? She remarked to Shinxia. How about we exchange our leftover hamburgers for his fried snacks? Upon hearing Linji's suggestion, Shinxia found it appealing and beckoned to the retreating Du Honyuan. Hey, you there. Come here. Internally, Du Honyuan panicked, thinking, Oh no, I've been caught spying. There's no escaping now. Chapter 81. The pure-hearted boy Linji raised an eyebrow as she observed the approaching Du Honyuan and remarked, Were you just about to flee? Not at all. Du Honyuan stammered, clutching the bucket of fried skewers tightly. I suddenly didn't feel like having a hamburger and thought I might see if there's something else delicious. Oh, is that so? Linji regarded him with a teasing smile, then glanced at the side where Shinxia stood. I thought perhaps you were shy upon seeing our little Xiaxia, and that's why you were running away. In an instant, Du Honyuan's true feelings were laid bare by Linji's words, and his face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a blushing monkey. He hastily waved his hands, stammering, No, I am not. Shinxia watched his exaggerated reaction, bemused, and pondered, How strange. Is it truly so shameful to like me? Why the dramatic response? Calm down. Shinxia gently gestured to Du Honyuan. She's just teasing you. Du Honyuan lowered his head, falling silent. The once loquacious man now appeared utterly tongue-tied in the presence of his crush. Had Gong Lu been present, he surely would have captured this moment on video to use as evidence for future mockery. Linji seized the unopened hamburger from Shinxia's plate and said, Originally, Xiaxia intended to trade this hamburger for some fried skewers with you. She paused, feigning regret, and continued, But since you said you didn't want a hamburger, it seems a pity. Shinxia shot Linji a glare and whispered in her ear, Wasn't it you who mentioned wanting fried skewers? Why is it all on me now? Linji winked at Shinxia and whispered back, Just wait and see. As Linji had anticipated, upon hearing her words, Du Honyuan immediately perked up, exclaiming, I want to eat. I suddenly feel like having it now. I'll trade this bucket of fried skewers for that hamburger. Xinxia observed Du Hongyuan's sudden enthusiasm and remarked, your thoughts change rather quickly. Heh. Du Hongyuan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, resembling Chen Zhurui in his silly demeanor. Come, sit here. Lin Ji patted the space beside Xinxia. Sit there. Du Hongyuan glanced at Xinxia and then at the vacant seat next to Lin Ji, ultimately opting to sit beside her, lacking the courage to occupy a spot next to Xinxia. As Lin Ji looked at Du Hongyuan now seated beside her, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. She mused, I never expected that the usually thick-skinned Du Hongyuan could be so bashful in front of someone he likes. It appears this lad truly harbors feelings for Xiaxia. Xinxia too sensed something amiss with Du Hongyuan, recalling how vehemently he had denied liking her when Lin Ji had teased him earlier. And considering his current choice to sit beside Lin Ji, she arrived at a startling conclusion. Du Hongyuan had affections for Lin Ji. No wonder he had become so shy today. With this realization, Xinxia couldn't help but start to scrutinize Du Hongyuan on behalf of her dear friend. Du Hongyuan's appearance is moderately above average. He is neither particularly handsome nor unattractive. His hairstyle leaves much to be desired, and a change would undoubtedly enhance his overall look. His fashion sense is rather mundane, predominantly clad in shades of black and gray, epitomizing the typical straight male attire. Judging by his outfit alone, one could easily surmise that he possesses little to no romantic experience. However, should he enter a relationship with Lin Ji, her guidance could potentially transform his appearance to a more admirable state. As for his character and integrity, Xinxia finds it challenging to assess, having had limited interactions with Du Hongyuan. Nevertheless, from his demeanor in the classroom, he seems to embody the archetype of a humorous young man, adept at amusing girls, albeit somewhat unreliable and prone to frivolity. Such traits may lead him to engage in romantic entanglements, a matter worth scrutinizing. After careful consideration, Xinxia's evaluation of Du Hongyuan is not particularly high. He barely meets her standards. Observing Lin Ji, she muses that, given her friend's nature, she likely would not be attracted to such a boy. Xinxia even begins to envision how Lin Ji might reject Du Hongyuan, blissfully unaware that his heart is entirely captivated by her. Under Xinxia's peculiar gaze, Du Hongyuan feels a palpable discomfort, compounded by an inexplicable awkwardness in the atmosphere. Consequently, he places the bucket of fried skewers before Xinxia and remarks, I ordered them with medium spice. They might be quite hot. I hope they suit your taste. Xinxia contemplates why Du Hongyuan would present the skewers to her first instead of offering them to Lin Ji. Perhaps he perceives Lin Ji as a challenge and seeks to win her over through Xinxia's favor. Lin Ji interjects, no worries, Xia loves spicy food. She isn't afraid of heat. As she speaks, she hands Xinxia a piece of fried pork tenderloin, urging, here, Xia, try it. Tell me if it's delicious. Biting into the tenderloin, Xinxia internally chastises Lin Ji, thinking, this silly Ji is merely aiding Du Hongyuan in winning me over. How foolish to be oblivious to my own betrayal. Unbeknownst to her, she is the one being unwittingly sold out. The fried pork is substantial, slathered in spicy oil and garnished with roasted sesame, delighting Xinxia's palate immensely. With a smile adorning her face, Lin Ji squints playfully and asks, Xia, is it good? Xinxia nods in affirmation, replying, yes, quite tasty. You should have some, too. Not in a hurry. You go first, Lin Ji responds, only completing her thought internally. Once you savor this skewer, you shall surely fall in love. Heh. Lin Ji then offers Du Hongyuan a hamburger, saying, thank you for the skewers. Please enjoy this hamburger. Also, do partake in the fries and chicken nuggets on the table. Let nothing go to waste. Upon saying this, she gestures towards the unfinished snacks on Xinxia's plate, winking knowingly at Du Hongyuan as if to convey, these are remnants from the one you admire. Do not disdain them. Xinxia promptly clarifies, these are still warm. We simply ordered too much and couldn't finish. Thank you, Du Hongyuan nods, burying his head in his hamburger, devouring it with fervor. Feeling famished, he purchased some fried skewers, but barely had the chance to eat them. His prior hunger, compounded by the awkwardness of the situation, left him quite flustered. Thus, he lowered his head and hastily devoured his meal in an attempt to alleviate his embarrassment. Coughing, he had just taken a few bites when he choked. Calm down, young man, Lin Ji said, offering him a glass of cola from the table. Thank you. After taking a sip of the cola, Du Hongyuan finally regained his composure. Just as he finished expressing his gratitude, Lin Ji leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "No need to thank me. That drink in your hand is one that Xiao Xia has already sipped." Uffed. Startled by Lin Ji's words, Du Honyuan inadvertently sprayed cola everywhere. Haha. Observing the comical expression on Du Honyuan's face, Lin Ji squinted her eyes and burst into laughter. "She was just teasing you. And you actually believed it?" Shun Xia remarked, taking a sip from her own glass of cola, confirming that the fried skewers were indeed somewhat spicy. Seeing Du Honyuan's face flush red from embarrassment, resembling a bashful young lad, Shun Xia thought to herself, "I misjudged him earlier. This fellow's charm is evidently less than Gigi's. He likely lacks the prowess to attract multiple admirers and may simply be a bit of a chatterbox." Internally, Du Honyuan lamented, "Damn it, I've embarrassed myself in front of the one I like. Someone, please rescue me." End of chapter. Chapter 82. A grand misunderstanding with Du Honyuan present. Shun Xia and Lin Ji found that the food they ordered was quickly devoured by him alone, while his fried skewers were equally consumed by the two girls. As they enjoyed the skewers, Shun Xia finished an entire large cup of cola, and soon felt the urge to relieve herself. She stood up to head to the restroom, initially intending to invite Lin Ji along, but reconsidered, deciding to grant them a moment of privacy to deepen their connection. Perhaps influenced by Du Honyuan's earlier shy demeanor in front of Shun Xia, who had previously doubted his pursuit of Lin Ji, decided to lend him a hand. Once she left, Lin Ji wasted no time and directly asked Du Honyuan, "You like our Xiao Xia, don't you?" "Ah." Du Honyuan gasped in shock, looking at Lin Ji in disbelief. "How did you know?" Lin Ji, somewhat speechless, noted that his feelings were clearly written all over his face, making it difficult for her to remain unaware. She surmised that Xiao Xia must be aware of Du Honyuan's affections as well, considering her earlier reaction suggested she did not reject him. It seemed she ought to assist the two of them further. Without answering his question, Lin Ji directly inquired, "Young man, do you wish to pursue Xiao Xia?" "Absolutely." Du Honyuan nodded without a moment's hesitation. Lin Ji narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying, "I will help you." Du Honyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? My benefactor?" "Of course," Lin Ji replied, pulling out her phone. "Let us add each other as friends, and I'll devise a strategy for you." "Jijia, you are like my guardian angel." Du Honyuan, filled with exhilaration, trembled slightly as he took out his phone to scan Lin Ji's QR code. 18-year-old pure boy high school. As Du Honyuan glanced at Lin Ji's online name, he pondered, could she possibly be a girl? Lin Ji was unaware of Du Honyuan's thoughts as she inquired, "You still haven't added Xiao's WeChat, have you?" "No." Du Honyuan bashfully scratched his head and replied, "Why don't you help me out, Jijia?" "No." Lin Ji vehemently shook her head. "Do not add girls quietly. Otherwise, they'll perceive you as timid and even somewhat sneaky. Adding friends without interaction will only render you a fool." Upon hearing Lin Ji's words, Du Honyuan silently rejoiced, grateful that he had not added Shun Xia in the class group. Lin Ji continued, "If you like her, be proactive. You should ask Xia for her WeChat in person later. Being forthright will demonstrate your sincerity. Do you understand?" Du Honyuan hesitated and said, "But I'm too afraid." "If you can't even muster the courage to add a friend in person, how do you expect to pursue a relationship?" Lin Ji retorted with a smirk. "Can't you learn a thing or two from your roommate? His boldness is what won him the school beauty." Achoo. In the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, Kong Lu rubbed his nose and remarked, "How strange. Who is speaking ill of me from behind?" Gu Chenxi thoughtfully handed him a tissue and cautioned, "Be careful not to catch a cold. The temperature is dropping rapidly, making it easy to fall ill." "Indeed," Kong Lu nodded, gazing out at the drizzling rain. "The temperature has plummeted so quickly. According to the weather forecast, it's going to snow in a few days." "Really? Will it actually snow?" Gu Chenxi also turned her gaze outside, her eyes bright with anticipation as she recalled, last year, there was no snow in Zhonghai. She sincerely hoped that it would snow this year, envisioning herself and Kong Lu strolling hand in hand through a world blanketed in snow. Just the thought felt incredibly romantic. She imagined posting a moment on social media with the caption, "Today, we share the snowfall. May we grow old together." As she pondered, the expectation on Gu Chenxi's face grew ever more vivid. Kong Lu noticed her expression and chuckled, "It will snow, I assure you. This year, it will be a heavy snowfall." Kong Lu opened his phone to check social media. The post announcing the news continued to receive likes, and the comments overflowed with blessings. He refreshed the page. Du Honyuan had published a new status update, devoid of images, but with a poignant message. I have always longed to see the moon through your window. Kong Lu recognized the quote from Eileen Chang's Love in a Fallen City, a subtle confession that indirectly conveyed unrequited feelings. However, seeing Du Honyuan post this made Kong Lu suspicious that he might have simply pilfered the line from the internet, leaving him baffled about the lad's intentions. Kong Lu smirked mischievously and commented beneath Du Hongyuan's post, "Oh, window guy, is it not yet evening? And you're already at it?" Almost instantly, new comments began to flood in. Wang Qi remarked, "Moon guy, are you sneaking into her dorm to gaze at the moon tonight?" Chun Jirue added, "Crush guy, have you managed to get her WeChat yet?" Thus, from this day forth, Du Honyuan acquired 3 new nicknames. Reading the jest from his 3 friends, he felt an overwhelming urge to capture them at that moment and silence them. The question remains, why do boys shy away from posting on social media? Du Honyuan embodies the answer. Du Honyuan initially intended to delete this social media post, but upon noticing the like from Shun Xia below, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Indeed, he was determined to acquire Shun Xia's WeChat. Just moments ago, under Lin Ji's encouragement, our dear Du finally mustered the courage to request Shun Xia's WeChat. Shun Xia said nothing. She simply took out her phone and scanned the code. At that moment, she thought to herself, "I just saw him add Gigi. It seems this lad intends to pursue Gigi through me. How evident." Adding Shun Xia on WeChat filled Du Honyuan with elation, prompting him to swiftly search for a romantic quote online to post, which he indeed found and shared on his social media. It turned out that Gong Lu was correct. He had no idea where that quote originated, but he knew it represented unrequited love, so he posted it. After seeing Du Hongyuan's post, Shun Xia was even more convinced. Posting such a quote must mean he fears Gigi is unaware of his affections. It is no wonder that Shun Xia and Gu Chenxi have become such close friends. Their thought processes are remarkably synchronized. Lin Ji, upon seeing this post, also liked it, pondering, has he already begun to establish a deep romantic persona? I hope he doesn't turn our dear Xia Xia into a fool. Now, each of the 3 harbors their own thoughts, and the misunderstandings continue to grow. After finishing their hot pot meal, Gong Lu took Gu Chenxi to the amusement park on the 4th floor to wait for the other 5 to gather. Gu Chenxi was engaged in a whack-a-mole game, but as the levels increased in difficulty, her reflexes began to falter, and soon the game machine emitted mocking laughter from the moles. Standing nearby, Gong Lu found her flustered demeanor rather endearing and was about to offer assistance when his phone suddenly erupted with notifications. It was a barrage of messages from Du Honyuan, complaining about Gong Lu leading the ridicule against him. Gong Lu chuckled and sent a cheeky come-hit-me emoji in response. Upon seeing this playful emoji, Du Honyuan unleashed another flurry of messages. Just as Gong Lu was about to silence his phone, Du Honyuan sent a photograph along with the caption, "Look quickly. Our school's commoner goddess looks even better in person than in the picture." Gong Lu did not open the photo but could still discern the vague outline of Suya clad in a pink McDonald's uniform. He retorted, somewhat exasperated, "What does that have to do with me? Withdraw it." Du Honyuan replied, "Hey, I'm sharing a beautiful girl with you. What else with your attitude?" Gong Lu continued, "You send me pictures of other girls while I have a girlfriend? Are you trying to tempt fate?" Just as Gong Lu finished composing his message, Gu Chenxi approached, pouting and looking annoyed. "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping me with the moles?" As she spoke, she casually glanced at Gong Lu's phone. Gong Lu immediately attempted to turn off his screen, but alas, he was too late. Gu Chenxi had seen Du Hongyuan's messages. She looked up at Gong Lu, inquiring, "Commoner goddess? Who?" Gong Lu shook his head, responding, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Gu Chenxi regarded him suspiciously and insisted, "Let me see your phone." Du Honyuan was just chatting with me, but there was nothing noteworthy about it. Before Gong Lu could finish his words, he was met with Gu Chenxi's fierce glare, her eyes radiating a palpable jealousy. In a cold voice, she declared, "I am Shudao Mountain, 1, 2, just watch." Eventually, Gong Lu succumbed to the pressure exerted by Shudao Mountain and unlocked his phone, handing it over to Gu Chenxi. Observing Gong Lu's submissive demeanor, Gu Chenxi's expression softened considerably. This tactic was taught to her by Zhou Xiaonan, who claimed that every man in Shuqing who feared his wife dreaded this phrase, and it seemed to hold true. Glancing at the message sent by Du Honyuan, Gu Chenxi intended to open the photo he had sent, but it had already been retracted. Perhaps he deemed it inappropriate to send images of other women to someone like Gong Lu, who was already in a relationship. Surprisingly, Gu Qinzi was not overly upset. Although the sight of Kong Lu's unsent message provided her with a small sense of relief, it did not erase her jealousy. Narrowing her eyes, she stared at Kong Lu, her jealousy nearly overflowing, even if she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Coldly, Gu Qinzi demanded, "Let us go." Kong Lu countered, "Where to?" Grasping his arm, she replied, "Let us go see how beautiful that campus bell is. There's nothing special to see." Kong Lu pulled Gu Qinzi back to his side, embracing her as he said, "There's no such thing as a campus bell. It's all nonsense from the people at school. To me, you are the most beautiful." "You must be saying that because you think I'm angry," Gu Qinzi retorted, lifting her chin to gaze at Kong Lu. "I'm not a child. You can't deceive me. I truly didn't deceive you," Kong Lu reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. "I didn't even open the photo he sent. I just told him to retract it." "Really?" "Absolutely." As Gu Qinzi listened to Kong Lu's explanation, her mood brightened once more. Struggling to suppress a smile, she maintained a stern expression and said, "All right, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time, but you mustn't secretly look at other beauties behind my back." Kong Lu gazed at the prideful Gu Qinzi in his arms, smiling to himself. With such a charming and capricious girlfriend, he had no interest in other girls. "Xiaoxi, I finally found you," Shen Xia called out from the elevator on the 4th floor, waving at Gu Qinzi. "Guess who I saw on the 1st floor? Not you two. Right here at the entrance, embracing." Shen Xia, having just finished her fast food with her companions, was the first to approach Kong Lu and Gu Qinzi. Eager to share an amusing story, she was taken aback by the sight of the two hugging at the amusement park entrance, which dampened her joyful mood significantly. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Kong Lu released Gu Qinzi, who lowered her head in embarrassment. To alleviate the awkwardness, Gu Qinzi quickly asked Shen Xia, "Who did you see on the 1st floor?" "You'll never guess." With that, Shen Xia's expression shifted back to one of gossiping excitement as she continued, "I saw that team member you aren't particularly close with." "Who?" "Suya." After mentioning Suya's name, Shen Xia suddenly realized that Gong Lu was still present. The atmosphere seemed rather inappropriate for such gossip. However, it was too late. "Oh, so she is the civilian school beauty? No wonder you didn't want me to go down just now." Observing Gu Qinzi's gaze, which had once been softened by her coaxing but was now cold again, Gong Lu pursed his lips and cast a glance at Shen Xia before covering his face. Shen Xia noticed Gu Qinzi's sudden change in demeanor and glanced at the somewhat helpless Gong Lu, quickly covering her mouth. She seemed to realize she might have caused trouble. Shen Xia felt that Gong Lu must have scolded her countless times in his heart by now. Without uttering a word, Gu Qinzi headed toward the elevator. Shen Xia hurriedly inquired, "Xiaoxi, where are you going?" Gu Qinzi coldly smiled and replied, "I want to see just how beautiful this civilian school beauty really is." As her words fell, the elevator doors slowly closed. Gong Lu looked at Shen Xia, then at Du Hanyuan, shaking his head in despair, and said, "With the two of you, I am truly in awe." After saying this, he took another elevator to chase after her. When Gong Lu reached the 1st floor, Gu Qinzi was already standing at the entrance of McDonald's, her gaze fixed on Suya inside. Suya stood still, also gazing at Gu Qinzi from within. The tension between the two girls, both fond of Gong Lu, instantly filled the air with an unmistakable sense of rivalry. Gu Qinzi walked into the establishment. Suya offered a polite smile, addressing Gu Qinzi in a manner akin to how she spoke to Shen Xia. "Good afternoon, Minister Gu," as she had in school. Gu Qinzi responded with an emotionless expression, her icy gaze meeting Suya's as she nodded politely. "Hello." Suya, as if attending to other customers, began to introduce the menu. "What would you like to eat? We have 3 combo meals on promotion today, just like the ones shared with Gong Lu." Gu Qinzi interrupted Suya's introduction with a wave of her hand, deliberately emphasizing her lunch with Gong Lu before continuing, "I just came to see you." Hearing the first part of Gu Qinzi's statement, Suya felt a twinge of discomfort. "See me?" Suya's doe-like eyes reflected a hint of confusion as she asked, "What is there to see?" Gu Qinzi replied, "You are very beautiful." Suya offered a polite smile, though it lacked warmth. "Thank you for the compliment. But if you do not wish to place an order, I may need to attend to other customers." "Wait." Gu Qinzi called out to the departing Suya. Suya halted, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Gu Qinzi, straightforward and direct, declared, "Gong Lu is my boyfriend now." Upon hearing Gu Qinzi's words, Suya's body stiffened momentarily. After a brief silence, she revealed a somewhat bittersweet smile and said, "That's wonderful. I wish you both everlasting happiness." Gu Qinzi seemed taken aback by Suya's blessing. uncertain whether it was sincere or merely a polite facade. She proactively approached Suya not merely to assert her claim, but rather to ascertain a particular truth. She wished to know whether Suya was indeed Kong Lu's former girlfriend. Since the recruitment gala, this query had lingered in her mind. Yet, she had kept it bottled up, too afraid to ask, fearing the answer. After all, in this world, no one desires to be merely the next in line. Everyone yearns to be the singular beloved, the first love, the cherished one. Chapter 84. The only one. Gu Chenxi was acutely aware that her love for Kong Lu was irreplaceable by any other man. She adored him deeply. This very affection made it all the more challenging for her to accept the possibility that Suya might be Kong Lu's past, or perhaps his cherished one. If it were any other girl, Gu Chenxi might remain indifferent, bolstered by her unwavering confidence in her own beauty. However, this girl could not be Suya, for Suya was undeniably stunning, possessing a type of beauty that starkly contrasted with her own, a beauty that could not be supplanted by the ordinary. Despite Gu Chenxi's reluctance to acknowledge it, both women were vibrant individuals, each radiating unique allure. They were akin to two distinct flowers, one, an elegant and cool orchid, the other, a captivating and tender peach blossom. Initially, Gu Chenxi had no desire to learn of Kong Lu and Suya's past, believing that the present Kong Lu was hers alone, and that sufficed. Yet, once she found herself in a relationship with him, her curiosity about their connection became unbearable. She feared that the reality of Kong Lu's past love would be too much for her to bear. Thus, she concealed her curiosity deep within, striving to seal it away. However, a serendipitous encounter involving Du Honyuan and Shun Xia inadvertently lifted that seal. Consequently, she could no longer restrain herself and sought out Suya, not only to assert her claim, but to hear from Suya's own lips the history she shared with her boyfriend. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chenxi spoke again. Are you Kong Lu's ex-girlfriend? Upon hearing Gu Chenxi's words, Suya momentarily lost control of her emotions, gasping in surprise as she stared at Gu Chenxi, asking, why would you think that? Suya's question left Gu Chenxi momentarily speechless. She pondered, why did she suspect that Suya was Kong Lu's former girlfriend? Was it because they had known each other before? Because Kong Lu appeared despondent after their encounter that night? Or perhaps it was the intuition that often guides a woman's heart. As Gu Chenxi mulled these thoughts over, Suya shook her head and replied, I am not Kong Lu's girlfriend. You need not worry. I will not compete with you for his affection. Besides, her voice suddenly took on a melancholic tone. Even if I truly liked Kong Lu, it would be nothing but unrequited feelings. I could never receive even a fraction of his love. Suya's voice quivered, her words coming out in a choked manner, as if she were exhausting every ounce of strength she possessed. Indeed, how fervently she wished for Gong Yu to harbor even a modicum of affection for her. She would willingly surrender everything, including her very life, for merely a shred of his love. Yet, this remained an unattainable dream. Over the course of their acquaintance, they had only crossed paths on 2 occasions, and throughout, Gong Yu's demeanor towards her had been consistently frosty, to the extent that he scarcely deigned to cast a glance in her direction. Upon learning through Gu Chenxi that Gong Yu was in a relationship, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. To claim she was happy would be disingenuous, and to express disappointment felt beyond her rightful claim. Suya found herself at a loss as to how to confront this revelation, ultimately settling on offering her blessings. In truth, if Gong Yu found joy with Gu Chenxi, she considered it rather agreeable. She harbored no extravagant desires, for witnessing his happiness was already a source of great contentment for her. Gu Chenxi, upon hearing Suya's words, felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet curiosity about their relationship swelled within her. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, what is there between you and him? Suya anticipated Gu Chenxi's inquiry, and, before she could finish, interjected, you should inquire directly with Senior Gong Yu. Gu Chenxi gazed at Suya in silence. Inexplicably, despite having received a satisfactory answer, she found little joy in her heart. Observing the girl before her, clad in uniform, an unexpected pang of sympathy arose within her, even as she reminded herself that this individual could very well become her rival in love. Gu, treat Senior well. Suya paused, deliberating for an extended moment before feigning nonchalance. If you do not, I might truly attempt to steal him away. Gu Chenxi's gaze softened considerably, and in a rare display, a smile graced her features as she replied, rest assured, you shall never have that opportunity. Though her tone remained calm, An undeniable assertiveness lingered beneath her words. Outside the door, Gong Yu silently observed the exchange between the two girls, ready to intervene should a conflict arise. However, the tension he feared did not materialize. Their conversation, which began with palpable hostility, gradually softened. Though he could not hear their words, their expressions conveyed a distinct lack of animosity. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chenxi emerged from the shop, her steps light and her mood seemingly buoyant. Gong Yu, taken aback by her demeanor, inquired, "What transpired between you two?" Anticipating his question, Gu Chenxi preemptively answered, "I merely asserted your claim and posed a question." "What question?" he asked. "I inquired if she was your ex-girlfriend," Gu Chenxi replied. "Ah." Gong Yu's astonished expression mirrored Suya's, as he incredulously queried, "Why would you think that?" Gu Chenxi, observing his reaction, infused her tone with a hint of jealousy. "Your response is indeed quite reminiscent of hers." Gong Yu pressed on, "What did she say in reply?" Gu Chenxi playfully poked his shoulder, saying, "Your earlier words were her answer." Kong Lu was somewhat perplexed, failing to grasp the meaning behind Gu Chenxi's words. Noticing his confusion, Gu Chenxi straightforwardly declared, "She explained it to me. Initially, I misunderstood you, and I apologize." Kong Lu tilted his head, gazing at Gu Chenxi, and inquired, "You didn't think that Suya was my ex-girlfriend, did you?" Aware of her own fault, Gu Chenxi dared not meet his eyes and stammered softly. "After you saw her at the student council that day, your demeanor changed, and the way she looked at you was almost electric, which led to my misunderstanding." Kong Lu pressed further, "So, your disdain for Suya stems from a misunderstanding of our relationship?" In a voice barely audible to Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi murmured, "I'm sorry, darling. I misjudged the situation. Please don't be upset. You are such a fool. You are the only girlfriend I have ever had." Kong Lu responded, not angry but rather bemused. He affectionately ruffled Gu Chenxi's hair, saying, "In both the virtual and real worlds, you have always been my first love." "Really?" she asked. "Of course," he affirmed. "In truth, you are also my first love," she giggled. "You silly goose." As Gu Chenxi laughed innocently, Kong Lu playfully tapped her nose. He had originally intended to find the right moment to reveal his hidden identity, but at that moment, he decided to cut through the confusion and share his family matters and past with Suya, hoping to prevent any future misunderstandings. "Actually, the reason I had dealings with Suya," just as Kong Lu began to speak, he was interrupted by Shen Xia and the others, who had rushed over. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. The Spell of Love. Initially, the three were concerned that the couple might be quarreling, but upon their hurried descent, they found the two seemingly entangled once more, leaving them feeling quite exasperated. As they approached, Kong Lu swallowed the words he had intended to say. After all, he would see Gu Chenxi daily, and he would eventually need to tell her, so there was no rush. He decided to wait until the evening or the next day to find a secluded spot for a private conversation. With this thought, Kong Lu released Gu Chenxi from his embrace. Inside the store, Suya was diligently attending to her duties, enthusiastically introducing the day's promotional packages to new customers. Yet her gaze frequently drifted outside, fixating on Kong Lu, watching him share laughter with Gu Chenxi as they walked away, eventually disappearing at the escalator. Suya managed a bittersweet smile, tinged with a hint of solace, while her true thoughts remained veiled from everyone. The five returned to the amusement area on the 4th floor of the mall. Shortly after, Chen Zhirui and Zhou Xiaonan joined them, engaged in cheerful conversation. Zhou Xiaonan eagerly questioned Chen Zhirui about gaming strategies, her chatter seemingly endless. But regardless of her inquiries, Chen Zhirui patiently answered each one. Of course, it was only when discussing games that this typically reserved chubby boy found his voice. Otherwise, silence would surely ensue. "Allow me to interrupt your conversation," she said, breaking in. Du Honyuan approached Zhou Xiaonan, exchanged a few words, and then tugged at Chen Zhirui, leading him aside. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "You rascal. Have you already charmed her?" "And no," Chen Zhirui stammered, his cheeks flushed. "It's always her who initiates the conversation." "Really?" Du Honyuan gasped, his expression one of disbelief. "You're actually being pursued." "Dude, what nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Zhirui retorted, face turning crimson. "You've misunderstood. She just wants to talk about games." Du Honyuan pressed further, "Is she fond of gaming?" Chen Zhirui nodded, hesitating before adding, "But she seems a bit inexperienced." "Who is inexperienced? Who are you insulting? Be clear." Zhou Xiaonan, though small in stature, possessed a formidable presence. She seized Chen Zhirui's shirt and pulled him away from Du Honyuan. demanding to know why he would mention her gaming skills in front of friends. With hands clasped in apology, Chen Zhirui earnestly sought forgiveness from Zhou Xiaonan, casting a pleading glance at Du Honyuan. Du Honyuan shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness, as if to say, "Go for it, Chen. Use your charm to win her over." After exchanging glances, he hastily made his way towards Shen Xia, inspired by his conversation with Chen Zhirui to engage her based on her interests. Shen Xia was engrossed in a game of fishing master with Lin Ji, and Du Honyuan joined them. As they played, he casually asked, "So, what do you usually enjoy doing at school? Gaming, perhaps?" Shen Xia glanced at Lin Ji, thinking, Ji does love gaming. It seems this fellow aims to connect with her through that. Lin Ji, focused on tapping the screen for a big whale, replied, Xia usually enjoys binge-watching dramas, especially dating shows. The latter part of her statement was clearly intended to inform Du Honyuan that Shen Xia was also seeking a sweet romance. Shen Xia interjected, "Hey, Ji, why are you saying that?" She thought to herself, "He is interested in you. Why reveal my interests? Dating shows are quite delightful. I enjoy watching them too." Despite having never watched such shows, Du Honyuan forced himself to claim a fondness for them, not even knowing what they entailed. He committed Lin Ji's words to memory, silently resolving to catch up on dating shows that very night. In a cozy corner of the amusement park's mini karaoke room, Kong Lu and Gu Qinxi discreetly drew back the burgundy curtains, peering through the glass. Observing the animated conversation between Chen Zhirui and Zhou Xiaonan, Kong Lu remarked, "Aren't we here to play matchmaker for Du and Shen Xia?" "Indeed," Gu Qinxi replied, her gaze fixed on Shen Xia, who was wholly absorbed in the fishing game. She felt a twinge of embarrassment as she said to Kong Lu, "It seems Xia really isn't interested in your roommate." "True," Kong Lu noted, pointing through the glass at Chen Zhirui. "And look at them suddenly playing together." Gu Qinxi pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps Xiaonan simply enjoys playing video games. Xiao Chun is also fond of gaming. Could it be that there is a possibility?" The two exchanged knowing glances, both sporting a smile of mutual understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Qi had spent the entire morning searching for work, but had come up empty-handed. The commuting expenses incurred from the subway rides had also taken a toll on his finances. With no work in sight, Wang Qi decided to take Kong Lu's card and try his luck at a restaurant. Kong Lu had already informed the manager, Wang Sighting, about Wang Qi's arrival. So when he stepped into the establishment, everything proceeded surprisingly smoothly. However, due to the restaurant's regulations, Wang Qi could not take on a service role without a health certificate. Wang Sighting had anticipated this, so she provided him with a security uniform, instructing him to monitor the surveillance cameras, while also ensuring he received meals and was paid hourly at 50 yuan. When Wang Qi learned that he could simply sit in the monitoring room and earn 50 yuan an hour, his eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. This job was simply too delightful. Concerned that Wang Qi might overthink the situation, Wang Sighting added, "Regarding your salary, you must not discuss it with other colleagues. I raised it a bit because we share the same surname, Wang, and I considered it a familial favor. If anyone inquires, just say you're a temporary worker earning 18 yuan per hour, understood?" This Navi Wang Qi had no inkling that this opportunity had been arranged for him by Kong Lu. Believing Wang Sighting's words, he nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude with an enthusiasm that surpassed that of a biological sister. After donning the security uniform, Wang Qi quickly finished his lunch in the staff dining area and then headed to the monitoring room. Grateful for the generous pay, he took his responsibilities seriously, refraining from touching his phone the entire afternoon, his gaze fixed on the screen. Meanwhile, Yang Shuer, having concluded her shift at McDonald's, changed her clothes and immediately pulled out her silent phone. Noticing that there were no messages from Wang Qi, she first breathed a sigh of relief, only to be followed by a twinge of confusion. Logically speaking, her somewhat socially awkward boyfriend would not completely ignore her for an entire day. Even if she did not initiate contact, he couldn't possibly be sleeping all day, could he? She muttered to herself, glancing at the message history that had not progressed since the morning. Beside her, Suya, dressed in her maroon cotton coat, exited the changing room and said, "Let's go." "Shuer." "All right," Yang Shuer replied. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. The greatest prize. Yang Shuer tucked her phone away and followed Suya out of the shopping mall, only to unexpectedly encounter Kong Lu and his companions. Immediately, Yang Shuer tugged at Suya and dashed back into the store. "What's wrong?" Suya inquired, curious about Yang Shuer's actions. "Do you know Senior Kong Lu as well?" "Indeed, he is the roommate of my boyfriend. If they were to discover that I am working at McDonald's, they would undoubtedly inform my boyfriend. As Yang Shuer was halfway through her explanation, she suddenly felt something amiss. She looked at Suya and retorted, "Do you also know Kong Lu?" Suya remained silent, merely nodding her head. "He is the senior I told you about, the one with an exceptionally melodious voice." Observing Suya's affirmative nod, Yang Shuer inquired, "So you know him too? How did you two become acquainted?" Suya found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Suya's hesitation, Yang Shuer skeptically asked, "He wouldn't happen to be your white moonlight, would he?" "Ah." Suya gasped, inadvertently revealed by Yang Shuer's probing words. She quickly waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I merely stumbled upon his singing videos on the campus walls. He is not my white moonlight." Yang Shuer sensed the inconsistencies in Suya's stammering words. But she had no time to ponder further. She continued, "I had even considered matchmaking you with Senior Kong, but now that you're infatuated with your white moonlight, it's too late. He already has a girlfriend. The young lady beside him is rumored to be the campus belle of Jiaodong University." Yang Shuer gestured towards Gu Chenxi, who was standing next to Kong Lu. Suya spent the entire afternoon trying to regain her composure, only for Yang Shuer to recount the story again. Akin to tearing open a wound and sprinkling salt upon it. She managed a forced smile and remarked, "That's lovely. A handsome man and a beautiful woman." Unaware of Suya's discomfort, Yang Shuer scanned the crowd with her eyes, attempting to locate her boyfriend among them. However, she could not find Wang Qi. Had he been present, it would likely complicate Yang Shuer's relationship with him. If Wang Qi were out having fun with other girls while she was working to buy him a winter coat, and he was caught in the act, that would be quite the dilemma. Of course, given Wang Qi's character, it was unlikely he would engage in such behavior. Kong Lu would not invite Wang Qi to a gathering with girls, knowing he had a girlfriend. Not spotting her boyfriend in the crowd brought Yang Shuer a slight sense of relief. Yet her doubts deepened. He hadn't messaged her all day and hadn't gone out. So where could he be? Women are inherently sensitive beings. They tend to delve deeper into details, often leading to overthinking. Secluded in the shop, Yang Shuer pondered for a moment before retrieving her phone, tapping on her boyfriend's profile, and typing a lengthy message in the chat box. Staring at the meticulously crafted message, her finger hovered over the send button, but she hesitated for an extended period. After much contemplation, she deleted the entire lengthy message and rephrased it to a simple, "What are you doing?" The addition of an exclamation mark indicated her slight irritation. Minutes passed, yet there was no response from the other end. Suya observed the few individuals who had just entered the subway station and gently patted Yang Shuer's hand, saying, "They have already left," before stepping into the station. Du Honyuan cast one last glance in the direction of McDonald's. For some inexplicable reason, since earlier, he had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Perhaps it was because he had noticed Yang Shuer, who was working part-time, when he had placed his order at the cash register during lunch. After they had been gone for a while, Yang Shuer and Suya finally exited McDonald's. They boarded a bus and returned to school. Yang Shuer glanced at her chat application, which remained silent, and her thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. While she was lost in her musings, her phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of message notifications. It was from Wang Qi, who had just finished work. He had set his phone to Do Not Disturb during his shift and had only now taken it out to see the messages from his girlfriend. Quickly replying with several texts, "I'm sorry, Shuer. I didn't mean to ignore you all day. Please don't be angry. I brought you something delicious." Wang Qi's messages were straightforward and unembellished, lacking any circumlocution. Seeing his earnestness in admitting his fault, Yang Shuer felt her spirits lift slightly. She typed back, "Where did you go during the day? Why didn't you message me all day?" Wang Qi replied immediately, "I want to find a part-time job." Yang Shuer read his message and quickly responded, "A part-time job? Is your allowance not enough?" After a while, Wang Qi replied, "Shuer, I went to collect my wages. I will explain everything in person when I return to school." Okay. Upon learning that Wang Qi had not messaged her all day because he was working, Yang Shuer's irritation dissipated, replaced by concern for him. She thought, "He usually stubbornly refuses to accept my money, yet here he is, out of funds by mid-month. Sneaking off to work. What a fool." An hour later, Wang Qi arrived at the girls' dormitory with a delicate little cake in one hand and several boxes of employee meals from Heping Guandian in the other. The rain had soaked his clothes, but not a single drop touched the cake or the meals he carried. He presented the cake to Yang Shuer with a sense of pride, saying, "Shuer, this is a strawberry cake from that shop you used to love. Bought on my way back." "You silly pig." Yang Shuer scolded him, and after that, She reached out to wipe the raindrops off his face. A bit annoyed, she said, "Why didn't you take an umbrella? What if you catch a cold?" Wang Qi, delighted to receive his girlfriend's concern, chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Yang Shuer took the cake from his hands and, upon glancing at it, furrowed her brow and asked, "I remember this cake costs 80 yuan each. You didn't spend all your earnings from the part-time job on this, did you?" No, I earned 400 yuan today from my part-time job," Wang Qi replied, lifting his phone to show off his earnings to his girlfriend. However, Yang Shuer was not interested in that. She snatched his phone away and said, "If you're short on money, just tell me. Why go through the trouble of working secretly? It's so hard." In Yang Shuer's perspective, Wang Qi's ability to earn 400 yuan in a single day suggested that his work must be exceedingly arduous. After all, her own job as a cashier at McDonald's, spanning 8 to 9 hours daily, only yielded a little over 100 yuan. Moreover, she thought that this simpleton, apart from labor-intensive tasks, likely lacked the capacity to engage in anything else. Yang Shuer opened Wang Qi's payment code and, taking out her phone, transferred a sum of money to him, exactly 5,000 yuan, which was the compensation previously awarded to her by the Qin family. Since the girl had not sustained any injuries but had merely experienced a mild fright, the Qin family's lawyer had negotiated the settlement down to 5,000. The boy's compensation was not much more, merely exceeding 10,000, and after deducting hospitalization expenses, scarcely a few thousand remained. Wang Qi had already squandered his money on dates and gifts, while Yang Shuer had refrained from using her funds, which she could have employed to buy him a warm coat, choosing instead to work for her own earnings to present gifts to her boyfriend. Such a girl is indeed a rare find nowadays. "Why are you transferring me this money?" Wang Qi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the 5,000 yuan Yang Shuer had sent him, a sense of panic rising within him. He grasped Yang Shuer's arm and implored, "I'm sorry, Shuer. I truly did not intend to keep anything from you. Please don't be angry. Don't break up with me. Are you out of your mind?" Yang Shuer poked Wang Qi's forehead lightly and replied, "This isn't a breakup fee. What are you thinking? Oh, then why are you sending me so much?" "Shoo." Yang Shuer placed a finger against Wang Qi's lips and explained, "You've been the one paying for our dates. So I'd like to keep my money here with you for us to spend together." Upon hearing her words, Wang Qi's eyes brimmed with tears. With his free hand, he embraced Yang Shuer and, his voice choked with emotion, confessed, "I've always felt that my luck was rather poor, but since meeting you, I've begun to believe that perhaps I am not entirely unfortunate. Meeting you feels like winning the greatest prize of my life. I may be clumsy with words, and I'm not sure if I'm expressing myself correctly, but thank you, Shuer. It's truly wonderful to have met you." End of chapter. Chapter 87. My sister has taken a liking to you. Wang Qi returned from the restaurant with 3 staff meals, having even spent his own money to add 3 chicken legs and a bottle of drink to Kong Lu's meal, as a gesture of gratitude for introducing him to such a splendid job. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, he discovered that Kong Lu was absent. Only Du Hongyuan and Chun Jirue were present. Has old Lu not returned from his date with the campus beauty? Wang Qi placed Kong Lu's meal on his desk, then handed one of the other 2 meals to Chun Jirue and set the last on Du Hongyuan's table. Chun Jirue, removing his headphones, informed Wang Qi, "Kong Gu's tutoring session has begun. He has gone to teach the campus beauty's younger sister." As soon as Chun Jirue finished speaking, Du Hongyuan grabbed the meal from the table and inquired, "You've gone out to find a job and still brought us food?" While speaking, Du Hongyuan opened the plastic container, revealing a meal that included both meat and vegetables, the dish resting atop the rice. And its appealing color suggested it was likely far more delectable than the cafeteria's offerings. "Just right. I haven't had dinner yet. How much do I owe you?" Du Hongyuan asked, breaking apart the disposable chopsticks and taking a bite, only to find that the flavor surpassed its appearance. With a grand gesture, Wang Qi cheerfully proclaimed, "The employee meal is free of charge." Although Chun Jirue was engrossed in his video game and had no time to eat, he managed to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wang." Today, Chun Jirue had added Zhou Xiaonan as a friend, and he had become quite the busy individual. Besides assisting his online companions in gaining ranks, he occasionally took time to play games with Zhou Xiaonan. Surrounded by 2 young ladies, Xiao Chun had finally reached a pinnacle in his life. Wang Qi beamed with a joyful smile and inquired, "What makes you so cheerful?" Du Hongyuan squinted, scrutinizing Wang Qi, who radiated an indescribable spirit, and remarked, "What is the occasion? Did you win the lottery?" No, Wang Qi shook his head. It is far more significant than winning a prize. Oh, how unusual, Du Hanyuan mused. Typically, aside from purchasing lottery tickets, Wang Qi seldom spent money on anything else, and even his lottery purchases were infrequent. It was difficult for Du Hanyuan to conceive of any fortunate event that could elate Wang Qi to such an extent. Du Hanyuan pressed on. Surely you didn't find money while job hunting? Wang Qi shook his head again, exclaiming, always talking about money. How mundane. Huh. Du Hanyuan scratched his nose, momentarily dumbfounded. You, a money lover, actually find money to be commonplace? Wang Qi recounted the events of the evening. Let me tell you. Shuer is simply an angel sent by heaven to rescue me. Upon hearing Wang Qi's words, Du Hanyuan displayed an expression of existential despair. Having endured a day of consuming the dog food of Kong Lu, he was now faced with Wang Qi's romantic tales, which threatened to plunge him into deep melancholy. Clutching his chest with one hand and pointing at Wang Qi with the other, Du Hanyuan exclaimed, "What gives you the right? Why do you get to meet such a wonderful girl? You ought to be ashamed." Chen Zhirui nodded in agreement. I knew it. The narrative in the three-body problem is far too conservative. Brother Wang's love story is the true science fiction. Not so. Du Hanyuan countered. In terms of science fiction, Old Lu takes the lead. Old Wang can only come in second. Achoo. Kong Lu, who was tutoring Gu Qinxian, rubbed his nose, pondering, who is speaking ill of me? Gu Qinxian, with her adorable big eyes, tilted her head and asked, has Kong Lu caught a cold? I am not that fragile, Kong Lu chuckled, shaking his head as he continued with the lesson. Now, let us move on to the next question. As Kong Lu prepared to present the next problem, Gu Qinxi entered the room, carrying a steaming cup of tea. You must be tired. Have some tea. Sister, why do you keep coming to my room today? Gu Qinxian regarded her sister with suspicion, sensing something peculiar about her demeanor. During Kong Lu's 2-hour tutoring session, Gu Qinxi had entered no less than 5 times, bringing either food or drink, all intended for Kong Lu. Gu Qinxian pondered, why has my sister suddenly been so kind to Kong Lu? After delivering the cup of tea, Gu Qinxi lingered for a while before finally stepping out, offering a brief glance at Kong Lu as she departed. Gu Qinxian gazed at Kong Lu, furrowing her brow as she inquired, Kong Lu, you wouldn't be. Kong Lu, observing Gu Qinxian's reaction, momentarily believed she had unraveled his secret romance with her sister and was about to nod in affirmation. However, Gu Qinxian's next utterance took him by surprise. My sister isn't infatuated with you, is she? Kong Lu burst into laughter, unable to contain himself upon hearing her words. What are you laughing at? Gu Qinxian asked earnestly. Let me tell you, given my sister's temperament, few men can endure her. If she truly develops feelings for you, she is bound to pursue you relentlessly. If you refuse, she will not let you off easily, and if you agree, you can expect no respite in the future. As Gu Qinxian spoke, a sudden chill crept down her spine, a palpable aura of intimidation emanating from behind her. She turned sharply, only to find her fierce sister glaring at her. Swallowing hard, Gu Qinxian weakly remarked, Sister, you're still here? Gu Qinxi clenched her fists, fixing her sister with a piercing stare. What were you just saying? In a flurry, Gu Qinxian shook her head, insisting, No, I didn't say anything. Inevitably, Gu Qinxian found herself on the receiving end of her sister's wrath, but ultimately, it was Kong Lu who intervened and rescued her. Kong Gu, look at this violent maniac. Any unfortunate soul who marries her is doomed to a lifetime of misfortune. After Gu Qinxi departed, Gu Qinxian, undeterred, continued to regale Kong Lu with tales of her sister's misdeeds. All right, haven't you been punished enough? Kong Lu ruffled her hair playfully, saying, There are still a few minutes left in class. If you behave, I shall share a secret with you. Really? Upon hearing the word secret, Gu Qinxian's interest piqued, and she eagerly pressed, What is it? Tell me now. Seeing her excitement, Kong Lu tantalizingly withheld the information, replying, First, we must complete our lesson. If you don't share the secret, I can't focus on class. Should you fail to pay attention, you may never uncover this secret. All right. Under Kong Lu's gentle persuasion, Gu Qinxian subdued her impatience and resumed her attention to the lesson. After reprimanding her sister, Gu Qinxi stormed downstairs in a huff. The thought of her sister constantly disparaging her in front of her boyfriend incensed her, prompting her to contemplate whether to hire a different tutor for Gu Qinxian, lest her boyfriend be frightened away by her sister's words. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. embrace the misfortune if Kong Lu were to cease his role as a tutor. Gu Chenxi found herself at a loss for how to justify bringing him home. Moreover, she perceived that Kong Lu still relied on his tutoring position to sustain himself. Should she replace him, his circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Although she possessed ample wealth to support him, she understood that, given Kong Lu's character, he would likely refuse her financial assistance. Thus, the fleeting thought of changing tutors was quickly abandoned. Since changing tutors proved futile, Gu Chenxi felt it necessary to reveal to her sister that Gong Lu is her boyfriend, lest her sister inadvertently speak ill of her and truly frighten Gong Lu away. However, it seems someone has preemptively disclosed this matter. After class, Gong Lu finally divulged the secret to Gu Chenxian. With a serene expression, he stated, "I am already in a relationship with your sister." Gu Chenxian had been eagerly awaiting the revelation of a secret, but Gong Lu's words astonished her, transforming her anticipation into shock, ultimately leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "Is it true?" "Of course it is," Gong Lu affirmed, nodding earnestly. He recalled Gu Chenxuan's earlier remark and chuckled at himself, saying, "Surprised, aren't you? I am the unfortunate soul you mentioned." Coughing awkwardly upon hearing Gong Lu's words, Gu Chenxian blushed and replied, "Oh dear, I didn't mean it like that." Upon learning that Gong Lu was indeed her sister's boyfriend, Gu Chenxian wished she could travel back 30 minutes in time to retract her previous disparaging comments. Although she often teased her sister in front of Gong Lu, she secretly hoped for him to become her brother-in-law, a brother-in-law who had achieved national recognition in gaming, one whom she could boast about to her classmates, garnering their envy. Furthermore, she had always longed for an older brother, and Gong Lu, with his handsome demeanor, gentle speech, and patience, was far superior to her biological sister. The innocent admiration of a child can be remarkably simple and sincere. Thus, pursuing a girl might well begin with her younger siblings. Gu Chenxian playfully shook Gong Lu's arm and said, "Brother Gong, though my sister can be a bit fierce, she has her good moments too. I believe you can handle her perfectly, so make sure to cherish your relationship and never break up." Just moments ago, Gu Chenxian had cursed her sister for being unable to find a partner, yet now her attitude had shifted, encouraging Gong Lu to nurture their romance. It was clear she had genuinely taken a liking to this prospective brother-in-law. Her words were clearly heard by Gu Chenxi, who was hiding outside the door, prepared to eavesdrop on any disparaging remarks. Realizing Gong Lu had shared the details of their relationship with her sister, Gu Chenxi's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Hearing her sister speak favorably of her in front of Gong Lu, she thought, well, at least my sister has some conscience. But what did it mean to handle her? Surely, no boy could dominate her sister. If anyone were to exert control, it would be she over him. As Gu Chenxi pondered this, the door to her sister's room suddenly swung open. Caught off balance while eavesdropping, she stumbled forward and fell into Gong Lu's embrace. Gong Lu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Gu Chenxi in his arms, looked at her with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Lying in Gong Lu's embrace, Gu Chenxi stared at him vacantly, momentarily forgetting to rise. Click! Gu Chenxian, who had intended to discreetly capture this moment, inadvertently forgot to turn off the flash. Gong Lu, observing her blunder, thought to himself, I am quite familiar with such antics. Startled by the sudden interruption, Gu Chenxi quickly regained her composure. She stood her ground and, in an attempt to mask her embarrassment, stated, I came up to call you back to school. I don't know if I was just dazed or what. After uttering this, Gu Chenxi felt compelled to add, I definitely did not eavesdrop on your conversation. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Chenxian as she observed her sister's clumsy attempt at deflection. Realizing her previous remark was somewhat unnecessary, Gu Chenxi leaned in closer to her sister and whispered, laugh again, and I shall retaliate. This playful threat proved effective, and Gu Chenxian promptly sealed her lips. We ought to return to school. I will be waiting for you downstairs, so hurry. With that, Gu Chenxi hastily made her exit, almost as if fleeing. Once she departed, Gong Lu turned to Gu Chenxian and said, send me a copy of the photo we just took. Of course, Gu Chenxian replied, gesturing before swiftly sending the picture to Gong Lu. Almost simultaneously, her sister texted her, I command you to delete that photo immediately, but first, send me a copy. Glancing at the message from her sister, Gu Chenxian cheekily replied, 500 for deletion, 1,000 for the photo. In response to her sister's message, Gu Chenxi promptly transferred 2,000 to her. I want the original. Within moments, the funds were received, and Gu Chenxian dutifully sent a picture back. Upon seeing the photograph, Gu Gu Chenxi mused to herself. My expression was not well controlled, but the shot is still quite decent. Naturally, my candid photography skills are unparalleled, Gu Chenxian proudly declared, her nose nearly soaring into the heavens at Kong Lu's compliment, mirroring her sister's pride. Ha ha. Kong Lu affectionately ruffled Gu Chenxian's hair and said, all right. I'm heading back to school. Reluctantly, Gu Chenxian replied, Brother Kong Lu, see you tomorrow. Had Gu Chenxi witnessed her sister's expression, she might have been infuriated. After all, it had been a week since she last returned home, and it seemed Gu Chenxian was more reluctant to part from Kong Lu than her. Come clean. What has my sister told you? As soon as Kong Lu settled into the car, Gu Chenxi eagerly inquired about the less than flattering comments her sister might have made. Kong Lu smirked, his lips curving into a playful smile as he replied, She mentioned you are innocent and adorable, urging me to take good care of and protect you. You must be joking. Gu Chenxi clearly found it hard to believe her sister would offer such praise, yet Kong Lu's words brought a flicker of joy to her heart. To conceal her delight, she pouted, suppressing her laughter, and insisted she must have said something unflattering. Indeed, Kong Lu confirmed. What exactly did she say? Kong Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, She remarked that you can be quite fierce, claiming that marrying you would bring me a lifetime of misfortune. At this, Gu Chenxi's expression darkened, and she coldly asked, Did she truly say that? Yes. Don't you think she has a point? Curious, Gu Chenxi pressed, What are your thoughts? Would you like to know my opinion? Kong Lu teased, beckoning her closer with a finger. Gu Chenxi leaned in, urging him, Please, tell me. I find that being with you, even as a hapless fool, is quite delightful. After Kong Lu's words, he suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Gu Chenxi's adorable face. Upon receiving that unexpected kiss, Gu Chenxi, on her way back to school, became unusually obedient, refraining from asking Kong Lu any nonsensical questions and instead focusing on driving. Observing her flushed cheeks, Kong Lu mused to himself, This tactic proves effective. As Gu Chenxi recalled her sister's teasing remark about managing her sister that evening, she thought, Have I been managed by Kong Lu? That simply cannot be. Half an hour later, they arrived at the school, and Gu Chenxi parked the car beneath the boys' dormitory. As Kong Lu prepared to exit the vehicle, she reminded him, Remember to log on tonight and play games with me. Kong Lu acknowledged with a gesture and stepped out of the car. Fool, Gu Chenxi called out, watching Kong Lu as he approached the dormitory. Did you forget something? Forget something? Just as Kong Lu crossed the threshold of the dorm, he turned back, puzzled. I don't think I left anything in the car. Gu Chenxi tilted her head, pointed to her cheek, and with a hint of reproach in her voice said, Aren't you going to give me a kiss before you leave? All right. Kong Lu chuckled, closing his eyes as he leaned in to kiss Gu Chenxi. In the next moment, he felt his lips meet something cold and hard. Opening his eyes, he realized that Gu Chenxi had rolled up the car window, and she was playfully sticking her tongue out at him. Through the glass, Gu Chenxi teased, You deserve it for trying to trick me every day. With that, she drove off, leaving Kong Lu to touch his lips in amusement, shaking his head with a smile as he returned to the dormitory. Delighted by having outsmarted Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi admired the imprint of his lips on the window and thought to herself, A mere little trick, and you fall right into my hands. What are you grinning about? Shun Xia remarked as Gu Chenxi entered the dorm, her face beaming. Since you started dating, you seem to have lost a few marbles. Gu Chenxi, hands on her hips, retorted, Nonsense. I'm as clever as ever. Shun Xia mused. No fool would admit to being a fool. Too lazy to argue further. She continued watching her show, engrossed in a dating reality program that had her smiling uncontrollably. Gu Chenxi playfully pinched Shun Xia's waist, saying, And you dare call me foolish when you're grinning like an idiot. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Du Hanyuan typed a lengthy message in the chat box, only to delete it all repeatedly, unable to send a single message. As Kong Lu entered the dorm, he glanced at Du Hanyuan and quipped, Oh, look who it is. Brother Window, have you had a chance to gaze at the moon tonight? Oh, I almost forgot. The clouds are too thick to see it. Get lost. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Du Hanyuan replied, fixated on the chat box, struggling to send his meticulously crafted message. Gong Lu stole a glance at the screen. Despite having added Shun Xia as a friend, they had yet to exchange a single word. The latest notification read, I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now. Observing this chat interface, Gong Lu couldn't help but chuckle. So you two have added each other all afternoon without a single word? You think I don't wish to converse with her? Du Hanyuan replied with a frown. I have no idea what to talk to her about. That's quite simple, Gong Lu suggested. pointing at his screen. Just send. Are you there? Du Honyuan shook his head, saying, starting with are you there? Makes me sound like a fool. Then try. Hello. He retorted, opening with hello labels me as a sycophant. Gong Lu pondered how, at some point, online chatting had transformed into a cautious affair. Messages from the other party often contained merely mundane conversational content. Yet some individuals felt compelled to dissect these words with overanalyzed interpretations. It's just a chat. There's no need to be so tense. Gong Lu exclaimed, snatching Du Hongyuan's phone and swiftly typing. Good evening. What are you up to? Perhaps it was truly an insurmountable step for Du Honyuan, as he passively watched Gong Lu take the reins. Shortly after sending the message, Shun Xia replied, watching a variety show. Du Honyuan mused to himself upon seeing her response. She seems so aloof. Aloof, my foot. She's just responding normally. You're the one overthinking. Gong Lu retorted, continuing to type. Which variety show? Before long, Shun Xia responded. The dating variety show Singles Hell. Gong Lu pointed at her reply, saying, see? You can catch up on this show tonight. And you'll have something to discuss with her tomorrow. Impressive, Lao Lu. Du Honyuan praised with a thumbs up, with Gong Lu initiating the conversation for him. Du Honyuan shed his hesitance and began to inquire about other subjects with Shun Xia. Gong Lu reminded him, she's watching a variety show, so try not to message her too much, otherwise, she might find it bothersome. Understood, big brother. Gong Lu scratched his head, thinking, oh dear, I've become the strategist. Meanwhile, Shun Xia, engrossed in the variety show, pondered Du Hongyuan's messages, slightly perplexed. Isn't he pursuing Gigi? Why does he keep asking me what I like? She brushed it off and continued watching the show, occasionally responding to his messages whenever she found a dull moment, while Du Honyuan, heeding Gong Lu's advice, began to monitor his response speed to avoid being intrusive. Observing Du Honyuan's goofy grin, Gong Lu shook his head and mused. Is this the enchantment of love that lowers one's intelligence? Wang Qi sat up from his bed and said to Gong Lu, Lao Lu, I brought you a meal. It might be a bit cold by now. There's a chicken leg in there. Make sure to eat it. All right, thank you. Gong Lu expressed his gratitude and walked over to Chun Jirui's seat. Since he would be gaming with Gu Chenxi later, Gong Lu approached Chun Jirui and asked, Xiao Chun, shall we team up for some games tonight? Kong Gu Chenji displayed a bashful expression and remarked, I had promised to play with someone else tonight, so I fear I cannot join you. Who? Zhou Xiaonan. Upon recalling the fervent conversation between Chun Jirui and Zhou Xiaonan earlier that day, Kong Lu's immediate thought was indeed of her. However, Chun Jirui shook his head and clarified, no, it's another girl I met online previously. Well, young man, you certainly have your hands full. Kong Lu patted him on the shoulder and said, very well then. After sharing a boxed meal, Kong Lu briefly washed up in the bathroom, climbed into bed, and scrolled through short videos, awaiting a message from Gu Chenxi. After the game concluded, it was nearly 1:30 in the morning. Yet, with no early class the following day, Kong Lu felt little anxiety. Moreover, the other three roommates had not yet retired for the night, which alleviated his concerns further. As the two engaged in a voice call, Kong Lu recounted stories to lull Gu Chenxi to sleep, only to succumb to slumber himself, forgetting to end the call. Thus, their phones remained connected throughout the night. Chapter 90. The flavor of chives and a kiss. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the weather in Zhonghai City had turned increasingly frigid. Even with all windows and doors securely closed during the night, one would still awaken to a sudden chill in the morning. Indeed, early one morning, Kong Lu was roused from sleep by a gust of cold wind. Although the dormitory was equipped with air conditioning, school regulations prohibited its use until the designated time, which was quite vexing. Kong Lu recalled that during high school, the classroom air conditioning was similarly restricted, regardless of how hot or cold it was. It could not be turned on until the official date, even if one was willing to pay extra for the service. Perhaps the window had not been tightly shut the previous night, as a sudden gust had blown it open, leaving the dormitory uncomfortably cold. After struggling in bed for some time, Kong Lu ultimately rose to close the window. However, after being assaulted by the cold air, he found himself unable to return to sleep. He glanced at his phone. It was only 6:30. At this hour, the dormitory's main door had already been opened. Tossing and turning in bed without success, Kong Lu's stomach audibly protested, prompting him to rise and venture to the cafeteria for breakfast. Dressing quickly, he washed up and stepped outside. On this winter morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and with the rain falling, not a hint of sunlight could be seen. Kong Lu huddled his neck and made his way toward the cafeteria. The campus was eerily quiet, with few people about. Many of the cafeteria windows were closed, save for those selling breakfast, which were illuminated with light, occasionally welcoming one or two patrons. Kong Lu purchased a breakfast meal and, while eating, made his way back. Upon passing the large playground, he halted in his tracks, for he spotted someone, Gu Qinxi. Kong Lu remembered Gu Qinxi mentioning her habit of night running, but he had not realized she also engaged in morning jogs. Doubting his own eyes, he approached the playground for a closer look, and to his astonishment, it was indeed Gu Qinxi running. Scattered individuals jogged about the playground, yet none were in great number. Gu Qinxi, clad in a sleek black running outfit and donning a cap, was running ahead, seemingly in her own world. Kong Lu waved at her, but Gu Qinxi appeared oblivious, possibly due to her focus on the track. Noticing her lack of acknowledgement, Kong Lu settled down on a bench, leisurely enjoying his breakfast while admiring his girlfriend's spirited running form. By the time he arrived, she had already completed 2 laps, running at a steady pace. Gu Qinxi had likely traversed 8 laps on the 400-meter track, gradually slowing down, and after 2 additional laps of gentle jogging, she had finished a total of 10 laps. Once she completed her run, Kong Lu had also finished his breakfast. Rising, he discarded his waste into a trash bin and approached Gu Qinxi, who was engaged in stretching. With a playful tone, he quipped, "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to breakfast?" Gu Qinxi, without even glancing up, coldly retorted, "Go away." "Really?" Gu Qinxi, slightly displeased, lifted her head, ready to unleash a retort, but upon recognizing Kong Lu standing before her, her icy demeanor softened immediately. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed, dabbing at the perspiration on her brow with a handkerchief. In the tender throes of new love, she was keen to present her most graceful self to her boyfriend. Thus, Gu Qinxi had refrained from informing Kong Lu about her morning run, not wanting him to witness her breathless state. "I was at the dining hall fetching breakfast, and on my way back, I happened to see you running," Kong Lu explained. "Oh, I see." Gu Qinxi's expression dimmed slightly. "I thought you had come specifically to look for me." Most others might have responded, "I had no idea you had a habit of morning runs. Why would I come looking for you?" Such words would likely provoke annoyance in a girlfriend, and the best course of action was to avoid dwelling on whether he had come for her. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Lu replied, "I was indeed waiting for you attentively." Upon hearing this, a blush graced Gu Qinxi's previously stern features. "Waiting for what? You must be referring to my running, which looks utterly dreadful," she insisted, despite her bashfulness. "Not at all, not at all. Our Gu Qinxi is the most beautiful," Kong Lu reassured her. The running attire fit her exquisitely, accentuating her graceful curves. Kong Lu gently wrapped his arm around her waist, feeling how delicate it was, as if he could snap it with the slightest pressure. With her chin raised, Gu Qinxi gazed at Kong Lu and remarked, "I blame my morning run on you." The cool air had reddened her pert nose, and her cheeks bore a rosy hue. Having just awoken, she wore no makeup. Yet Kong Lu found her unadorned beauty even more authentic. He reached out to touch her flushed nose and said, "How is it my fault?" Gu Qinxi gazed at Gong Yu and remarked, "Every night, I find myself serving as your personal chauffeur, taking you to my home to tutor my sister. It's left me with no time to indulge in my evening runs. Should I place the blame on you?" Gong Yu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well. You may blame me." Gu Qinxi further inquired, "What do you intend to offer as compensation?" Gong Yu jested, "How about a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan for your services as my driver?" "Get lost." Gu Qinxi shot him an incredulous look, retorting, "You think 2,000 yuan is enough for me to play the role of your chauffeur? Your expectations are quite unrealistic. Then how about an additional 1,000? Still insufficient. What would satisfy you then?" "Another kiss." "Agreed." Gong Yu cradled Gu Qinxi's face and planted a kiss on her lips. In the early morning, the vast expanse of the playground was nearly deserted, making their actions particularly conspicuous. The few individuals jogging nearby all bore witness to the scene. One of the runners lamented, "How infuriating. First, we're obstructed by a couple during the night run, and now we have to endure their public display of affection while attempting our morning run." Yet, reality was far from romantic. Gu Qinxi pushed Gong Yu away, exclaiming, "Ugh, your breath reeks of chive dumplings." Gong Yu smirked mischievously, "Just finished eating, heh." Gu Qinxi playfully punched his shoulder, saying, "You did that on purpose." Gong Yu took her hand and chuckled, "All right, enough teasing. Come, let me treat you to breakfast. Did you not just eat? With a stunning beauty like you by my side, my appetite has suddenly surged." I could easily devour another portion. Smooth talker. Not at all. I merely speak the truth. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the dining hall, concerned that Gu Qinxi might catch a chill after her morning run. Gong Yu thoughtfully removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Gu Qinxi mused internally, perfect attention to detail. Meanwhile, Gong Yu contemplated. Perhaps I should find time to get a driver's license. I cannot continuously rely on her to drive me around. End of chapter. Chapter 91. No need to thank me after sharing a small bowl of wontons with Gu Qinxi at the dining hall. Gong Yu escorted her back to the girls' dormitory before returning to his own. Inside the dormitory, his 3 roommates were still in deep slumber. Glancing at the clock, which read before 8, Gong Yu decided to climb into bed for a bit of extra rest. With only 2 introductory classes scheduled for the morning, and the last 2 at 10 o'clock, skipping a quick nap would be a disservice to those 2 hours. However, this brief slumber caused him to oversleep. Among the 4 of them, he was the only one who had set an alarm for 9:30 that morning, but during breakfast, he had inadvertently turned it off, resulting in all 4 roommates remaining sound asleep. Had it not been for Gu Qinxi's phone call, he might have continued to slumber. Noticing that class had already begun 5 minutes prior, he surveyed the dorm. The other 3 were still snoring like lifeless pigs, with Chun J's snores echoing thunderously. Gong Yu promptly leapt from his bed, shaking each of their mattresses as he urged, "Wake up! No more sleeping. We're late." Upon hearing the words late, the 3 drowsy roommates instantly jolted awake, scrambling to dress even before their eyes were fully open. Du Honyuan was the first to dress. Rushing to the wash basin to rinse his mouth with water, donning his hat as he prepared to leave, Chun Zhirue, haphazardly putting on his clothes, inquired, "What class do we have this morning?" Wang Qi glanced at his phone and replied, "It seems to be introduction." Upon hearing this, Du Honyuan halted at the threshold, retracting his foot, removing his hat and shoes, and climbing back into bed, reclining comfortably. The introduction instructor does not take attendance. Thereby, skipping this class was entirely feasible. Observing Du Hongyuan's reaction, the other 3 exchanged knowing glances, and Chun Due, along with Wang Qi, also returned to their beds, seemingly resolved to forego the class. Only Kong Lu quietly picked up a book and headed towards the door. Watching Kong Lu's determination to attend class, Du Honyuan remarked, "We 3 are skipping. Yet you choose to be the odd one out." "I would rather not go," Kong Lu shrugged, somewhat helplessly responding, "but my girlfriend has saved me a seat. If I don't show up, she might be upset." The trio fell into a contemplative silence at Kong Lu's words. Wang Qi mimicked Du Honyuan's usual manner of speaking and declared, "I hereby announce that you have been expelled from room 215. From now on, you shall reside alone in your dormitory." No sooner had Wang Qi uttered this than Du Honyuan sprang from his bed once more. He not only rose, but also returned to the wash basin for a freshen up, applying some hair product to style his hair. Wang Qi, bewildered by his peculiar actions, queried, "What are you doing?" Du Honyuan located his introduction textbook on the table, looked up at the reclining Wang Qi, and proclaimed, "I'm off to class. I love learning." Kong Lu, observing Du Hongyuan's antics, thought to himself, "Is that truly for the sake of learning? I'd be too embarrassed to call him out." Du Honyuan turned to Kong Lu, wearing an expression of earnest pleading. "Could you ask your girlfriend to reserve a spot for me as well?" Kong Lu, suppressing a smile, replied, "No problem. She'll save a seat for you." Before Kong Lu could finish his sentence, Du Honyuan eagerly interjected, "Great, that's settled." Kong Lu, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Are you sure? The front row is indeed the front row. Sitting there could be quite pleasant." Thus, Du Honyuan accompanied Kong Lu to class, leaving Wang Qi and Chun Zhirue to lounge in their dormitory. Chun Zhirue gazed at the ceiling and remarked, "Wang, I feel as though we've been abandoned." Wang Qi closed his eyes and replied, "Even if you went to the classroom, you'd merely be changing your sleeping location. Don't dwell on it. Just sleep. As we've already skipped." That sounded about right. The 2 soon drifted back into slumber. When one skips a class in university, one realizes just how refreshing it can be. In the classroom, seated in the front row, Du Honyuan bombarded Kong Lu with messages on his phone. "Are you referring to the very front row of the classroom? Were you deliberately setting me up for failure? You scoundrel." A flurry of emojis. Kong Lu glanced at the messages from Du Honyuan, lifted his gaze to the solitary figure in the front row, and replied, "You didn't give me a chance to finish my sentence." Du Honyuan responded, "What were you intending to say?" Kong Lu replied, "I was actually going to inform you that there are still empty seats in the front row, right in front of Xinxia." Du Honyuan retorted, You were intentionally setting me up, weren't you? Gong Yu. So you are aware of this. Smirking, upon reading Gong Yu's message, Du Honyuan felt somewhat speechless. He turned to glance at Gong Yu, who was seated further back, and raised his middle finger, only to be completely disregarded by Gong Yu. This only served to fuel Du Hongyuan's irritation. Beside Gong Yu, Gu Chenxi handed him a tote bag, saying, "Your clothes, for you." These were the garments Gong Yu had draped over her earlier in the morning to shield her from the cold, which she had now returned to him. "Thank you." Gong Yu attempted to take the bag, but Gu Chenxi held on tightly. Observing her reaction, Gong Yu inquired in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Chenxi replied, "I specially folded it and placed it in the bag for you, and all you can say is thank you?" Huh. Upon hearing her words, Gong Yu immediately reached out to caress her face, saying, "Thank you, darling, you are truly wonderful. Now that is more like it." Gu Chenxi nodded in satisfaction and finally released her hold. Seated nearby, Shen Xia watched the scene unfold, wishing she could immediately move to the front row. Shen Xia asked, "Am I also a part of your love story?" Observing Shen Xia's expression, Gu Chenxi smiled and replied, "Not exactly, but it could be." Gong Yu pondered for a moment before adding, "If it bothers you, feel free to sit in the front row. There are still a few seats available." Listening to the playful banter between the couple, Shen Xia felt that before she could rise to the front row, she ought to give each of them a piece of her mind. In a bid to avoid witnessing their affection, Shen Xia pulled Lin Ji to the front row before the second class commenced. Du Honyuan, who had been dozing off with his head on the desk, was unable to sleep any longer when he noticed Shen Xia suddenly sitting beside him. He straightened up immediately. Lin Ji observed Du Hongyuan's reaction and then glanced at Shen Xia, smirking as she remarked, "Why so nervous?" Meanwhile, Shen Xia thought to herself, "His nervousness is all because of you. How clueless, he hasn't even realized that this guy likes you." Du Honyuan stammered, "Why have you two moved over here?" Lin Ji replied, "Xia was bullied, so she dragged me to sit in the front." Who dares to bully you?" Du Honyuan immediately perked up, declaring, "I'll help you teach that person a lesson." PFF, seeing Du Hongyuan's fervor. Shen Xia stifled a laugh and pointed to the back row, saying, "Your good buddy Gong Yu, along with his girlfriend, go on, teach them a lesson." Huh. At her words, Du Honyuan turned to look at Gong Yu. There he saw Gong Yu patting his chest, casting him a look that seemed to say, "No need to thank me." Du Honyuan inwardly exclaimed, "Adoptive father." End of chapter.